Introduction. Question. What would you do if you woke up to find yourself transformed into a tragic supporting character in the entertainment industry? The protagonist, Jiang Qie, expressed, I felt as though the sky had fallen. After much contemplation, I decided to escape the country. Subsequently, to earn some petty cash, she participated in a dating reality show featuring the main leads, only to inadvertently notice a seemingly aloof yet irresistibly charming man, Gu Yizhi. Upon their first encounter, she boldly declared, Your strength is impressive. Gu Yizhi replied, Indeed. However, it wasn't long before Gu Yizhi could no longer conceal his feelings, transforming into Jiang Qie's devoted follower. Chapter 1. Forgive everything before sleep. After sufficient rest, conquer the world. Jiang Qie knows 3 times 3. Xianqing CP is real. Jiang Qie fixated on 2 trending topics on Weibo, rolling her eyes and tossing her phone onto the bed. Damn it! Reverse heaven. Faced with the malice on the internet, she sprang up, executed a 180-degree spin in midair, and then flopped back onto the bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, she raised her hands and began to punch the air. How she wished to smash this wretched world into 1,000 pieces. After all, this world wasn't real. Just the day before, she stumbled upon a novel entitled The Arrogant Film Emperor's Overbearing Love, discovering a character sharing her name, a supporting actress. This character was the girlfriend of the male lead, Li Chengze, a moderately famous star in the entertainment industry, perfectly matched with the film emperor. However, the male lead had a reputation for being a philanderer, and after collaborating with the female lead, Su Qingxian, on a lighthearted drama, he became enamored with her. Casting Jiang Qie aside to boldly pursue the female lead in a dating show. Coincidentally, the time she arrived in this world coincided with Jiang Qie and Li Chengze being photographed on vacation together, trending on social media. As she raged and punched the air, the hotel door swung open. A cold voice interrupted, Jiang Qie, what madness are you up to now? Jiang Qie sprang up in surprise. Li Chengze, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, athletic frame, possessed a face as sharp as a sculpted statue, flawless in every aspect. She was momentarily awestruck, but recalling that he was the male lead she had scorned the most, she lifted her chin defiantly, squinting slightly to glare at him. Upon entering, Li Chengze witnessed Jiang Qie mid-performance, and his expression shifted abruptly. He speculated, perhaps she had received too much shock. Unperturbed, a smirk graced his lips. Jiang Qie, I know you fear losing me, but I assure you, as long as you don't mention breaking up, we shall never part ways. If she remained silent, he could resort to emotional manipulation until she could no longer endure it. I ask you, was that post on Weibo from you or your studio? Regaining her composure, Jiang Qie retrieved her phone, illuminating the post by Li Chengze that had thrust her into the trending spotlight. Li Chengze, do not spread rumors. When faced with relentless suitors, the best approach is cold indifference, accompanied by a photo of the two taken by paparazzi the previous night. Due to this post, netizens erupted with indignation, launching a verbal onslaught against Jiang Qie, nearly ruining her reputation, while several advertisers hastily severed ties. To avoid collateral damage, simultaneously, Su Qingxian, who had just completed a sweet drama with Li Chengze, was touted by the media as his love interest. A fervent group of mindless CP fans surged into Jiang Qie's comment section, hurling insults such as shameless and lickspill, while others flocked to Li Chengze's Weibo, urging him to confess. Li Chengze merely glanced at Jiang Qie's phone, his tone indifferent. Enough with the nonsense. Can you behave? My career is on the rise. You must prioritize the bigger picture. Going public now would not benefit me. Observing Li Chengze's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Qie took a deep breath to steady herself, donned her shoes, and shouted at him. Li Chengze, you're a coward. While Li Chengze pondered the meaning behind her words, Jiang Qie huffed and dashed out. Having been photographed entering the hotel together, many paparazzi lay in wait outside. Yet Jiang Qie showed no inclination to hide. Why should she? She was unafraid because she had come to confront the paparazzi. Didn't Li Chengze want to sever ties with her? She would do the opposite. She had always disapproved of the male lead's behavior while reading the novel and had argued vehemently with the author throughout. Since the paparazzi had failed to capture evidence of her and Li Chengze's hotel rendezvous, she would deliver it to them herself. If the paparazzi wouldn't come to her, she would seek them out. Upon seeing only Jiang Qie emerge, the hidden paparazzi exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves, "Why are we even here? They're not together. We have nothing to report. How can we meet our quotas? Forget it. Let's just follow her. Perhaps we'll capture something else." After all, Jiang Qie is somewhat of a big name in the industry. One of them returned his gaze to the camera, only to realize the frame was empty. Jiang Qie had vanished. Damn it, we lost her. It's your fault for distracting me. How is this my fault? Reflect on yourself. As a professional paparazzo, you let a scoop slip through your fingers and still blame me. Hey? Say that again, one paparazzo exclaimed angrily, pointing a finger at another. You bear responsibility, too, don't pin this on me. As the two prepared to bicker, Jiang Qie quickly intervened. Hey, can we not argue? Will shouting resolve anything? In unison, they turned to Jiang Qie. Who are you to meddle in paparazzi affairs? Wait. In the shadows, one of them recognized her silhouette under the dim streetlight. Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie offered a casual smile, displaying a photo she had taken earlier when checking into the hotel with Li Chengze. The man gathered his courage to take a closer look, only to recoil in disbelief. This can't be real. You really have linked up with the film emperor? Hey. Are you saying I'm unworthy of him? Jiang Qie retorted, annoyed. The original character was exceptional in both figure and looks. Aside from being burdened by a romantic fixation imposed by the author, she had no faults. That's not what I meant, the paparazzo stammered, shrinking back even in the dim light. The woman before him was stunning beyond measure, captivating even someone accustomed to photographing stars. Jiang Qie let out a lazy yawn. Feeling utterly exhausted, uninterested in further conversation, she simply sent the photo via direct message before leaving, emphasizing the need to highlight their close relationship upon sharing. After hastily booking a room at a hotel, she lay down, forgiving everything before sleep, ready to conquer the world upon awakening. The following day, Jiang Qie was awakened by the incessant notifications buzzing beside her ear. She picked up her phone to find a barrage of messages from Li Chengze, tapped to poke 99 times, with 9 missed calls. Without a second thought, she swiped to block him and rolled over, falling back into slumber. When she finally woke, it was 10 in the morning. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she grabbed her phone and opened Weibo. The entry Li Chengze and Jiang Qie book a room had soared to the top 3 trending topics. With her sleepiness dissipated, she grinned wickedly. You've stirred my wrath, consider yourself in deep trouble. Introduction. Question: what would you do if you woke up one day to find yourself transformed into a tragic supporting character in the entertainment industry? The protagonist, Jiang Qie, expressed, I felt as if the sky had fallen. After much contemplation, I decided to escape abroad. Subsequently, in a bid to earn some pocket money, she participated in a dating reality show featuring both the male and female leads, only to unexpectedly notice a seemingly aloof yet charming gentleman, Gu Yizhi, who became an instant sensation with just a flirtatious gesture. Upon their first encounter, she boldly declared, Your strength is impressive. Gu Yizhi responded, Divine gold. However, it wasn't long before Gu Yizhi could no longer maintain his facade, transforming into Jiang Qie's devoted follower. Chapter 1. Forgive everything before sleep. After resting, conquer the world. Jiang Qie knows 3 Xianqing CP is real. Jiang Qie fixated on 2 trending topics on Weibo, rolling her eyes moments later as she tossed her phone onto the bed. Damn it, the world is upside down. Faced with the malice online, she sprang up, executing a graceful 180-degree spin before collapsing back onto her bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, she then raised her hands, punching the air in frustration. If only she could smash this wretched world into a custard tart. After all, this world isn't even real. Just 2 days prior, she stumbled upon a novel titled The Arrogant Film Emperor's Overbearing Love, discovering a supporting character sharing her name. This character was the girlfriend of the male lead, Li Chengze, a renowned star in the entertainment realm, perfectly matched with the esteemed film emperor. However, the male lead was characterized by his flirtatious nature, growing enamored with the female lead, Su Qingxian, after collaborating on a light-hearted drama, abandoning Jiang Qie to boldly pursue the female lead in a dating show. The timing of her arrival coincided precisely with when Jiang Qie was on a vacation with Li Chengze, captured by paparazzi and trending online. As she spiraled into madness, the hotel door swung open. A cold voice resonated. Jiang Qie, what madness are you up to now? Jiang Qie sprang up abruptly. Li Chengze, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, slender figure, bore a face chiseled to perfection. Initially taken aback by his striking appearance, she quickly recalled that he was the male lead she had scorned the most, tilting her head to the side and narrowing her eyes. Casting him a sidelong glance, upon entering, Li Chengze immediately witnessed Jiang Qie engaging in an exaggerated performance, his expression shifting dramatically. He surmised, perhaps she had been overwhelmed by some profound shock. Displaying no concern, a smirk danced on his lips. Jiang Qie, I know you're afraid of losing me, but I assure you, as long as you don't mention breaking up, we will never part. If she remained silent, he could continue his emotional coldness until she could no longer endure it. I ask you, was that Weibo post yours or your studio's? Regaining her composure, Jiang Qie retrieved her phone, illuminating the post that had thrust her into the spotlight of online vitriol. Li Chengze. Do not spread rumors when faced with relentless pursuers. The best response is emotional coldness, accompanied by a photo of the two from the previous night, caught by paparazzi. This post ignited outrage among netizens, launching a barrage of criticism against Jiang Qie, nearly ruining her reputation, while several advertisers hastily severed ties with her. To avoid collateral damage, meanwhile, Su Qingxian, who had just collaborated with Li Chengze on the lighthearted drama, was portrayed by the media as his romantic interest. A wave of mindless CP fans erupted with fervor, some flooding Jiang Qie's comment section, hurling insults like shameless and unabashed, while others encouraged Li Chengze to confess his feelings. Li Chengze merely cast a disinterested glance at the content on Jiang Qie's phone, his tone devoid of emotion. Stop making a scene. Can you please behave? My career is on the rise. You need to consider the bigger picture. Going public now serves no benefit to me. Observing Li Chengze's indifferent demeanor, Jiang Qie took a deep breath to steady herself, donned her shoes, and shouted at him. Li Chengze, you are a personal machine. Before Li Chengze could ponder the meaning behind her words, Jiang Qie dashed out, panting, having been spotted entering the hotel together the previous night. Numerous paparazzi lay in wait outside. Yet Jiang Qie showed no inclination to hide. Why should she? She had nothing to fear, for she had come to seek out the paparazzi. Wasn't Li Chengze eager to rid himself of her? She would do the opposite, driven by her disdain for the male lead's antics as she read the novel, fiercely debating with the author until she completed the entire story. Since the paparazzi had failed to capture evidence of her and Li Chengze sharing a hotel room, she would deliver it personally. If the paparazzi wouldn't seek her out, so be it, she would find them. Upon seeing only Jiang Qie emerge alone, the hidden paparazzi exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves. Why are we even bothering to shoot? These two aren't appearing together. There's no material for us to work with. Forget it, let's just continue following her. Who knows, we might capture something else. After all, Jiang Qie is a notable figure in the industry. Just then, one of them glanced back at the camera, only to realize the frame was empty. Jiang Qie had vanished. Shit, we lost her. It's all your fault for distracting me. How is this my fault? Reflect on yourself. As a professional paparazzo, you let material slip through your fingers and now blame me. Hey? Say that again? One paparazzo, exasperated, pointed accusingly at another. You're equally responsible. Don't try to pin this on me. Just as the two were about to bicker, Jiang Qie quickly interjected. Hey, stop arguing. Can shouting solve anything? In unison, they turned to her. Who are you to meddle in paparazzi affairs? Wait. In the shadows, one of them squinted under the dim streetlight, recognizing the curvaceous figure before them. Jiang Qie? Jiang Qie offered a nonchalant smile, revealing a photo she had taken upon exiting the hotel. Proof of her check-in with Li Chengze. One of them gathered the courage to take a peek, only to recoil in disbelief. This can't be. You really are involved with the esteemed film emperor? Hey. Are you implying I'm unworthy of him? Jiang Qie bristled at the remark. After all, the original character was stunning in both figure and appearance, with no flaws except for being forcefully dim-witted by the author's design. That's not what I meant, the paparazzo stammered, shrinking back. Even in the dim light, the woman before him remained breathtakingly beautiful, leaving even a seasoned paparazzo in awe. Jiang Qie yawned languidly, utterly exhausted. Uninterested in further conversation, she swiftly sent the photo via direct message, reminding them to emphasize the closeness of their relationship upon release. After hastily booking a hotel room, she collapsed onto the bed, forgiving everything before sleep, ready to conquer the world upon awakening. The following day, Jiang Qie was jolted awake by the incessant buzzing of notifications. Grabbing her phone, she glanced at the screen. 99 pokes from Li Chengze and 9 missed calls. With a casual swipe, she blocked him and rolled over, drifting back to sleep. When she finally awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she picked up her phone and logged onto Weibo. The search term Li Chengze and Jiang Qie checked into a hotel had surged to the top 3 trending topics. Wide awake now, a mischievous smile crept across her face. You've stirred my ire. You've truly bitten off more than you can chew. Chapter 2. The unforgettable chopsticks. In a delightful mood, Jiang Qie opened a certain app and began scrolling through videos of handsome men. This one is good. Youthful and charming. Haha, I shall claim him as my favored concubine. This one is not bad either, fits my aesthetic perfectly, though he doesn't show off his abs. I'll keep him as a regular attendant. And this one, I will elevate to the rank of imperial concubine. Just as she was enjoying her time, a message suddenly popped up from the top of her screen. Jiang Qie, it seems you've blacklisted Li. What kind of nonsense are you up to? Is the trending topic on Weibo about you also you're doing? What on earth is wrong with your brain? Jiang Qie's expression darkened as she clicked into the chat history, and she was taken aback. Most of the messages were transfers from the original owner, revealing a sense of exploitation towards her daughter. Young people need rest. But I've secured a role for you. Mother is short on funds. You must contact the director immediately. I tell you that Xiao Li is a big star. Certainly not lacking in money. You must capture his heart. Don't let other women snatch him away. Your brother wants to buy a car. What's it called again? Anyway, it's quite expensive. How much do you have left? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qie coldly typed a single line and sent it. Jiang Qie, are you pretending? Do you even know your place? How dare you lecture me? On the other end, there was a moment of silence, seemingly shocked by Jiang Qie's unusual attitude. However, the next second, Hua Haoyuan quickly reacted and began a tirade of admonishments. How dare you speak to your mother like that? You are becoming increasingly ungrateful. You heartless child, after all these years of raising you. Jiang Qie was unyielding and, feeling that typing was insufficient, opted for a voice message. Is technology so advanced now that even pigs can type? If you have so much to say, do you have an extra tongue? On the other end, her mother was so enraged that her features twisted in fury, leading her to call directly. Jiang Qie ignored the call, swiftly hanging up, and then blocked her messages, returning her attention to the handsome man's live stream. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. A reward. Jiang Qie opened the gift interface and promptly selected the most expensive item. The carnival. After all, she was now a celebrity who didn't have a little money. However, her smile froze upon seeing your bank card balance is insufficient. The handsome man on the screen suddenly lost his allure, and she hurriedly searched through her bank cards, WeChat wallet, and Alipay. The heartbreaking reality struck her. All her accounts combined had less than 10,000 left. So this was the truth. She had thought that being a supporting role would grant her wealth, allowing her to indulge in a life of pleasure. Instead, she found herself in a dire situation, with all her money going to her parents, leaving her with just a small allowance. Clearly, she needed to seek other avenues. Jiang Qie stroked her chin, quickly pondering and recalling the plot of the original novel. According to the narrative, Li Chengze and Su Qingxian would soon team up to participate in a dating variety show, with fans' enthusiasm at a peak. The two were required by their company to engage actively in front of the cameras, leading to a gradual blossoming of their romance, culminating in true love. The male lead had bid farewell to the original owner, plunging her into depression and a downward spiral in her career. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian, leveraging her relationship with Li Chengze, ascended to great heights. Reading this part made Jiang Qie immensely displeased. Which author had penned such a callous male lead? And the female lead? How utterly insipid. With these thoughts, Jiang Qie grew even more determined to stir up trouble in this dating show, not only to earn money, but also to vent the original owner's grievances. She logged onto Weibo, only to discover that the trending topic about Li Chengze had vanished, replaced by various scandals about herself. Jiang Qie plastic surgery, Jiang Qie chasing Li Chengze, Jiang Qie involved in casting couch. Jiang Qie cursed everyone she could think of and then called her manager, Sister Li. As soon as the call connected, she was bombarded with accusations. You, Jiang Qie. Why did you leak information? You've angered Li Chengze, and now the entire internet is against you. Are you happy now? I'm the one stuck cleaning up this mess. Jiang Qie held the phone away from herself, her expression stoic, reminiscent of a deadly assassin from the Qing dynasty. She waited until the other side quieted down before saying, Sister Li, allow me to apologize. One's energy can be easily spent, but with persistence, it can be renewed. Does that even relate to an apology? All right. Sister Li's tone softened considerably, though it was laced with resignation. What do you want? Let me forewarn you. Our company has no funds to boost your trending topic. You'll have to endure. Sister Li, you know my endurance well. How many times have I attended events with Li Chengze without ever stealing a glance at him? Rest assured, I only aim to clear my name. Fine, the woman on the other end seemed convinced and sighed. I'll contact the director. After hanging up, Jiang Qie changed out of her pajamas and went out to eat. She entered a restaurant and ordered a double meal. Soon, the server brought out her order. And noticing an extra cup of cola, she wondered if there was a promotion or if a fan had secretly bought it for her. She pointed to the cola and asked the server, Is this complimentary? The server looked momentarily bewildered but quickly responded with sincerity. This is while eating. Jiang Qie checked her phone, and her manager sent another message. Are you free? You need to coordinate with the director. Nothing annoyed her more than discussing work while eating. The one thing she couldn't let go of was her chopsticks. Jiang Qie promptly sent a photo of her meal. Work is work, but mealtime is sacred. The next moment, her manager exploded with messages. How dare you eat such high-calorie food? You are a celebrity. You must maintain your figure. Jiang Qie, sisterly. Studies have shown that not eating leads to hunger. Can you bear to see me starve and lack the energy to discuss work? Then she grabbed a hamburger and, disregarding her image, took a large bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yummy! After finishing her meal, she checked her messages again, and Sisterly had gone completely frantic, sending a barrage of texts. Rest assured, Jiang Qie, the journey ahead is smooth sailing. I've finished eating. Jiang Qie clicked on a WeChat postcard titled Beautiful Life. How long will the shoot take? 1 month. Then I eagerly await the commencement. Chapter 3. The dating variety show begins filming a few days later. A highly anticipated live dating show, Meeting Lovers, finally commenced. Fans flooded the live stream in unprecedented numbers. After a series of advertisements, the camera shifted to a meticulously decorated mansion. The first to appear were 3 male guests, the young film emperor Li Chengze, the heir of Xingyao Entertainment Gu Yizhi, and the second-generation star He Sheng, all dazzlingly handsome. As soon as they appeared, the comments section exploded, with fans fiercely competing to flood the screen with the names of the 3. Undoubtedly, Li Chengze's fans were the most numerous, overwhelmingly securing the victory. Director Fei Yangyang, holding a microphone and seated before them, welcomed them. Welcome to the Love Shack. I hope you all find a partner that resonates with you over the coming month. He Sheng looked around, wide-eyed and somewhat confused, asking, Director, where are the girls? Were those words only meant for us? Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi maintained a cautious demeanor, while He Sheng's question lightened the atmosphere, drawing the audience's attention towards him. He Sheng is so sunny. His laid-back vibe and blonde hair are just too appealing. I need to screenshot this for wallpaper. In the presence of youthful charm, Fei Yangyang jestingly inquired, what color of sack would you prefer? His laughter resonated as he teased, no need to rush. Are you so eager to meet the guests because one of them captures your fancy? He Shen's ears flushed crimson, and he hastily waved his hands in denial, claiming curiosity. In reality, they were already privy to the identities of the female guests, rendering his so-called curiosity non-existent. His query was merely an attempt to stand out. The 2 men beside him exchanged knowing glances. However, Li Chengze, although aware of Su Qingxian's participation, was equally eager to see her. After being playfully outwitted by Jiang Qie a few days prior, he cherished her gentle demeanor even more. Your appearance is precisely what I envisioned, he exclaimed. Su Qingxian responded, how could you casually cast a spell on me, leaving me utterly enchanted? Clearing his throat, Director Fei solemnly proclaimed, indeed.
Licenza nudda per funturili.
You are to select your ideal female guest based on the videos, while the guests will also view your videos. If a mutual selection occurs, a pairing will be successful. A flicker of confidence shone in Li Chengze's eyes. Having recently finished filming a drama with Su Qingxian, he was intimately familiar with her voice. They harbored mutual affection, increasing the likelihood of their selection. Of course, the voices have undergone special processing, Director Fei added, causing Li Chengze's earlier pride to falter. The other 2 men remained unfazed. He Shen maintained his curious gaze, while Gu Yizhi kept his hands in his pockets, his expression stoic and silent. Subsequently, a large screen was wheeled in, showcasing the first female guest's video. The woman, adorned in a form-fitting red mermaid dress with flowing black hair, moved gracefully, exuding allure. The second video presented a petite girl in a pure white gown draped with a black coat, her bun accentuating her sweetness and gentility. The third featured a lady with soft yellow curls, attired in a blue skirt paired with crystal heels, radiating an air of nobility. Without hesitation, Li Chengze raised his hand, declaring, I choose the second one. The moment the girl appeared, he recognized Su Qingxian and, wishing to preempt any competition, made his choice without a second thought. Rumors had already circulated online about her participation, and her distinctive figure was unmistakable to the audience. His choice sent fans into a frenzy. I knew my ship was real. Zhe and Xian are truly in a public romance. This couple is already sweet before even appearing. I can only imagine how delightful it will be. Li Chengze is so smitten. Despite the other 2 beautiful guests, he steadfastly chose Xian, and I am utterly captivated. Meanwhile, a woman, engrossed in her food, disdainfully discarded a bone into the trash, her gaze filled with contempt. This individual was Jiang Qie, who prioritized eating and drinking as her life's creed. As she continued to snack, her attention was drawn to another man on the screen, who, in both looks and physique, surpassed Li Chengze, Gu Yizhi, who maintained an air of indifference. Her interest was piqued not only by his appearance, but also by his unwavering composure, even while watching the videos. She even caught a fleeting look of disdain he shot toward Li Chengze. Despite Gu Yizhi's striking looks, Li Chengze's status as an acclaimed actor ensured that fans lauded him relentlessly. Occasionally, when a few bystanders remarked that Li Chengze was not as handsome as Gu Yizhi, they were swiftly besieged by his loyal fans, silencing any dissenters. In this milieu, Jiang Qie remained unfazed, undeterred in her stance. Setting aside her food, she quickly registered a new account and, amidst a barrage of comments praising Li Chengze, she made her distinct voice heard. Gu Yizhi is so handsome. Far more than someone surnamed Li. I wonder what some people are so bitter about? Li Chengze, how can you be so oblivious? Step aside. You're blocking my view of the handsome guy. If I could have Gu Yizhi, I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Soon. Jiang Qie's audacity provoked a fierce response from some of Li Chengze's fans, who united in their defense. Where did this troll come from? How much were you paid? Have some self-respect. RZ's is so handsome. How can you criticize him? Please clean your eyes before you speak. Your bitterness is laughable. Yet, Jiang Qie did not retreat, continuing her counterattacks. Observing her single-handedly taking on the crowd, the previously subdued bystanders who had been overwhelmed by Li Chengze's fans found their courage rekindled and rallied behind her. The moment arrived for the results to be revealed as director Fei compared the choices of the females and males, relishing in the moment. Congratulations, no pairings have been made.
What?
Li Chengze immediately frowned. Director, are you certain? Absolutely, the director replied. Now, let us welcome the 3 female guests. It is time for their grand entrance. With a clap, the director signaled the arrival of the 3 women, who gracefully descended the stairs to the accompaniment of enchanting music. Jiang Qie observed intently. The first was Gu Yizhi, a high-profile starlet adorned in red, exuding an air of aloof elegance. The second was Su Qingxian, who had recently gained fame after collaborating with Li Chengze, greeting the camera with a sweet smile. As the 6 gathered once more, Li Chengze's heart brimmed with confusion. Why had Su Qingxian not chosen him, especially after she had praised him daily on set? His gaze drifted toward her, a moment captured by keen-eyed fans. I bear the flag for Zhe and Xian. You'll never know how often he watched you in secret. I'm truly heartbroken. Jiang Qie, having finished her snack, dove back into the fray against Li Chengze's fans. Meanwhile, the director disclosed the selections of the 3 female guests, prompting Li Chengze's fans to hush. Curious about Su Qingxian's choice. It seems there is a lack of synergy, resulting in a failed pairing, director Fei remarked. Following this, the 6 engaged in a simple ice-breaking game. Who is the mole? Each received a card and described the word on it, attempting to identify the mole among them. As they received their cards, varied expressions emerged. Li Chengze cast a cold glance and tucked his card into the pocket of his suit. He couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Qingxian, who maintained her composure, showing no sign of irritation. Gu Yizhi, meanwhile, glanced at his phone, his brows furrowing as he seemed distracted, a fleeting blush gracing his cheeks. Jiang Qie, oblivious to the moment, was consumed with her quarrel with Li Chengze's fans. The first to speak was He Shun, who smirked, revealing his white teeth. This description is incredible. Then came Ji Yao, who, upon seeing her card, wore a displeased expression, retorting, this is something you encounter in everyday life. Next, Li Chengze, with a resigned smile, remarked, it can be eaten. It was now Su Qingxuan's turn, and she appeared quite bashful as she remarked that some people enjoy this delicacy, while others do not. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Yizhi, who could no longer contain his amusement. This laughter only heightened Su Qingxuan's nervousness. She promptly lowered her head and gently pressed her lips together. Noticing her demeanor, Li Chengze hurriedly attempted to embody the warm-hearted persona expected of a gentleman from the entertainment industry. Gu Yizhi, what are you laughing at? Are you not like us? You should have clarified immediately to spare Qingxian from such embarrassment, he said earnestly. Oh, how about I share this amusing anecdote with Miss Su to lighten her mood? After a moment's hesitation, Li Chengze nodded. Gu Yizhi began recounting a story about a celebrity couple where the male had strayed, seeking another starlet. Upon discovering this, his girlfriend.
All right.
Li Chengze interrupted, his throat tightening, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Young Master Gu, such jokes should not be made lightly. Who knows if there are those with ulterior motives who might maliciously edit and spread it. Gu Yizhi merely smiled, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Qie, who had been energetically interacting with Li's fans in the live stream, had halted upon hearing Gu Yizhi's words. She gazed thoughtfully at the mysterious man through the screen. How could he possibly know about her and Li Chengze? The comment section began to fill with speculation. Zhuge Liang Jingjing. No way. It feels like the best actor was acting oddly, truly giving off a there's no silver here vibe. Coupled with his previous trending topics like Sichuan is real and Jiang Qie knows 3. Along with that fleeting Li Chengze Jiang Qie hotel, I have my reasons to suspect. Jiang Qie's eyes brightened as she eagerly scanned the barrage of comments. It was not in vain that she had specially photographed evidence to expose Li Chengze to the paparazzi. Although that trending topic had quickly been suppressed, some still remembered. Just as she had raised a smile, it quickly fell. After a while, a new comment appeared on the screen. Chapter 5. Jiang Qie chose Gu Yizhi. As Gu and Li sat in silence, Director Fei timely intervened. Let us not linger on this. We are short on time. Next contestant. Gu Yizhi cast a cold glance at Li Chengze before turning to face the camera, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It could be anything. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him, their expressions reflecting a realization. Could it be Cardcaptor Sakura? Or Sun Wukong? Alright. Everyone is a riddle master. The game had now reached Gu Yizhi, who appeared unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the ongoing mystery. What could it be? It feels like everyone is an undercover agent. Haha.
Now.
We can commence the voting. Please point to your chosen candidate. In that moment, everyone unanimously pointed at Li Chengze, including Su Qingxian. Congratulations. You have successfully identified the undercover agent. Tonight, Li Chengze will be the one to cook. Are we talking about food too? Su Qingxian remarked. The director continued, now. Please take out your cards and show them to the camera. Several participants revealed their cards, and as the camera zoomed in, the audience was struck with clarity. All the cards were blank, except for Li Chengze's, which bore the word sugarcane. Jiang Qie burst into laughter. Sugarcane, sweet at first, but ultimately leaves only the husk. The director truly understands irony, no doubt reflecting on our conversations over the past few days. Zhuge Liang Jingjing. No wonder everyone's expressions were off when they received their cards. They were guilty, thinking they were the undercover agent. Wei Naichang Fan Zhao Zilong. I understand now. I was wondering why others were so vague in their descriptions. Shrimp without blinking. It was all thanks to my dear Gu Yizhi. Otherwise, everyone would have been led around by Li Chengze. The production team had proposed 3 dating locations, a shopping mall, a CAF, and a cinema, with the first successful pair able to choose. Jiang Qie continued to follow Gu Yizhi's live stream, intrigued by how this individual, seemingly disinterested in everything but targeting Li Chengze, would make his selection. What she did not anticipate was that Gu Yizhi had no intention of choosing anyone. Amidst the vibrant lights of the internet CAF, his striking profile emerged, showcasing a well-defined nose and sharp features. Jiang Qie swallowed hard, silently resolving to pursue him in the future. She picked up her phone and hurriedly typed a message to the director. Arigato, Fei Yangyang. When can I join? Beautiful life. Depends on the situation. Jiang Qie. Director. You wouldn't plan for me to join when they are already exchanging affectionate glances, would you? Jiang Qie smiled awkwardly, contemplating that she would have to continue pretending to be enamored with Li Chengze. Thus, she activated her voice message, pouring forth all her acting skills. Director. I think you might be overthinking. I was merely asking casually. Truly, I don't mind at all. I stopped loving him long ago. Unbeknownst to her, the director had stepped into the restroom, unwittingly opening her voice message that began casually, then feigned strength, gradually transforming into a sobbing confession, culminating in a pitchy wail. Fei Yangyang, upon hearing it, wore a grave expression and slapped himself, muttering, I am truly not a person. Beautiful life. You should come tomorrow morning. Jiang Qie. Thank you, director. I bow to you. May you have peace throughout your life. Jiang Qie. Thank you, boss. However, shortly after Jiang Qie entered, Gu Yizhi regained his composure and re-engaged in the game. Half an hour later, the production team called him. Everyone is gathering at the manor. What are you so serious about? Upon his arrival, he found Li Chengze presenting a bouquet of white lilies to Su Qingxian, who smiled shyly and carefully accepted the flowers. Her head bowed in silent laughter. The comment section had gone wild at that moment. Get married. Please wed immediately. This is fantastic. I'm shipping them. Love it. Lock it down. As Gu Yizhi arrived, Gu Yizhi also leaned closer, raising her small nightlight. Mr. Gu, would you go on a date with me? Meanwhile, Sheng, who had been quietly observing Du Cece, felt a pang of heartbreak. Don't worry, Sheng darling. We still have a chance. Just as Sheng hesitated, considering whether to approach Du Cece before Gu Yizhi could respond, a figure clad in blue appeared beside him. Brother, consider me. Ji Yao held up a keychain of a ruby doll, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight.
Sure.
At that moment, Gu Yizhi accepted Du Cece's invitation. Sheng's expression darkened, but he quickly masked it with a smile, accepting Ji Yao's keychain. It's an honor. The three groups subsequently chose the cinema, CAF, and shopping mall respectively. Jiang Qie continued to follow Gu Yizhi's live stream. After entering the CAF and ordering their coffees, an awkward silence ensued. Mr. Gu, do you have any hobbies? Du Cece initiated the conversation. I enjoy silence, he replied, taking a sip of coffee, his steady gaze fixed on her. Despite the polite smile gracing his lips, an air of aloofness lingered. My sister, Du, exchanged a lifetime of extroversion for perpetual introversion. Sister Du is usually quite aloof. It's rare to encounter someone who captivates her, yet he gives her no face at all. This Gu Yizhi is too arrogant. Who else would choose him next episode? If he doesn't want to pretend, why come at all? Is this money absolutely necessary? Truly, a disappointing man. Shrimp without blinking. He simply declined the rightful owner. What moral coercion is this? He was quite polite in his refusal. Does he not have the right to choose? After typing, Jiang Qie tossed her phone aside and swiftly began to pack her luggage. Engaging in online disputes was unsatisfactory. She yearned to confront the situation directly. Chapter 6. Amused by her own poverty. The filming location was in a coastal city far to the south, a considerable distance from Jiang Qie's own city, compelling her to reluctantly purchase a plane ticket. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in decidedly unfashionable attire hailed a taxi, departing with haste. Upon checking into the hotel she had reserved in advance, she took a moment to relax and once again pick up her phone to watch the live broadcast. The estate featured a quaint three-story villa. The first floor contained 3 single rooms, the second floor housed 2 double rooms, and the third floor featured a single room. Though the third floor posed some inconvenience in terms of access, its spaciousness, comfort, and sense of security were undeniable advantages that everyone coveted. Next, the director initiated a game called You Have What I Don't. The outcome crowned Gu Yizhi as the victor, largely due to his eccentric claims, such as my living room has a diameter of 3 kilometers, I can speak 8 languages, and I possess the right to name a private asteroid. His victory was indeed resplendent, while the other contestants faced less humiliating losses. In the comment section, reactions poured in. Aw, I'm going to compete with you wealthy people out of sheer frustration. Haha, I'm laughing at my own poverty. Sending love. Heavens, I will no longer refer to you as grandfather. You truly treat me like a grandchild. As expected, Gu Yizhi chose the room on the 3rd floor, followed by Li Chengze in a single room on the 1st floor, Ji Yao in another single room, Du Cece in her own single room, Sheng in a double room, and Su Qingxian in a double room. Jiang Qie sipped her cola, her brow slightly furrowed. Did this mean she would be sharing a room with Su Qingxian? If it weren't for her repeated confirmations with director Fei, she would suspect that the production team had deliberately arranged this to stir up friction between them, given the public uproar surrounding their affairs on Weibo. Nevertheless, if Su Qingxian refrained from provoking her, she could feign indifference. After selecting their rooms, the group dispersed to unpack, and due to the personal nature of the task, the cameras were not rolling. However, Sheng was still intent on pursuing Du Cece and knocked on her door. Du Cece opened it, momentarily astonished. Sheng, you're looking for me? Yes, sister, could we step outside to talk? Sheng's gaze was gentle and harmless, his voice clear, reminiscent of a well-behaved young creature. Sure. Let us head to the balcony. Sheng's eyes lit up like a chick pecking at corn as he nodded eagerly. The audience was captivated by Sheng's charming and youthful demeanor, showering him with compliments. Only Jiang Qie silently worried for Du Cece. Having read the original work, she knew better than anyone that Sheng was a twisted individual in private. His apparent innocence was merely a facade. In the kitchen, Su Qingxian approached Li Chengze, appearing less reserved and proactively tying on an apron. She quietly moved closer to him, inhaled deeply as if to bolster her courage, and said, Chengze, let me help you. Chengze? Qingxian? After a moment of not watching the live stream, had these two progressed to this stage? What had changed so drastically? Was her presence the catalyst for this deviation in the storyline? Qingxian is so considerate. I can't imagine why such a wonderful girl would have haters. Li Chengze. Enjoy your good fortune. This is treatment no other male contestant receives. This pair is truly sweet. My Zhe Xian is the ultimate duo. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Jiang Qie, the third wheel, she must be fuming in a corner right now. The two fumbled in the kitchen, and after a flurry of chaos, they managed to prepare 3 dishes and a soup. The table displayed a fish dish still bearing scales, stir-fried cherry tomatoes with quail eggs, and an overall green dish of cola chicken wings. The only normal item was the pot of seaweed soup. This is unbelievable, Ji Yao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you sure you didn't poison it? How presumptuous, haha. God has truly opened a window for Liangdi. The colors and flavors are abysmal. Others are envious of Li Chengze's culinary disasters. Disastrous meal set, haha. Soon, Li Chengze's culinary blunders trended on social media. Li Chengze failed culinary awards. Li Chengze, you are my poison. I'm on a diet, so I'll just have some soup. Du Cece maintained her composure, serving herself a bowl of clear soup. I love fruit, He Sheng smiled, popping a cherry tomato into his mouth. Forget it, Ji Yao sighed, casting a pleading glance at Director Fei. Director, can I go out to eat?
No.
The director firmly rejected. Our estate is far from the city, and you won't be able to get a taxi. Even if you manage to find one, we cannot guarantee your safety if you go out now. Can I eat your packed meals? Ji Yao attempted again. No. The director reiterated resolutely. Fine, you win. Ji Yao grumbled through clenched teeth. In contrast, Gu Yizhi remained remarkably calm. He turned and ascended the stairs, returning moments later with a self-heating hot pot. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the others, he leisurely began to prepare his meal. Gu Yizhi. Ji Yao immediately set down her chopsticks, looking pitifully at him. Do you have any left? Can you sell me a box? The others who had similar intentions fell silent. After the meal, Su Qingxian invited the 2 girls to join her on the couch in the small living room on the 2nd floor, while the remaining men took on the task of washing dishes. The live stream abruptly concluded at 10 o'clock in the evening, and the staff announced the end of the first day of filming, promising to see everyone the next day. To retain viewers, they even teased the appearance of a mysterious guest the following day. Chapter 7. Your strength has arrived. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, its brilliant rays bathed the estate in light. Su Qingxian appeared on the staircase, clad in a pink pajama set, and took the initiative to prepare breakfast. However, upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered it was completely bare. Soon, Du Cece and Ji Yao joined her, prompting Su Qingxian to share the current predicament. The director glanced at his phone. It was already 7 o'clock, so he activated the wake-up mode. Before long, all 6 individuals gathered in the living room on the 1st floor, and the director announced that a new female contestant would be joining them today. Expressions of confusion spread across their faces. They genuinely had no idea the director had this up his sleeve, save for Gu Yizhi, whose lips curled into a sly smile. As the image appeared, everyone present, including the viewers, fell silent. The woman wore a black and white polka-dot short-sleeve top paired with yellow leggings and white sneakers. My grandmother, who plants rice, wouldn't he dress like this? I was worried this female celebrity would interfere with our Zhe Xian. It seems I was overly concerned. The woman then removed her sunglasses and introduced herself to the screen. No more pretense. Here is the truth. I'm a reader of the Nobel Prize in Literature, a resume submitter to Fortune 500 companies, a purchaser of billion-dollar lottery projects, a former Aichi member, and I served as a Special Forces soldier in Peace Elite for several years. The future is promising. The group initially gaped in astonishment, believing a significant figure had arrived, hesitant to comment on her attire, until they gradually realized something was amiss. At first glance, that sounds impressive, but on closer inspection, I could do that too. Is this like having a big ice cube? Then I'm a survivor of the 2020 global pandemic. I'm a survivor of the 2012 apocalypse. I'm the inheritor of 5,000 years of civilization, huh? Ultimately, they speculated that perhaps she was attempting to catch Li Chengze's attention with her unconventional approach. Ahem, let us welcome our new friend. The 6 clapped in a token gesture. Hello, hello. Jiang Qie entered, pulling a black suitcase behind her. In a fleeting moment, the flicker of annoyance in Li Chengze's eyes was evident as he instinctively observed Su Qingshuan's reaction. After greeting everyone in turn, Jiang Qie smiled and took her place beside Gu Yizhi. The director began to announce the breakfast arrangements, revealing that everyone would be transported to the beach, where they could indulge in both dining and the joy of games. How charmingly put. In reality, it was merely a pretext for playing games to earn their meals. Gu Yizhi chose a seat by the window, and in an instant, a figure clad in black and white settled beside him. Turning his head, he asked pointedly, "Could you refrain from always following me? I dislike those devoid of boundaries." Gu Yizhi shifted in his seat as he spoke. However, Jiang Qie unabashedly leaned closer, her expression one of deep affection. "I understand. You've been hurt before, haven't you? That's why you've wrapped yourself in a prickly exterior, forbidding women from approaching. But you needn't be so strong. Your strength has arrived." With that, she playfully nudged Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi, slightly flustered, turned away to evade her gaze. Yet the blush on his cheeks did not escape Jiang Qie's notice. No way. Did this scheming woman truly manage to flirt with him? Impossible. You upstairs are quite bold. Gu Shao must be infuriated by her shamelessness. Regardless, as long as Jiang Qie doesn't interfere with Zai Xian, I'm fine. Meanwhile, seated behind Jiang Qie, Li Chengze's countenance darkened considerably, his eyes mingling sarcasm, fury, and disdain. Does Jiang Qie dare offend anyone for my sake? Has she not considered that a woman with such a scandalous reputation would attract no one but me? Does she think I would become jealous and publicly acknowledge our relationship out of spite? What a daydream. But that works too. When she can no longer resist and seeks my attention, I will ignore her, employing cold indifference to prompt a breakup. Despite these thoughts, Li Chengze felt an unidentifiable rage bubbling within him. Thus, he directed his gaze towards Su Qingxian, who, sensing his stare, turned to meet his eyes. Li Chengze felt a surge of confidence as he adopted what he deemed an enchanting tone. "Xian, are you hungry? During the game, you can take a break. If I win, I'll share my food with you." Su Qingxian awkwardly crafted a castle with her toes, mustering a gentle smile. "That sounds lovely. Thank you, brotherly." Suddenly, Jiang Qie's hearty laughter erupted from the back seat, captivating the attention of everyone in the vehicle. "What are you laughing at?" Li Chengze turned around, barely concealing his irritation. "Oh, my apologies." Jiang Qie held her stomach, her expression one of barely suppressed amusement. "Your voice reminds me of something." Jiang Qie has broken her defenses. Oh. Could it be that Jiang Qie is reminiscing about their long-distance phone calls? It seemed she could not forget her past. Li Chengze's expression softened slightly as he regained his composure. "I still advise you to abandon any intentions toward me. I've made it clear that my heart belongs to someone else." At that moment, Su Qingxian cooperatively took Li Chengze's hand. "This is too sweet. I don't care. These two are a match made in heaven. Our Xian is so obedient. Jiang Qie, the scheming BTCH, look how well they match. I'm Cupid today, and I shall act on behalf of justice." I haven't to even mention that she reminds me of the mutated zombies from the zombie movie I watched a few days ago. Li Chengze's pupils dilated as he abruptly released Su Qingxuan's hand, pointing at Jiang Qie and exclaiming, "Jiang Qie, don't push your luck. You made me laugh for no reason. Haha, this isn't following the script at all. It hardly resembles a dating show." Who claimed that Jiang Qie was jealous. I see she doesn't even like Li Chengze, who would intentionally provoke their own ex-lover. Jiang Qie merely seeks to attract the attention of the esteemed actor. Did you all not notice how frightened he appeared when she clung to him? It seems some of Li's fans are rather extreme. They claim Jiang Qie is too clingy, yet I see her pursuing Gu Shao instead. Chapter 8. A witty exchange. Laughter erupted within the vehicle. Even the most reserved Du Cece struggled to contain herself, stifling a few giggles behind her hand. "Jiang Qie, could you refrain from causing trouble?" Li Chengze had not anticipated that, as an esteemed actor, his first blunder would be courtesy of his former admirer. Jiang Qie appeared unfazed, settling back into her seat. Gu Yizhi had turned to her, his eyes glimmering with mirth. "You finally chose to look at me. I thought you were aware that your profile is quite striking and were intentionally showing it off to me." Upon hearing this, Gu Yizhi promptly turned away again. Jiang Qie, adhering to the principle of third time's the charm, resolved not to pursue the conversation further. As she prepared to pick up her phone to read a novel, her agent, Sister Li, bombarded her with messages, and with a mix of apprehension, she opened WeChat. "Sister Li, my revered ancestor, what is this fashion sense? I find it utterly embarrassing. Sister Li, the company wants you to embody the persona of a cool beauty, not a clown. Look at Du Cece next door, then look at yourself." Jiang Qie's expression turned grave, and in an instant, she set Sister Li's messages to do not disturb. Her motto was, "Those who disturb my heart shall find no mercy today." The bus gradually slowed down, coming to a stop by the roadside, as the director, in his typical fashion, used a megaphone to remind everyone outside. The group disembarked and followed the director to a small restaurant at the beach. With no windows and the sea breeze wafting in, the atmosphere was refreshing. Ji Yao naturally took a seat and exclaimed, "Director, I must say, your choice of location is splendid. It boasts both a sea view and seafood. What does that even mean?" Ji Yao was on the verge of collapse, her hunger becoming unbearable. "Before we eat, let us play a game," the director announced, ignoring the guests' complaints. The game was named Witty Exchange. In the end, scores would determine food selection. "All right, let us get started." Jiang Qie's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Australian lobster on the table. She had never encountered such luxury in her past life. "All right, listen up. The first word is toilet, followed by sea." Starting with Du Cece, she had a considerable advantage as the first player. "After I flush the toilet, shall we go to see the sea together?" Next was Ji Yao, who appeared somewhat flustered. I was at the toilet's edge. Time was up. Next. Humph. Ji Yao stamped her foot in dissatisfaction, glancing sideways. "I was at the seaside next to the toilet." Su Qingxian chimed in. "Good. Next. My and I were at the seaside next to the toilet." Before the director could finish, Li Chengze interjected, My toilet water flowed into the sea?" He struggled to convince even himself. This. Can it be counted? The director stifled a laugh and marked it with a tick. Brother Sheng is adorable. He is hilarious. How will this reflect on Cece? Next up was Gu Yizhi, who appeared to struggle before finally stating, "I enjoy singing the sea while sitting on the toilet." How creative. The director gave him a thumbs up before turning to Jiang Qie, the final contestant. "I fell from the toilet and cursed, sea bull." After speaking, Jiang Qie cast an expectant glance at Director Fei.
All right, fine.
However, at that moment, Fei Yongyang did not realize the gravity of his indulgence. Director's X, beef jerky, afternoon tea. Jiang Qie's X was turned into beef jerky, becoming my afternoon tea. Director, winter, bucket, swan. Jiang Qie learned 3 words today. Winter, bucket, swan.
Director, no.
This cannot happen again. The director continued, "Dog, go out." Jiang Qie went outside and saw her ex transformed into a dog. She tossed it into a pile of dung, watching it play merrily. Can this air? It is evident that Jiang Qie harbors deep-seated animosity towards her former partner, far more perplexing than my mother's actions. Jiang Qie's ex is quite the character, and her state of mind appears beautifully chaotic. After several rounds, the scores were as follows. Jiang Qie 5 points. Hisheng 5 points, Gu Yizhi 4 points, Du Cece 4 points, Su Qingxian 3 points, Li Chengze 2 points, and Ji Yao 1 point. Upon hearing Li Chengze's score, Jiang Qie strutted over to him with exaggerated flair, adopting an overly theatrical tone. Xian, are you hungry? You can take a break during the game. Once I win, I'll share my food with you." Li Chengze clenched his fist, pondering that if not for his concern about his image and the desire to avoid embarrassment, he would have certainly triumphed. All that remained were some congee, buns, and fried dough sticks. Sharing one's breakfast is permissible if others are willing, Fei Dao remarked. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Jiang Qie relishing her meal, her appetite infectious and enticing. Consequently, several individuals took their seats and began to savor the hard-earned breakfast. Fei Dao, is there truly no one willing to share? How can feelings blossom under such circumstances? The director inquired. Director, are you interested in some? Jiang Qie suddenly burped, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. I think I overindulged, and now feel a bit unwell. Ji Ya, who had only received a cup of soy milk, felt a surge of indignation. She raised her head, intending to ask for a portion for herself, but was momentarily struck dumb by the sight of Jiang Qie's face, which had turned as red as a ripe tomato. Goodness! Is she having an allergic reaction? With this reminder, the group that had been engrossed in their meal abruptly turned their attention to Jiang Qie. She shook her head, casting a puzzled glance at Li Chengze. There's a pig here. We mustn't let it escape. More food tonight. Chapter 9. Sweeping away morality, returning to oneself. Ha ha ha. One can tell that Li Chengze does not hold much significance in her heart. It must surely be an act, right? Why does she solely target Li Chengze and not others? Does she not still harbor feelings for him? Are you not misplacing your focus? An allergy of this magnitude requires hospitalization. Quickly call 120. Someone assist Jiang Qie. He shouted, raising a megaphone. Director, we can't catch her. Please see what she is doing. Fei Dao tilted his head in confusion and turned to look. There, he beheld Jiang Qie brandishing a large fork, joyously pursuing Li Chengze. Her face alight with a mix of confusion and delight. The pig is about to break free. You must stop it. This is the only pig we are counting on for the new year. Li Chengze, in a state of disarray, fled along the beach, occasionally calling out for help. Piggy, Don't run. I want you dead. 2 hours later, Jiang Qie woke in the hospital. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the disapproving gaze of her manager. Sister Li. This is not good. Her immediate reaction was one of dread, sensing trouble was afoot. Indeed, upon seeing her awake, Sister Li let out a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath before shouting, Jiang Qie, how many times must I tell you to control your weight? Why eat so much? And to forget your seafood allergy. What else occupies your mind aside from food? Stop. Jiang Qie raised a hand to her forehead and another to Sister Li. Please don't disturb the patient. Severe allergies can be fatal. Although you are quite beautiful, illness can lead to death as well. Sister Li was both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with curly hair and a golden necklace. Jiang Qie, how many times must I tell you? I instructed you to win Li Chengze's heart, not to capture him. The woman's face burned with anger, her eyes devoid of any maternal concern. Jiang Qie raised her head, scrutinizing her silently, her gaze laden with complexity. Was this the original's mother, who prioritized sons over daughters and valued wealth more than her own child? Do you not know what sort of person he is? Fickle and hypocritical, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you wish for me to wed such a man? Are you truly my mother? At Jiang Qie's inquiry, Zhao Rong momentarily faltered, a fleeting flicker of shame crossing her face before being consumed by anger. How is he unworthy of you? He is a renowned film emperor. Enough. That Gu Yizhi is also quite decent. After all, he is the heir of a large corporation. If you do not want Li Chengze, pursue him instead. Zhao Rong countered almost reflexively. Enough. As their voices escalated, Sister Li could no longer bear it and intervened. Jiang Qie's mother, she has just awakened. Even in haste, a moment's patience will not hurt. Let her rest. Why be so courteous to her? Sister Li, I find her bothersome. Please escort her out. Zhao Rong erupted in fury, having gathered a hint of strength to unleash her wrath, only to be preempted by Jiang Qie, who swiftly snatched the necklace from her neck and flung it out the window with the speed of the wind. My necklace. Zhao Rong, disregarding any further lectures, dashed after it, disappearing in an instant. Humph. Jiang Qie scoffed, leisurely revealing the golden necklace from her palm. Sister Li silently gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her lack of guilt in such a matter. Jiang Qie deftly stowed the necklace away and exited the ward with her phone in hand. After completing her discharge procedures, Sister Li compelled Jiang Qie to don a more ordinary sweatshirt, a task that took considerable persuasion. For reasons unknown, Jiang Qie's taste in clothing had plummeted overnight, leading her to suspect that the incident involving Li Chengze had impacted her. Upon entering, she was immediately greeted by a cacophony of wailing and lamentation, causing her to become alert. What could evoke such despair among a group of innocent youths? Was this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? To uncover the truth, she straightened her clothes and strode in with confidence. The noise ceased, and all eyes turned to Jiang Qie. She had replaced her yesterday's drab attire with something far more appealing and had applied light makeup that accentuated her natural beauty. What are you all staring at? Do you miss me that much? Jiang Qie queried, half in jest, pointing at herself. At her brazen inquiry, the group averted their gazes, choosing to ignore her. You arrived just in time, Fei Dao exclaimed, as if seeing a savior, beckoning her eagerly. Hurry back to the team. Today we have a thrilling and exciting game that will surely enhance our bonds. Exciting and thrilling. Jiang Qie's interest was piqued. What game? Haunted house adventure. The others displayed signs of trepidation. Even the typically stoic Gu Yizhi instinctively pressed his lips together. It was not that they were cowards, but rather that the director had cunningly screened a horror film about a haunted house the previous night, claiming it would create an opportunity for them.
Now,
with their nerves still frayed, they were to experience the haunted house firsthand. Who wouldn't be frightened? Ah, director, you fiend. Our dear Xian has the smallest courage. She was terrified and hid in Li Chengze's embrace last night, and now we must return. Pity our dear, he shung. He was so frightened last night that he clutched a pillow, only to be ridiculed by Cici. This will make his pursuit of love even more arduous. Director, I want you. Is that so? If you say so, I might just pack up and head out. Jiang Qie replied with a face full of excitement, eager for the challenge. Hold on, there's no need to rush. Wait, what do you have to pack? Oh, far too much. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Qie had already dashed to a corner, opened her suitcase, and began rummaging through it, producing a multitude of items: a white dress, a black wig, ropes, and cosmetics. Wait, is she going for Sadako? Oh my, what is this conspicuous bag doing? Hey, why are you following me? Do you wish for my protection? Gu Yizhi asked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance. Jiang Qie stifled a laugh, recalling how Gu Yizhi had been terrified the previous night and had risen that morning with dark circles under his eyes. Clearly having had a sleepless night. First, I do not go by Hey. I am Jiang Qie. Second, I am not as timid as you imagine. Thirdly, you may follow me. I will protect you, but you must not cause any disruption that would impair my gaming experience. Fourthly, I am not foolish. Identity of the Dead, activate. Chapter 10. Grouping in the Haunted House. This sister is truly single by merit. No wonder she cannot attract our illustrious actor. Turns out she is a comedic character. Is it possible that Gu Yizhi was flirting with Jiang Qie just now? My goodness, he must be unaware of the numerous scandals surrounding her. How could he be interested in such a tainted artist? To the person above, do you speak without thinking? With Gu's status in the entertainment industry, there is nothing he does not know. Perhaps Jiang Qie's scandals are fabricated? So you mean to say that Gu Yizhi's previous hints of infidelity might indeed point to Li Chengze? I see he has never been particularly kind to Li. Shut up. Rumors are easily spread, yet retraction requires great effort. You should exercise restraint and not jeopardize our esteemed actor's career. Who in this circle is unaware that Arziz is a conscientious professional? How could he engage in infidelity? In the blink of an eye, the crowd arrived at a renowned haunted house escape room in Haishur. To ensure an optimal gaming experience, we will collect and safeguard everyone's mobile phones before entry. Your cooperation is appreciated. Though reluctant, several individuals dutifully surrendered their phones. Just then, a chilling scream echoed from the abandoned hospital behind them, signaling the official commencement of the game. The game is about to begin. You shall enter through the main door and uncover the path to escape through puzzles and exploration. Best of luck to you all. The director waved his hand with a smile, then spoke in a mournful tone. The wind is bleak, the water is cold. The valiant man departs. Silence. Jiang Qie retorted, it's merely a haunted house, as easy as pie. There's no need to speak as if we are heading to our demise. The entire hospital seemed shrouded in a ghastly atmosphere. Flickering red lights in the darkness resembling mischievous spirits. I swear, if a ghost were to suddenly appear, I would perish on the spot. I can't bear to look at the screen. The barrage of comments is my shield. The group arrived at a narrow corridor where the overhead lights flickered sporadically. It was too cumbersome to move together, and escaping was impractical. How about we split up? Jiang Qie suggested. I believe the gentlemen can handle themselves. This seemed reasonable to Du Cece, who nodded, remarking that the darkness and narrowness made it inconvenient to huddle together. Then I shall stay with my sister. Hisheng immediately positioned himself next to Du Cece, who responded without much reaction. Ji Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had set her sights on Hisheng from the beginning, but he could not seem to let go of Du Cece. Very well, I am not particularly attached. I shall align myself with Gu Yizhi. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian exchanged glances in the darkness. Their pairing was officially recognized, and no one would intrude.
Now.
Only Jiang Qie remained unchosen, and Li Chengze smirked with pride, then turned to Su Qingxian, saying gently, Xian, I believe it would be inappropriate for Jiang Qie, being a girl, to join us. Do you think we could make an exception for her? I will follow your lead. Li Chengze is truly warm-hearted. Despite Jiang Qie's previous opposition to him, he still considers the feelings of women. I knew I was right to support him. Help. Does anyone understand the significance of Li Chengze asking Xian? Clearly, he is under her thumb. Am I the only one who feels Li Chengze's words are excessive? It seems he looks down on Jiang Qie. Su Qingxian smiled, relishing the opportunity to showcase her affection for Li Chengze before Jiang Qie, seizing the chance to push for her separation from him. However, just as she gathered her courage to speak, Jiang Qie interrupted, no need. My mother does not permit me to associate with fools. What do you mean by that, Jiang Qie? Li Chengze, frustrated by Jiang Qie's refusal to yield, grew agitated. Indeed a fool. Let me clarify. What level do you think you are to be on the same team as me? With that, Jiang Qie seamlessly linked arms with Gu Yizhi, leaving Ji Yao in a state of shock. Jiang Qie is rather audacious. If it weren't for our esteemed actor's grace, would she dare to be so presumptuous? I am furious. How could she treat our actor in such a way? Isn't she supposed to be Li Chengze's devoted admirer? I see. She must have pursued Li Chengze in vain and decided to adopt a different approach to pique his interest. Truly cunning. I understand as well. But doesn't she notice the chemistry between Li Chengze and Su Qingxian? Why doesn't she give up? Casual observer here. I think your analysis is rather far-fetched. Jiang Qie seemed to rebuff him because of Li Chengze's excessive remarks, didn't she? K-Salt, the person above is Jiang Qie as alternate account smiling. Li fans, please refrain from exaggerating. Which eye of yours perceived Jiang Qie as being interested in Li Chengze? Casual observers would think they are enemies. I suggest the person above catch up on Jiang Qie and Li Chengze's trending topics. She is merely a devoted admirer. So, shall we three team up? Ji Yao pointed at the three of them, inquiring. Precisely, Jiang Qie responded effortlessly. 3 together. There must be 3 of us. At that moment, Li Chengze's expression darkened even more than the corridor devoid of light. Naturally, Su Qingxian would not let this opportunity to showcase herself slip by. In the darkness, she gently grasped Li Chengze's arm, inhaled deeply as if summoning immense courage, and spoke softly, Chengze, please do not blame Jiang Qie. She must have rejected you, because she dislikes being in the same group as me. I will endeavor to change her impression of me. Upon hearing this, many onlookers were moved, flooding the comments to support their main character. Xian is so understanding, taking all the blame upon herself, despite being so timid and tearful. Xuan's emotional intelligence is remarkable. She deflects all the blame onto herself, providing an escape route for both sides. Enough. My heart aches for her. Xian, you are blameless. It is all Jiang Qie's malice. Originally intending to lead the other 2 down a different path, Jiang Qie could not ignore Su Qingxuan's words and abruptly halted. How could she tolerate such mockery to her face? However, when she turned around, the 2 figures behind her had vanished. Just wait and see. Jiang Qie extracted a stick from her bag, assuming a defensive posture. I do not require assistance. Do not underestimate me. I am well equipped with snacks like fries and ice cream. Won't you be afraid if you encounter a ghost? Ji Yao queried. Afraid? Afraid of what? I am the calm woman who would rise and post on social media, even after being hit by a car. Ha ha ha, I must record this. I can't wait to see her face later. Eagerly anticipating her being so frightened, she cannot move. Ha ha. Am I the only one who finds Jiang Qie's mental state quite beautiful? Chapter 11. A point for the slacker team.
Creak.
A half-open door was pushed open by Jiang Qie, inevitably producing a noise. Forget it, let us take a gamble. She gestured for the 2 to follow her inside, making a shushing gesture. Inside, there were 2 beds covered in white sheets. Everything appeared quite ordinary. Ji Yao thought little of it. This seems like an ordinary hospital room. There shouldn't be any issues. Ah. Before she could finish, Ji Yao screamed and hopped behind Gu Yizhi, who also stumbled backward in fright. However, upon realizing that Jiang Qie remained unfazed, he quickly steadied himself. Jiang Qie picked up a plastic hand that Ji Yao had just noticed and turned to show it to the others.
No worries.
This is merely a prop meant to scare. Ji Yao exhaled secretly, puffing out her chest as she emerged from behind Gu Yizhi. Of course, I knew that. Who wouldn't? I merely intended to give you all a little fright. Jiang Qie expressed her helplessness as she continued to search the room, hoping to uncover a clue. She opened the bedside cabinet and discovered a note. A girl died here due to a misdiagnosis. Do not uncover the blanket out of curiosity, for it will expose her body, and you will be haunted. Fortunately, the note served as a timely warning. Otherwise, Ji Yao's earlier relief would have been abruptly interrupted by Jiang Qie. My apologies, but I simply must lift this blanket. As the words left her lips, she swiftly pulled back half of the covering, locking eyes with the ghost lying beneath. The apparition paused in surprise, wondering if they had disregarded the warning entirely. How bothersome. She had to return to work. Ghost? Jiang Qie declared, I see nothing. The laughter erupted. Who would have thought the ghost would be taken aback by Jiang Qie's calm demeanor? With a mischievous grin, Jiang Qie lifted another corner of the blanket, allowing the ghost to regain her light. Yet, Jiang Qie insisted, I still see nothing. She promptly covered the ghost's face once more. Why doesn't the ghost just get up and chase her? While other teams are frantically searching for clues and evading the ghost, you seem to be at a standstill. Let me clarify why the ghost remains still. The note stated that her body must be exposed to trigger the conditions, yet Jiang Qie only revealed her face. Thanks to the previous comment, or else I would remain in the dark for eternity. I see nothing. Let us go, this is absurd. Who set these ridiculous rules? Awakening to find 8 new abdominal muscles. Work is already troublesome. As Jiang Qie danced precariously near the edge of triggering the conditions, The ghost could finally no longer restrain herself. To hell with this job. Thus, as Jiang Qie lifted the blanket once more, the ghost sprang forth, aiming directly at her.
Goodness.
Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi, who were merely spectating, swiftly turned and fled, screaming as they dashed for the door. The ghost, however, paid them no mind, instead lunging at Jiang Qie, who deftly evaded her grasp with a nimble sidestep. The ghost then collapsed to the ground, howling and contorting in darkness. Jiang Qie hastily exited through the door, leaving the ghost momentarily stunned. Is that it? The ghost stood up, belatedly rushing outside, only to catch a glimpse of Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi as retreating figures, but Jiang Qie was nowhere to be found. Logically, Jiang Qie had exited after them. So, how could she have entered the room first? From the perspective of the audience watching live, chaos erupted. The ghost remained oblivious, while Jiang Qie had been lingering in the corridor all along. As the ghost wandered in confusion, Jiang Qie had already passed beneath her several times. Jiang Qie is simply too entertaining. With her around, who needs romance? Such a person craves attention. I prefer to watch my own Sichuan's sweetness. I heard from a friend that Jiang Qie's team was teasing the ghost. I immediately switched screens and saw her climbing the wall. It was hilarious. Jiang Qie gracefully leaped down and approached the room where Gu Yizhi and Ji Yao had just entered, lightly knocking on the door. Is anyone there? Let me in, please. The door creaked open, and Ji Yao cautiously peeked out, ensuring the coast was clear before hurriedly pulling Jiang Qie inside. You nearly scared me to death. Why did you provoke her? The matter was rather complex, and Jiang Qie succinctly explained, but it was a long story. Then let us not discuss it.
Yipsilona Said.
Patting her shoulder. It's been a while, and we still haven't made any progress. We might end up last. That's all right, Gu Yizhi interjected at this moment. Jiang Qie was slightly surprised. This ice-cold individual was actually speaking up for her. We could simply remain inactive until the staff finishes their shifts, or until we starve to death, and the director comes to fetch us. 1 point for the slacker team. Gu Yizhi, you're quite adept at sarcasm. Let us just go outside. Jiang Qie's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. She certainly did not wish to miss lunch. With renewed determination, Jiang Qie led the two of them confidently down the corridor. 1 point for the cowardly team. She reassured Ji Yao with a pat on the back. Rest easy. I brought a stick. This time, we won to escape. Any ghost that dares show itself will be dealt with swiftly. 1 point for the violent team. Meanwhile, those secretly watching the live stream trembled in fear. Who would dare to frighten her? Logically, they should have been able to scare off their teammate, but now the situation was entirely in her hands. Another door. Gu Yizhi suddenly alerted the two. Don't be afraid. Jiang Qie smiled gently, her tone softening. If necessary, hide behind me. With that, she circumvented Gu Yizhi and ventured further inside. Unbeknownst to her, in the darkness, Ji Yao's expression grew increasingly tense. Her admiring gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Qie's figure. The room contained 2 beds, and the only notable difference was a television mounted on the wall, currently emitting a crackling sound while displaying a static black and white screen. Jiang Qie paid little heed to this, and approached the beds. If all went as expected, an unexpected occurrence was imminent. She expertly lifted the blanket, preparing to give a fright, but halted upon encountering the innocent visage of a young boy. Sister? He blinked at Jiang Qie, his eyes seemingly filled with twinkling stars. With a thud, the stick fell from her hand as Jiang Qie gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Chapter 12. Is he pretending? Surely I can tell. Meanwhile, the narcissistic Li Chengze was in a dimly lit room alongside Su Qingxian, utilizing the flashlight on their phones to uncover numerous clues effortlessly. However, the mindless fans in the live stream overlooked this blatant cheating. Some even praised their cleverness and adaptability. Xian, based on the clues, we deduced the password. We just need to locate the box to escape, Li Chengze said, a hint of pride in his smile. Then I'll get to see Jiang Qie begging me, he thought with excitement, relishing the feeling of superiority and love. Brother, you're amazing. I initially thought you were just handsome and a good actor, but it turns out you're also a responsible man in real life, Su Qingxian quietly complimented. If only Jiang Qie could recognize his worth, she wouldn't cling to Gu Yizhi out of spite. Why couldn't she understand? Couldn't she endure a bit for his career? It wasn't as if she didn't realize he and Su Qingxian were merely engaging in publicity stunts. She could be so stubborn. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Chengze's expression darkened considerably. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. He turned to Xian. Since we contributed so much, they should be nearing their goal as well. Let us go find them. Perhaps they have already located the box.
Alright, Shuking Xuan Blai.
Feigning a sense of relief. Li Chengze, you dense man, can't you see Xian just wants to be alone with you? Their team is undoubtedly the most efficient. Du Cici's group is also working hard, though they lack flashlights, making it inconvenient. Jiang Qie's group is far more entertaining, pulling all sorts of antics. I have no interest in Jiang Qie. I have a poor opinion of mistresses. Jiang Qie, previously wild, now smiled and greeted the boy in front of her.
How old are you? What?
19. Jiang Qie exclaimed excitedly, shaking his hand. What a coincidence. I just turned 18.
The boy,
Taken aback by Jiang Qie's warm demeanor, felt a wave of shyness and lowered his gaze to the floor. Ji Yao pressed her forehead, unable to endure any longer. Temporarily overcoming her fear of ghosts, she stepped forward to advise Jiang Qie. Enough already. Look at how terrified he is. Who is the real ghost here? Jiang Qie ceased her playful banter with the boy, releasing her grip and giving his shoulder a playful pat. Do not be afraid. I want to eat you. When you reach my age, you will understand that there are far more dreadful things in this world. You must start adapting now. Upon hearing this, the boy lifted his head, blinking innocently as he asked, But sister, didn't you just say you are 18? Does that mean I have to start over? This is the second lesson I wish to impart to you, Jiang Qie replied with an air of maturity, turning away with her hands behind her back. Never trust a stranger who calls herself your sister too easily. The boy frowned even more deeply and stepped closer to Jiang Qie, his voice clear. Then should I trust you or not? Jiang Qie couldn't help but chuckle. She had intended to give a serious lesson to the child, yet he was challenging her. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yizhi clenched his fists tightly. Just as Jiang Qie was about to ruffle the boy's hair again and share more wisdom, a magnetic voice reached her ears from behind. He's pretending, can't you see? Even that seemingly innocent gaze is meticulously crafted. At this, Jiang Qie swiftly turned to defend the boy. Stop right there. I can tell if someone is acting. I'm telling you boys not to be overly sensitive. Gu Yizhi was momentarily taken aback, exhaling heavily in frustration, then quickly composed himself. Fine, do as you please. With a click, the doorknob turned, drawing the attention of everyone inside. At the doorway stood two figures, one tall and one short, their phones illuminating Ji Yao's face, causing her to shield her eyes. Where did you get those phones? Gu Yizhi asked coldly. Li Chengze maintained his composure. We brought them in secretly. If you need them, you may follow us. Although he addressed everyone, his gaze lingered on Jiang Qie. He slowly turned to Su Qingxian beside him, saying, She is timid and too obedient to take initiative. I did this for her sake. If you wish to report me, feel free. Of course, he then looked back at Ji Yao. I reiterate, if you don't mind, you can share this flashlight with us. With just 2 sentences, Li Chengze established himself as a considerate and generous man, causing his fans to swoon even more. Li Chengze is so responsible and attentive to the girl's feelings. Xian is truly fortunate. He didn't have to bring the flashlight but did so at the risk of being eliminated, just because she fears the dark. This is indeed a sweet pairing. The best actor possesses such charisma. However, those in Jiang Qie's live stream had a somewhat unique perspective. Am I the only one who thinks Li Chengze is a bit off? He said, Feel free to report me. But wasn't he the one who brought it in? The director is backstage. How could he not see? Some devoted fans, noticing unfavorable comments about their idol, immediately rallied their fellow fans from the adjacent live stream to defend him. Friends, don't fangirl just yet. A few people in Jiang Qie's live stream are slandering our best actor. Let us go confront them. Although Li Chengze had many fans, there were also plenty of bystanders unfamiliar with him, many of whom lingered due to Jiang Qie's entertaining nature. The bystanders, having merely stated their opinions, found themselves besieged by Li's fans, further tarnishing their impression of him. Jiang Qie clearly perceived Li Chengze's feigned composure, but chose not to expose him at this moment, instead feigning surprise. Really? I knew you were the most reliable. Gu Yizhi, should I leave? Everyone, look at Gu Yizhi's expression. It's hilarious, being scorned by his own wife for being unreliable. Wait. There are indeed people who ship Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi like me. I thought it was niche. Me too. The moment Gu Yizhi got jealous and called out the green tea, I was sold. Chapter 13. Jiang Qie as Sadako. Really? That's wonderful. I thought you didn't like me. Su Qingxian exclaimed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Jiang Qie said nothing, simply watching her act. Truly, She was deserving of the title of heroine, managing to feign such cheerfulness despite harboring disdain within. Oh, by the way, Jiang Qie turned to Li Chengze. What progress have you made? Do you have any leads on the exit? Li Chengze raised an eyebrow, about to feign a high-pitched voice, but then seemed to remember something and lowered his tone. Xian and I have deciphered many clues, ultimately deducing the password for the locked box. So we just need to find the box and see what you have discovered. A locked box? Jiang Qie tilted her head, puzzled. Why are we looking for that? Li Chengze widened his eyes in surprise, hesitating. You don't know about this? What has your group been doing? Before he could finish, Jiang Qie rushed over to cover Ji Yao's mouth. Ji Yao frowned in confusion but quickly understood Jiang Qie's intention, giving her a knowing look. Meanwhile, the usually stoic Gu Yizhi felt a hint of unnoticeable delight upon hearing Jiang Qie's words. Really? After searching for so long, you found it so casually? Li Chengze expressed doubt. If it's true, why don't you come see for yourself? Jiang Qie said, stepping outside and gesturing for the two to follow.
Li Chengze,
still skeptical, trailed behind, with Su Qingxian following suit. Knowing the truth, Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi exchanged glances, both eager to join in the excitement. Jiang Qie led the two to the door of the room where the ghost had just appeared, making a gesture for them to enter. The item is beneath the blanket on the hospital bed, right in the center. You must lift the blanket entirely to see. You're so capable. You don't need me to accompany you to find a box, do you? Li Chengze pondered for a moment before nodding, deliberately taking Su Qingxian's hand and saying, with Xian here, that's all I need. Jiang Qie scoffed softly, swiftly closing the door and darting into the adjacent room. She changed into a flowing white dress, donned a wig, and adorned herself with a stunningly eerie makeup. Had one not witnessed the entire transformation, Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi would never have guessed that the Sadako before them was Jiang Qie in disguise. She resembles her too much. It feels like she's about to crawl out and ask me to date her. Is the upstairs watching a bootleg version of Sadako? Simultaneously, piercing screams erupted from the opposite room, accompanied by Li Chengze's lackluster attempts to shoo the ghost away. Back. Back. You stay back. The three inside the room burst into laughter, envisioning Li Chengze, much like an elderly woman in a quarrel, stomping his feet and waving his hands at the ghost in a futile attempt to scare it away. In reality, he wore a serious expression, furrowing his brow while awkwardly backing away, hands raised, palms facing the ghost, bouncing nervously in place. If the lights had been dimmer, perhaps his comical predicament would not have been fully captured by the live stream audience. Yet, ironically, the flashlight in Su Qingxuan's hands illuminated the entire room. So this is why the director forbids bringing phones. Jiang Qie is so devious for putting my idol in this predicament. Jiang Qie is incredibly cunning. She goes to great lengths to ensure the best actor remembers her. I perceive that Jiang Qie is driven by love turned to hate, since she cannot possess him. She seeks to destroy him. Alas, my dear Ziz is so unfortunate to have caught her attention. Oh, Li Chengze, please maintain your composure and be mindful of your image. Alas, Orange is truly distressed over this matter. Chengze, Su Qingxian trembled as she grasped his arm, her voice hoarse. Shall we not go outside? It appears the box is not here at all. We have been deceived by my sister. No, it cannot be on this bed. It must be on another one. Stay close to me as we evade the specter and approach that bed. Su Qingxuan's face nearly fell. Is she so eager to prove herself to Jiang Qie? Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly agreed. Xian is truly obedient. Despite her fear, she still listens to Li Chengze. Can he not see this? My heart aches for dear Xian. Moments later, Li Chengze's anguished voice echoed through the room. My Jiang Qie, how dare you toy with me? Do not fear, Xian. We shall exit now, and I will ensure she faces proper retribution. However, upon opening the door, a female ghost appeared, startling the two who had yet to regain their composure. Reacting instinctively, they darted away in opposite directions. Jiang Qie froze for a moment, pondering whom to pursue. Ultimately, she decided to chase after Li Chengze, as he had just boasted of teaching her a lesson. She turned stiffly, resembling a machine, quickly dropping to the ground, crawling forward in the shadows, occasionally rolling to evade detection.
He.
A chilling laughter emerged from beneath her cascading black hair, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it.
Li Chengze, poursuivre la Leslie.
Felt desperation set in. Just moments ago, he had encountered Du Cixi and He Sheng, yet the vengeful spirit paid no heed to anyone but him. Why am I the target? Angered, Li Chengze stopped to confront Jiang Qie. He. Is someone paying you for this? I can offer double if you tell me who it is.
He.
Then you must be my fan? Here's the deal. Stop chasing me, and after work, I'll give you some signed photos and we can take a picture together, alright?
He.
Suddenly, Jiang Qie halted, remaining motionless as if deep in thought. Li Chengze sensed a glimmer of hope. He sighed in relief while slowly backing away, reassuring her, I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. You have already demonstrated your tenacity in pursuing me, which speaks volumes about your capabilities. His words trailed off. Li Chengze stood frozen, mouth agape as he gazed at the creature before him, cold sweat drenching his back, his pupils dilating in terror. Chapter 14. The First Rule of the Ghost Realm. In the darkness, the ghost in white slowly rose, contorting in a grotesque manner, mechanically lifting her head to reveal a blood-red eye and pallid skin hidden beneath a cascade of black hair. Are you human or ghost? Li Chengze could no longer contain his roar. Yet the spectre uttered not a word, only continued her haunting laughter. Suddenly, she surged toward him, her horrifying visage expanding rapidly in his sight. Li Chengze finally felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, burying his face in his arms, pleading, Someone, save me. I'm done playing. Upon hearing this, the ghost tilted her head in confusion. She hadn't even begun to frighten him yet, and he was already at his wit's end. But now was not the time for her to stand idly by. Li Chengze hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate her terrifying makeup. Feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder, Li Chengze's heart leapt, finally. Someone was there to rescue him. He raised his head filled with hope, only to be met with a face so terrifying it consumed his entire field of vision. With a scream that reverberated throughout the hospital, Li Chengze finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. From the background, the director could no longer remain passive. He promptly retrieved his phone to call for help. Just as he pressed 3 buttons, he glanced at the screen, halting his finger just before dialing. 1 minute prior, Jiang Qie had prepared to flee but, after taking a few steps, sensed something was amiss. Something is terribly wrong, he was shouting just moments ago. And now he has fainted? Thus, she deftly retrieved a voice changer from her pocket, opting for the ethereal setting. Approaching Li Chengze, she held the device to her mouth, declaring, the first rule of the ghost realm. One must not attack a fainted human. If a human faints, their limbs will not fall due to lack of support. Allow me to test this. As she grasped Li Chengze's arm, she felt his body tremble, the answer revealing itself. But she did not cease. Instead, she lifted his arm high and then released it. Observing the unmoving limb, Jiang Qie nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand as though to dismiss the clouds. The director lowered his phone, exhaling with relief. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian, who was hiding in a room watching the live broadcast, felt a spark of excitement. Although Li Chengze may be a bit foolish, he is certainly an esteemed actor. Aligning with him would greatly benefit her career. She understood that had their recent collaboration not been a resounding success, he would not willingly engage in publicity with her, a lesser-known actress. Now, an excellent opportunity lay before her. If she were to appear angelically at the moment, he felt despair, gently awakening him and revealing that it was all a game orchestrated by Jiang Qie. It would serve to deepen his disdain for Jiang Qie while simultaneously drawing him closer to herself, truly a win-win situation. At that moment, what could she possibly desire that Li Chengze would not grant her? With this thought, a sly smile crept across Su Qingxuan's lips. After securing her phone, she ventured out once more in search of Li Chengze. Elsewhere, Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi hurriedly arrived to assist Jiang Qie in wrapping things up. Just as they prepared to lift Li Chengze, he suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the two beside him, Li Chengze finally exhaled in relief, though his heart rate had yet to return to normal. However, before he could rejoice, his peripheral vision caught sight of a haunting white figure lurking in the corner. She hasn't left. Ghost. Li Chengze instinctively pointed toward Jiang Qie. Where is the ghost? Are you imagining things? Such a coward, Gu Yizhi remarked, glancing in the direction Li Chengze indicated, feigning confusion. Ji Yao followed suit. Indeed. Where is it? Before she could finish, her gaze met Jiang Qie's. And she had to admit, even Sadako would second-guess herself in the presence of such an apparition. Ji Yao swallowed hard, diverting her eyes, and completed her thought. Ghost? There's nothing there. I will always follow you. Do you think you can escape? Li Chengze's eyes rolled back as he fainted once more. Thus, Jiang Qie repeated her earlier actions, lifting Li Chengze's arm, but this time, there was no response. The director's anxiety finally subsided. Before long, Li Chengze was carried away by the staff, awaiting the arrival of an ambulance. Jiang Qie, you vile creature. How dare you bully my brother? Li Chengze will never again dare to rise in the middle of the night for a bathroom visit. What kind of dating show is this? It should be renamed Encountering the Disturbing Being. Can you guess who this being is? Su Qingxian secretly clenched her fists, feigning concern for Li Chengze, dramatically questioning Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie, you have gone too far. What has Chengze done to deserve this? Why treat him so cruelly? If you harbor animosity towards me, then direct it at me instead. Why subject him to such burdens? Yet, in comparison to the original plan, this has significantly diminished in impact. Feeling insufficient, she muttered to herself, attributing the blame to her own cowardice. Otherwise, Li Chengze would not have borne a grudge simply for bringing me a phone. Observing this, one could argue that Jiang Qie has gone too far. Su Qingxian was already too timid to engage, and yet she pushed her into the hospital. I see no issue here. Jiang Qie merely enjoys the thrill, yet how could the esteemed actor Li Chengze be deceived by her performance? I find myself questioning the authenticity of his title. Qingxian, do not fear, we, the Xiao Chao, are not to be trifled with. If Jiang Qie dares to bully you, we shall unleash our wrath upon her on Weibo. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's insinuations, Jiang Qie felt a surge of indignation. How could Su Qingxian not understand Jiang Qie's motives towards Li Chengze? From the very moment they began collaborating, the original host's insecurities compelled Li Chengze to disclose their relationship to Su Qingxian. Subsequently, Su Qingxian began her subtle machinations. When the male lead criticized the original host for her dullness, she took the initiative to invite him for a spring outing. When he was troubled by her incessant check-in calls, she remarked, "How could my sister be so oblivious to your struggles? If it were me, I would grant my boyfriend a space. Alas, I have yet to encounter my soulmate." Chapter 15. Cousin, I am coming out. Just as Jiang Qie was about to confront Su Qingxian, Gu Yizhi interjected, "You are Su Qingxian, correct?" Su Qingxian ceased her sobbing, adopting an innocent demeanor as she turned to Gu Yizhi. Could it be that she had inadvertently caught the attention of this young master of Xingyao entertainment? If she were to secure his favor, would she not be destined for illustrious roles? May I inquire which company you represent? Su Qingxuan's heart raced at the inquiry. He was indeed interested in her, perhaps intending to recruit her into his company for proper nurturing. Gu Yizhi nodded thoughtfully, muttering to himself about the merits of her company and its talented actors. Su Qingxian initially believed he was flattering her in preparation for her recruitment, but the next moment, Jiang Qie's laughter snapped her back to reality. Gu Yizhi was mocking her. "Gu Xiao, have I inadvertently offended you? I understand now. It must be that my sister does not welcome me. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your time together." Jiang Qie, bewildered by the sudden blame, questioned the situation. Su Qingxian could not remain. She was astonished to find Gu Yizhi siding with Jiang Qie. Could he have seen through her? Impossible. Although he was the young master of Xingyao entertainment and well-versed in the industry's affairs, she was merely a student with a spotless background. There was no way he could know her true nature.
Observing Su Yingguan's silent departure.
The viewers in the live stream felt a wave of sympathy. With her subtle hints, they began to direct their ire towards Jiang Qie. Qingxian is suffering so much. How pitiful. Jiang Qie is truly wicked, deceiving Gu Yizhi into thinking Qingxian is a green tea bitch. She is indeed scheming. Moreover, our Qingxian is merely a college student. So naive. Jiang Qie, that cunning vixen, is playing her like a fool. My heart aches for her. Yet, some viewers disagreed, having observed that Jiang Qie had never directly criticized Su Qingxian. Instead, it was Su Qingxian who had initiated the attacks, constantly implying that Jiang Qie was narrow-minded.
No.
Jiang Qie is simply too entertaining. Anyone can leave, except her. If certain fans cannot handle it, perhaps they should let their idol withdraw, after all. She is too timid. Being frightened into the hospital would be unfortunate. There is something for the fans to accept. Your idol seems akin to that green tea. Su Qingxian is utterly nonsensical, bringing up Jiang Qie at every turn. Having endured so much, Su Qingxian no longer felt fear. No, perhaps she never truly feared. Her earlier trepidation was merely a facade to provoke Li Chengze's protective instincts. Upon turning a corner, she fortuitously encountered Du Cixi and He Sheng, who were in possession of a treasure chest.
Oh?
Is that not Qingxian? What are you doing here all alone? Where is Li Chengze? Du Cixi inquired, astonished. Su Qingxian quickly wiped her tears, explaining, I was frightened by Jiang Qie's ghostly disguise. It rendered me faint. Li Chengze was valiantly protecting me. But Jiang Qie not only dressed as Sadako but also utilized a voice changer, applying a terrifying makeup look, and colluded with her teammates to deceive Li Chengze into believing he encountered a real ghost. As she recounted the events, her voice broke. Li Chengze and I had just cracked the chest's code, intending to collaborate with them to find the chest. I do not understand why she would treat us this way. Du Cece frowned. She had thought Jiang Qie to be an interesting person but was taken aback by her mischievousness. Thankfully, she had not crossed paths with her. Gently patting Su Qingxian, she reassured her, It is all right. We have already located the chest. You provide us the code, and after we open it, we will escape together. Yes. Su Qingxian nodded emphatically, sharing the code. Following her instructions, Du Cece opened the chest to reveal an old copper key resting inside. The escape route has been activated. Remaining participants must reach the exit within 10 minutes, or else the passage will close, necessitating the search for another key to reopen it. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the speakers above, causing the trio to immediately heighten their vigilance.
What?
Su Qingxian has run off alone to find the key?
Je hebt panicked.
We do not even know where the exit is. Are we to search floor by floor? Gu Yizhi, unhurried, followed behind, casually stating, I have said it before. Let us simply wait for the director to let us out.
No.
Jiang Qie promptly objected. Follow me. She swiftly located a staircase leading upward, racing towards one side. Upon reaching the corridor's end, she saw no exit. It must be on the other side, she thought. As time dwindled to less than 3 minutes before the exit would close, hastening to the other side, she finally spotted the iron door at the corridor's end and dashed outside, sliding down the spiral slide.
Ha ha ha.
Cousin, I have emerged. Jiang Qie's voice echoed from the pipe before she even appeared. Phew, that was quite the thrill. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Director Fei had long been awaiting their arrival at the exit, welcoming all who had escaped. Congratulations on completing the challenge. A grand feast awaits you at noon. Jiang Qie felt a surge of joy, relieved to have made it out. Immersed in her elation, she remained oblivious to Du Cece, who was casting her resentful gaze while soothing Su Qingxian. Director Fei, accompanied by his assistant, proposed, with 2 hours until the meal. Why not engage in a brief game to pass the time? The game is called Fishing Master. Various toy fish will be released into the pool, and you shall form 3 teams, competing for 5 minutes. Points will be tallied based on each team's accumulated fish. Upon concluding his explanation, Director Fei gestured towards the pool, where several staff members began unloading large bins of toys. Noticing the variety in the appearance and size of the fish, Du Cece inquired, Do different fish yield different points? Director Fei nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, I can only remind you that larger fish correspond to higher points. Chapter 16. Unable to resist transforming into a stubborn fish. It is time to form teams. You may group freely. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hixing eagerly invited Du Cece. Our collaboration in the haunted house was seamless. Shall we partner again this time? Du Cece, a strong woman seasoned in the industry since childhood, found herself disinterested in the youthful charm of Hixing. Although Hixing's performance in the haunted house was indeed impressive, it did not pique her interest. Du Cece turned her gaze towards Su Qingxian, who needed her more than Hixing did. Her teammate was frightened into the hospital by Jiang Qie. Leaving her all alone and targeted by Jiang Qie, it was truly pitiful. I'm sorry, please seek assistance from someone else. Du Cece calmly rejected her and moved closer to Su Qingxian. With Li Chengze gone, would you like to team up with me for now? She tentatively suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxuan's eyes sparkled, only to quickly lower her gaze. Actually, I don't have that kind of relationship with Chengze's sister. If you say that, I fear it will invite more scrutiny from certain individuals. After speaking, Su Qingxian furtively glanced at Jiang Qie, who was actively inviting Gu Yizhi.
Du Cece voel herblauw.
It was evident that Su Qingxian was wary of Jiang Qie. Moreover, who was unaware of Jiang Qie's trending topic. Du Cece's gaze towards Su Qingxian grew more sympathetic, and her voice unconsciously softened. It's all right. What belongs to you is yours. There's no need to shy away from acknowledging it because of someone else's jealousy. Hey, handsome, want to team up with me? I have plenty of experience in this area. Jiang Qie flirted with Gu Yizhi, playfully gesturing with her fingers. Gu Yizhi scoffed lightly, and where did you acquire this so-called experience? Is it based solely on the cold 3 billion coins lying in my fishing expert account? Just then, Ji Yao and Hixing successfully formed their team. Even if Gu Yizhi outwardly looked down upon Jiang Qie, he had no choice but to partner with her. As the game commenced, the six of them dove into the pool, beginning to collect fish. Initially, there were plenty of fish to go around, and each team spread out to gather their own. However, as the fish dwindled, others began to devise ways to snatch from their competitors. Du Cixi and Su Qingxian, being at a disadvantage in strength, naturally wished to avoid engaging in conflict with the other two teams. Thus, they employed a strategy of evasion, maintaining their distance from the others and focusing on their own survival. The bucket for fish in Jiang Qie's team was in Gu Yizhi's hands, while Ji Yao's team guarded theirs. Jiang Qie and Hisheng faced off in the center of the pool, evenly matched. Jiang Qie, out of respect for you being a girl, I won't lay a hand on you. However, if you insist on competing with me for this, I may have no choice but to, she warned. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Qie swiftly pressed Hisheng's head underwater. No matter how much Hisheng struggled, Jiang Qie showed no intention of relenting. On the shore, Director Fei grew anxious, realizing that if another contestant left, the show could not continue. No head pressing. Otherwise, it will be considered a foul, and points will be forfeited. Jiang Qie's ears perked up, and she quickly released her grip. Despite having been submerged for less than a minute, Hisheng was already choking and coughing. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qie was distracted, she shifted her focus to Ji Yao. Ji Yao immediately sensed the danger and swam swiftly to the side, but she did not anticipate Jiang Qie's sudden burst of speed. With a fierce determination, Jiang Qie plunged into the water, her legs propelling her forward at an astonishing pace, rapidly catching up to Ji Yao. This display of speed left Su Qingxian and Du Cixi utterly astounded. Their plans were rendered futile in the face of such ferocity. Fortunately, Jiang Qie's target was not them. Could Jiang Qie have been a submarine in her past life? Does she have a motor hidden within her? Jiang Qie has transformed into a relentless fish. Frog. How about you be the one to smile? In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Qie grasped Ji Yao's leg and yanked her down, submerging her entirely. Yet, Ji Yao stubbornly refused to let go, clinging to the bucket as they both sank beneath the surface. Underwater, Ji Yao held onto the bucket tightly, shaking her head defiantly in response to Jiang Qie's attempts to wrest it from her. Jiang Qie was not the type to show mercy. Her sole focus was on victory, no, on food. The more fish there were, the more sustenance awaited her, and the mere thought of it filled her with uncontainable energy. At last, Ji Yao's endurance reached its limit. If she did not release her grip, she would truly drown. Taking advantage of her distraction, Hisheng suddenly turned her attention to Gu Yizhi, who was also grappling for the bucket. As the two of them wrestled for it, neither willing to concede, Gu Yizhi caught sight of the two resurfacing, particularly the bucket in Jiang Qie's possession, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. However, it was short-lived, as he soon felt Hisheng exerting more force. The bucket was already slippery, and with Hisheng feeling cornered, she was prepared to go all in. It seemed that the bucket was on the verge of changing hands. What are you waiting for? Come help. At Gu Yizhi's call, Hisheng instinctively felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, recalling the shadow of Jiang Qie pressing her head underwater. Jiang Qie, on the other hand, was irked by his tone. How dare he command her? Did he truly believe that his good looks would sway her? Thus, she inhaled deeply and shouted back at Gu Yizhi, enunciating each word clearly. You say, "Princess, please assist me." Gu Yizhi nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Forget it. If you don't come, I'll let go, and our lunch will vanish.
Wait.
I'm coming. Both Gu Yizhi and Hisheng jolted in surprise, glancing at the timer by the pool's edge. In that moment of distraction, Jiang Qie suddenly emerged between them, colliding with the bucket and sending fish scattering everywhere. Hisheng could no longer afford to chase after the bucket and began hastily collecting the fish from the water. Meanwhile, instead of assisting Gu Yizhi in gathering fish, Jiang Qie turned and swam in another direction. With only 50 seconds remaining, it was ample time. Watching the unfolding scene from a distance, Du Cixi's team saw Jiang Qie veering towards them and immediately panicked. Qingxian, guard the bucket, I'll hold her off. We just need to endure for one more minute. Okay. Su Qingxian nodded and swam backward, allowing Du Cixi to take the lead. Jiang Qie's speed was formidable. They had to remain vigilant to prevent her from catching up to Su Qingxian. As the dark figure loomed closer, Du Cixi's anxiety surged. Even with someone in front of her, Jiang Qie showed no signs of slowing down. Fine, if we collide, it'll be a draw, and I'll have at least delayed her for a while. The outcome will then hinge on Su Qingxian. Chapter 17. So, all this talk is merely to embarrass me? As Jiang Qie drew nearer, Du Cici's heart raced. She envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Jiang Qie. Perhaps Jiang Qie would be unable to stop in time, resulting in a disastrous clash. Or perhaps, in a more exaggerated turn of events, Jiang Qie might suddenly change direction, a possibility that required exceptional swimming skills. But given Jiang Qie's current speed, akin to that of a professional athlete, it was not entirely implausible. She held her breath, mentally strategizing her response. At that moment, Du Cici's fans were also anxiously watching her on screen. Jiang Qie, you heartless fiend, stop. We have no grievances with you. Why do you wish to collide with her? Jiang Qie, if you dare to harm her, I shall ensure your downfall. Yet, the next second, the comment section fell silent, and those present became equally muted. This silence was deafening. Suddenly, a lithe figure burst from the water, creating a massive splash as it soared above Du Cici's head, reminiscent of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Everyone present was astonished. Even Su Qingxian paused, her face a mask of disbelief. What a blatant provocation. Su Qingxian silently pinched herself to remind her not to reveal her emotions. That stunning maneuver by Jiang Qie would surely trend online, stealing the spotlight once more. A flicker of resentment crossed Su Qingxuan's eyes. She had worked tirelessly to cultivate Li Chengze's growing disdain for Jiang Qie. How could she allow him to rekindle old feelings? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she halted her swimming, feigning shock as she awaited Jiang Qie's inevitable collision. Jiang Qie's objective from the very beginning was the bucket in her possession, which she held tightly, ensuring that a conflict would inevitably arise, even if it were merely a minor friction. At the moment when Jiang Qie reached out to seize the bucket, her eyes widened in shock, and she fell backward. As the water enveloped her head, she took advantage of the camera's inability to capture the underwater scene and swam deeper. Du Cici noticed that Su Qingxian was the last to reach the shore and casually inquired about the reason. To her surprise, Su Qingxian lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly overwhelmed by great grievance. Qingxian, are you coming down with a cold? Hurry and change your clothes. You're the only one left. Su Qingxian nodded and cast a glance at Jiang Qie, who was immersed in the joy of victory, her apprehension tinged with a hint of indignation. Having already chosen her angle, Su Qingxian managed to let the audience witness her expression, thereby solidifying Jiang Qie's alleged intent to target her. Did I just see Su Qingxian glance at Jiang Qie with displeasure? Could it be jealousy?
Impossible.
Our Qingxian is beautiful and kind. She wouldn't be jealous over something like this. I suspect Jiang Qie did something to her. If Jiang Qie dares to bully our Qingxian, we, the Xianchao, will not let it slide. Even if we concede 1,000 steps, can Li Chengze truly handle Jiang Qie? Jiang Qie, you're first again, as per tradition. You get to choose first. He, then I'll be taking the liberty. Jiang Qie eagerly stared at the sumptuous feast before her. Just as she was reveling in her happiness, a feeble female voice from behind shattered the atmosphere. Jiang Qie, you must not go too far. If you want my bucket, you may come and seize it, but why must you? As she spoke, the voice choked up. You even tried to push me to the bottom of the pool. Had I known you would insult me like this, I should have thrown the bucket away sooner. All eyes turned to Su Qingxian, with Jiang Qie appearing bewildered. Gu Yizhi observing the spectacle, Ji Yao and Hisheng puzzled, and Du Cici concerned. The comments section erupted. Su Qingxian's remarks were not far from the previous speculations. I told you Qingxian wasn't jealous. If I were treated like this by Jiang Qie, I wouldn't just express it. I'd confront her directly. Our Qingxian is far too gentle. Li Chengze, if you have any guts, go back to the production team and handle Jiang Qie for Qingxian. Otherwise, we Xianchao won't recognize you as Qingxian's boyfriend.
Right.
Li Chengze, stop hiding. Come out and avenge Qingxian.
Li Chengze, nurantanao.
As the comments spiraled in a bizarre direction, fans of Li Chengze became disgruntled, questioning why their acclaimed actor should intervene on behalf of Su Qingxian. Though Jiang Qie was in the wrong, some Xianchao fans are going too far. Li Chengze is an acclaimed actor, while Su Qingxian is merely a third-tier star.
How dare they?
Exactly. The acclaimed actor has never officially acknowledged Su Qingxian. Some Xianchao fans shouldn't jump to conclusions. Our Chengze hasn't confirmed anything yet. After a moment, Jiang Qie finally reacted, her expression vacant as she pointed at herself, asking, "Excuse me, are you trying to frame me?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingxian became even more agitated, as if enduring an immense grievance. Jiang Qie, I know you've harbored resentment towards me because of Chengze, But he has explicitly stated that he does not like you. How can you force this? Just leave all the choices to him. At this moment, within the Haisher People's Hospital, someone who had just awakened and started following the live broadcast furrowed his brow as he gazed at Jiang Qie through the screen. Since awakening, he had learned that the ghostly figure in the haunted house was the handiwork of Jiang Qie, and he felt a deep-seated animosity towards her. However, upon witnessing her dolphin-like leap from the water, he surprisingly found her less dull than he had presumed. Now, seeing Su Qingxian being bullied by her, his disdain for her resurfaced. Amidst such emotional upheaval, Li Chengze found himself uncertain of his true feelings for Jiang Qie. Returning to the live broadcast, Jiang Qie gazed in confusion at the tearful Su Qingxian, her head adorned with 3 large question marks. Wow, I've stumbled upon a major scoop. Jiang Qie's actions are indeed shocking. What do you mean by stealing? The acclaimed actor has always belonged to our Qingxian. Haven't you seen their sweet interactions in the edits? Do you have anything else to say? Su Qingxian intended to continue but realized she had spoken too much. She initially wished to provoke Jiang Qie and feign being overwhelmed, only to find that Jiang Qie appeared utterly unconcerned. Hadn't she been infatuated with Li Chengze? Why wasn't she angry despite the situation? Jiang Qie was not easily fooled, and with the act failing, she could only let out a soft sigh and add, "That's enough. I want to hold a grudge against what you did to me earlier. I merely hope you want to put Chengze in a difficult position." Jiang Qie's expression was as cold as ice, her gaze piercing as she stared at Su Qingxian, her tongue pressing against her cheek, revealing an unmasked disdain. "So, all this talk is merely to embarrass me? What embarrassment? Do you really think I care about my reputation?" Gu Yizhi suddenly stepped in front of Su Qingxian, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Qie. Her words dripped with sarcasm as she insinuated that Jiang Qie was a scandal-ridden artist devoid of any sense of shame. "Yizhi is so brave. Thank you for standing up for our Qingxian. Gu Yizhi is truly my voice of the internet. I've long been displeased with Jiang Qie." Why does Gu Yizhi suddenly dislike Jiang Qie so much? Didn't she seem indifferent when Jiang Qie first arrived? However, in the next moment, she realized that in the original story, Su Qingxian's gentle and obedient demeanor on the dating show had attracted Gu Yizhi, and through numerous heartfelt conversations, they had become close friends. Now, her participation further allowed Su Qingxian to seize the opportunity to charm the guests, accelerating Gu Yizhi's fondness for her. Jiang Qie hesitated. She initially intended to teach Su Qingxian a lesson, but the unaware Gu Yizhi had intervened. Should she sweep them all away? Perhaps it was best to endure for the time being. A moment's peace may prevent future turmoil. She wasn't that empathetic. Just as she lifted her gaze, preparing to deliver a slap, a figure swiftly stepped in front of her, confronting Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi, after years in the entertainment industry, have you truly failed to develop any discernment regarding green tea bitches? Have you ever had a role stolen from you? Have you ever been mindlessly attacked by haters? Have you ever been falsely accused of scandalous rumors? What did it feel like to be wronged? Gu Yizhi looked up at the nearly 1.9-meter tall man before her, astonished, feeling a powerful aura pressing down on her. She momentarily dropped her refined demeanor, biting her lip, unsure of how to respond. After some thought, she recognized the truth in Gu Yizhi's words. As a child star, she had been the subject of rumors countless times throughout her life. Yet, she understood better than anyone that no matter how accustomed she became, every time she saw the media reporting on things she had never done, her heart would remain unsettled. And her hatred for those editors who disregarded others' feelings for profit would only deepen. Inadvertently, she had become the very person she despised the most. Regardless of whether the rumors about Jiang Qie were true or not, she had chosen to believe the gossip and had reopened a wound in front of the person involved. Should she offer an apology? The thought first crossed her mind, but then she recalled Su Qingxian's tear-streaked face, bolstering her resolve that she had indeed spoken hurtful words. Yet Jiang Qie had bullied Su Qingxian first. Why are you silent? Don't you want to speak? Gu Yizhi pressed as he noticed Gu Yizhi lost in thought for a long while. No. Gu Yizhi regained her determined gaze. I was simply too moved by seeing Qingxian cry just now, and I lost my composure. I can apologize for my previous words, but what? First, let Jiang Qie apologize for what Su Qingxian has just done. After all, I am the one who stood up because of it. Now, tell me, which I saw Jiang Qie kicking Su Qingxian into the water. Is it based on what you heard from Su Qingxian? Gu Yizhi immediately realized that she had indeed not witnessed the events that transpired between Jiang Qie and Su Qingxian. She merely noticed that Su Qingxian had come out of the pool quite late. But how could Su Qingxian inexplicably frame Jiang Qie, especially under the watchful gaze of cameras? No matter how audacious she might be, she would not choose to set a trap for Jiang Qie in such a public setting, would she? At this moment, Gu Yizhi fell silent. He could not admit that he had been secretly observing Jiang Qie all along. Despite the words lingering on his tongue, Gu Yizhi found himself unable to voice them. Just then, Jiang Qie suddenly clapped her hands, shattering the eerie silence. What a thrilling and masterful debate this is. Du Cici's eyes flickered with confusion. Shouldn't Jiang Qie be angry right now? To be honest, I am quite furious, Jiang Qie responded. However, after contemplating, I thought that if we continued arguing, our meal would get cold, so I decided to pause. While I am grateful for Gu Xiao's trust, I possess evidence that I did not kick Su Qingxian. With that, Jiang Qie effortlessly retrieved an eggplant-branded phone from her pocket. Earlier, I had already activated the camera underwater. Thanks to this phone's remarkably professional waterproof feature, I successfully recorded everything I experienced. Perhaps we can review it after dinner? At this moment, hiding behind Du Cici, Su Qingxian stiffened, beads of sweat streaming down her forehead, her legs trembling slightly. Very well. I shall see what you did to Qingxian. Du Cici refused to back down, convinced that Jiang Qie was merely a prankster who viewed her mischief as a harmless joke. Perhaps Jiang Qie believed that her actions towards Su Qingxian were not excessive, leading to her brazen demeanor. Once she publicly releases the video, it would become clear who was in the wrong. With that, Du Cici turned and reached for Su Qingxuan's hand, intending to go to the table to eat. Despite their group ranking last, there was surely something for them to eat. However, upon touching Su Qingxuan's palm, a warm, sticky sensation of sweat made her uneasy. Qingxian, why is your hand so sweaty? And why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Feeling utterly embarrassed after Du Cici pointed out her disarray, Su Qingxuan's mind raced. What should she do? Should she admit that she was jealous of Jiang Qie and had deliberately framed her in front of everyone?
Su Qingxuan.
Are you holding in your urine and feeling uncomfortable but too embarrassed to say it? How about I accompany you to the restroom? Jiang Qie suddenly interjected, a mischievous smile adorning her face. When Su Qingxian noticed the phone nestled in Jiang Qie's pocket, an unsettling thought struck her. Jiang Qie intended to use the video on her phone to coerce her into abandoning Li Chengze. Such a splendid opportunity lay before her. What was she waiting for? Regardless of whether she relinquished Li Chengze, he had long since grown to dislike Jiang Qie, prompted by her insinuations. There was no possibility of rekindling their past romance. Moreover, this was a perfect chance to keep Li Chengze intrigued, drawing him closer to her. Very well. Su Qingxian ultimately nodded, following Jiang Qie into the restroom. Chapter 18. Are you going to kill me? You called me here to negotiate conditions, did you not? Su Qingxian shed her facade, her tone icy and detached. Indeed, astute, Jiang Qie nodded, casually extracting her phone from her pocket and toying with it. Su Qingxuan's gaze remained fixed on the phone, as if it were a ticking time bomb poised to explode at any moment. Let me make this clear. I can abandon Li Chengze, but I cannot guarantee that he will still have feelings for you. After all, you are unaware of how much he has spoken ill of you. Upon hearing Li Chengze's name, disdain flickered in Jiang Qie's eyes. Who said I wanted him? If you keep mentioning that name, I might just terminate this transaction, and you will have to ponder how to clear your name. That's more like it. Jiang Qie smiled, her demeanor deceptively sweet. 50,000. Surely that is not a challenge for you? 50,000. Jiang Qie, have you lost your mind over money? Su Qingxian nearly exclaimed, struggling to suppress her voice. With that amount, she would be better off using it for public relations, hiring an army of online supporters to vindicate herself. Fine. 50,000 it is. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth in agreement. She had only debuted 2 years prior, initially appearing in a few low-budget web dramas with modest pay. It was only recently that she had garnered attention, landing a few advertisements, and she had yet to amass enough for a down payment on a home.
Moments later.
The melodious sound of a payment notification echoed from Jiang Qie's phone. I have transferred the money, and this is how you treat your clients? I must see you delete the video with your own hands before I can feel at ease. Jiang Qie, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of her head, her gaze drifting upward. In that instant, Su Qingxian realized that Jiang Qie had no such video. Are you daring to deceive me? Su Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Qie wore a nonchalant expression. Oh, what's this? Are you going to kill me? In fact, you could sue me for extortion. But are you willing to admit in front of a judge that you framed me? Each word struck a chord in Su Qingxuan's heart, no matter how furious she felt. She found herself unable to retort. Ultimately, she calmed her temper and took a deep breath, saying, "Very well, but you must show me your phone. I need to confirm whether you were recording just now." With a smile on her face, Jiang Qie emerged from the restroom holding her phone, and the onlookers wore expressions of confusion. Time to eat. Ignoring the gazes of others, she dashed straight to the dining table, pointing at the various hot pot dishes. "How many dishes can I choose? These are all for your group. Is it really that generous? What about the other two groups?" Director Fei raised his hand and clapped, summoning several staff members to bring over 2 portable folding tables and chairs. Once the tables were set, one table was adorned with a few home-cooked dishes, while the other group was served 2 buckets of instant noodles. Ji Yao and He Sheng remained silent. Compared to the instant noodles from the third group, they were already quite fortunate. Returning to their seats, the two took turns helping themselves to the food, occasionally distracted by the enticing aroma of Jiang Qie's hot pot wafting their way, causing them to swallow hard. After the 8th swallow, Ji Yao could no longer resist. She quietly approached Jiang Qie with an empty bowl. "Sister Jiang, you can't possibly finish all this, can you? Don't let it go to waste. Allow me to help you with some." Jiang Qie was busy stuffing her face with meat, showing no signs of stopping. Clearly, she could finish it all. Yet she still managed to scoop a spoonful of meat into Ji Yao's bowl, mumbling, "Go ahead, you greedy little girl." Next was He Sheng, who mimicked Ji Yao's approach and sidled up to Jiang Qie, pointing towards Ji Yao's bowl. "Sister, I'm in my growth phase and need some protein. Could you possibly spare me some of that?" "Delicious.
Love it.
Eat more," Jiang Qie exclaimed, savoring the flavors of the dishes, as she also dished out a spoonful for He Sheng, only to be interrupted by a pair of chopsticks. "That meat was prepared by me. You cannot take it." Gu Yizhi smiled at her. "Is that so? I just have this preference. Is it not allowed?" "It's me, Du Cece." Jiang Qie turned decisively, only to find Du Cece standing behind her holding a cup of instant noodles, looking awkward. "I don't want meat. Could you pass me some vegetables instead?"
Ha.
Gu Yizhi was the first to react, looking at Du Cece with intrigue. "Do you really think this is a restaurant? One after another, ordering dishes. And the director pays no mind." Director Fei, caught in Gu Yizhi's sidelong glance, quickly averted his gaze. His intention was to encourage sharing among the groups, fostering a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Qie did not serve the dishes, but instead leaned forward to peer into the instant noodle bucket, subsequently giving a thumbs up. "Aren't you satisfied even after enjoying a state banquet?"
Wait.
Jiang Qie swiftly retrieved a spoonful of enoki mushrooms from the pot and precisely placed it into the retreating noodle bucket. "I mean no harm. Please do not misunderstand." Only Du Cece, despite having accepted Jiang Qie's offering, felt compelled to advocate for Su Qingxian's fairness. "Hold on, Jiang Qie, have you forgotten something?" Du Cece's imposing aura astonished everyone present, as they struggled to fathom the astonishing actions Jiang Qie might undertake if provoked at that moment. "I see you are unwilling to share. Such coincidences do not exist in this world." Just as Du Cece intended to take the opportunity to reprimand Jiang Qie on Su Qingxuan's behalf, she suddenly realized, indeed, such coincidences are rare. She couldn't help but recall Jiang Qie's jubilance upon exiting the restroom and Su Qingxian's clammy hands. Her phone also vanished after entering the restroom with Su Qingxian. All these connections gradually took root in her mind, fostering a suspicion regarding Su Qingxian. Consequently, her expression towards Su Qingxian became inscrutable. Thus, she retrieved her phone, preparing to engage in a game. At that moment, her roommate, Su Qingxian, with ulterior motives, proactively dialed Li Chengze. Before making the call, she deliberately reminded Jiang Qie, "I see you have no intention of sleeping, so is it alright if I make a call?" "Go ahead, then. Are you deliberately hinting at wanting my attention regarding your affection?" In the original text, Su Qingxuan's most frequently employed tactic was sowing discord, and Jiang Qie had long anticipated this move. However, she had no intention of engaging. She was not the love-stricken protagonist from the original story. Chapter 19, Wretched Beast. "Show yourself at once." Su Qingxian decisively hung up the call she had just initiated. How could Jiang Qie know she was calling Li Chengze? Moreover, she appeared utterly unconcerned. Had she truly lost interest in him? Can a person undergo such a significant transformation in such a short span? It is worth noting that while she had never interacted with Jiang Qie directly, she had gleaned considerable information from Li Chengze. She once believed Jiang Qie to be a sensitive, insecure girl with a timid disposition and poor emotional resilience.
Yet,
These past 2 days of interaction had cast numerous doubts in her mind. It seemed Jiang Qie harbored no affection for Li Chengze, and perhaps even a hint of disdain. The emergence of this thought triggered an alarm in Su Qingxuan's heart. In less than 2 days, she had almost been deceived by Jiang Qie. Throughout the months of shooting alongside Li Chengze, she had unraveled Jiang Qie's character, witnessing firsthand the depths of her love for him. Why, then, did she now display such apathy in her presence? Where are you running off to? That area is dangerous. Do you even know how to play? Please don't hit me. I'm innocent. Spare me. Hurry, save me. I didn't mean for you to carry me. Su Qingxian glanced at Jiang Qie, seemingly engrossed in her game, her eyes narrowing slightly. Thankfully, I have seen through your ruse. To be safe, she decided to test whether Jiang Qie was genuinely feigning. Thus, she redialed the number. As soon as the call connected, Li Chengze's voice resonated through. Is Jiang Qie bullying you? But soon he fell silent, having clearly heard Jiang Qie's gaming sounds through the phone. No, I'm not that bad at playing. Fine, I may have just made a mistake, but so what? Does the game define everything? I'm indifferent, but if you say that, my friend, who is worse than me, will be in a panic. I advise you to apologize. If not, it matters not to me. I merely feel indignant for my friend. After a tirade, Jiang Qie cursed and exited the game, turning to meet Su Qingxian's gaze with an air of nonchalance. If you're going to make a call, step outside. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Qie, you better remove me from your blacklist. I warn you, this is not a negotiation. It's an order. Li Chengze's voice crackled through the phone, and Su Qingxuan's expression darkened further. Jiang Qie, looking as if she had seen a ghost, raised her head to the front, her hands quickly forming a gesture of sealing. Who is speaking? Wretched beast. Show yourself at once. If there were cameras in the room at that moment, many spectators would undoubtedly critique her mental state.
Li Chengze,
Realizing his words had been disregarded by Jiang Qie, felt his dignity waning in front of Su Qingxian, who was aware of their relationship. Jiang Qie, have you had enough of this? Is it necessary to be angry over such trivial matters? Can't you learn from Su Qingxian? If you had even half of her understanding, we wouldn't have arrived at this point. How can we continue discussing things with you acting this way?
I am truly exhausted.
Upon hearing this, Su Qingxian, who had been frowning moments before, finally wore a satisfied expression, unable to suppress a smirk. Have you memorized the collection of scoundrel quotes? Talking like a machine, hasn't your master taught you how to speak like a human? Perhaps I should teach you? The tuition isn't steep, just half of your assets will suffice. The sound of heavy breathing emanated from the phone, indicating Li Chengze was quite agitated.
Soon,
He finally spoke again. Fine, I'm tired. Let us break up. Coincidentally, I also wanted to tell you something. Actually, Su Qingxian and I have long. Like-minded? Colluding? Engaging in mutual corruption? Conspiring? Jiang Qie, who had been smiling, instantly erupted in anger upon hearing those words. Who the hell still cares for you? Had she lost her mind? Why would she abandon Gu Yizhi, who surpassed Li Chengze in both physique and wealth, to fawn over this turtle? You coward! If you have the guts, say it to my face. In the hospital, Jiang Qie's furious outburst reverberated like a sonic wave capable of shattering glass, making Li Chengze feel as if his head were about to explode. He instinctively pulled the phone away, only to realize he was wearing a Bluetooth headset. By the time he removed the headset, it was too late. Jiang Qie's tirade abruptly ceased. Just as he was puzzled, Su Qingxuan's anxious voice came through. Trouble. Chengze, be careful. She's coming for you.
Li Chengze's pupils dilata sharply.
As memories of being chased by Jiang Qie with a fork on the beach and the dread of being tormented by Sadako in the hospital consumed his thoughts.
Yet,
He quickly regained his composure. As long as he locked the door tightly, Jiang Qie could not enter. Calling the hospital security would ensure his safety. However, he still underestimated Jiang Qie's unconventional methods. Half an hour later, the hospital window suddenly swung open, a chilling wind rushing in, causing Li Chengze to shudder involuntarily. How strange. Wasn't it a scorching hot day? Where was this cold wind coming from? He pulled the blanket closer, lost in his thoughts.
Wait.
That doesn't seem to be the main point. Why did the windowsill suddenly open on its own? No way. Li Chengze stiffly turned his head, his terrified pupils reflecting a woman peering in through the window. Jiang Qie? How did you climb up here? This is the second floor. This time, it was Jiang Qie's turn to mock Li Chengze coldly, as she nimbly flipped inside and dusted off her clothes. Li Chengze swallowed hard, instinctively retreating slightly.
Now.
Jiang Qie was less than 10 steps away from him. If he called the security outside now, by the time they arrived, Jiang Qie would have already had the chance to pummel him before making her escape. He could only attempt to placate Jiang Qie. Didn't he mean it that way? It's all a misunderstanding. Damn your misunderstandings. Jiang Qie, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly erupted in fury, her fists rapidly closing in. With a dull thud, Li Chengze's body involuntarily leaned back, his face contorted in pain. Yet, Jiang Qie did not cease her assault, swiftly draping the blanket over Li Chengze's head and raining punches down upon him. Li Chengze found himself ensconced beneath the covers, a silent lament echoing within him as he silently prayed that the security guards outside could hear the commotion within. However, he had underestimated the diligence of the guards, who remained steadfastly focused on the passers-by, their grips on their electric batons firm, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Unbeknownst to them, while they were wholly absorbed in their duties, the very individual they were meant to protect had already been dealt a grievous blow by an outsider. Chapter 20. In this world, no one is inherently obliged to care for you, yet there exists an exception, Father. Jiang Qie. Did I not warn you that this place is quite remote, and that you should not venture out alone? Director, I didn't go out. I merely stepped into the yard to bask in the sun. Well, since everyone is here, let us commence the afternoon's activities. Given the sweltering weather, the venue will be the Yuhua Building. The Yuhua Building? Surely I misheard. The director has rented the edifice of the Yuhua Group? What a substantial expenditure. The Yuhua Group, a premier national fashion brand and the founding conglomerate of world-renowned luxury labels, needs no advertisement. For ordinary folks like us, purchasing from them requires careful consideration of our finances. The Yuhua Group is soon to be inherited by the eldest son, Shen Qinghua. I've heard he is a fan of Su Qingxian. Perhaps he is pursuing her? So, that is the case. Director Fei chuckled, reassured that this would be a fair competition, devoid of any party holding an absolute advantage. Yet, Su Qingxian glanced anxiously at the male contestants. The disparity in numbers between the genders was glaring. No, prior to this I had already communicated with Li Chengze. He has made the necessary preparations, and by the time we arrive, he will likely be waiting for us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Subsequently, the 6 guests boarded a minibus en route to their destination. Jiang Qie comfortably settled beside Gu Yizhi, ready to scroll through Weibo, only to be jolted by a trending topic that caught her eye. Shocking. Jiang Qie climbs pipes for a glimpse of Li Chengze. Jiang Qie is madly in love with Li Chengze. Jiang Qie could not help but twitch her lips in silent exasperation. Jiang Qie. This generation of netizens can uncover everything except for finding a partner, someone commented. Jiang Qie. My mother tongue is exasperation, she retorted. Jiang Qie. This is slander. I will sue you for defamation. Meanwhile, as Li Chengze made his way to the Yuhua Building, he too noticed the trending topic and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet he clicked on the post, spotting a photo of Jiang Qie stealthily climbing a pipe, eliciting a bemused smile. Was she born under the sign of the monkey?
Wait.
The 2 most popular comments below seemed to be from Jiang Qie. What is she trying to stir up? Is she so eager to sever ties with me? Li Chengze's tone was tinged with displeasure. Then, I shall ensure that you cannot escape my grasp. Li Chengze, girls are bound to be sensitive about their image. Please refrain from ridiculing her. I also wish to express gratitude for Jiang's concern, roses included.
Ding.
A WeChat message suddenly popped up on Li Chengze's phone. Jiang Qie, are you eager for another beating? No need to rush. We shall see each other at the building, with a bloodied knife. Li Chengze snorted lightly. Once at the building, he would be surrounded by countless cameras. Was he afraid of her? Gu Yizhi raised his phone, a subtle expression on his face as he cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Qie. It appeared the rumors held some truth. She was indeed desperately pursuing Li Chengze to no avail. Jiang Qie felt a profound sense of helplessness, akin to a concubine accused of an illicit affair, unable to defend herself. Old Gu, alas, I find myself at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to them, in the back seat, Su Qingxian stared intently at her phone screen, her expression grave, lost in thought. As the building gradually came into view, framed by retreating trees, Jiang Qie knew they were approaching the Yuhua Building. At that moment, she intended to make Li Chengze understand the depth of a father's love for his son. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qie stood awestruck before the towering edifice. The Yuhua Building sparkled under the sun, its glass facade reflecting the surrounding scenery, ethereal and dreamlike. Jiang Qie, what are you gazing at? Let us go. Ji Yao called from ahead, her expression one of confusion, as if this grandeur was commonplace for her. I'm coming, Jiang Qie responded succinctly before stepping inside. The opulence of marble, the brilliance of crystal chandeliers, and the grandeur of towering columns each reshaped Jiang Qie's understanding of the affluent world. She cast an envious glance at Su Qingxian, wishing for such a wealthy family, unaware that Su Qingxian was the lost daughter of the Shin family. Xian, I'm late. A gentle male voice emanated from nearby, followed by Li Chengze's arrival, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Qingxian. We have new material for our edits.
Li Chengze.
Heed this. We only want Su Qingxian as our sister-in-law. Make sure Jiang Qie does not take advantage.
Who understands?
The tenderness in Li Chengze's gaze towards Su Qingxian is overwhelming. It's truly heart-wrenching. I declare them the sweetest couple in the entertainment industry. No objections accepted. Su Qingxian lowered her head shyly, while Li Chengze smirked, affectionately ruffling her hair. This time, I shall ensure that Jiang Qie pays the price.
Huh.
The others were momentarily taken aback. He tenderly caressed Su Qingxian's hair without uttering a single love confession, yet directed fierce words at Jiang Qie. Even Su Qingxian appeared momentarily stunned, her smile freezing in place. As if regaining his composure, Li Chengze hastily added, Li Chengze is truly wonderful. Why can't he be my husband? That girl Su Qingxian is so fortunate, someone lamented. Director Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It wasn't he as intense as you described? Upon hearing this, the light in Jiang Qie's eyes dimmed instantly, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing her features. She shot a glare at the gleeful Li Chengze before sarcastically commenting on the director's extravagant rental of such a vast space, questioning if it was merely for aesthetics. Chapter 21. Linda, you truly could pull up the willow. Who said I rented the entire building? Do you think I am made of money? It's merely 2 floors, rented for just 1 hour. Enough, no more explanations. Time is of the essence. Let me quickly clarify the rules as we proceed. Director Fei picked up the task card and quickly read its contents. The game is called Hide and Seek. We will dispatch a professional game master, Brother Zhang, to search for the 7 hidden participants. If he locates all of you within the stipulated half hour, the hunters win. Otherwise, you 7 prevail. You will have 25 minutes to hide. The countdown begins now. With that, the 7 participants hurriedly sought suitable hiding spots. Du Cixi, Hisheng, and Ji Yao made their way to the 2nd floor, perhaps believing the 1st floor would be searched first, posing the greatest danger. However, Jiang Qie held a different perspective. To a professional, both floors were equally vulnerable to a thorough search. Moreover, the 1st floor possessed a significant advantage. Its intricate hallways were ideal for evading Brother Zhang's detection. As she scoured for a suitable room, an indentation in the wall captured her attention. The entire wall was white. If she could find a white panel to conceal herself within this recess, Brother Zhang would have a difficult time spotting her. After devising a plan, Jiang Qie promptly set it in motion, somehow acquiring a white board and laboriously maneuvering it into position. However, just as she shifted the board before her, a figure emerged at the very indentation she had just observed. Was this individual attempting to usurp her hiding spot? Jiang Qie abruptly decided to quit, tossing the whiteboard aside as she rolled up her sleeves and approached the individual. Li Chengze, you truly are a persistent specter, daring to encroach upon my territory. Seeking a confrontation, are you? Despite Jiang Qie's fierce demeanor, Li Chengze exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, he nodded towards the cameraman beside him. Jiang Qie, finding humor in the situation, retorted, are you incapable of handling a little girl? With that, she strode directly in front of Li Chengze's camera and cheekily announced, look closely. Fans of Li Chengze, your idol posts fitness photos on Weibo daily, yet he cannot even best a woman. Don't believe me? Well, prepare to be enlightened. After her soliloquy, Jiang Qie turned to Li Chengze, twisted her neck and wrists, and lunged forward to embrace his waist. At that moment, Li Chengze, reveling in his own self-satisfaction, remarked, you were the one who wanted to hit me, weren't you? Merely seeking a reason for physical contact, you little mischief maker.
Just as he was caught off guard,
he felt her grip tighten around his waist, as if she was preparing for something.
Wait.
This doesn't count. I'm not ready. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Qie had already taken action, spinning him around like a top in an exuberant frenzy. Li Chengze felt dizzy, as if he were airborne, with his soul lagging behind. How can Jiang Qie possess such strength? Haha, have these two swapped roles? Turns out, The tales of Dream of the Red Chamber are not mere fabrications. Lin Dayu truly can uproot willows. After enduring 49 dizzying spins, Jiang Qie finally set him down. Li Chengze had completely lost his sense of direction. His mind felt shriveled from shock, and he collapsed without a struggle. Jiang Qie, having inflicted damage upon him but suffering in return, swayed unsteadily before leaning against the wall to sit down. Jiang Qie truly is devoted. She must endure the bitterness alongside him. Suddenly reminded of that trending topic. I suspect Jiang Qie did not visit the hospital for others, but is that permissible? Will she not face backlash from Li Chengze's fans? Li Chengze seems utterly defenseless. The photos he shares on Weibo surely can't be fabricated, right? After a 5-minute respite, Gu Yizhi was the first to notice the two. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the flushed face of Jiang Qie for a couple of seconds before exclaiming, "You both are truly remarkable, even in front of 2 cameras. Enough. Say another word, and I swear." Despite Jiang Qie being utterly exhausted, she insisted on clarifying that it was not as they imagined. Before she could finish, Su Qingxian arrived, and upon seeing Li Chengze on the ground, she displayed a mix of anxiety, concern, and jealousy.
Chengze,
She cried, rushing over to squat beside him. Worry etched on her face. Are you all right? Li Chengze, fatigued, suddenly caught sight of Su Qingxuan's pure gaze and felt as though she radiated light. Don't worry. I'm doing fine. Are you speaking in human terms? 49 spins. Try being lifted and spun 49 times yourself. Jiang Qie's eyes widened as she seemed to realize her transgression, pausing momentarily. Seeing her reaction, Li Chengze's mood lifted somewhat as he pushed himself up from the ground. Unbeknownst to Su Qingxian, who was oblivious to what had transpired, her expression soured. Yet, she remained dedicated and shook Li Chengze gently.
Chengze,
You must pull yourself together. You cannot let Jiang Qie diminish your fighting spirit. You are young and accomplished, the envy of many aspiring actors. Upon hearing her words, Li Chengze, who had been listless moments ago, ignited with newfound confidence. Qingxian, did you mean that sincerely? Yes, Chengze, actually, I've always who is still breaking down here? How embarrassing. Li Chengze's attention was drawn back to Jiang Qie, and this time, he didn't catch the remainder of Su Qingxuan's words. Swiftly, he stood up and pointed at Jiang Qie in the distance. Do not overstep your bounds. That was my concession. Li Chengze is struggling to recover. Su Qingxuan's loud reprimand echoed from behind. Chengze respects you all. I may not know what transpired earlier, but I trust his character. He has always treated others with courtesy and sincerity, yet you all treat him this way. It is utterly disheartening. For true disillusionment does not stem from loud quarrels. Chapter 22. Indeed, I also fled. After the ruckus caused by the two, no one paid attention to the reflective surface any longer, each seeking a different hiding spot. At that moment, there were less than 10 minutes remaining, and the 3 on the second floor were oblivious to the events below, having already found their hiding places. The second floor consisted of various small dining areas and snack stalls. Ji Yao chose to hide inside a bar counter, pulling out her phone to play. Hisheng found a corner elevator, curling himself into a blind spot where he would remain unseen as long as Zhang Ge did not enter. Du Sisi was even more cautious, retreating to the restroom, knowing that Zhang Ge, being male, would unlikely enter a women's restroom in front of a live audience. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian raced against time, checking room after room. The first floor was filled with entertainment venues, dimly lit and conducive for concealment. They slipped into a private room, with Su Qingxian utilizing her physical advantage to hide within the sofa. Meanwhile, Li Chengze draped himself with a black cloth. Merging into the darkness of the room, one can see that the esteemed actor Li has a penchant for disguising himself as a wall. With only 5 minutes left in the game, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi had shifted the atmosphere from tense to relaxed as they strolled side by side. Jiang Qie exudes an unparalleled sense of ease. For the first time, I feel these two are exceptionally compatible, at least in terms of their mental state. Why aren't you hiding? You don't plan to follow me, do you? Jiang Qie queried Gu Yizhi. Do you wish for me to follow you? As Jiang Qie became serious, she raised her head to look at him. Gu Yizhi averted his gaze, hastily attempting to mask the anticipation in his eyes with calmness. Not particularly, Jiang Qie replied, because my plan is not suited for two to run around together. It's too easy to expose flaws. All right. Gu Yizhi fell silent, casually opening a nearby door before stepping inside, waving at her before closing it. Wishing you success with your plan, Teacher Jiang.
Deal.
Jiang Qie responded cheerfully. At that moment, an alarm blared overhead. Game countdown. 10, 9, Jiang Qie no longer hesitated, swiftly darting into a nearby room. She concealed herself behind the door and opened the live feed from Hunter Jiang Qie's perspective, ready to track his movements. Jiang Qie emerged from the hall, confidently flashing a peace sign to the camera before striding purposefully toward Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi. He inspected door after door, leaving no corner unchecked. His professional search skills instilling dread in those hiding in cabinets and sofas on the second floor. However, Jiang Qie remained unafraid. Through her observations, she noted that Jiang Qie did not check behind the doors first, indicating that her plan was already halfway successful. With a click, the door to the room finally swung open. Jiang Qie cautiously inhaled, daring not to make a sound. Having searched half the room without success, Jiang Qie's movements visibly grew more agitated as he perfunctorily repeated his previous steps, starting with the television cabinet. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qie's back was turned, Jiang Qie dashed out of the room. Then, she cautiously entered the adjacent room, which had already been searched by him.
Phew.
Jiang Qie exhaled deeply, only to suddenly feel a warm breath beside her ear. What a coincidence, you're here too. In her line of sight stood a figure taller than herself, leaning against the wall and gazing at her. Although the light was dim, Jiang Qie immediately recognized the person, as Li Chengze was not that tall. Gu Yizhi. I remember the room you entered wasn't this one, was it? Could it be? Yes, I also ran out. Jiang Qie gave him a thumbs up while secretly mocking Jiang Qie's abilities. So professional. Using the same trick twice under his nose without him noticing. What's wrong? You seem reluctant to join me, Gu Yizhi commented. Don't you think your words sound pretentious? Just like Li Chengze. Jiang Qie nonchalantly glanced at him and continued. Initially, I thought you were quite decent, but later I realized that you and Li Chengze are quite similar. Both of you speak in a pretentious manner. The only difference is that while Li Chengze is pretentious in speech, he is pretentious in person as well.
What?
Why are you saying our esteemed actor Li is pretentious? Jiang Qie is just bitter because she can't have him. How malicious. Nevertheless, Gu Yizhi's pretentiousness is somewhat acceptable, as he truly possesses that kind of talent. Gu Yizhi was momentarily at a loss for words. He scratched his head and pretended to be reserved as he picked up his phone and typed into Baidu. What does it mean to speak pretentiously? Unsatisfied. He deleted it and re-entered. How to speak without being pretentious. Seeing him frown at his phone for a long time, Jiang Qie assumed he was upset and added,
Buti dislike Li Chengze. I don't dislike you.
Gu Yizhi paused, then quickly continued scrolling through his phone, as if afraid of being discovered. Even though he had already reached the end, Gu Yizhi lifted his eyelids casually and remarked, You're overthinking. I just happened to see you and Li Chengze in the same situation and happened to take the same route as you. The next moment, an announcement echoed throughout the floor. Su Qingxian. Jiang Qie joyfully rolled on the ground like a child. What a pity I didn't discover the flaws of the pretentious Li Chengze, Gu Yizhi sighed. Jiang Qie jumped to her feet, speaking rapidly. You also dislike Li Chengze? Gu Yizhi's eyes lit up. Yes, I've never been fond of him. As for the reason. At this point, he glanced helplessly at the camera above. I won't discuss it here. The audience caught on to Gu Yizhi's hesitance, and the screen was suddenly filled with speculation. No way. To be disliked by Gu Yizhi. That must be some significant scandal. Gu Yizhi, spill it. I want to hear. I'm so anxious I could explode. Don't easily believe Gu Yizhi. He might just be using our esteemed actor Li to gain attention. He has no evidence. Chapter 23. Even sleeping can be ridiculed. Jiang Qie ceased her jesting, her expression turning subtle. As the male protagonist of the novel, Li Chengze had a spotless background, with no scandals to speak of aside from infidelity. So, where did Gu Yizhi acquire such information? Could it be that Gu Yizhi was seeking revenge for the original character's betrayal by Li Chengze?
No.
Gu Yizhi was not the type to meddle in others' affairs or act as a vigilante.
Oh.
It seems that young Master Gu is quite knowledgeable, Jiang Qie inquired tentatively. Are you genuinely concerned about Li Chengze? Gu Yizhi smiled wryly. To be honest, I don't have a good impression of Li Chengze. And I believe you understand the reasons behind it.
Wait.
Jiang Qie interjected. You aren't thinking of revealing my relationship with Li Chengze so soon, are you? That would ruin the fun. Actually, you don't need to bare your heart to me. She extended a hand. Just a little financial support will suffice. I promise to listen earnestly afterward. At this moment, the announcement echoed again. Ji Yao, Hisheng. Du Cece, hiding in the restroom, watched Zhang Guo approach her on her phone and instinctively blocked the restroom door. However, this did not escape Zhang Ji's notice. Before entering the restroom, He deliberately spoke to the camera crew behind him. Based on my past experiences, many women tend to hide in restrooms, but they underestimate my determination to win. Each time, I catch them without fail. I suspect it will be the same this time, but out of respect, you should wait outside while I capture her. Inside, Gu Yixi's heart raced as she felt her escape was futile. Yet, having watched Jiang Qie's livestream, she decided to give it a try.
So,
While Zhang Ge was still talking, she stealthily hid behind the restroom's main door, waiting for the right moment. Unfortunately, this tactic was already noticed by Zhang Ge, and she was captured. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge quickly pieced together Du Yixi's actions and walked steadily toward the first floor. How come after searching for so long, I finally find someone on the first floor? It seems I overlooked this detail. However, this time, they surely won't escape. Zhang Ge gestured toward the camera as he hurried downwards. At this moment, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi had already ascended to the second floor, and Zhang Ge, in his haste, took the elevator, narrowly missing them. Jiang Qie glanced at her phone. Only 10 minutes remained. If Zhang Ge continued searching room by room, time would be running short. She stretched her neck. Finally, she could take a proper break. Gu Yizhi, also feeling pleased, twisted his neck and was about to ask Jiang Qie what to do next when he realized she had vanished. The next second, Jiang Qie's snoring echoed from the couch. Gu Yizhi, speechless, tugged at the corners of his mouth, walked over, and inspected her. 3 minutes later, he found a white blanket from somewhere and gently covered Jiang Qie with it. He then casually strolled away. Quite romantic, but not overly so. Jiang Qie, I appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary in this hot weather. With only 3 minutes left, the announcement rang out again. Li Chengze. Jiang Qie abruptly opened her eyes, almost forgetting she was still playing a game. She skillfully threw off the blanket and prepared to get out of bed.
hold on.
She looked at the white blanket on her and the colorful flowers surrounding her, stunned for a moment.
Who did this?
Jiang Qie angrily shouted. Who did this outrageous act? One would think this is my memorial service. With only a minute left in the game, Zhang Ge downstairs heard the commotion from above and immediately halted his search. Rushing up the stairs to the second floor. Even sleeping could be ridiculed. Did they think she was a fool? Jiang Qie had completely forgotten she was still in a game, determined to catch the person who had pranked her. Winning or losing was no longer important. The next moment, Jiang Qie, invigorated as if electrified, began searching for suspects, even lifting toilet lids to see. For she could not be certain if the person capable of such mischief had any other tricks up their sleeve. By the time Zhang Ge reached the second floor, Jiang Qie had already fled, leaving behind only a white blanket and an array of colorful plastic flowers. Game over. All guests please gather in the first floor hall. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Qie irritably gave a middle finger to the ceiling, her expression filled with resentment. At that moment, Gu Yizhi confidently emerged from the side, spotting Jiang Qie and cheerfully patting her shoulder. We still managed to hide until the end. Haha. Jiang Qie impatiently shrugged off his hand. Don't bother me. I must find out who covered me with the white blanket. White blanket. Gu Yizhi's lips curled slightly, excitement bubbling within him as he restrained himself and asked, Are you truly moved? There's no need to go through so much trouble just to thank someone, is there? Moved. Jiang Qie immediately retorted. Who would be so bored as to drape a white blanket over me and surround me with plastic flowers? What kind of grudge do they hold against me to create such a facade of my peaceful departure? Just a moment ago, Gu Yizhi was laughing heartily. But in an instant, her smile froze. She had merely covered me with a blanket, thinking the air conditioning was too cold, yet someone had placed flowers around, inadvertently leading Jiang Qie to misunderstand the situation. If it weren't for the person who arranged the flowers, Jiang Qie would be grateful to her now. Thinking of this, Gu Yizhi's anger flared. Where are the flowers?
Who placed them?
This is outrageous. It's utterly absurd. Damn it, I hope I don't see you. Her words reminded Jiang Qie that they were live streaming. If she inquired in the streaming room, wouldn't she uncover the perpetrator? She quickly grabbed her phone, entered her live stream, and sent a barrage message. Jiang Qie, reward for information. If anyone can tell me who just played this prank on me, I will transfer 8,888 yuan via WeChat. Limited offer, first come, first served. Initially, most viewers were oblivious and began to throw Gu Yizhi under the bus. However, as more people were alerted, they quickly realized the situation. Jiang Qie, you really are greedy. It's Gu Yizhi. She looks like she's about to break. What kind of new scam is this?
Gu Yizhi, Gu Yizhi, Gu Yizhi.
The beads of the abacus are bouncing off my face. In less than a second, Jiang Qie swiftly grasped the key information, Gu Yizhi. Her expression darkened, and she slowly lifted her head to look at the flustered Gu Yizhi. You truly are an old hand at this. Even Li Chengze would feel ashamed in comparison. Gu Yizhi lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting. I merely covered you with a blanket because the air conditioning was too cold. It's all the fault of the flower arranger. I scolded that person for you, so you can't blame me. Chapter 24. Li Chengze's weighing of pros and cons. Director Fei glanced around the hall and quickly noticed the absence of Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi. Checking the time, he saw there were less than 3 minutes until the rental period expired. Where could those two be? Hadn't anyone notified them to assemble? Fei raised the loudspeaker and shouted. Just then, a staff member quietly approached him. Director. A staff member on the second floor saw Jiang Qie excitedly snatch a broom from the cleaning lady. Upon hearing this, Fei's expression brightened considerably. He then addressed the crowd. It seems we have underestimated our expectations. You should all learn from Jiang Qie after participating in the game. She still remembered to help clean up. What a good child. If you all had such awareness, the Yoo-Hoo group would see our respect, making future collaborations even smoother. Li Chengze raised an eyebrow, finally showing some semblance of a responsible partner, truly worthy of being my trained girlfriend. Su Qingxian quietly stepped back, lowering her head. Her expression complex. When did Jiang Qie become so cunning? She had outshone her expectations, stealing all the limelight. Initially thought to be an amateur, she turned out to be a master, more adept at feigning than herself.
Gu Yizhi.
You stop right there. A gust of wind swept by, and by the time everyone reacted, those two figures had already dashed out the door. Director Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the entrance as he asked a nearby staff member. Was that Jiang Qie, the one holding the broom high above her head? Upon returning to the estate, it was already evening. You. Fei pointed at Jiang Qie, unable to utter a coherent word due to his frustration. He sighed and said, Fine, given that you won the game today, I will provide the ingredients for free, but you must prepare your own meals.
What?
The group was taken aback. Director, how can you say something so cold-hearted? Jiang Qie stammered. Yes, Director, we won. Shouldn't we be treated to a feast? Ji Yao chimed in. Director, this isn't quite right. If we had lost, would we not even get to eat? Gu Yizhi added. Fei showed an awkward expression. He genuinely wanted everyone to enjoy a meal together. But there simply weren't enough supplies. Faced with the discontent of the group, he wavered, just as he was about to relent. However, Su Qingxian seized the opportunity and stepped forward to defend him. Don't blame the director. He has been so busy every day, constantly cleaning up after us. We should understand and help relieve him of his burdens. How can you bear to criticize him? Xianxian, you're so kind. Only our Xianxian knows how to care for others. Finally, the weight on our hearts is lifted. Why is everyone praising Su Qingxian? Anyone concerned about Jiang Qie? She looks like she is about to break. I must say, Xianxian truly is synonymous with kindness.
Who understands?
She has always been a source of warmth for others. Director Fei cast a grateful glance at Su Qingxian before slowly walking out the door while addressing the crowd. That's it. You all should learn from this. Su Qingxian mentally gave herself a thumbs up and then turned to the others. All right, let's not complain anymore. Let us pick someone to cook. The group looked deflated, especially Jiang Qie, who seemed ready to roll her eyes to the heavens. Su Qingxian felt a jolt in her heart, realizing she had been so focused on her image in front of the camera that she had forgotten to consider others. Ji Yao crossed her arms. That's right. If it weren't for you, the director would have relented. Immediately, comments from Su Qingxuan's fans began to flood in. These two are too much. How can they bully our Xianxian? What they said isn't wrong. As a viewer, I don't understand why Su Qingxian would help the director at the expense of the guests. Others are just too conservative. If it were me, I would have gone straight for it. To be fair, although Su Qingxian has some blame, it wasn't intentional. Does Gu Yizhi and Ji Yao really need to be so harsh on her? Exactly. Our Xianxian is just too kind. How could anyone criticize her?
Su Qingxuan stood frozen,
feeling as though a heavy pot had been placed upon her back. Just those two sentences brought tears to her eyes as she looked pleadingly at Du Cixi. Du Cixi felt somewhat dissatisfied, but, seeing Su Qingxuan's expression, thought she was merely too naive and shook her head helplessly. Finally, Su Qingxian turned her gaze to Li Chengze. Li Chengze had been somewhat irritated, but upon seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, his heart softened. Damn it, seeing this woman cry makes my heart ache. Li Chengze's tolerance was at 50. However, I already have Jiang Qie. I cannot betray her. Li Chengze's tolerance remained at 50. Seeing Li Chengze ignore her, Su Qingxian intensified her efforts, softening her voice. I only wanted to relieve the director's burdens. Is that wrong? Why can't you even understand me? Li Chengze's tolerance plummeted to -100. He cleared his throat and cast a glance at Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie was busy tapping on her phone, her brows furrowing and relaxing alternately, seemingly engrossed in something, while Gu Yizhi leaned closer, occasionally pointing at her screen. What the heck? My boyfriend is being flirted with. And she shows no reaction? She's mingling with Gu Yizhi? Li Chengze suppressed his rising anger and walked over to Su Qingxian, ready to shower her with affection and sweet talk, intending to provoke Jiang Qie. They don't understand you, but I do. Seeing you like this pains my heart. Regardless of what others say, you are the best in my eyes. Li Chengze is so warm. He and Xian are such a perfect match.
Lock them in.
No one noticed that Li Chengze's gaze had drifted towards Jiang Qie. He had expected Jiang Qie to become jealous over him, yet to his surprise, she did not even spare him a glance. Not only that, but Jiao had also sneaked over at some point, giggling as she pointed at Jiang Qie's phone alongside Gu Yizhi. Li Chengze tugged at the corners of his mouth and glanced towards the kitchen, suddenly recalling an excellent method to capture Jiang Qie's attention. To win a woman's heart, one must first appeal to her stomach. Having cohabited with Jiang Qie for 3 years, he was thoroughly familiar with her tastes, and with that advantage, he believed he could outshine Gu Yizhi. He was determined to make sure Jiang Qie would never forget him. Li Chengze mentally strategized and turned his attention back to Su Qingxian. Everyone thinks you should be the head chef, and we cannot shirk our responsibilities, can we? What? Su Qingxian was taken aback, realizing that Li Chengze's earlier concern was merely a ploy to coax her into cooking.
Oh.
Yes, with 7 people, you can't manage it alone. So, let me help you. We can collaborate like last time. Chengze, you are so kind. Su Qingxian wiped her tears, but when she looked up, Li Chengze was already confidently stationed in the kitchen, brimming with determination. Seeing this, Su Qingxian hurried over to assist him. What a match made in heaven. If we disregard their culinary skills, this pair is simply perfect, Du Cixi sighed, recalling the last time Li Chengze's cooking had been a disaster. He Shun felt utterly despondent, the sight of the duo making him feel nauseous. That night, he had endured a plate of green cola chicken wings just to preserve Li Chengze's dignity.
Cixi?
You don't mean you want me to step in, do you? I'm no good in the kitchen, and since they are cooking, we must finish it. Especially since this is a live broadcast. We can't promote food waste. But I'm utterly clueless. To be fair, although Emperor Li's cooking was abysmal last time, he at least didn't produce anything inedible. If I cook, who knows what might happen? Ha ha ha, such self-awareness. At least Xiao he knows himself. Why doesn't Li Chengze believe his cooking is subpar? Perhaps he has been flattered too much. Last time, no one dared to criticize him openly. So, he assumed his skills were acceptable? Why are there still people mocking Emperor Li in the comments? He is responsible if no one else wanted to cook. Would he really take on the task himself? What's wrong with Emperor Li? Can't you be a bit kinder? Our Z's is so responsible. Far more stable compared to some male guests who are just here to play around. I want to name names. What's going on in the comments? You say Li Chengze lacks self-awareness for wanting to cook, but if he doesn't, you claim he lacks responsibility. You can't have it both ways. I don't care. Even if the dishes look unappetizing, Li Chengze remains the warmest among all the male guests. No wonder, he was the first to be favored by the female guests, and his relationship remains stable. Unlike the other two, who haven't even charmed a single female guest yet. I've noticed some fans are overly extreme. Their main guest can't cook to save his life and has been trending for it, but they don't want anyone to mention it. These fans must be on the defensive. Every time a passerby praises another male guest without acknowledging their main guest, they flood the comments to assert their presence. Isn't that just ridiculous? While the onlookers and fans were engaged in their heated debate in the comments, Li Chengze had prepared a table of dishes. Unlike last time, this time the food was mostly light and clean, lacking any bizarre colors. However, this was not due to an improvement in Li Chengze's culinary skills. It was simply because he had opted for an exceedingly simple approach. 2 cucumbers were sliced and accompanied by a bowl of sugar for dipping. There were boiled broccoli, corn, chicken breast, and a hodgepodge of a dish. The final creation was nothing short of astonishing: coffee buckwheat fruit noodles. Indeed, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Li Chengze puffed out his chest and proudly explained, many girls love drinking coffee while dieting, and they often use buckwheat noodles as their staple, substituting fruit for snacks and desserts. So, I had a burst of inspiration to combine the two, saving us a lot of hassle. With this dish, one can enjoy noodles while sipping coffee and tasting dessert, a trifecta of delights. While the previous dishes could be somewhat excused as Li Chengze being timid after criticism, the moment this main dish was revealed, all the fans fell silent. It looks like something I'd feed to pigs at home. I have seen fans embarrass their idols, but I have never seen an idol make their fans feel ashamed. The previously scorned onlookers began to rally and mock. Emperor Li, I have my grandmother's long johns. Why don't you toss those in too? Compared to this, Indian food seems more palatable. Teacher, how come I don't see my Zihan in there? Did you forget to add him? I'm afraid to say anything, lest the fans come after me for not understanding their idol's sense of responsibility. I still have some red bean paste stuck in my backside. Ha ha ha. The comments have turned into a chaotic mess. Better drink it while it's hot. Chengze, you are so considerate of the girls, but will everyone understand your intentions? Su Qingxian was the first to flatter him.
Gu Yizhi,
who prided herself on having seen it all since her debut, fell silent in the face of this table of food, her silence speaking volumes. Ji Yao, however, bluntly remarked, not to be rude, Li Chengze, but what on earth is this? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Ji Yao's words struck Li Chengze like a sharp arrow to the heart. He could not comprehend why, during his first cooking attempt, Ji Yao had been reluctant, but not so direct. Moreover, he felt he had improved this time. Li Chengze refused to be disheartened. Ji Yao might not appreciate it, but Jiang Qie would surely like it, as he had followed her usual recipes, aside from the coffee buckwheat fruit noodles he had created himself.
Oh.
Didn't you hear what Li Chengze just said? He specifically made this to help us lose weight. Jiang Qie hurried over to feign teaching Ji Yao. Upon hearing this, Li Chengze felt even prouder, convinced that his culinary skills would win back Jiang Qie's affection. Research what? Ji Yao inquired. Research how to disgust people. So we can't eat it. Isn't that effective for dieting?
Boom.
A thunderous, invisible bolt struck Li Chengze's head. Ha ha ha, Jiang Qie. You truly have a way with words. Jiang Qie has not disappointed me. She is my internet mouthpiece. Really? Is this true? Another passerby has joined us. Welcome to our Jiang is still old club. What a strange fandom name. Jiang is still old. Mainly because Jiang Qie herself isn't normal. If her fans were normal, that would be strange. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qie, her recent antics had unexpectedly garnered her a small yet enthusiastic fanbase, who had even taken it upon themselves to name it Jiang is still old. Chapter 26. Oh, quite clever indeed. Seeing this, Li Chengze let out a cold snort. It was now evening, and the kitchen supplies had been depleted, leaving Jiang Qie with no choice but to eat his cooking. Here, my dishes may not be particularly tasty, but at least they will fill your stomach. You've all been out all day, and must be hungry, right? Li Chengze then beckoned Gu Yizhi and Hishin to take a seat. He was determined to prove that Jiang Qie, the glutton, would come rushing over once the food was served. Sure enough, Jiang Qie and the other two quickly gathered around.
Li Chengze.
Do you have any salad dressing or ketchup in the kitchen? Gu Yizhi felt that the meal was rather bland. Is it bland? Li Chengze furrowed his brows in contemplation, recalling that many female celebrities had similar diets for weight loss. What was he doing wrong?
I think I saw the salad dressing.
Sister Cece, wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you, Su Qingxian interjected, noticing Li Chengze's daze. Xian is truly the warmest sweetheart.
Who understands?
It feels like Xian and Emperor Li are like parents with a bunch of kids after marriage. It's a perfect match. This pair seems quite fitting. Cold to suitors, but gentle only to Xian, the dutiful sister, and shy younger sister. Hisheng, should I take my leave? Hisheng, goodness, couldn't catch the heartthrob. And almost got bent? Hisheng is about to explode. Someone stop him. After receiving the salad dressing, Gu Yizhi began to transform the dish Li Chengze had prepared. She first fished out the fruits from the coffee fruit buckwheat noodles, washed them in clean water, and placed them in an empty bowl. She added some cucumber slices and then retrieved the broccoli from the boiling water, rinsed it, and included it too. Finally, she mixed all the vegetables and fruits together with the salad dressing, creating a delightful salad. Haha, I'm utterly stunned by this transformation. Sister Du, don't forget to wash it with detergent for better cleanliness. I still think using makeup remover is better. Su Qingxian sat beside Li Chengze, occasionally serving him some dishes as a gesture of care. Next were Ji Yao and Gu Yizhi. Since Su Qingxian and Li Chengze had taken on the cooking task, the dishwashing duty naturally fell to the two who had eaten the most, Gu Yizhi and Hisheng. From the very beginning, Hisheng had fixated on Du Cixi, particularly because she had been indifferent towards him these past few days, which only fueled his interest. Now that he had the chance to be alone with Du Cixi, Hisheng was even more determined to showcase himself. Standing beside Du Cixi, he wiped the dishes and said, "Sister Cixi, I was actually your fan before I entered the entertainment industry. Did you know? As a child, I would faithfully watch your dramas on television, waiting for my mother to call me to bed at 11 every night." Du Cixi rarely smiled for him by saying that, "You make me sound so old."
Ah?
Hisheng waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I meant it was astonishing how someone so young could act so brilliantly. I'm honored to have your admiration. However, compared to your parents, I can only be considered inexperienced. Instead of idolizing me, you should seek their guidance. The dramas they participated in have become unmatched classics that left a profound impression on me. Hisheng understood Du Cixi's implication. Continuing to confess his feelings now would likely make her uncomfortable. He could only smile wryly. "What you say is true. I too wish to follow in my parents' footsteps and diligently study my craft." After saying this, he lowered his head to continue washing the dishes. However, when he accidentally glanced at Du Cixi's hands, he was immediately taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed towards the sink and asked, "Sister, are you washing dishes or playing a prank?"
Huh?
Upon hearing Hisheng's words, many in the comment section shifted their focus to Du Cixi's hands. Once they looked, it only served to amuse the viewers. "Ha ha ha, Du Cixi, what on earth are you doing? Using detergent directly on the dishes without rinsing? Is Du Cixi planning to poison everyone at the next meal? We've found the perfect career for Du Cixi, royal dishwashing worker."
Ha. Du Cixi holds it hair movements, visibly flusteral.
"Did I wash them wrong? I'm sorry. I usually don't do this kind of housework, so I'm a bit clueless." Hisheng chuckled softly. "Sister, you're usually so composed. I didn't expect you to be unfamiliar with washing dishes. Forgive me for finding this amusing." In the end, Du Cixi humbly learned the proper dishwashing technique from Hisheng and rewashed the dishes she had just cleaned before finishing the task. At 8 in the evening, in the bathroom, Jiang Qie's ethereal singing filled the air. Su Qingxian seemed a bit impatient and asked from behind the bathroom door, "Jiang Qie, could you please be a little quieter?" It was interrupting her phone call with Li Chengze. "Hey, play Can We?" Following this, the singing continued. "Can we be together?" At 9 o'clock, a figure stealthily descended the stairs. Confirming that no one was in the living room, they approached a room on the first floor and gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened. Ji Yao cautiously stepped out, glancing behind her to check if anyone was there, scratching her head. "Where's Gu Yizhi? Why isn't he coming along?" Jiang Qie placed her hand near Ji Yao's ear and whispered. He offered more. Ji Yao snapped her fingers as if enlightened. "Right. I have money too. Can I pay for you to do this for me?" Jiang Qie hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. "Sure, but it'll cost extra."
Huh? Why?
"Gu Yizhi lives on the 3rd floor. You have to make an extra trip. I'm on the 1st floor. It's an easy task." "Are you prioritizing romance over friendship?" "Fine, I'm leaving. You can go get it yourself." Jiang Qie turned away. "Wait, how much?" 3,000. Payment received. 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing that pleasant notification sound, Jiang Qie nodded in satisfaction and continued towards the door, thinking, "All right, I've helped. My big spender." On the stairs, another figure slowly emerged, squinting at the door. 3 minutes prior, Su Qingxian had just exited the bathroom and noticed Jiang Qie was missing. Her first thought was whether Jiang Qie had gone out on a date with Li Chengze. Cautiously, she followed her out. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs, she stumbled upon the transaction between Jiang Qie and Ji Yao. Though she was unaware of the details, seeing Jiang Qie collect money from Ji Yao indicated that she was once again using her tactics to threaten Ji Yao. Did she possess some secret about Ji Yao as well? However, since Jiang Qie dared to extort Ji Yao, it suggested that she had begun to irritate her. If Su Qingxian could win Ji Yao over, she could later join forces with her to deal with Jiang Qie, avenging the 5,000 Jiang Qie had extorted from her. While she was plotting, Jiang Qie stealthily exited the door, leaving Su Qingxian puzzled as to what she was up to so late at night. With narrowed eyes, Su Qingxian contemplated whether to follow her. Was she sneaking out for a clandestine meeting at this hour? A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. If that were the case, capturing evidence would spell disaster for Jiang Qie. "Hey, I'm here. Where are you?" The man on the other end of the phone sounded slightly anxious. Jiang Qie, covering her hand over the phone, replied, "I'm walking towards the entrance. You can leave the items on the right side of the gate." What could it be? So mysterious? Su Qingxian hid behind the bushes, eavesdropping on their conversation. A few minutes later, she spotted Jiang Qie discreetly conversing with a man on a small electric scooter. Quick as lightning, she snapped a picture. After handing a bag to Jiang Qie, the man rode away. Looking at the man's unimpressive appearance, Su Qingxian speculated, could Jiang Qie be supporting him? Her suspicions were confirmed. It was just a food delivery. Darn, what a waste of effort. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the director you're cheating? What you're doing is utterly unfair. With that, Su Qingxian snapped another photo, capturing Jiang Qie mid-expression, her lips adorned with a line of powder. Looking up at her in confusion. You ought to express gratitude towards me. Had I not ordered takeout, you would have found me gnawing in hunger through the night. Su Qingxian remarked. Jiang Qie smiled, suggesting that perhaps I am of a different species, just as I failed to comprehend why he would be drawn to someone like you. Su Qingxian abruptly ceased recording, her tone shifting from gentle to indignant. Jiang Qie, have you smeared your lips with the venom of a crane? Your words are so acerbic. Jiang Qie disdainfully spat out the bone in his mouth. You've abandoned all sense of decorum, so why should I hold back my tongue? Ignoring her, Jiang Qie nonchalantly tidied up the takeout boxes, brushing past her as he exited. Still pretending. You must be utterly distraught inside, Su Qingxian consoled herself. She then picked up her phone, sending the video she had just recorded to Li Chengze, and, fearing he might misinterpret, included a few explanatory messages. Chengze, it seems Jiang Qie is upset by the dreadful meal we prepared. I noticed she secretly ordered takeout. Oh dear. I initially felt it was unjust for Sister Cece and the others, yet Jiang Qie scolded me without a second thought. Alas, I truly did not intend to provoke her. What to do? It appears Jiang Qie has misunderstood our relationship. Why is it that she can criticize me but not you? Sigh. How can she not recognize such a fine man as you? Tomorrow will reveal whether Chengze harbors any dislike for you. The following morning, golden sunlight poured into the villa, accompanied by the melodious sounds of birds. Hisheng was the first to emerge from his room. His light yellow hair shimmered under the sun, embodying a youthful and charming aura. Ah, my little brother is so adorable. I just want to pinch his cheeks. I can't imagine how entertaining it would be to make him cry. However, before he could fully awaken, Hisheng collapsed like a deflated balloon. He was famished. He stepped into the kitchen and slowly opened the refrigerator, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the neatly arranged breakfast ingredients. Wow. Director, you truly care for us. Hisheng turned to express his gratitude to the camera. Congratulations to Hisheng for being the first male guest to rise and earn the privilege to select ingredients. The director's voice echoed from the camera. What? Does everyone get to choose? Hisheng was somewhat bewildered and could only ask for clarification. No, in simpler terms, only the boys will prepare breakfast, selecting ingredients in the order they wake up. Ultimately, the 3 meals will be delivered to the girls' rooms. Whoever picks your meal will go on a date with you. How thrilling! Hisheng was visibly stunned, pausing for a moment before inquiring. What if 2 girls choose the same guy? Then they will all go on a date together. A trio date means one will inevitably be a third wheel. This is interesting. The team formation occurs without prior knowledge. The director is quite clever. This is precisely what we wish to witness. Eagerly anticipating this. Hisheng had not anticipated this twist. He merely awoke from hunger, believing the production team would kindly prepare breakfast for them, and instead, he secured the first opportunity to select ingredients. Yet, no matter how fine the ingredients, they would be marred by his abysmal culinary skills. Thus, he first took some eggs. After all, many people enjoy boiled eggs for breakfast. A choice that could hardly go awry. While boiling the eggs, he also grabbed some bread, casually added some vegetables and ham, and ultimately spread butter to create toast. Shortly thereafter, Li Chengze descended, having been awakened by a text from the director. He rushed down, only to find Hisheng had beaten him to it. Observing the eggs that Hisheng had already boiled, he couldn't resist asking, "Why are you so quick? Did the director text you in advance?" Fearing Li Chengze might misinterpret, Hisheng hastily clarified. Li Chengze said nothing and walked straight to the refrigerator behind him. Chapter 28. Such a beautiful state of mind. The refrigerator lacked flour, only containing noodles. Although he was unsure when Jiang Qie's taste had changed, he was adaptable. Since there was no flour, he would make noodles. What kind of noodles? Fragrant stir-fried noodles. Returning to the task at hand, Li Chengze skillfully boiled water for the noodles, added a pinch of salt, and tossed in a few vegetable leaves in the last minute. Just as he was about to serve it, a cool voice interrupted from behind. Too bland. Are you certain Jiang Qie will appreciate this? Li Chengze's gaze shifted slightly as he regarded Gu Yizhi, who wore a knowing smile. You seem to know her preferences well.
Don't you?
Moreover, did I claim this was for Jiang Qie? What does Gu Yizhi mean? Chengze is steadfast and unchanging. What does Jiang Qie have to do with this? Laughable. Li Chengze's noodles are clearly prepared for Xian. Why is Gu Yizhi meddling? He should focus on what ingredients he has left. Gu Yizhi turned to the refrigerator and retrieved the remaining ingredients: potatoes, century eggs, and rice. He propped his chin, contemplating for a moment before devising an idea. At this juncture, the audience in the comment section were also curious about what he would create, momentarily halting their speculations about whom Li Chengze favored. Gu Yizhi first chopped the century eggs and stirred them into the porridge he had prepared, then placed the potatoes in a steamer. Throughout, he remained calm and composed, his hands steady as a mountain. Once the potatoes were adequately steamed, he mashed them in a bowl, adding seasonings for flavor. I declare Gu Yizhi the victor, silently wiping away tears of admiration. So handsome and a skilled cook. He is my dream man. Ah, I crave food so desperately. Ultimately, each person's dishes were divided into 4 portions and placed on a small cart. The 3 male guests entered the live stream room on their phones, eager to observe the reactions of the female guests. Teacher Du, we are here to deliver breakfast. A female staff member politely wheeled the cart into Du Cici's room. Upon seeing Gu Yizhi's potato mash and century egg porridge, her eyes flickered. At this, Hisheng sensed his hopes dwindling and let out a quiet sigh. However, Du Cici did not immediately reach for that breakfast. Instead, she asked, "Are these available for anyone to take?" "No. Each person may only select 1 portion." Du Cici shifted her gaze from the porridge. The porridge indeed looked appealing, but eating just that might leave her hungry, and she wondered if there would be any physically demanding activities that morning. What is in this noodle dish? It appears rather peculiar. Clearly, this was Du Cici's second choice. Hisheng's expression grew more despondent. Du Cici would rather choose Li Chengze's unappetizing noodles than his toast. Du Cici's face paled as she abruptly halted her hand, which was reaching for a bowl, and instead chose the toast and egg. This seems more suitable. Hisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the process was convoluted, the outcome was favorable. Hisheng, what a roller coaster of emotions. In mere seconds, Hisheng was driven to the brink of despair, wondering why he was not being chosen. Hisheng mused. The light boat has already sailed past countless mountains. It seemed that the connection between Jiang Qie and himself was indeed fated. Is there anyone else who shares my admiration for Jiang Qie? I am utterly tired of those who incessantly praise Zhe Xian. I have finally found my kindred spirit. With Zhe Xian having already garnered a devoted following, one could argue it was high time for a similar fan base for Jiang Qie. Next was Ji Yao's room, where she paid no heed to the staff's explanations and began to flamboyantly showcase her mashed potatoes. A staff member, approaching her, made a light-hearted jest about the dish resembling something made by Li Chengze, which lacked any appeal. Following that was the room of Jiang Qie and Su Qingxian. The female staff member politely knocked before stating her intent. Su Qingxian had already applied her makeup in advance, appearing effortlessly beautiful. Upon noticing the cameraman behind the staff, she bashfully covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I haven't even finished my makeup. How embarrassing. Teacher Su, you are truly beautiful, yet unaware of it. I envy your skin condition," the staff member remarked with a smile, pushing the cart of breakfast into the room. Just as she was about to explain the rules, she froze upon seeing Jiang Qie soundly asleep. "Teacher Su, is she still not awake?" The female staff member hesitated, but decided to wake Jiang Qie, as she could not unilaterally decide for her. She attempted to nudge Jiang Qie, but the latter remained unresponsive, akin to a lifeless pig. With no other option, she resorted to loudly calling out to Jiang Qie. Suddenly, Jiang Qie jolted awake with a scream, her eyes still closed, her fist instinctively swinging and inadvertently striking the staff member. "Jiang Qie, how could you do that to this sister? She only called you to prevent you from missing breakfast. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Su Qingxian rushed over to mediate. Jiang Qie rubbed her bleary eyes, struggling to comprehend. "What are you talking about? Don't play coy. There are cameras rolling. We all witnessed your act of aggression." "Act of aggression?" Jiang Qie blinked in confusion before realization dawned. "Oh, you mean that punch?"
Ah.
"That's just my morning ritual. I throw a punch at the world to wake myself up." Haha. Jiang Qie's spirit is truly infectious. I used to think all stars were disciplined, but Jiang Qie is a delightful exception. I find it amusing. Why has Su Qingxian fallen silent? Is she displeased? What a stunning display of spirit. Chapter 29, Zhou Qinyu. It was indeed unfair to blame Teacher Jiang. The staff approached with an apologetic demeanor. Teacher Jiang, I only wanted you to wake up early so that the breakfast wouldn't be cold and unappetizing. Breakfast? Jiang Qie's eyes widened as she gazed at the cart before her. This called for caution. She did not want to be grouped with Li Chengze. As expected, Hisham was preparing toast, which would likely be chosen by Du Sisi, and she certainly did not wish to play the third wheel. Ultimately, she opted for the plate of mashed potatoes and century egg congee. Outside the screen, Gu Yizhi could hardly conceal his amusement, while Li Chengze's expression darkened. He shot an irritated glance at Gu Yizhi and turned his head away, clearly displeased. Oh, dear, could it be that Li Chengze is feeling jealous? This is bad. Is my Zai Xian going to be snatched away? How could Li Chengze be enamored with Jiang Qie? Li Chengze, are you out of your mind? Su Qingxian is superior to Jiang Qie in every aspect. Seeing this, Su Qingxian reached for the breakfast plate prepared by Gu Yizhi. Both Jiang Qie and the staff displayed expressions of astonishment.
Wait.
Jiang Qie quickly grasped Su Qingxian's hand, suggesting, Don't you think that bowl of noodles is more suited for you? Su Qingxian cast a glance at the bowl of noodles, dismissing it. I have no unusual food preferences, so why would I eat that? Li Chengze, watching from the screen, was left in shock. Jiang Qie, sensing the need to be more explicit, hinted, But don't you think this bowl of noodles has a certain resemblance to the fruit bowl from yesterday? Su Qingxuan's pupils dilated. Jiang Qie's words unmistakably indicated that this bowl of noodles was crafted by Li Chengze, and she had just criticized it on camera. Regardless of Jiang Qie's intentions, she needed to rectify this situation swiftly. Otherwise, she could forget about winning over Li Chengze. After Teacher Jiang's suggestion, I suddenly noticed the uniqueness of this bowl of noodles, Su Qingxian exclaimed, placing down her plate and curiously observing the noodles. As she scrutinized the dish, her mind raced to concoct flattering remarks. Is it merely my imagination, or do I see smoke wafting from Su Qingxian's head? Su Qingxuan's body stiffened. The polite phrases she had previously forced herself to utter had nearly caused her to combust from embarrassment, and now she found herself at a loss for words. The staff, perceptively reading the atmosphere, quickly intervened. Since both of you have made your selections, we shall take our leave. Cameraman, let us go. The cameraman quietly packed up his equipment and exited the room. Once the female staff member closed the door, Su Qingxian finally exhaled, lowering her voice to ask Jiang Qie, What was that about? Are you trying to steer Li Chengze towards me? Do you truly believe he wouldn't take an interest in me? I caution you not to underestimate my capabilities. Su Qingxian remained silent, casting a suspicious glance at her, lost in thought. Aside from Jiang Qie, every girl was taken aback. The director revealed everyone's choices and formed teams. However, only Ji Yao remained, having selected 2 dishes before the staff could finish explaining the rules, thoroughly enjoying her meal. So, do I need to run back and forth? Ji Yao inquired, pointing to herself. Not necessary, the director replied with a mysterious smile. Let us welcome our guest. He will also be Ji Yao's date for today. In a moment of confusion for Ji Yao, a tall, fair-skinned young man strolled in from outside. He smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and waved to everyone in the room. Hello, everyone. Qinyu, please introduce yourself to the group, the director prompted. Hello. I am Zhou Qinyu, a newly debuted singer and dancer. How incredibly handsome. When did the entertainment industry gain such a striking figure, and I was completely unaware. Which palace do you hail from? I have never seen you before. Wait, are you contestants and fans so tight-lipped? Enjoying such fine food without informing us netizens? With that, Zhou Qinyu boldly extended his hand toward Ji Yao. Miss Ji, I hope you enjoy our day today. Ji Yao's demeanor was exceptionally frosty as she perfunctorily shook his hand. At that moment, Jiang Qie peeked out, wearing a beaming smile. Her long-awaited crush had finally made an appearance. Jiang Qie was indeed preoccupied with her own affections. Gu Yizhi observed Jiang Qie's excited gaze fixed on Zhou Qinyu, transforming into a jealous figure. Jiang Qie slowly shifted her gaze to Gu Yizhi, thinking, Look, I merely admired him a little, and my brother reacts this way. It seems I have misplaced my affections. After the teams were formed, all 4 groups of guests gathered on a grassy field within the estate. The director swiftly transitioned into work mode, articulating the game rules verbatim. This game would test the mutual understanding between partners, titled You Act, I Guess. Each group would have one person viewing the prompt and describing it, while the other would guess. The team that could guess the most prompts within 5 minutes would claim victory. The first duo to participate was Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi, who decided that Gu Yizhi would take on the guessing role. Once prepared, the first prompt slowly appeared behind Gu Yizhi. Upon seeing the words, Li Chengze was momentarily taken aback, while the others stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating how Li Chengze would interpret it. Chapter 30. The Bold Woman. The first entry was woman. You are playing with fire. Li Chengze chuckled helplessly and said, Sister Cece, have you ever read those ancient domineering CEO novels?
What?
Gu Yizhi tilted her head. Stop talking nonsense, and describe it directly. Imagine a Cinderella who, after provoking the CEO, remains utterly unafraid. When the CEO takes notice, what does he say? Gu Yizhi pondered for a moment and replied, woman. Li Chengze nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. Encouraged, Gu Yizhi confidently exclaimed, I want your entire family to be buried with you.
Huh?
Li Chengze scratched his head. Let's try another one. The next entry was rather unpalatable. Li Chengze breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing something normal. It was a 4-character phrase to describe the food made by Li Chengze. Not even a dog would eat it. Li Chengze, I feel offended. No, wait. Li Chengze suddenly had a brainwave and made a swallowing gesture.
Oh. Gu Yizhi exclaimed in realization. Disgusting.
Su Qingxian glanced at Li Chengze and comforted him softly. Chengze, don't take it to heart. In my eyes, you are perfect. Your cooking is merely the one window God has closed on you. Upon hearing this, Li Chengze furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Su Qingxian with a hint of gloom. Qingxian, do you also think my cooking is terrible?
Huh?
Su Qingxian was taken aback, realizing that her heartfelt confession had been overlooked and Li Chengze only cared about his culinary skills. Wasn't this common knowledge? Su Qingxian internally scoffed.
Oh.
So you really care about your cooking? It's alright, I believe someone is outstanding as you will master it quickly through practice. Su Qingxian smiled sweetly at him, her eyes crinkling. Hearing this, Li Chengze nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze forward, seemingly lost in thought. As the results came in, Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi managed to answer 2 questions correctly. Next up was the team of Li Chengze. Chengze, you should be the one to act it out. After all, you are the film emperor, your acting skills far surpass mine, and I can learn from you. Li Chengze smiled politely. Alright, I'll follow your lead.
Alright.
I'll follow your lead. Jiang Qie mimicked Li Chengze with disdain, unaware of his true nature. In the original memory, Li Chengze was extremely controlling, never allowing the original protagonist to accept roles involving romantic scenes or any physical contact with male actors. Thus, she had to be choosy when reviewing scripts received by her assistant, often causing resentment among rejected directors who frequently criticized her on social media for being arrogant and difficult to work with. Yet, Li Chengze never explained these situations to her and seemed quite pleased with her lackluster circumstances.
Now,
as Li Chengze humbly accepted Su Qingxuan's requests and uttered the words, I'll follow your lead, Jiang Qie felt that the original protagonist's sacrifices were in vain. Li Chengze seemed to hear Jiang Qie's thoughts and suddenly stopped, turning to her gently. Jiang Qie, don't sulk. Pay attention to my performance so you can shed the label of entertainment industry vase as soon as possible. Jiang Qie rolled her eyes in disbelief, muttering to herself about his arrogance. At that moment, Gu Yizhi leaned down to whisper to her, Hey, do you also dislike Li Chengze? Should we team up to deal with him?
Oh.
Jiang Qie perked up. Man, you've caught my interest. Gu Yizhi smirked and leaned closer, whispering a few words to her. Jiang Qie's mouth fell open in surprise. Then she gave him a thumbs-up bold. Li Chengze, unaware of what awaited him, was already sweating profusely upon seeing the first entry, scumbag. The scumbag role required no acting, yet Li Chengze still put on a bewildered expression, dutifully portraying his confusion.
Pass.
Li Chengze awkwardly wiped his sweat. Su Qingxian's face flickered with surprise, who had just declared their intent to showcase their acting skills. Just when Li Chengze thought the next word might allow him to demonstrate his talent, he was met with something even more outrageous. The words I cheated loomed on the board like a laser ready to pierce through him. After struggling for a while, his confidence dwindled, and he even dared not look at Su Qingxian pass. The subsequent entries were all equally absurd in Li Chengze's eyes, such as shameless bastard, cold-hearted, and dressed beast. After cycling through more than 10 words without finding a suitable one, time dwindled to just 1 minute, and he finally chose to relent. Facing the word selfish, Li Chengze contemplated for a second before beginning his performance. It was evident that Li Chengze yearned to showcase himself. A simple response would suffice. Yet he insisted on complicating the matter. Jiang Qie remarked from behind the staff, holding the whiteboard. Exactly. All he needed was to point at himself and ask Su Qingxian what kind of person he resembled. Gu Yizhi feigned exasperation. What a waste of our time. He could have showcased these traits without any acting. In the audience, Su Qingxian appeared increasingly anxious as Li Chengze ignored her feelings, reveling in his own self-indulgence, alternating between pointing at himself and adopting an expression as if others owed him something. Su Qingxian thought he deserved a good thrashing. However, for the sake of her team's reputation, she still tried to guess a few words correctly. After 5 minutes, as Su Qingxian attempted to salvage the situation but failed, Li Chengze quickly fled the stage. Qingxian, I truly didn't intend to lose, it was just that. His words halted abruptly as he pointed to the questioner and noticed Jiang Qie trying to sneak away after causing trouble. Wait, was that your doing? Li Chengze's expression darkened instantly. Jiang Qie decided to stop running and elegantly turned. Yes, it was me. What of it? Are you going to kill me?
Oh.
Then go tell the director about it. Suddenly, Li Chengze smiled. So, it turns out people do smile inexplicably when they're speechless.
Huh.
Jiang Qie quietly asked Gu Yizhi. What is he acting out? At that moment, Li Chengze suddenly raised his voice. Jiang Qie, at 23 years old, listen closely. Only I, Li Chengze, will unconditionally tolerate your little temper. Don't be mischievous next time. Everyone present, whether staff or guests, fell silent, while the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 31. Dare you look back at me?
Li Chengze.
Tread carefully. How can you have feelings for Jiang Qie? Li Chengze's fans shouted quietly. Why her? Of all people, with her questionable reputation? Who has that stunned expression mean? Why does everyone think Jiang Qie is unworthy of Li Chengze? She is among the most beautiful in the entertainment industry, after all. Despite her controversies, how many have been substantiated? Li Chengze's fans. Stop trying to gain attention in the comments. Our Jiang still wants to keep her dignity intact. Yes, some fans act as if everyone wants to date him. Our Jiang hasn't even uttered a word yet. Our Jiang hasn't been kind to Li Chengze in days. How can fans dare to flatter him? Is Jiang Qie still a vase? Haven't you heard? Jiang Qie, did you hear that? Li Chengze pressed on.
Su Qingxian stood frozen.
Realizing that her efforts to present herself as a demure flower while disparaging Jiang Qie's image had amounted to nothing. She felt like a clown, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Did no one notice Su Qingxian's expression? She's on the verge of shattering. Li Chengze, I won't let this go. If you don't like our Qingxian, why treat her so specially these days? Li Chengze is truly a scoundrel. Although we Xian's numbers are few, it does not signify fear. If you dare to betray our Xian, even amidst online ridicule, we shall confront you to the very end. Where are those who have been fervently supporting Zhe Xian? Was it not said that Jiang Qie is unworthy? How delightful it is to witness the tables turned. As everyone held their breath, anticipating Jiang Qie's reaction, she lifted her head and offered a sweet smile. All right, you stand there and don't move at all. Li Chengze's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Very well, I shall wait right here. In a moment of exuberance, Jiang Qie leapt into action, delivering a sideways kick aimed squarely at Li Chengze's cherished visage. As her shoe connected with his face, sending him sprawling, his only thought was, thank goodness Jiang Qie was not wearing high heels. With a pained cry, the onlookers quickly reacted, rushing to Li Chengze's side, with Su Qingxian being the most frantic among them. Though Jiang Qie's actions baffled her, it was ultimately a boon, suggesting that there was still hope for her and Li Chengze.
Chengze.
Are you in pain?
Su Yingguan cried, rushing to support Li Chengze.
Her voice tinged with unmasked concern. I was so foolish. I should have anticipated Jiang Qie's fierce nature. Had I known, I would have shielded you. Du Cixi also expressed her worry, albeit slightly. Your face is your livelihood. Perhaps a trip to the hospital would be prudent? He Sheng timidly echoed Du Cixi's sentiment. Sister Cixi is right. You mustn't overexert yourself, Lingdi. Ji Yao, appearing more anxious than Su Qingxian, pushed her aside with little regard and, to the astonishment of all, took a close-up photograph of Li Chengze's face with her phone. Oh, dear, that was quite a blow. Lingdi, do avoid provoking her in the future. With that light-hearted remark, she strolled away, though her voice could still be heard as she made a call. Hello? Sister. I'm witnessing a colossal scandal live. Li Chengze confessed and was rejected, only to have his face swollen by the perpetrator. Ha ha ha, I have exclusive close-up photos. I'll send you one for 50. Upon hearing the mention of money, Jiang Qie promptly bounded to Ji Yao's side, playfully nudging her. Oh, so you're secretly profiting behind my back? Share 25 with me. I too wish to see. Sister G, if I provide you 50, would you send me a copy? I long to see the high-definition image of Li Chengze receiving a blow. Why won't the director let us view it? 10 minutes later, Li Chengze, clutching an ice pack, was accompanied by Su Qingxian as they returned to watch the game. Xian is truly wonderful. Even after being hurt by Li Chengze, she remains steadfast. Zhe Xian has been revived. It became evident that Jiang Qie's decision was not misguided, as she was able to swiftly and accurately respond to Gu Yizhi's straightforward inquiries. This Jiang Qie's team boasts an astonishing prowess. Our old Jiang is somewhat lacking in awareness. Su Qingxian has been by Li Chengze's side, playing the obedient tea ceremony performer, while she has been engrossed in gaming. After one round, Jiang Qie's team achieved a commendable score of 10. Yet, she remained dissatisfied, recalling that in the original work, the author had mentioned that the highest scores were obtained by Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu, scoring 13. As she pondered, Gu Yizhi unexpectedly handed her his phone to show her something. Jiang Qie's eyes widened in shock. What? Chicken bone fragments in starch sausage? Is this true? Oh no. After consuming you for so many years, you betray me. Having shed a few tears over this revelation, Jiang Qie abruptly remembered that her current body belonged to the original owner, who had refrained from indulging in such foods to maintain her figure. Thankfully, she lowered her head to console herself. What Gu Yizhi wished to show her was the trending topic. Li Chengze was struck. Seeing this, Su Qingxian hurriedly covered Li Chengze's face, attempting to draw his attention away. Chengze, my sister is thoughtless, but my heart aches for you. Suddenly, under Li Chengze's gaze, Su Qingxian appeared flustered and shy, exclaiming, this ice pack seems to be melting a bit. I'll fetch you a new one. With that, she withdrew her hand and scampered inside the villa. Li Chengze's gaze followed her, filled with tenderness and admiration. Jiang Qie silently observed, recognizing that only a fool like him would fall for such a game of feigned indifference. However, according to the original storyline, Su Qingxian had never been so proactive. It was always Li Chengze who boldly pursued her. Could her actions have inadvertently altered the plot? This was perplexing. Jiang Qie rested her chin on her hand, reflecting that she had scarcely interacted with the protagonists over the past few days. Counting it all up, she had only caused Su Qingxian to lose 50. Startled Li Chengze once and playfully chased him 3 times. Moreover, these incidents were all provoked by the protagonists, not by her intent to alter the narrative. As the 4th group prepared, the countdown commenced. The utmost priority now was to earn a substantial sum and then retreat to a relish life. Chapter 32. A plea for the Foundation liquid brand. With the director's command, Ji Yao focused intently on the upcoming guessing game. Despite her lack of fondness for Zhou Chenyu, she was compelled to cooperate for the sake of a better lunch. Zhou Chenyu, oblivious to Ji Yao's sentiments, was wholly absorbed in the game. Just when the audience anticipated that this impromptu team would falter with a mere point or two, their synergy proved unexpectedly high. Zhou Chenyu, who invented the light bulb?
Ypsilon Einstein? Correct.
Zhou Chenyu, what would you say to your friends upon seeing an ugly man on the street? Ji Yao, your husband.
Correct.
Zhou Chenyu, what is the name of the archer who chased the sun? Ji Yao, Hou-yi. Ultimately, the pair secured first place with a score of 13. The audience was left in a state of confusion. Did these two attend the same elementary school? How did their education differ from ours? This first-time collaboration displays remarkable chemistry. They are a match made in heaven. Their first instinct was correct.
I am enamored.
This duo is quite intriguing. Should someone create a fan page? I already have a name in mind. Chen Xi and Yao Yi. With Ji Yao's team scoring the highest, they were granted the privilege of selecting the date location first. Without hesitation, Ji Yao opted for the amusement park, with Zhou Chenyu expressing no objections. Let us begin with the drop tower. I recall that during your first ride as a child, you remained utterly silent, only for me to discover you had fainted from fright. Zhou Chenyu laughed heartily, playfully patting Ji Yao's shoulder, as if she were merely a companion. Ji Yao kicked Zhou Chenyu from behind and pointed at him with a warning. Mind your manners. This is a live broadcast, not a playground. Wait, so Zhou Chenyu and Ji Yao have known each other since childhood? This makes it even more delightful. Zhou Chenyu chuckled, pushing Ji Yao's hand away. What is there to restrain? After all, it's just the two of us. Be quiet. Ji Yao swiftly covered Zhou Chenyu's mouth, her expression serious as she whispered, this matter has yet to receive my approval. Once I have the means to earn money, I will promptly call off the engagement. Zhou Chenyu's smiling eyes suddenly shifted to a solemn demeanor, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. He nodded resignedly, and Ji Yao released her grip, scrunching her nose as she wiped her hand on his shirt. The second team to choose was Gu Yizhi's group. Jiang Qie had initially wished to select the amusement park, but now had to settle for either the zoo or the aquarium. Jiang Qie pondered for a moment, hesitantly choosing the zoo. She recalled that the original text did not feature a zoo, thus aiming to minimize her alterations to the plot. However, Gu Yizhi was unmoved, disregarding Jiang Qie's request and asserting, "I want this." Jiang Qie expressed her dissatisfaction, rolling up her sleeves to threaten Gu Yizhi. "Don't forget who guessed so many answers under your atrocious acting." "Who has atrocious acting?" Gu Yizhi countered, but after a moment he realized, wait, I'm not an actor. Why would I need good acting skills? Conversely, you, as a professional actress, should be eager to perform, yet you are eager to guess instead. Could it be you're too shy to showcase your skills? Jiang Qie retreated repeatedly, wiping the sweat from her forehead, cursing inwardly for nearly revealing her true identity. Though your head may be small, it seems to lack calcium. Perhaps it's as hard as a rock. Gu Yizhi shot back. Let me describe you in one phrase. Your face has vanished into thin air, Jiang Qie retorted. Don't talk to me, for I cannot comprehend you. To others, arguing with a pig seems utterly foolish. Jiang Qie fumed. I've had rabies shots. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Yizhi smirked. You think too highly of yourself. A vaccination won't make me fear you. Please refrain from shouting at me. I've been frightened of dogs since childhood. Don't worry. I've also been afraid of dogs since I was young, which is why I'm so familiar with your voice. Enough of your bickering. The live stream will be ruined. If you cannot decide, come to my house. I'll treat you to my specialty, spicy strawberries. What is wrong with me? You all must be well. I'm doing just fine. I could break up with someone myself, but you too cannot. Hurry up and make up. Jiang Qie is so uncouth. How can she compare to our dear Xian? Li Chengze, you should see through this sooner. As their exchange grew increasingly heated, the live stream displayed warnings of suspected inappropriate language. The director wiped the sweat from his brow and rushed over to mediate. All right, enough of the squabbling. How about this? Let's draw lots. Whoever's name is drawn decides where we go. Absolutely not. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi exclaimed in unison. The director sighed, casting a glance at the glaring warning in the live stream, summoning his courage. Enough. If anyone speaks another word, there will be no dinner tonight. As soon as he finished, their argument abruptly ceased. The warning in the live stream vanished, and the director felt a weight lift from his heart as he continued to guide the location choice, reiterating, let the drawing of lots decide. No one should be stubborn. Jiang Qie nodded helplessly. Her luck had always been poor. She had never won a lottery ticket, always found thank you for your patronage under bottle caps, and frequently misplaced her belongings. Then, the two decided by flipping a coin, and to Jiang Qie's surprise, the final outcome was indeed the zoo. Jiang Qie chuckled. I didn't expect Gu Yizhi to be even less lucky than me. Gu Yizhi scoffed. What are you laughing at? Is your savings more than mine? Or is your inheritance greater? Jiang Qie stopped chuckling. Shrimp and pork heart.
Gu Yizhi, you.
I'm logging off. I feel a bit unwell. Is it so wrong for there to be one more wealthy person in this world? At the zoo? The two trudged under the scorching sun for 3 minutes until they stumbled upon a bench shaded by a tree, where they eagerly sank into the seats. It's scorching hot. I'm melting. Jiang Qie slumped back on the chair, gazing upwards at the leaves, lost in thought. You wouldn't understand me, Jiang Qie mused. Beads of sweat glistening as they trickled down her cheeks, creating a serene and beautiful scene. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream seemed to notice something and began to comment. Forget whether Gu Yizhi understands you. First, could you share what brand of foundation you're using? I'm begging for the foundation brand. Sis, I'll never call you scheming again. Just share the link to the foundation. Suddenly, Jiang Qie broke her silence, disrupting the lovely atmosphere. Say, can I climb the tree for some shade? Chapter 33. Master. Will you still keep me? Gu Yizhi maintained the same posture as Jiang Qie, casually replying. Are you a monkey? Yes, how did you know? Are you secretly conducting a background check on me, because you have a crush? Gu Yizhi's eyes widened, not due to Jiang Qie's shameless comment, but because Jiang Qie had suddenly appeared on a branch.
Whoa.
Gu Yizhi stood up in surprise, eyes wide. Are you serious? Gu Yizhi scrunched his nose. Ugh. I wouldn't want to go up there. It's dirty. Oh, I see. You're afraid. Aren't you? Are you trying to provoke me?
No.
That's just the truth. By the way, since you're so cleanliness conscious, I'll share a secret with you. Gu Yizhi raised an eyebrow. What? Jiang Qie continued to gaze in that direction, casually stating, I just wiped my booger on your clothes.
What?
Gu Yizhi exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Do you know how expensive this clothing is? Jiang Qie turned her head and shrugged. I couldn't care less. If you have the guts, come up and kill me. All right, you wait. Gu Yizhi gritted out through clenched teeth, forcing a smile. Just as Jiang Qie thought Gu Yizhi would finally come up, he unexpectedly walked away. Jiang Qie, speechless, tugged at the corner of her mouth. Master, once you arrive, please leave the ladder here, Gu Yizhi instructed a staff member. The staff member shook his head. No way, young man. You can't even carry a ladder. I'm worried you'll fall. Let me handle it. I'm a dog lover and understand your concern for your pet, but it's safer for professionals to handle professional tasks. Jiang Qie frowned. Pet dog? Who are you talking about? Gu Yizhi's face flushed suddenly, and he stammered, and master, don't worry, I'm sturdy. The staff member, troubled, patted his thigh. Oh no. That one to you do. If anything happens to you, I'll be the first one held accountable for lending you the ladder. Gu Yizhi reacted quickly, pulling out his phone. How about this? I'll just buy the ladder from you, then it's no longer a loan and has nothing to do with you. The staff member still disagreed. If something happens, I'll be the first one held accountable for selling you the ladder. Gu Yizhi chuckled at the absurdity. The staff member looked up, becoming anxious again. Oh no. How did another abnormal person show up, and I'm the one who encountered them? What a stroke of bad luck. He then wiped his brow, positioned the ladder against the tree trunk, and turned to Gu Yizhi, saying, Young man, let your dog wait a moment. I'll rescue this little girl first. Gu Yizhi, at a loss for words, smiled faintly, muttering, She needs saving? As long as she doesn't harm anyone, all will be well. At that moment, he recalled Jiang Qie's earlier words, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Little girl, please don't do anything rash. Let us talk this out. Jiang Qie suddenly entertained an evil thought, her expression blank as she looked at the staff member. Woof, 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 woof. The staff member stammered. Did you eat mushrooms and think you're a dog? Jiang Qie continued. Woof, 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 woof. The staff member froze, and Gu Yizhi stared in disbelief, giving Jiang Qie a look that questioned her sanity. Meeting Gu Yizhi's gaze, Jiang Qie narrowed her eyes mischievously and then spoke in human language. Master, I'm actually your pet dog. Just now, I received a divine message instructing me to climb the tree and converse with it. It told me that due to my well-balanced diet of meat and vegetables, I have moved heaven and earth and thus received an opportunity for immortality. But I couldn't bear to leave you behind, so I exchanged immortality for a chance to be human. Master, will you still take care of me? After a moment of silence, Gu Yizhi suddenly burst into laughter. All right, in the next life, I'll keep you and feed you your favorite dog food and canned food every day. The staff member finally realized he was merely a cog in the wheel between the two individuals before him, and his displeasure was evident on his face. He snorted softly, the earlier tension dissipating entirely as he forcefully tossed aside the ladder in his hands and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Are the younger generations so frivolous nowadays? Day after day, they only create trouble for others. Here I was, fretting for hours, only to discover it was merely a couple engaging in a cosplay. After the middle-aged man departed, Gu Yizhi picked up the ladder from the ground and asked Jiang Qie if she had finished her performance. Moment latte. Gu Yizhi climbed the tree and finally witnessed the spectacle Jiang Qie had referred to. Not far off, two female monkeys were vying for the attention of a male monkey, who cowered nearby. Is this the grand spectacle you spoke of? Gu Yizhi's voice suddenly drifted from behind. Jiang Qie turned to look at him, jokingly commenting on his arrival, expressing how difficult it had been for him to join her, and inquiring if he no longer wished to teach her a lesson. I was just concerned that if I struck you, you might turn around and accuse me of wrongdoing. I had to confirm first to feel at ease. I didn't expect you to be so deceitful. How dull. Jiang Qie indeed found it tedious. So now, when I speak, you find it uninteresting, do you?
Gu Yizhi sighed,
declaring that there was nothing worth watching and that he would descend.
Wait.
Jiang Qie suddenly grabbed his arm, exclaiming that she needed to explain the current developments. Developments? Gu Yizhi's body tensed, and he silently retreated a step, suggesting she was overthinking. There would be no developments between them. Jiang Qie rolled her eyes and playfully tapped his head, stating he was the one overthinking. I was referring to the unfolding drama among the monkeys.
Oh.
Gu Yizhi's tone became indifferent again. What is there to see in the monkey's husband-stealing antics? Do you also wish to compete for someone like Li Chengze? While one can capture the movements of two individuals on camera, their words will be lost. Jiang Qie was well aware of this, which is why she boldly expressed her feelings towards Li Chengze in front of Gu Yizhi. Would I ever like him? You have no idea how repulsive he truly is. If I were the author of a novel, I would never write such a male lead. He is utterly destructive to one's worldview. Gu Yizhi chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 34. Pay close attention. That monkey is called Xiao Shuai. Jiang Qie raised an eyebrow and glanced at Gu Yizhi, asking if he too found him detestable. How curious. Clearly, there are countless admirers praising him on Weibo, and even when scandals arise, no one believes them. There are always those defending him. Is this the halo of the male lead? Jiang Qie murmured softly. Gu Yizhi discerned the sorrow reflected in Jiang Qie's eyes and ceased his languid demeanor, stating earnestly, I intend to deal with him. At that moment, Jiang Qie seemed to recall something. By the way, I noticed during the live stream that you seemed to dislike Li Chengze from the very beginning. Was there some conflict between you two? This had always been a point of suspicion for Jiang Qie. She distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Gu Yizhi and Li Chengze had become good friends. This also laid the groundwork for later, when Li Chengze sought Gu Yizhi's assistance in giving Su Qingxian a chance to play the lead in a major production. She had long wanted to inquire about what transpired between them, but due to the ever-present cameras, she could never find the right moment.
Now,
with the cameraman at a distance and Gu Yizhi openly expressing his disdain for Li Chengze, why not seize the opportunity to clarify things? Jiang Qie nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Just as Gu Yizhi was still taken aback by Jiang Qie's innocence, she suddenly raised her hand. Gu Yizhi lost his balance and nearly fell, but fortunately, Jiang Qie swiftly caught him. Could you please be more careful?
if you fall, it would be quite a cost for me. And what do you mean by that?
If you hadn't suddenly tried to hit me, would I have felt compelled to step back? Jiang Qie rubbed her temples in exasperation. Who said I wanted to hit you? I was proposing an alliance. You don't like Li Chengze either, do you? Let's join forces to deal with him. Gu Yizhi slowly raised his hand and high-fived Jiang Qie. The warmth of her hand and its slight dampness registered distinctly in his mind. His heart began to race, and his gaze inadvertently lingered on her delicate fingers, which were slender and fair, with neatly trimmed nails exuding a faint fragrance. In the distance, the cameraman, who had been idly observing, suddenly noticed the comments section had exploded, with half the viewers gushing over the scene while the other half urged him to move closer to capture their dialogue, driven by their curiosity. Since the camera had zoomed out, the livestream audience had witnessed Jiang Qie climbing the tree and Gu Yizhi retrieving the ladder to follow her.
Lacking audio.
Viewers had taken it upon themselves to narrate the events. Look at Gu Yizhi's helpless yet affectionate gaze. She's causing a ruckus. And he's overcoming his fears to join her. It's delightful. Is there anyone who can provide voiceovers? How can you see his expression from so far away? This is so sweet. Gu Yizhi almost fell out of embarrassment, only to be caught by Jiang Qie. Their eyes met, and it felt timeless. Oh my Jiang, you've really made a name for yourself. Boldly requesting to hold hands with Gu Yizhi. Did Gu Yizhi just agree? This interaction is too sweet. They're sitting in the tree, hands intertwined, as if they secretly vowed to be together. This scene truly resembles that of a male and female lead from a novel. Jiang, you've really made it. We will always support you. Help. What on earth are they discussing? I'm so anxious I could scratch my backside in frustration. Useless cameraman, is there anyone nearby? Can you sneak a shot for us? We're too curious. Gu Yizhi was the first to release his hand, remarking, Didn't you say you wanted to explain the developments? Jiang Qie shifted her focus back to the monkey park. Let me tell you about the tangled love and hate involving these 3 monkeys. Gu Yizhi made no objections and instead took out his phone, revealing his WeChat QR code. Perhaps we should become friends before proceeding? I have a feeling you won't stop at this. Jiang Qie nodded, promptly adding him as a contact labeled Rich Master Number 1. Returning to the subject at hand, she declared, As a trustworthy merchant, let me tell you about it. Gu Yizhi smiled knowingly, watching her intently as she gestured toward a monkey in the park who was helplessly cradling its head. Pay close attention. That monkey is called Xiao Shuai, and next to him is his wife, who just gave birth. One day, Xiao Shuai noticed that Suehua from next door was suddenly casting flirtatious glances his way, and he immediately recognized his newfound charm. So you can guess what happened next. He began to clandestinely pursue Suehua right in front of his wife. How did he manage this secretive operation? Xiao Shuai summoned his good buddy, Xiaolu, and shared his intentions, asking Xiaolu to act as a messenger between him and Suihua. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu protested that it was against his conscience and demanded bananas in return. Xiao Shuai hesitated to part with his bananas, having saved them for 3 weeks, cherishing them as he would a beloved treasure, never letting them stray far from his side. However, after some contemplation, he decided that bananas were expendable compared to female monkeys. Reluctantly, he surrendered 3 bananas, and Xiaolu diligently fulfilled his role as the intermediary for the 2 monkeys. Ultimately, Xiao Shuai successfully arranged a rendezvous with Suihua. However, the plot thickened. Suihua was actually sent by Xiao Shuai's wife to test her husband's loyalty, and she had witnessed everything unfold. Gu Yizhi tilted his head. But wait, how did Xiao Cui end up in a quarrel with Xiao Shuai's wife? Jiang Qie smiled slightly, because it took another turn. During the test, Xiao Cui fell for Xiao Shuai and bravely stepped forward to protect him. Ah, now it makes sense. Gu Yizhi nodded thoughtfully. What an engaging tale. Alright, the story concludes here. It's time to head down. I still wish to see the pandas. Jiang Qie clapped her hands and gestured to Gu Yizhi to lead the way. Gu Yizhi understood that the latter was closest to him. Thus he should be the first to descend. He moved cautiously, fearing that a momentary slip could lead to a fall. Fortunately, he managed to touch the ground safely with 1 foot without any mishaps. However, soon after, trouble found him. Not far away, a crocodile was charging towards him at an alarming speed. Despite the staff chasing behind, the distance between them and the crocodile only widened, making it clear they could not catch up. One of the staff members, realizing the gravity of the situation, frantically gestured for him to move aside. Quick! Get out of the way! But the crocodile was moving too fast, swiftly closing the gap to about 5 meters behind him. Gu Yizhi thought to himself that this was the end. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly on the crocodile. The creature appeared momentarily stunned, but it quickly became enraged, opening its massive jaws to express its fury. Jiang Qie, however, was not easily intimidated. She pressed her hand firmly on the crocodile's head, effectively closing its mouth once more. Observing the immobilized crocodile, Jiang Qie wore a triumphant expression, thinking, if not now, then when? She provocatively tilted her head towards the crocodile and declared, Gu Yizhi, I've got your back, understand? Chapter 35. Li Chengze, the Heartbroken. At an unknown moment, a drone appeared in the air, its camera steadily focused on the scene below, where Jiang Qie was single-handedly subduing the crocodile. Viewers in the live stream gasped at the display of her bravery and combat prowess. Oh my, what did she just say? Gu Yizhi, I've got your back? Is this not an official announcement? So cool, I love it. This will undoubtedly captivate Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie is too impressive. I don't know if she cuts down men, but she certainly slays women. The daughter of the Jiang family has blossomed, her strength rivaling mountains and her spirit unmatched. Crocodile. Already tamed, please spare me. Indeed, the benevolent crocodile will eventually find a protector. My ancestors do not deceive me. 2 staff members, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged worried glances and hurried over. One man rushed to take Jiang Qie's hand, mumbling something about not letting her get hurt. Jiang Qie confidently waved him off. Oh, it's fine, it can't hurt me. Unbeknownst to her, the staff member was not referring to the crocodile. I wasn't talking about it. I meant you should be careful not to hurt our Kiki.
Huh? Me?
In Jiang Qie's astonished gaze. The 2 staff members worked together to lift the crocodile and carry it away to a safe distance, leaving her and Gu Yizhi in a state of bewilderment. Later, it was revealed that the creature they had just escaped from was merely a Yangtze alligator from the zoo. Soon, the story of Jiang Qie descending from the sky to rescue Gu Yizhi became a hot topic on social media. Her courageous act garnered a plethora of accolades, and many passers-by began to view her in a new light. At the aquarium, Du Cixi and Hisham were being guided by staff as they explored various marine creatures. Noticing Du Cixi's fascination with whales, Hisham volunteered to take her picture. Du Cixi accepted, posing beautifully before the camera.
How was that?
Did I capture it well? Hisham, eager to showcase his work, quickly reviewed the photos he had just taken. The aquarium's green lighting cast an eerie glow, and with Du Cici's striking red hair clashing against the green, the resulting images were less than flattering. Undeterred, Hisham deftly edited the images on his phone, transforming them into stunning visuals akin to those of a professional photographer. This caught Du Cici's attention, yet it was not enough to alter her perception of him significantly. Subsequently, They enjoyed a sea lion show and a visit to the jellyfish exhibit, creating a series of delightful memories. On another front, Li Chengze entered a karaoke bar and requested the song Having Loved and Hurt. He sang passionately before Su Qingxian, tears streaming down his face. Su Qingxian, feeling slightly awkward, opened a bottle of beer for him. Following his performance, Li Chengze naturally accepted the drink and downed it in one go. As he thought of Jiang Qie enjoying a romantic outing with Gu Yizhi at the zoo, he found it increasingly difficult to engage with Su Qingxian. He continued to select one sorrowful song after another, akin to a heartbroken lover. Su Qingxian could only watch silently as he moved from loving you was a mistake to I once loved you deeply, dutifully opening bottles of beer for him. Eventually, she managed to get him quite intoxicated, and as he lay on the sofa, her gaze reflected a deep sadness. Finally, she sang Don't Worry About Me Being Hurt. Has Li Chengze become so rude? He monopolizes the singing and completely neglects our Qingxian. Is this his way of expressing unrequited love for Jiang Qie? My heart aches for Qingxian. She looks so helpless standing by, dutifully pouring him drinks, only to sing her own sorrow when he falls asleep. How can Li Chengze not see Qingxuan's feelings? Seeing Qingxian looking so lost makes me feel that Li Chengze is unworthy of her affection. Li Chengze is such a scoundrel. He pines for Jiang Qie while draining our Qingxian's emotions. At the amusement park, Zhou Chenyu suggested to Ji Yao, I want to ride the pirate ship. Do you want to join me? Ji Yao shook her head. I won't play such dangerous games. I value my life too much. Go ahead if you wish. Zhou Chenyu sighed and replied, then I won't go either. Wherever you go, I shall follow. After walking a bit, he spotted the bumper cars and thought, surely this is not dangerous, pointing to the location. How about this? Ji Yao merely glanced at it and firmly rejected, no, this can lead to accidents. Zhou Chenyu inquired, what about the Ferris wheel? Ji Yao replied, I'm afraid of heights. Zhou Chenyu chuckled in exasperation, I'll stop asking then. At this moment, Zhou Chenyu spotted the carousel and excitedly pointed, let us ride the carousel. This one's good. I'm in. Ji Yao agreed. They mounted the carousel. And as the music began to play, it started to gently turn. Ji Yao laughed joyfully, like a child. Zhou Chenyu, watching her smile, couldn't help but smile as well. Suddenly, the music stopped, signaling the end of the ride. Ji Yao felt a tinge of regret, but was too shy to voice it. Zhou Chenyu noticed her demeanor and suggested, I found it quite enjoyable. Shall we ride again? Ji Yao feigned indifference. Fine, I'll accompany you just this once. They rode the carousel once more, swaying gently to the enchanting music, evoking a sense of tranquil nostalgia. Thus, after gathering his courage, Zhou Chenyu asked, may I pose a question? Ji Yao retorted, shut up. All right then. And with that, their conversation came to a close. They then left the carousel area to continue their leisurely stroll through the amusement park. As they walked, Ji Yao's eyes lit up at the sight of an ice cream stand. Zhou Chenyu immediately understood her desire and bought 2 ice creams, handing one to her. Ji Yao accepted the treat with glee, savoring every bite. Hisham remarked, if the aquarium hadn't closed so early, we might have stayed longer.
Indeed. Du Sisi nodded slowly.
At that moment, an awkward silence enveloped them. After about 15 minutes, the doorbell rang once more. Someone's here. I'll go check, Du Sisi exclaimed, springing up to answer the door as if grasping at a lifeline. However, at the very moment she opened the door, an astonishing scene unfolded before her. Chapter 36. Are you two not a couple? Qingxian. What are you both up to? Du Sisi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Jiang Qie, do you truly not love me?
Li Chengze, dronken och leaning on sonondijkings of smolder, shorden le uttered.
Su Qingxian wore an awkward smile. Sisi, I apologize for the scene. Don't take his words seriously. What a man says after drinking isn't necessarily the truth. Nonsense, it's all the truth. I heard Li Chengze lamenting about his mistakes all the way, mistaking me for Jiang Qie. Despite her efforts to win his affection, Li Chengze remained resolute, leaving her filled with frustration while she struggled to maintain her genteel demeanor. Du Sisi found it difficult to say anything, so she assisted Su Qingxian in supporting Li Chengze. Let me help you bring him inside. It must be quite tiring to care for a drunkard. It's not tiring at all, I do it willingly. Li Chengze is worth it, Su Qingxian replied with a gentle smile. Du Sisi, with an awkward grin, helped place Li Chengze on the sofa before releasing him. Su Qingxian no longer wished to explain herself, feigning deafness as she ascended the stairs alone. Once in her room, she could no longer suppress her agitation. especially upon seeing Jiang Qie's belongings, which ignited an overwhelming urge to throw everything. Yet she restrained herself and opened her phone, sending a message to her manager. Strawberry-flavored Qingxian, sister-son, did you see the live stream? Li Chengze is so difficult. His heart is solely with Jiang Qie. What should I do? Ding dong. Strawberry-flavored Qingxian, but I fear that if this continues, I will be labeled a third party. It's common knowledge that Li Chengze likes Jiang Qie. If I flirt with him during the live stream, it would appear shameless. Manager Sun Jie, what are you afraid of? No matter what happens, our company will handle the aftermath. Besides, this is a dating reality show. Isn't it natural to pursue someone you like? Strawberry-flavored Qingxian, alright. Then I'll give it another try. Su Qingxian sighed in relief, regaining her composure before heading to the living room to prepare a hangover remedy for Li Chengze. If he didn't wake up soon, the whole world would know of his affections for Jiang Qie. As she descended the stairs, a knock resounded from outside, once more. Gu Yizhi opened the door to reveal none other than Jiang Qie. What a stroke of bad luck. Su Qingxian cast a glance at Li Chengze on the sofa, hoping he would remain silent. However, contrary to her hopes, Li Chengze seemed to sense Jiang Qie's presence and immediately sat up. As Jiang Qie entered, her eyes locked with the inebriated Li Chengze. Forget it. She did not wish to meddle, so she prepared to head upstairs for a hot bath and perhaps a song. At that moment, Li Chengze suddenly shouted, Jiang Qie. He continued, I have withdrawn, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime. Jiang Qie replied, while Gu Yizhi curiously observed, glancing between Jiang Qie and Li Chengze. For my sins, I encountered you. For my transgressions, I recognized you. For my offenses, I befriended you. Stop. Jiang Qie interjected. I permit your death sentence. When shall it be executed? Li Chengze's voice faltered, and in the next moment, tears welled in his eyes as he began to cry pitifully. Jiang Qie could only applaud slowly, truly worthy of an acclaimed actor. Come, let us zoom in and witness how the master of the craft sheds tears in an instant. This is the artistry of seasoned performers. Upon hearing Jiang Qie praise Li Chengze, Gu Yizhi's expression darkened. With a scoff, he approached and shoved a piece of bread into Li Chengze's mouth. Stop crying, you pitiful fool. Jiang Qie, hands on her hips, feigned indignation. What do you mean? He is not a fool. He is simply Li Chengze with an extraordinary bubble voice. Ha, I can't stop laughing. I thought Jiang Qie would be moved, but this couple's banter is too amusing. Old Jiang Yu. Gu Yizhi is jealous. This is too delightful to witness. Are you two not a couple? This banter is something no one else can replicate. At that moment, Su Qingxian arrived with the hangover remedy. She had overheard Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi's conversation. However, knowing that Li Chengze was inebriated, she felt that even if she spoke for him, he wouldn't appreciate it. So she chose to ignore it. After all, she harbored resentment towards Li Chengze. Why should she continue to fawn over him when he did not return her affections? Perhaps it was best for him to experience a few more blows from Jiang Qie, so he might realize her worth. Maintaining her composure, she slowly sat beside Li Chengze, spooning tea into a cup. Li Chengze, it's time for your medicine. Jiang Qie, noticing that Su Qingxian completely disregarded her presence, scoffed. Oh, why the silence? Are you unable to bear hearing your man call another S-name? He needs rest. I don't wish to disturb him. You should be mindful as well. Gu Yizhi interjected. Su Qingxian, you truly are at your wit's end. Why is no one speaking up for her? All the men are siding with Jiang Qie, but soon. She managed to muster a pitiful expression. I understand, but no one helps me. As a single woman, how can I exert such strength? Before she could finish,
Su Qingxuan froze.
This was because Jiang Qie had already approached Li Chengze, effortlessly lifting him. Is this not quite easy? Li Chengze is merely a lightweight. Having said that, she gracefully strolled towards Li Chengze's room. Gu Yizhi's eyes darkened further, yet he remained silent, stepping ahead of Jiang Qie to open the door for her. He smiled dangerously. Jiang, with such strength, why not try carrying me as well? Jiang Qie, growing impatient, pushed him away. Mind your words. This is not the place for your romantic advances. Old Jiang, are you out of your mind? A 185 centimeters handsome man is acting cute in front of you, and you remain unfazed? Have you undergone a detox? Are you two not a couple? This banter is a skill unique to you both. Gu Yizhi, still undeterred, continued to follow Jiang Qie. He was momentarily stunned, but hadn't he spoken when Jiang Qie held up 5 fingers. That's not impossible. The ticket price is this amount. Chapter 37. Old Gu.
Come out and explain.
Gu Yizhi's gloom vanished, replaced by an expression of disbelief. You, how can you be so money-minded? For the sake of wealth, are you willing to sacrifice your integrity? How so? Are you not here to attend my concert? What concert? Gu Yizhi tilted his head. Don't you understand? As soon as I entered the bathroom, I debuted, and you were outside requesting songs. Gu Yizhi replied, if you love singing so much, why haven't you listened to my selection? Because I collapsed as soon as I left the bathroom. After a serious explanation, Jiang Qie entered the bathroom with her pajamas. Ready yet? Her voice suddenly echoed from within. Gu Yizhi helplessly furrowed his brow. Do as you wish. Oh, in that case, I shall pick a fitting song. A fitting song? What could be appropriate to sing in the bathroom? Let the rain fall down. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qie emerged with her hair still damp. How was it? Did I sing well? You can decide on the payment. Gu Yizhi struggled to suppress a smile. Let us discuss how much you owe me instead. Do you have any idea about the value of your voice? Upon seeing Jiang Qie's defeated expression, Gu Yizhi immediately fell silent, quickly typing on his phone. The next moment, a notification from Alipay appeared for 50,000 yuan. Jiang Qie nodded in satisfaction. I knew you were just joking with me earlier. Gu Yizhi maintained a polite smile, inwardly relieved that Jiang Qie had not accompanied him. Otherwise, he would have been tormented by her loud voice. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Su Qingxian entered, momentarily stunned. After a pause, she spoke with disdain. What are you preparing to do? Jiang Qie, her initial joy at receiving money subsiding into calmness, retorted, I earn my money. Why should you care? With a mocking applause, Su Qingxian exclaimed, well, isn't that interesting? Jiang Qie, unfazed, put away her phone and stretched her wrists and ankles before slowly replying, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, you'll learn the hard way what it means to suffer from your own words. Su Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically, and she cautiously retreated a step outside the door. Conveniently captured by the camera at the entrance, realizing she was now safe, she exhaled with relief, her tone softening. Perhaps I misunderstood. But I still don't understand why you brought Gu Yizhi into our room and even took a shower. Is Jiang Qie truly such a casual person? I thought she merely pushed Gu Yizhi inside to whisper something. If Su Qingxian hadn't said that, I wouldn't have imagined her to be like this. Isn't it clear that Su Qingxian is attempting to sway public opinion? Haven't you all noticed? I'll just quietly observe the unfolding drama. It seems that Jiang isn't the type of person to let this slide. If Su Qingxian dares to slander her, we all know Jiang can hold her own. Jiang Qie stepped out of the room, each step exuding an air of authority. Doesn't that sound a bit envious? Didn't the director say boys shouldn't enter girls' rooms? She continued. You could have brought Li Chengze in. Surely he wouldn't refuse? Faced with Jiang Qie's relentless questioning, Su Qingxian retreated several steps, her mind racing. Suddenly, she halted and gazed directly at Jiang Qie, asserting, You don't understand. I cannot damage his reputation for my own sake. Don't pretend with me. I want to expose you. But I find it revolting. Jiang Qie then called out, Old Gu, come out and explain what we were doing in there. Gu Yizhi chuckled softly before composing himself and stepping out with his hands in his pockets. Even if you won't speak, I shall explain. As I certainly do not wish for my reputation to be tarnished by someone's careless words. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Su? Gu Yizhi narrowed his eyes at Su Qingxian, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The truth is, as everyone saw, Jiang Qie saved me at the zoo. To repay her, of course, I had to give her some money, which is why I entered the room with her to discuss the appropriate amount. So that is the case. By the way, Jiang Qie's barehanded crocodile-catching performance is unprecedented in the entertainment industry. Su Qingxian, do you have anything else to say? Just because Jiang Qie is magnanimous doesn't mean we are. Su Qingxuan's face fell, though the camera had not captured this moment. Yet, this was not the time for her to be angry. Having tried to frame Jiang Qie in front of everyone, she was now forced to feign contrition. With a gentle sigh, she adopted a soft demeanor, as if the previous exchange had merely been a game. It seems I truly misunderstood, Jiang Qie. You should have clarified. Upon my entrance, you seemed intent on threatening me with force. How could I not think otherwise? She then smiled at the camera. What a misunderstanding this turned out to be. I trust that teacher Jiang is not as portrayed on Weibo. I suppose I was simply too quick to assume. Jiang Qie scoffed, exchanging a glance with Gu Yizhi. Is a mere apology sufficient? Your words nearly ruined her reputation. Su Qingxian must sincerely apologize to Jiang Qie, otherwise we won't hesitate to rally against her on Weibo. The combined fan bases of Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi could easily overwhelm Su Qingshuan's presence on social media. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Qingshuan's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced at her phone and then smiled, waving to the two as she retreated into the room. Sun Jie, hurry up and sincerely apologize to Jiang Qie. Do you realize your previous behavior was self-destructive? Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi's fans are already prepared. If you don't apologize, your Weibo will be besieged. Furthermore, while Jiang Qie had a substantial number of fans, most were merely waiting to see her falter. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, Su Qingshuan opened Jiang Qie's Weibo. Upon seeing the follower count, her expression darkened, her brow furrowing in barely contained rage. 6 million. At this moment, Su Qingshuan finally felt the weight of humiliation. Chapter 38. Exposure. Shortly after Su Qingshuan entered, a flash of red appeared on the staircase, coinciding with Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi as they prepared to descend. Du Cece, aren't you supposed to be on the first floor? She said, arms crossed, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Given the commotion you two caused, how could I not come and see? 2 against 1 is rather unfair, isn't it? Jiang Qie retorted, mimicking her stance. I suggest you watch the live stream. You'll see who's really trying to bully whom. You were bullied by Su Qingshuan? Du Cece feigned disbelief. The video of your actions at the zoo has already gone viral on Weibo. Tell me, how could you be bullied by her? Duo Ccu Gu Yizhi began, but Jiang Qie silenced him with a gesture. Through days of observation, she had come to realize that Du Cece was the most impartial supporting character. No matter how poorly Su Qingshuan played the role of the innocent flower, Du Cece would still believe in her goodness. Thus, it was best not to waste breath on such stubbornness. Jiang Qie instinctively took Gu Yizhi's hand, brushing past Du Cece. Du Cece's icy glare followed them until she approached Su Qingshuan's door, mentally preparing her consolation. She raised her hand to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a tear-streaked Su Qingshuan, her face a picture of sorrow. Qingshuan, why are you crying like this? Did Jiang Qie? Su Qingshuan raised her pale face, forcing a smile despite her grief, but her gaze drifted to catch sight of Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi as they were about to leave. Jiang Qie, can you stay for a moment? Su Qingshuan appeared baffled. What do you mean by that? Stop beating around the bush. If there's nothing more, I will take my leave. Wait. Su Qingshuan extended her hand in a gesture of entreaty, stammering, could you, stay for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Qie nodded silently, though her expression revealed impatience as she stepped closer to Su Qingshuan. In the next instant, Su Qingshuan abruptly bowed, her tone urgent. I apologize for my inappropriate remarks earlier. Jiang Qie, Gu Yizhi, and Du Cece were all taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? I didn't catch that, Jiang Qie replied, struggling to suppress a smirk. Su Qingshuan gritted her teeth, repeating her apology, louder this time. Jiang Qie nodded kindly, offering a gentle smile. Oh, is time running short? You seem quite eager to speak. Su Qingshuan demand both. Yet Jiang Qie showed no sign of softening. To forgive and forget is too hypocritical. I prefer the tides of fortune to turn against her. All right. You may rise. Su Qingshuan, not daring to relax, arranged her expression before standing straight. Just as she thought this tumultuous episode was behind her, her phone suddenly chimed. She discreetly flipped it over, realizing it was a message from Jiang Qie on Weibo. Upon grasping the content, Su Qingshuan's expression darkened, the veins on her forehead bulging with fury. Jiang Qie, the personalized apology and reconciliation packages have been open for you. Please select your preferred option, Diamond level. Sincerely and genuinely accept your apology while listing 3 mistakes on our part, proactively apologizing, and from now on, becoming close sisters. Value, 100,000. Platinum level, accept the apology with a forced smile and a handshake to make peace. Value, 50,000. Gold level, accept the apology but remain taciturn, which may lead to misunderstandings among onlookers. Not recommended. Value, 10,000. Bronze level, merely nod without expression, resulting in a poor effect. Strongly advised against selecting this unless your wallet is empty. Value, 1,000. Please make your choice within 3 minutes, or it will be forfeited. Smile. Su Qingshuan silently cursed and replied, send over your bank card number. After the previous incident, she had learned to be cautious. If she used Alipay for the transfer, the notification would surely reveal her intentions, making any chance of redemption impossible. However, As she transferred the 100,000, a piercing notification sound echoed from outside, indicating the receipt of the bank transfer. At that moment, her mind went blank. She couldn't comprehend why a good person would have their bank notification set to sound. Did I hear that correctly? The notification sound at this time is unreasonable. Su Qingxian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. So Su Qingxian is the scheming one. Jiang Qie has been wronged all along. Su Qingxian is so shameless. If it weren't for the notification sound from Jiang Qie's phone, we would have thought she was just a naive flower. A bead of sweat trickled from Su Qingxuan's forehead onto the screen as a new message appeared in their chat. If Jiang Qie happened to act overly attentive when she stepped out, wouldn't that make it impossible for her to clear her name? After sending the message, Su Qingxian emerged, feigning calmness. I just went to the restroom. Why haven't you left yet? Gu Yizhi looked at her with an ambiguous smile, while Du Cici's gaze towards her held a hint of suspicion. Then there was Jiang Qie. Her eyes shone as she saw Su Qingxian emerge, and she instantly knelt before her. Miss Su Qingxian, after reflecting on my actions, I realized that all this misunderstanding stemmed from my failure to communicate clearly with you. The fault lies entirely on me. My mistakes are threefold. First, I brought a man into our room without permission, startling you. Second, I used force to threaten you, compelling you to retreat outside for your own safety. Third, Gu Yizhi chuckled, mimicking her tone to complete. Third, I shouldn't have allowed the notification sound to go off. Jiang Qie continued, tears brimming in her eyes, gazing up at Su Qingxian. Will you forgive me? Su Qingxuan's legs trembled in anger, yet she maintained her smile, silent, as if to convey, how dare you betray me? Noticing Su Qingxuan's silence, Jiang Qie crawled a couple of steps forward while still kneeling, grasping the edge of Su Qingxuan's clothing and shaking it. Please don't ignore me. If you do, I might as well be a dog that nobody cares about. With a deep breath, Su Qingxian had no choice but to help Jiang Qie up. Jiang Qie seized the opportunity to continue her performance, holding Su Qingxuan's hand and expressively stating, Why do my eyes often brim with tears? It is because of your kindness. From this moment on, we shall be sisters bound by unbreakable ties. What a bond stronger than gold. Jiang Qie, stop acting. We all understand. What do you know? Old Jiang is merely dedicated. Once entrusted with a role, one must commit fully. Chapter 39. The Heartfelt Mailbox. Old Gu, let us go downstairs to find something to eat. Gu Yizhi followed suit. Find something to eat? Your way of speaking is quite novel. I can't keep up. I'll treat you to 2 hand-grabbed pancakes. The favorite of the poor, and you'll learn. Gu Yizhi paused, furrowing his brows, lost in thought, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, a female voice came from outside the villa. They're here. Just then, Hisheng rushed downstairs. After a knock at the door, his curiosity arose. What are those boxes in your hands for? This question triggered Jiang Qie's memory of the original script, the heartfelt mailbox. She vaguely recalled that the mechanism of the heartfelt mailbox required each guest to write a letter to their desired partner every evening and drop it in their mailbox. When one guest's envelope count reached 8, the director would announce it over the intercom, granting that guest the privilege of viewing the letters first. Shortly after, Ji Yao called everyone downstairs to explain the mailbox's function. Jiang Qie, like the others, feigned curiosity. Ji Yao cleared her throat and stood with her hands behind her back, addressing everyone. In simple terms, this mailbox serves a purpose. The director said this mailbox is primarily for writing letters. The director behind the screen sighed in exasperation. Relying on her was futile, and he prepared to make an announcement. The next moment, every phone chimed with a message notification, clearly detailing the mailbox's purpose. She recalled that because the director hadn't informed them that the contents of the letters would be public, the guests freely confessed their feelings in their letters. When the contents were revealed, it sent the entire internet into a frenzy of excitement. The most talked-about couple remained Li Chengze and Su Qingxian, who had been exchanging letters from the start. Their contents, sweet and intimate, revealing their mutual affection, had been unwavering. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qie admired Li Chengze's caution. Aware of the potential for his letter's contents to be disclosed, he had skillfully avoided mentioning his legitimate girlfriend's name. After reading the message, Zhou Chenyu pulled out the envelope and stationery given by the director. Also, the director mentioned this event starts tonight, so I'm distributing the stationery now. As he handed out the materials, Zhou Chenyu suddenly noticed an extra envelope, reminding everyone of Li Chengze, who was still asleep in his room. Just then, his door swung open, revealing him, seemingly freshly showered, stepping out casually. Upon exiting, he immediately felt several gazes upon him. Wait! Is Gu Yizhi stifling laughter?
Li Chengze.
Here are your envelope and stationery. You must have seen the announcement from the director on your phone, right? Soon, He Sheng approached him, handing him the letter, momentarily distracting him from the curious glances. A sudden knock on the door interrupted, and Su Qingxian, closest to it, opened it. Du Cixi stood outside, her hands neatly clasped in front of her, cheeks flushed.
Sovingguangritet her karmli. Sisi.
What brings you here?
Du Sisi Merlin odet kurtli.
Tilting her head to glance inside. Is Jiang Qie here? I have something to discuss with her. Su Qingxian hesitated for a moment before quickly regaining her enthusiasm. Yes.
Comment? Du Sisi approached Jiang Qie, appearing somewhat conflicted.
Jiang Qie bit into an apple and chewed. What's up, little beauty? I don't have private chats, you know. I'm already taken. Du Cixi, I don't know what to say. I guess a smile will do. Seems like you have a good mindset. Just now, there was almost a misunderstanding. Jiang Qie waved her hand. I just received 100,000. How could I be in a bad mood?
Oh.
Jiang Qie only just noticed Su Qingxuan's presence, she continued. Su Qingxian, this can be discussed, right? There are no cameras now. I know you care about your image. But since Du Cixi is so kind to you, shouldn't you let her know the truth? Su Qingxian cast a reluctant glance at Du Cixi, feeling indignant yet maintaining a gentle tone. Jiang Qie is right, Cixi. I was indeed worried Jiang Qie wouldn't forgive me, which is why I transferred the money privately. Although I know she isn't that petty, I still feel quite sorry. Not sending this money leaves me uneasy. Jiang Qie silently applauded Su Qingxian in her heart. Realizing that it was no wonder she could become an award-winning actress later on, she had transformed life into her grand stage. After pondering for a moment, Du Cixi approached and gently tapped Su Qingxian on the shoulder, remarking that some thoughts were better left unspoken. Although you may not care about what I just said, I still owe you an apology. It was foolish of me to blindly believe the negative remarks about you online based on a few careless words from others, leading me to question your character. Since I detest such behavior in others, I must sincerely apologize to you. Jiang Qie paused mid-bite into her apple. Are you serious?
She asked.
Very well. I forgive you, she continued, though with a hint of mischief, but it won't be that easy. The corners of Su Qingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, as it seemed Jiang Qie was about to employ her usual tactics once more. If she were to resend that text to Du Cixi, it would become evident that she was not attempting to manipulate Jiang Qie, but rather was being coerced by her. Du Cixi nodded, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Jiang Qie smiled as she picked up the envelope from her bedside. Could you be a dear and deliver this letter to Gu Yizhi for me? I'm too lazy to go out. I intend to get some rest. Du Cixi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that all? Su Qingxian smiled. Is that really all? With a resigned sigh, Du Cixi accepted the envelope and stepped out, promptly closing the door behind her. Once the door was shut, Su Qingxian turned to Jiang Qie, her irritation palpable. What? Is your so-called apology process only directed at me? Chapter 40. I'm scared. As he opened a search bar, preparing to type how to write a romantic and touching love letter, an auto-suggested term caught his attention. Li Chengze drunkenly confesses his love for Jiang Qie, with 30,000 people searching. His brow furrowed as he clicked on it. Who dares to spread such rumors about me? Which marketing account is audacious enough? His persona was crumbling. He inhaled deeply and dialed his manager. The moment the call connected, he could no longer contain his frustration. On the other end, Xiaolin's voice sounded weary. Director Li, we really did our utmost. Last night, the entire operations department was tirelessly releasing various scandals about other artists, but nothing could eclipse the curiosity surrounding you. It seems the netizens are simply too inquisitive. Forget it. I'll have to rely on myself. Li Chengze ended the call, redirecting his gaze to the envelope and paper on the bed. With a resigned sigh, he picked up a pen and inscribed Su Qingxuan's name at the top of the letter. For the next 2 days, the variety show halted production, allowing the guests to rest while the director's team prepared for the next episode. However, their peace was soon interrupted by a sudden series of knocks at the door. Awakening Jiang Qie, the shrill voice of a woman pierced the air, unmistakably recognizable. Jiang Qie sprang up, her eyes narrowing at the door. She despised loud voices during utter slumber, feeling as though her grave was being desecrated. Jiang Qie, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Come, open the door. Do you really think you can act up just because you believe yourself to have some worth? I am your mother. Honor your parents, for they are paramount. Jiang Qie maintained a stoic expression as she opened the door. Zhao Rong frowned slightly, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion before she regained her commanding demeanor, ushering a young man behind her into the room. At least you have some conscience. I'm here to discuss your brother's wedding. Jiang Qie retorted. Oh. Why are you telling me? Am I supposed to have a say in such matters? Zhao Rong plopped onto the sofa. You? What do you know as a young girl? Your only role is to contribute to your brother's dowry. By the way, I'm a bit thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Jiang Qie stood calmly, her hands behind her back. Zhao Rong, why do you think I should pay for this? On what basis? Just because he is my brother? She scoffed, interrupting. Since entering the entertainment industry, every penny I earn has been siphoned off to invest in him. I've already funded his college education and bought him a house. What more do you want? Am I supposed to support him for life? I consider him my brother, yet he expects me to be his father? The young man on the sofa sprang to his feet, indignant. Jiang Qie, how dare you speak to Mom like that? If our parents hadn't raised you, would you be the shining star you are today? Feigning realization, Jiang Qie replied, Oh, so you mean my stardom is solely thanks to my parents? They should just start a star-making academy, nurturing children into celebrities. Perhaps then, they wouldn't need to depend on me for dowry money. You. Jiang Qie's face flushed crimson as he raised his fist in threat. Do you believe I can beat you to a pulp? Jiang Qie remained unperturbed. Go ahead, show me.
Qie.
Zhao Rong suddenly grasped his arm, shaking her head. Jiang Qie, I see you've grown up and no longer wish to fulfill your legal obligation to support your parents. If that is the case, brace yourself for our parents' lawsuit. With that, she dragged the bewildered Jiang Qie out, glancing back over her shoulder with an air of triumph. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't receive your support payment, expect a lawyer's letter. Let us see if you, the ungrateful celebrity, can still have a future.
Wait.
Jiang Qie called after them. Jiang Qie turned with a mocking smile. Now you're scared? Yes, I'm scared. Jiang Qie shouted back, her voice echoing. I'm scared it'll be too late to act. Suddenly, she seized 2 teacups and hurled them towards the door with force. Jiang Qie's eyes widened in shock, and he barely managed to dodge. Zhao Rong fell, with a thud. Jiang Qie, trembling and pointing at Jiang Qie, stammered in fear. Jiang Qie remained silent, raising her hand as if to grab another teacup. He froze and quickly hoisted Zhao Rong away. With a deep sigh of relief, Jiang Qie stretched her limbs, feeling fully awake. Just then, a message from Gu Yizhi popped up on her phone. Rich man no. 1. My wallet says it wants to treat you to a meal. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to 2 radiant stars. Jiang Qie, how generous. What should I bring you? Since you seem to lack nothing, never mind, I'll take my Maserati to the restaurant. Rich man number 1. Sure. I've sent you the location. Hurry up. My driver is waiting. Jiang Qie swiftly stowed her phone and dashed out. After a bumpy 30-minute ride, she finally stood before Gu Yizhi. Handing him a pink cat ear helmet, she apologized. This is all I have left at home. I hope it suffices. Gu Yizhi pointed at her little electric scooter, chuckling in disbelief. Is this what you call a Maserati? Jiang Qie nodded seriously and explained, I'm not lying. My Maserati just got corroded after enduring a night of acid rain. Gu Yizhi sighed, donning the helmet, though the corners of his lips betrayed a smile. Where to? Where do you wish to go?
To the food street.
Jiang Qie exclaimed, revving up her scooter and confidently steering forward, oblivious to the faint, scrutinizing gaze in the rear-view mirror. Chapter 41. It's not what you think. Jiang Qie searched through the bustling crowd with Gu Yizhi for quite some time before finally locating a hot pot restaurant. As they settled down, facing each other, an awkward silence enveloped them. Gu Yizhi was the first to break the silence, inquiring about her outfit for the day. Jiang Qie had been puzzled as to why Gu Yizhi chose to wear a leather jacket on such a sweltering day, but now she understood. Your ensemble truly dazzles me. I shall remember it for as long as my memory allows, she remarked. Having indulged in such a feast with me, shouldn't you join me for a stroll to aid digestion? Jiang Qie poked at Gu Yizhi's jacket, displaying a hint of irritation. Did you not promise to treat me? Why then do you blame me for your excess? Moreover, are you truly fine walking under the scorching sun? I did not suggest a walk outside. I meant, why not visit Yuhu Building and perhaps buy some clothes? Half an hour later, a pink electric scooter came to a halt in front of Yuhu Building. 20 minutes passed. Yet Jiang Qie had not found a single piece of clothing that caught her eye, prompting Gu Yizhi to finally speak. Are you concerned about my finances? Jiang Qie held up the only item she had selected, a pair of green leggings, in front of the mirror. None of the previous options appealed to me, but this one is splendid. It's quite fashionable this year with dopamine dressing, what do you think? Gu Yizhi pursed her lips, gazing at the leggings with a hint of worry. As long as you like it. Since you favor the store, let us linger a while longer. And you may select a few more items. Gu Yizhi paused, then smiled slowly. Did I not mention this was to express my gratitude for your life-saving act at the zoo? However, that crocodile was a Yangtze alligator. To put it another way, even had I not leaped in, it would not have harmed you. Gu Yizhi touched her ear, tilting her head slightly. Who can predict such occurrences? A crocodile that flees is inherently unruly. It could very well bite someone. As they entered, they unexpectedly ran into Jiao, who was shopping for skirts. Jiang Qie? Gu Yizhi? You two are indeed real. Jiao hastily set down her items and approached them. Jiang Qie glanced at the blue skirt Jiao had discarded and turned to Gu Yizhi.
See?
The trend is indeed dopamine dressing. I told you my choice was not misguided. Turning back, Jiao wore an expression of curiosity, slowly lifting her phone. This action reminded Jiang Qie of Jiao gossiping on the phone in the villa garden. Alarmed, she seized Jiao's hand. Hold on, it's not what you think. After a moment's hesitation, Jiao pointed behind her and whispered, but even if I say nothing, your situation will be uncovered, right? Even passers-by pretend to be on calls. Walking by you. Jiang Qie released her grip, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. Suddenly, Jiao lowered her phone again, pulling Jiang Qie's arm and pointing. Look. Isn't that Shen Qinghu? Shen Qinghu? Jiang Qie probed her memory, finally recalling that he was Su Qingxuan's elder brother. In the dazzling entertainment industry, mere sweat and effort are insufficient to reach the pinnacle of success like Li Chengze. The key lies in mastering powerful, intangible resources. Although Su Qingxuan's relationship with Li Chengze had momentarily heightened her public profile, her acting still required refinement to attract renowned directors. At the height of her career stagnation, her true identity was revealed as the long-lost daughter of the Shen family, a family of considerable wealth capable of easily funding multiple film productions, thus granting her prominent roles. Shen Qinghu was the first to recognize Su Qingxian. Clad in a well-tailored dark suit, he stood tall and composed, slightly leaning as he listened to staff briefings. Miss Jiang, what are you observing? Did you not wish to leave just now? What has changed your mind? Gu Yizhi suddenly obstructed her view, wearing a smile that sent shivers down her spine. Take care of this. Charge it to his card. Jiao stealthily observed this exchange, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Just as Jiang Qie prepared to leave with her numerous shopping bags, Shen Qinghu approached with a few companions. Jiao, seeming familiar with him, waved and greeted. Young Master Shen over here. Jiang Qie hastened her steps, wishing to avoid an encounter with Shen Qinghu. As the entire internet was aware of her strained relationship with Su Qingxian, and Shen Qinghu had long suspected Su Qingxian was a sister. Yet after only a few steps, she heard a cool male voice behind her. You must be Jiang Qie, renowned for your recent exploits. Gu Yizhi, panting at the entrance, looked at her in confusion. Why are you running? We have not stolen anything. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. My car ran out of battery. Figure it out on your own. Goodbye. Chapter 42. The previous dismal class made her feel as if life had lost all hope. This shopping spree was exhilarating. This indulgence was delightful. That evening, just as she prepared to order an extravagant takeout meal, her manager fortuitously sent her a message. 30 minutes later, the delivery person and her manager arrived simultaneously at her door. Upon opening it, Jiang Qie found only Sister Li, visibly displeased, carrying her takeout. Did you order all of this? She incredulously picked up the order, reading it aloud. Spicy rice cakes, pizza, pig trotter rice, fried chicken. Growing impatient, she crumpled the order in frustration and confronted Jiang Qie. Are you a glutton? Jiang Qie shrugged, scratching her head. I barely ate dinner. I might have food dreams if I don't indulge myself. Besides, I spent all day shopping. I deserve to treat myself. Humph, Sister Li sighed as she entered. I've realized the main obstacle to your maintaining your figure is your constant desire to reward yourself. Regardless, you shall not partake in this takeout.
With that,
she tossed the meal into the living room trash, can before Jiang Qie's eyes. Faced with this heavy blow, Jiang Qie's face flushed crimson. Her cheeks puffed up like an irate pufferfish. Humph, I declare that you are unceremoniously fired. Jiang Qie rushed to retrieve the takeout, cradling it protectively in her hands. Sister Li calmly remarked, You're quite impressive, firing an entire company by yourself. In that case, let us discuss the breach of contract penalties. Jiang Qie pursed her lips. opting for compromise and putting on a standard smile. Oh dear. Arguing affects our relationship. We're supposed to be training, right? Let us begin. For the next hour, under Sister Li's supervision, Jiang Qie diligently completed 10 sets of weight loss exercises before she departed. In the following days, Sister Li continued to visit, teaching her to prepare various low-fat meals and toning exercises. This made Jiang Qie long for the carefree days of her dating show, where she could act freely, without restraint. Were it not for the penalty, she would not have been so obedient. After careful consideration, she decided to post a complaint on social media, feeling hopeless after that dreadful class. Yet even so, Sister Li did not forget to deliver one last blow before leaving. This is the traditional medicine I arranged for you. It suppresses appetite and I believe you need it. Jiang Qie accepted it with a pallid expression, forcing a chilling smile. I don't think I need herbal medicine. I could opt for Western medicine instead because right now I simply need a genuine smile, or, at the very least, some poison will suffice. An hour later, Jiang Qie reappeared in the love nest, exposed to the camera's gaze. The emotions of everyone in the live stream were instantly ignited, as they fervently expressed how much they missed Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie, I miss you so much that I can only eat 3 meals a day. Jiang Qie, do you know, in the days I have been unable to see you, my health has been excellent. I can carry bags of rice and flour, yet I cannot withstand the longing for you. Does Jiang Qie know how much her fans adore her? Once everyone had gathered, the director made his appearance. It was evident that everyone had rested well and was brimming with energy, ready to embrace the days ahead. Now, allow me to announce today's activities. Wait a moment, Director Fei. Jiang Qie suddenly raised her hand, her enthusiasm almost overwhelming. May I inquire if winning the competition entitles us to a grand feast? Thank you. Li Chengze slightly leaned towards Jiang Qie, his tone laced with curiosity. Haven't you had money for meals these past few days? Why didn't you come to borrow from me? Ji Yao stealthily leaned closer to Zhou Chenyu and whispered, during the game. We must find a way to collaborate with Jiang Qie. Whenever food-related games arise, she will undoubtedly give her all. Director Fei paused briefly before responding. It truly is unfortunate. Today's activity coincidentally revolves around food. Jiang Qie immediately perked up, her ears attuned to the conversation. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with a hint of calculation. Shortly thereafter, a pink bus arrived at the manor, whisking the group away to the nearest market. Upon arrival, the director displayed 10 photographs for all to see. Jiang Qie remained silent, her eyes wide as she scanned the images, seemingly trying to memorize them. With a whistle, Jiang Qie dashed ahead, disappearing from sight in an instant. When Gu Yizhi believed victory was certain and leisurely sought out Jiang Qie, he soon realized his optimism was misplaced. Jiang Qie appeared to have no intention of searching for items. Instead, she ambled along, munching on a handful of fruit with great leisure. Hey, Gu Yizhi, would you like a banana? It's on me. Jiang Qie exclaimed. Aren't you supposed to be focused on the task? There's no urgency for snacks now. Jiang Qie tossed a strawberry into her mouth, savoring it delightfully. As she passed a small stall, she suddenly halted, casting a pitiful glance at the vendor while gesturing towards a nearby staff member. Could you spare me that uneaten starch sausage you have? They will cover the cost. Honestly, if I were to rank those who are stingy, I would take second place, but Jiang Qie would undoubtedly claim the first. Gu Yizhi chuckled. Are you conceding already? Jiang Qie raised a hand, brandishing a plastic bag. It's right here. I had it ready long ago. Did I miss something? Hasn't she been eating all along? And I blinked too. Where did this bag come from? Has Jiang Qie been a thief? She seems far too skilled. It hardly appears to be an act. A thorough investigation is advised. Just as she was nearing her destination, she felt a sudden grip on her arm. Jiang Qie, could you tell me where the white transparent branch is? Ji Yao's voice was fraught with anxiety. The white branch? You mean the stone flower, right? Upon learning its name, Ji Yao promptly released her grip and dashed towards the nearest stall. Chapter 43. The godly couple charges forward. The director meticulously compared the items collected by Jiang Qie's team and ultimately confirmed that they had secured first place. Ji Yao's team was second, followed by Du Cixi and Hisheng. Finally, Li Chengze limped over with the assistance of Su Qingxian. Gu Yizhi couldn't help but laugh. Li Chengze, there is no need for such pride. Losing is losing. Why pretend to be injured? Li Chengze, already in a sour mood, became even more agitated by Gu Yizhi's remarks. What do you know? Some inconsiderate person carelessly discarded a banana peel, causing me to fall before I even had a chance to display my skills.
Now,
I can hardly move, and yet we are supposed to compete? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qie silently gazed skyward. Gu Yizhi ceased his teasing. Casting an awkward glance at Jiang Qie, Director Fei approached, casually taking the items from Su Qingxuan's hands as he checked them off. All right, even so, I will not award you extra points. You should be more mindful of your surroundings. Markets can be quite chaotic. Li Chengze could only sigh in resignation, accepting his misfortune. In the end, based on the rankings, the director arranged 4 tiers of lunch. Jiang Qie's group undoubtedly received the finest, the equivalent of a lavish New Year's feast. Ji Yao's team fared well too, though with fewer options. Du Cixi and He Sheng had only 2 bowls of noodles, while Li Chengze, ranked last, suffered the most. His leg was in pain, and he had only a single loaf of bread to fill his stomach. In comparison to Jiang Qie's group, it was a stark contrast. Su Qingxian unwrapped a piece of bread, taking a small bite, completely overlooking its flavor, as her heart was filled with discontent. The last time she partnered with Du Cixi, they placed last. Now, it seemed no matter which team she joined, they would always end up at the bottom. Upon returning to the villa, it was time for a midday rest. Jiang Qie lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, ignoring the barrage of messages from Sister Li. Unable to sleep, she fumed. I hope those who are sleeping wet the bed. Jiang Qie turned over irritably, only to lock eyes with Su Qingxian.
Suvingguan hurriyetle avertet her gaze.
But it was too late. Jiang Qie clearly wanted to engage. You hate me, yet you still peek at me? Get lost. Su Qingxian huffed, rising and walking outside. In the afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly, blindingly bright against the clear blue sky. Jiang Qie was the first to appear on the stairs, patting her stomach as she stealthily descended, making her way to the refrigerator. However, when she opened it, her expression darkened instantly. Director, what happened to the refrigerator? In the next moment, a clear announcement resonated from the overhead speaker. Attention, contestant Jiang Qie has successfully triggered a new task. Strive to replace the refrigerator. Jiang Qie tilted her head, a fleeting look of confusion crossing her face. She smiled at the camera above her and mockingly raised her middle finger. How absurd. It feels like I'm trapped in a world of bizarre rules. Even the director has taken to such antics. Perhaps I should pay Jiang Qie a tuition fee. Jiang Qie has quite the burden to bear. Soon, everyone descended the stairs, all eyes turning to the task's initiator. Jiang Qie awkwardly greeted the crowd. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the competition venue. A quick glance around revealed that no one had acquired a refrigerator, further dampening their spirits. Soon, it was time for the 8-member team to take the stage. He Sheng was the first to step up, his expression stoic, his gaze resolute as he climbed the steps. Having spent the past few days with Du Cixi, he realized she did not harbor any fondness for him. Thus, he felt an urgent need to showcase his abilities to prove his charm.
Wow.
The next contestant is a remarkably handsome and sunny young man. I wonder if anyone recognizes him? He Sheng ascended the stage amidst the audience's cheers. Can He Sheng, with those slender arms and legs, truly manage this? He Sheng, we will always support you. Go, go, go. These past days have been dominated by Jiang Qie. You must strive to earn Du Cixi's approval. Now, Mr. He Sheng, before you embark on this challenge, do you have any words for the audience? He Sheng bowed his head slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Du Cixi.
His voice low.
In truth, there are words I wish to express to a certain sister. Perhaps you are dissatisfied with my performance these past few days. But from here on, I shall reveal a different side of myself, and I hope you will sincerely consider me. Things are heating up. If I were Du Cixi, I would be moved beyond measure at this moment. Upon hearing this, Du Cixi's gaze flickered slightly, her expression turning serious. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure. With the crack of a starting gun, He Sheng confidently dashed onto the first conveyor belt.
Go, go, go.
The audience present at the scene was deeply moved by the fervor, spontaneously cheering him on. However, just 3 seconds later, He Sheng stumbled over his own foot and plummeted into the water, creating a significant splash. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. The spectators, understanding the nuances of human emotion, stifled their laughter, their faces flushed. In contrast, the viewers in the live stream were far less restrained, erupting into unrestrained mockery. Is that a grown man disappearing so effortlessly? After such a prolonged display of enthusiasm, this is the outcome? Thought he was about to deliver something grand, only to end up in a rather unfortunate predicament. Even through the screen, one can feel the embarrassment. Let us not laugh at him. The conveyor belt simply wasn't working hard enough. Sob, sob, sob. After Hisham clambered back onto the shore, his head remained bowed, avoiding any gaze towards Du Cece. Du Cece sighed, realizing he was indeed not to be relied upon. Perhaps it's best not to speak too highly of you, dear brother. Li Chengze approached and patted his shoulder. Allow me to demonstrate what true sexual tension looks like. Suddenly, Du Cece interjected, wait, didn't you twist your ankle? Thankfully, Xian had sacrificed her lunchtime to massage my feet. Having such a considerate girlfriend is indeed a blessing. So sweet. What a direct confession. If I were Su Qingxian, I would be overjoyed. My spirit has been revived. I always knew that Lingdi's drunken words were not genuine. He has always cherished Xian.
Li Chengze.
You finally recognize Xian's worth. Forget about that madwoman Jiang Qie. Could you be a bit more mindful when speaking? Did Jiang Qie offend you? Deathly smile. Let's not even mention Jiang Qie. We Jiang family members have weathered countless storms. If you dare, come at us. Chapter 44. The Queen Arrives. I'm not that great, Su Qingxian said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Li Chengze. I'm just concerned for you. Upon hearing this, Li Chengze's gaze softened towards Su Qingxian as if she were the sole occupant of his world at that moment. Yet, he knew this was merely an act. The priority was to make the netizens forget his drunken remarks. Thus, he continued to align himself with Su Qingxian, hoping to elevate their popularity. Nonetheless, he had no intention of abandoning Jiang Qie. A furtive glance at her warming up revealed the transformation she had undergone, possibly due to the immense distress he had caused her. The next contestant is Li Chengze. Let us welcome the film emperor with the utmost enthusiasm. The host's voice rang out. Accompanied by raucous cheers from the audience, several individuals brandished their support paraphernalia. Oh, why not say that on stage? Afraid of being embarrassed? Gu Yizhi mocked, standing with his hands in his pockets. As he spoke, he had already shed his suit, revealing a white shirt that hinted at the contour of his abs. The host, with keen respect, observed as Li Chengze approached, handing him the microphone with utmost care. Indeed, this illustrates the disparity in status. What about Hisheng? Hasn't he enjoyed such treatment? The host also inquired whether Li Chengze had any bold statements to make. To which he responded with a hint of disdain, no need. True strength speaks for itself. Wow, he is so handsome. Our Lingdi is indeed a fitness enthusiast. Finally, he is in his element. With a bang, the starting signal was given, and Li Chengze dashed forward, breezing through the first obstacle in under 10 seconds. The audience erupted in applause. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Beautiful. Lingdi is truly a man among men. Just as everyone expected him to charge into the second challenge, he suddenly halted, letting out two roars towards the sky, pounding his chest as if to challenge anyone. Does he think that looks cool? I'm confused. Is he casting a spell? Alright, we get it. You're impressive. Let us move on. It's getting ridiculous. After expelling his emotions, Li Chengze refocused on the next challenge, the rotating cylinder. He struck a pose he deemed heroic and, after 3 seconds of contemplation, snapped his fingers. Then came the burst of energy. He took off at full speed. Just as he was about to conquer the final cylinder, he felt his foot slip. Realizing the impending disaster, he dove forward. Fortunately, he managed to clamber up, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner. The host seized the moment. After recovering, Li Chengze shot a fierce glare at his shoes, muttering, damn it. It's all this slippery shoe's fault. With that, he removed his leather shoes. Lingdi is quite particular. He is taking off his designer shoes to avoid getting them wet. Then, without hesitation, he tossed the shoes into the water. Is he sacrificing those shoes for good fortune? Lingdi becomes more perplexing by the minute. Once prepared, he regained his composure and set his sights on the third challenge, the water balance beam. After stretching his limbs, he cautiously stepped onto the beam. Unfortunately, upon crossing the first plank, he was met with a harsh blow. Realizing he might falter here, he remained calm, displaying a liberated expression, spreading his arms wide as he fell backward. Hisheng is gliding through. Li Chengze is stuck. With such skill, he dares to mock our Hisheng? The host quickly grasped the situation, seizing the opportunity to comment, what an exquisite arc. This is not merely a splash, it is a profound artistic statement from Lingdi. Art is omnipresent. Did Li Chengze bribe the host? The host's commentary is the hardest in the room. Before the show, the host asked the director, do I really have to say this? Such eloquence. Are you considering a public service exam? Li Chengze, draped in a towel, approached but was inevitably intercepted by Gu Yizhi. Strong individuals seldom speak. Ha! Is your mouth arguing with your body? You're moving at lightning speed. Li Chengze shot him a glare. The wheel of fortune turns. Let us see if you'll still be laughing later. Gu Yizhi shrugged. You might be disappointed because the next contestant isn't me. It's before he could finish. The host's voice rang out again. Let us welcome Jiang Qie. Instantly, the crowd erupted, cheers cascading through the venue. Li Chengze was taken aback. Even he had never experienced such fervent support. Across the venue, banners fluttered, creating a mesmerizing visual. Look closely. That woman is Xiao Mei. The queen has arrived, drum rolls. Jiang Qie raised her hand, smiling as she waved to the audience, showing no signs of stage fright. In the distance, Su Qingxian watched, teeth clenched. This should have been my moment. Jiang Qie, you wretched woman. The host remarked, I can feel the audience's enthusiasm. Teacher Jiang, would you like to say a few words? Jiang Qie reluctantly accepted the microphone, her mind solely occupied with thoughts of her refrigerator, leaving no room for idle chatter. However, due to the audience's fervor, she cleared her throat and said, since I'm here, I might as well say a few words. Which words, you ask? Just some random thoughts. Sounds like my essay writing. The host wiped his brow, not wanting to miss the momentum, pressed on, from what I understand. Most of your fans are young people. Could you provide a one-sentence evaluation of the current youth? Jiang Qie pondered for 2 seconds before replying, I must say, today's youth is far younger compared to the older generation. The host was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile, attempting to maintain the atmosphere. Oh, I understand now. Teacher Jiang's statement implies that the youth of today should cherish their splendid time of youth and strive diligently to realize their dreams. Is that correct, Teacher Jiang? The host narrowly avoided losing their job. Could this be what constitutes supreme understanding? Teacher Jiang nodded, feigning composure, and said little more. Chapter 45. Why do I sense a hint of sourness in the air? Without further ado, let us admire Teacher Jiang's performance. Jiang Qie flexed her wrists and ankles, resolutely taking a step forward. After quickly contemplating the techniques to advance, she began her sprint. As the countdown concluded, Jiang Qie shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. A figure swiftly traversed the conveyor belt, promptly arriving at the platform of the second challenge. Yet she did not pause. Instead, she opted to change her posture midair, executing 2 spectacular backflips to evade the balance beam's attacks. Astonishingly, she completed these 2 stages in under 10 seconds, leaving the audience in the stands momentarily stunned. The live stream was instantly flooded with accolades. In the subsequent stages, her speed remained unwavering. First, she transformed into a monkey, swinging through the 3rd challenge, then easily bounced through the 4th. In the final challenge, she maintained her momentum, surging forward without even utilizing the climbing rope. It was only when the button on stage was struck that the audience erupted into fervent applause. The host, caught up in excitement, momentarily forgot basic decorum and shouted, 20 seconds. Teacher Jiang has annihilated the competition. Jiang Qie chuckled foolishly for 2 seconds, preparing to turn and reach for the refrigerator, only to be halted by the female host at the finish line, who eagerly inquired, Teacher Jiang, do you have any words of gratitude for your victory? Practice more, if you're not good enough. Li Chengze's lips twitched, his expression dark and foreboding.
Meanwhile, Shu Qingshuan,
though clapping along with others, betrayed herself with her tightly bitten lower lip. Are you really risking your life for this? Is this the version of himself that Li Chengze envisions? I declare, old Jiang is my idol. Old Jiang, I worship you. Jiang Qie, I command you not to turn into a zombie. After this, Jiang Qie rushed to embrace the refrigerator. Jiang Qie, you're incredible. We will rely on you for the next few days.
Ye Ipsilonao exclaimed.
Jiang Qie, you've truly impressed me.
Du Siziadid.
Brother Zhou, once a brother, always a brother. Let us forge a pact. Ji Yao shoved Zhou Qinyu aside, insisting, get away, I want to establish a yellow-ollie contract with Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie scratched her head in confusion. Me? Someone like me has fans. Upon uttering this, the live stream erupted with comments. Is it Jiang Qie? We are firmly supportive of you. Jiang Qie, do not underestimate yourself. Wow, the sister is so fierce. As the lively banter continued, Ji Yao proposed. Shall we throw Jiang Qie into the air? Yes, I agree. Zhou Qinyu concurred. Thus, the 6 others banded together, hoisting her aloft amidst cheers that echoed around them. Su Qingxian declined to join, citing a lack of strength, instead watching from the side as Jiang Qie basked in the sunlight, surrounded by admirers, clenching her fists in envy. Next up, Ms. Ji Yao. The host's voice rang out once more. Everyone halted and turned their gaze toward Ji Yao. Director Fei gestured for her to proceed. Nobody could escape this fate. Ji Yao sighed, calculating her options, and resigned herself, thinking, well, we've all got the refrigerator. I'll just go through the motions.
Consequently,
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Yao stepped onto the stage and, without a word, leaped into the water, leaving even the articulate host speechless. That was just a formality. Utterly perfunctory. Next, Du Cixi followed suit. When it was Zhou Chenyu's turn, he merely stretched lazily. Just as everyone assumed he would effortlessly secure a second refrigerator, he simply lay there.
brilliant.
It seems Mr. Zhou is indeed hiding his talents, swiftly conquering the first challenge. Let us see if he can replicate Teacher Zhang's feat in the second challenge. It appeared Zhou Chenyu had no intention of performing backflips. Instead, he opted to crawl. Mr.
Zhou, stop.
That's cheating. Excellent. It seems Mr. Zhou is about to rise, but unfortunately, the balance beam came barreling toward him, and he flopped down again.
Come on.
Mr. Zhou, get it together. Finally, he managed to rise, yet was met with the advancing balance beam once more, causing him to collapse again. 10 seconds later, Mr. Zhou had contributed a series of sit-ups for our entertainment. Would he now rally himself to rise to the challenge?
Wow.
He finally stood up.
Wait.
Mr. Zhou, don't jump. Don't give up so easily. Alas, it was regrettable that Mr. Zhou failed the challenge. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chenyu approached wrapped in a towel, prompting Ji Yao to immediately mock him. Wouldn't it have been better to jump earlier? No need to put on a facade.
See?
I foresaw this. Zhou Chenyu shook his head, indicating the difficulty of the task. It appears I must seek advice from my elder brother. At that moment, Jiang Qie turned her head. Were you referring to me?
Yes.
Teacher Jiang, could you offer me some advice based on my recent performance? Absolutely not. Gu Yizhi interjected suddenly, then turned to Jiang Qie. I have something to discuss with you now. Why do I detect a hint of sourness in the air? Is it just my imagination? Or is Gu Yizhi acting a bit petulant? Could it be that Gu Yizhi is feeling jealous? Jiang Qie, you are in for it. Once they were out of earshot, Jiang Qie shrugged off Gu Yizhi's grip, rubbing her wrist. Could you ease up? Had I known your strength was so formidable, I wouldn't have stood up for you at the zoo. Am I strong? Rather, you seemed entirely focused on Zhou Chenyu. Could it be that you like him? Gu Yizhi retorted, amused. Who was the one who boldly confessed their feelings upon first seeing him? Now a new pretty boy has emerged, and you've seemingly forgotten your previous declarations? Jiang Qie tilted her head, blinking. She had merely intended to admire Zhou Chenyu discreetly until he caught her gaze. How had her intentions been misconstrued in Gu Yizhi's eyes? No, even if she did like Zhou Chenyu, it shouldn't be for Gu Yizhi to dictate. Just then, Gu Yizhi spoke again. Ignoring someone is tantamount to acquiescence. Jiang Qie settled comfortably, crossing her legs, and what of it? The genius on the left and the madman on the right. I am the sovereign in the middle. A sovereign may take several consorts. What is wrong with that? Chapter 46. I admit I have succumbed. Gu Yizhi appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that you easily develop affections for others? Forgetting the past? Jiang Qie nonchalantly adjusted her ears. What are you talking about? You hardly qualify as my past. Indeed, quite right. Gu Yizhi turned away, slowly making his way to the stage. At that moment, the host announced Gu Yizhi's name. Mr. Gu, do you have anything to say? In the next instant, Jiang Qie heard Gu Yizhi's voice reverberate through the venue. People do not feel guilt when encountering someone better, who will remember whom. Jiang Qie straightened in her seat. Well, now, isn't that a bit hypocritical? Isn't this merely a cover for admiring me? Gu Yizhi, in a despondent mood, emulated the two girls and leaped into the pool. Jiang Qie originally thought that Gu Yizhi's temper would end there, but unexpectedly, a sudden eruption of screams from the female audience pierced the air. She turned her head in confusion, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Gu Yizhi had, astonishingly, removed his upper garment in the swimming pool. His tall and robust physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, a tantalizing V-line, and an impressive set of 8-pack abs caught everyone's attention. My husband. Move aside. That's my husband. This water must be freezing. Hurry and pull my husband out. I wish I could say something flirtatious, but love demands restraint. I shall endure. Tears of regret streamed down Jiang Qie's face. That insufferable man truly knew how to manipulate me. Yet, despite her feelings, a smile began to tug at her lips. Fine then, I shall indulge you this once. As she spoke, she dashed towards the spot where Gu Yizhi was climbing out, positioning herself at the exit. When Gu Yizhi emerged, he deliberately turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. A faint flush colored his cheeks, leaving her uncertain whether it was anger or embarrassment. "Aren't you a prince? Would you condescend to fetch me personally?" Jiang Qie cleared her throat awkwardly before saying, "You are mistaken. Even though I bear the weight of an entire nation upon my shoulders, with countless concubines in my court, I still find myself shy and tongue-tied in your presence. I admit I have succumbed." With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Gu Yizhi shrugged off Jiang Qie's hand and accepted a towel from the staff, draping it over his shoulders. Disappointed by the disappearance of his abs, Jiang Qie lost interest and turned to seek refuge in a pavilion to escape the heat. She sat down silently on the other side, only to be followed by Su Qingxian. Jiang Qie furrowed her brow, and before she could speak, Su Qingxian interjected, "You were amazing just now. Can you teach me how to get through that?" "Not a chance. I could tell from the first glance that you wouldn't make it."
Su Yingguan's smile vanished instantly.
"How can you say that?" "I merely," she trailed off, falling silent. Why is Su Qingxian so strange? I see through her. She clearly wants to frame our Jiang. Don't be too harsh. Our Jiang is just speaking the truth. Su Qingxian is simply inquiring earnestly. It's Jiang Qie who lacks decorum. Let us see how this unfolds. I refuse to believe Su Qingxian isn't causing trouble. Su Qingxian, you green TBTCH, get away from our Jiang. Soon after, Su Qingxian was called to the stage. By this time, the audience's anticipation had waned, with everyone expecting her to follow the lead of the other two girls and forfeit by jumping in. However, Su Qingxian took the microphone and spoke softly, so inspiring. "Qingxian, you are the best. Why do I feel a bit heartbroken? She is such a shy girl, yet some people let her be. Accusing her of being a green TBTCH, pushing my dear baby to the brink of anxiety. Hugging Qingxian, you don't need to be brave. Never let those harsh words from Jiang affect you. We will always love you." Du Cici's eyes also reflected a hint of regret. Jiang Qie rolled her eyes and focused on Su Qingxian, eager to see how she would display her bravery. Su Qingxian took a few steps back, sprinted onto the conveyor belt, and managed to run for 5 minutes before finally slipping off due to exhaustion. Nevertheless, the audience applauded her, offering consolation and encouragement. The host quickly capitalized on the moment. So touching. Although Miss Su did not succeed in passing the challenge, she certainly set a record by enduring for 5 minutes without giving up. This indicates her deep passion for the treadmill. Li Chengze rushed over to Su Qingxian as she approached, gently ruffling her hair, his tone tender.
"You're such a stubborn little thing."
After a moment of hesitation, Du Cici also approached, handing her a bottle of water. "You must be thirsty after running for so long." As Su Qingxian once again became the center of attention, she lowered her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Qie sensed something was off and swiftly positioned herself in front of Su Qingxian, forcing her to lift her gaze. "Qingxian, you." Li Chengze's expression turned one of surprise. Su Qingxian pondered for 2 seconds before slowly replying, "Chengze, I really liked what you called me just now, but I felt embarrassed to show my happiness in front of you." Li Chengze's face brightened with understanding, his tone growing even more affectionate. "Oh, then I shall call you that every day from now on. Stupid little one, stupid little one, stupid little one. How does that sound? Happy?" Su Qingxian wished she could slap herself for her impulsive words. She forced a smile, truly enjoying it. Upon returning to the villa, everyone was eager to avoid catching a cold and rushed to take showers. Just before Jiang Qie entered her room, Su Qingxian stopped her. Jiang Qie, you didn't fall into the water today, but I'm completely soaked. Could I wash up first?" Jiang Qie initially thought this was reasonable and was about to agree when Su Qingxian added, "You won't be angry, will you? I'm sorry for asking." Due to the angle, the camera failed to capture Jiang Qie at the door, leading Su Qingxian to believe she was genuinely upset. Jiang Qie's anger surged, and she pulled Su Qingxian into the room, slamming the door shut. "Less nonsense. Didn't you want to wash first? Fine, I'll help you." The surveillance ended there, but the struggle within the room was far from over. Jiang Qie shoved Su Qingxian into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and splashed water directly at her face. Su Qingxian sputtered and pushed Jiang Qie away in a panic. After a minute, Jiang Qie felt relieved and finally turned off the shower. As Su Qingxian wiped the water from her face, Jiang Qie exited the bathroom, not forgetting to express her concern. "No need to thank me if you do this again. I'll be more than happy to assist." Chapter 47. In the face of clues, there are no emotions. The following morning, everyone received a text message from the director, informing them to go downstairs to draw their secret tasks. Jiang Qie hurried downstairs, only to find it was too late, leaving her with just one slip. She considered herself unlucky, having drawn the last card. She took a quick glance at it before hastily hiding it away. She now suspected that the director was intentionally targeting her, since she hadn't gotten wet yesterday. Today's task was inescapably water-related. Choose a lucky guest and secretly pour water down their pants, framing them as having wet themselves. Jiang Qie looked at the director in disbelief. Is this still a dating show? Afterward, she scanned the faces of the others, noting no signs of abnormality. So it seemed that only she had drawn such a bizarre task. Fine, she wasn't that kind of person. This was merely the director's demand. An hour later, everyone arrived at a nearby scenic spot to begin their day of travel. This was a picturesque little village near the island, known for its beautiful scenery and simple folk. According to the director's arrangement, while they strolled and enjoyed themselves, there would be opportunities to trigger random tasks, and successful completion would earn them a secret gift. After much contemplation, she concluded that she was utterly clueless. Never mind. Without a plot, she could still utilize her keen insight to uncover the tasks. Just as she prepared to veer from the group towards an alley, a voice suddenly called from behind. Jiang Qie, where are you going? It's easy to get lost here. We should stick together. It was obvious who it was. Jiang Qie clicked her tongue in annoyance and turned to Li Chengze. Can you just leave me alone? You're so meddlesome. I'm just worried about you, Li Chengze blurted out, quickly realizing his mistake and adding, I meant to remind you out of kindness. If you don't appreciate it, then I won't bother. Su Qingxian chimed in from the side. You're so responsible. At that moment, Gu Yizhi stepped forward, moving to Jiang Qie's side. I can accompany her. Even if we get lost, we can look out for each other. Jiang Qie did not reply, yawning as she turned to walk away. Gu Yizhi followed closely behind her. Li Chengze observed the scene before him, his gaze deepening with contemplation. After an indeterminate passage of time, Su Qingxian suddenly grasped his hand and offered him a smile. Chengze, I understand that you wish for no one to go missing. Yet we cannot alter the thoughts of others. Let us proceed. Everyone is awaiting your presence. Xian is remarkably considerate. I sense that after marriage, Xian will undoubtedly embody the essence of a gentle and devoted wife. Li Chengze forced a smile, guiding Su Qingxian to the forefront of the group. Teacher Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Gu Yizhi inquired. Jiang Qie maintained her pace, slightly tilting her head as she replied, I am searching for someone. Searching for someone? Such random tasks are typically assigned by local villagers. Therefore, our first step is to locate the locals. That makes sense, Gu Yizhi nodded, stroking his chin. But with so many tourists around, how do we distinguish between locals and visitors? You think these are tourists? In truth, most are actors hired by the director to confuse us and increase the difficulty. Do they possess any knowledge? Gu Yizhi suddenly understood. But how can we extract information from them? Jiang Qie murmured softly. I have an idea, she exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Gu Yizhi, puzzled, quickened his pace to catch up with her. She approached a female tourist and asked, do you have any clues? A clue? What kind of clue? Both Gu Yizhi and the female tourist responded in unison. To feel his abdominal muscles. Oh no! Gu Yizhi leaped back, clutching his stomach tightly. For the sake of a gift, you must make a sacrifice. No way. I refuse. That would be too presumptuous. Besides, I haven't had the opportunity. If I had known, I would have participated. The female tourist seemed to recognize the absurdity and shook her head, attempting to leave. Wait. Jiang Qie extended her hand. He's just shy. I give my consent. She moved beside the female tourist, pushing her forward. Don't be shy. The opportunity is right before you. Jiang Qie, is this how you treat your husband? Old Jiang, why are you pushing your husband into someone else's arms? Stop. Jiang Qie, cease this. Gu Yizhi is about to break. Before clues, there are no feelings. Gu Yizhi's body stiffened, a look of incredulity washing over his face. Eventually, he retreated into a corner, crouching down as he flailed his arms, almost creating an afterimage. Medic! Medic! Bring the medic! Jiang Qie has successfully unveiled a new side of Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie, your husband is on the brink of being broken. Congratulations to Jiang Qie for uncovering the hidden version of Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie, if you don't stop, he won't be able to recover. Both Jiang Qie and the female tourist paused in astonishment. After some time, Gu Yizhi sensed no further threat and slowly lifted his head. All right, I see you are adhering to gentlemanly conduct. I shall not frighten you anymore. Goodness, was Jiang Qie merely testing Gu Yizhi? I suspect Jiang Qie is enacting revenge for Gu Yizhi's public display of his abs yesterday. She then extended a hand to Gu Yizhi. Come on. We need not pursue this method any longer. Gu Yizhi stared at her, gradually becoming entranced, acutely aware of his racing heartbeat. Her eyes, filled with unrestrained innocence, seemed to pierce through the endless barriers of time, merging with the girl from his memories. After a moment, Gu Yizhi let out a soft hum, placing his hand atop hers as he stood. The fool is indeed myself. I was fervently advocating for peace, only to discover I am but a cog in your scheme. I was not led in circles. I merely enjoy spinning in them. As they continued forward, a small river came into view. 2 children were frolicking nearby. And just as Jiang Qie intended to move on, her gaze was suddenly drawn to another child. This child, for reasons unknown, was distractedly playing with mud, appearing quite out of place. The switch in her memory flicked on instantly. This child undoubtedly held a crucial task. Moreover, due to her reputation for possessing a kind heart, her standing had only improved. However, unfortunate for him, she had encountered him, and this opportunity was hers to seize. After all, having been thrust into this narrative was already unfortunate enough. She would take everything that was not rightfully hers. Chapter 48. Feeding Cattle Chengze. We are almost out of the village. Have we overlooked some tasks? Su Qingxian remarked while wiping her brow. Ji Yao, fanning herself vigorously, had grown impatient. Li Chengze, do you even understand? It's sweltering. I should have followed Jiang Qie.
No. I have found something.
Li Chengze suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he focused ahead. The others turned in unison to the indicated direction. There, beside a rice field, stood a small sign, seemingly inscribed with several lines of text. It undoubtedly contained the task. Li Chengze swiftly approached, pausing to examine the sign. As the others drew near, they finally discerned the words inscribed upon it. Experience rice harvesting. Fee. 20 yuan per person. First come, first served. Not permitted to take any home. I have finally discovered it. Li Chengze beamed with confidence. I told you to follow me, right? Jiang Qie is likely still playing in the mud. Is this genuinely a task?
Du Sisyphe Ned.
Yet, before she could ponder further, the others had already entered to assist. Don't compete with me. I aim to harvest the most.
Help.
How does one use this tool? Xian, your hands are too delicate for such labor. Allow me to take over. No. Everyone is helping. I cannot shirk my duties. Du Sisi sighed, donning the provided boots and picking up a sickle to join the effort. Jiang Qie approached, gently caressing the child's soft, fair face, thinking to herself that the little ones seemed to have lost their spark. Gu Yizhi stood behind her, observing as she played with the child for a few minutes without uttering a word, prompting him to remind her, you can't just pinch a child's face. It may come across as the actions of a mischievous aunt. It is rare to see Jiang Qie smile like this. Jiang Qie, please smile more. It enhances your beauty. In the next moment, Jiang Qie extended a finger, playfully beckoning the child. What is Jiang Qie planning to do to this innocent little one? The child first froze in surprise, then their eyes filled with tears, and they burst into loud sobs. Jiang Qie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Oh dear. My words were too hasty. I apologize. The child, realizing the disparity in their strengths, abandoned the unfinished muddy project and dashed into the winding alley, disappearing from sight. Gu Yizhi seized the opportunity to tease. You possess quite a talent. One mere sentence, and you've reduced someone to tears. A minute later, noticing Jiang Qie ignoring him, he stepped closer, bending slightly to sneak a glance. Jiang Qie was lost in thought, gazing at the small clay figure the child had crafted. Gu Yizhi smirked and called out, report to the teacher. Jiang Qie is daydreaming in class. I am not. Jiang Qie instinctively stood up. Gu Yizhi's plan had succeeded. Who told you to scare me earlier? Jiang Qie rolled her eyes. Must you be so childish? I am engaged in serious matters. Go play elsewhere. Gu Yizhi gently lowered his eyelashes, squatting down to inspect the little clay figures before him. 3 intricately crafted figures were displayed. 1 man, 1 woman, and a charming child. Their hands tightly clasped together. Regrettably, the couple lacked faces, rendering them somewhat hollow. I understand. This child has modeled their family, correct? He inquired. Jiang Qie remained silent, gazing in the direction the child had vanished, lost in thought. Gu Yizhi, with his hands tucked in his pockets, strolled past her, suggesting they search for him. Just as Jiang Qie was about to inquire how they might do that, she halted. She observed Gu Yizhi approach the nearest house and pose a question to a middle-aged woman sweeping the ground. "Excuse me, do you know a little boy about this tall? He looks to be around 7 or 8 years old." The woman sighed, leaning on her waist as if exhausted. "I still haven't fed the cattle at home. It's a tiring day." A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiang Qie's eyes at the woman's exaggerated words and poor acting. Wasn't it just too obvious? She rushed over, playfully tapping Gu Yizhi on the head before turning back to the woman. "If we help you feed the cattle, will there be any reward?" The woman hesitated. "I don't have much to offer, but if you don't mind, perhaps this could work." Jiang Qie exchanged glances with Gu Yizhi, and they quickly accepted the card she handed them. "Thank you, ma'am." The card bore the task: "Please assist Xiaoying in feeding the cattle and cleaning the barn." Understanding their mission, Jiang Qie led Gu Yizhi behind the house. "You clean the barn, I'll feed the cattle." "Why should it be that way?" Gu Yizhi scoffed. "Because when a task presents itself, you remain indifferent, while I, as the newcomer, shall take precedence." Gu Yizhi huffed but obediently headed towards the barn.
Wait.
Jiang Qie suddenly called him back. Gu Yizhi turned, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "What is it? Are you reluctant now?" Jiang Qie promptly placed an apron on him. "Now you look the part of a diligent spouse," she commented, patting his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Gu Yizhi felt like crying. As Jiang Qie effortlessly emerged from another room carrying a sack, she set it down and poured out half a bag of dry corn. The live stream erupted with curiosity about how much cattle could consume, only for them to witness Jiang Qie leading a painfully thin cow into view. What kind of harsh life has this cow endured? Is this the typical appearance of rural cattle? This cow is remarkably resilient. How has it not perished? The sight of the overflowing corn made the cow's eyes widen in incredulity. Has the government sent disaster relief food? Cow owner, is this my final meal? Will I see tomorrow? I can't believe I've witnessed human expressions on an animal's face. Jiang Qie is this cow's savior. I shall dub this episode The Redemption of the Cow. While the cow feasted, Jiang Qie took a moment to check on Gu Yizhi. He was bundled up tightly, brow furrowed, meticulously brushing the edges of the barn, despite his apparent reluctance. Who would have thought I'd see the young master of the Gu family personally cleaning a barn? Is it amusing? They are here to experience hard work, while this is our daily routine. Well, it seems everyone's spirits have dampened. Chapter 49, A Slice of Chilled Watermelon. Phew. Finally, the barn was clean. Jiang Qie exhaled, leaning against the wall as she sat down. Gu Yizhi removed his mask and settled beside her. Jiang Qie glanced over. "Aren't you a neat freak? The ground is quite dirty." Gu Yizhi chuckled softly, producing a pack of tissue from his pocket and offering her one.
Yes.
"I have a cleanliness obsession, so I carry tissues with me. Care to wipe away some sweat?" "Thanks." Jiang Qie accepted the tissue, gently dabbing at her forehead. Her fair complexion glowing in the sunlight, reminiscent of pear blossoms blanketed in fresh snow, pure and immaculate. Jiang Qie is truly beautiful. In recent days, I've focused solely on her mental state, forgetting her striking beauty. Considering this, it seems plausible that Li Chengze is fond of Jiang Qie. What foundation allows for such perspiration without smudging? I implored Jiang Qie to share. Could it be that she hasn't applied any makeup at all? Is she naturally this radiant? It's hard to believe such flawless skin isn't enhanced. After their brief respite, Jiang Qie took the task card and inquired about the child. "You must mean Xiaoan, right? That poor boy has been orphaned at such a young age. No matter how we persuade him, he refuses to go to the orphanage, clinging to his old house." Both Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi were taken aback. The comments section grew serious, expressing concern for the child named Xiaoan. They pressed for further details, gradually uncovering Xiaoan's plight. To summarize, he had no family and lived by scavenging, receiving occasional food from sympathetic villagers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could you tell us where Xiaoan's home is?
Sure.
Jiang Qie pulled Gu Yizhi out of the house, continuing their search. Zhou Chenyu, who had been bending to cut rice, straightened up, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun with his hand, sighing. Ji Yao also stood, dropping her sickle. "I'm exhausted. Whoever wants to do this task can have it. I'm leaving." Su Qingxian followed suit, observing Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu's nonchalant exodus with a tinge of envy. Had she known? She wouldn't have pushed herself so hard. Now, she was completely worn out, unable to even take a breather on camera. But how long must she keep up this charade? Feeling Su Qingxuan's gaze, Li Chengze looked up and met her eyes. Xian? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Su Qingxuan smiled gently.
Chengze, you needn't worry about me. I can manage. However, if only Jiang Qie were here, she is so capable. Perhaps we could finish early. Upon hearing Jiang Qie's name, Li Chengze's expression shifted. She is just like that, always seeking to reap without sowing. We shouldn't emulate her. By the time the task concludes, she'll be back to her senses. Du Cixi, who had been nearby, abruptly dropped her sickle. Li Chengze, thanks for the reminder. What do you think Jiang Qie is doing right now? Li Chengze bent down, continuing to cut rice as he spoke. What else could she be doing? Probably lounging under a big tree, seeking shade.
Is that so?
I think she is smarter than you. Perhaps following her is the wisest choice. Hisheng immediately mimicked Du Cixi, tossing aside his sickle. Cixi, are you leaving? Can I come along? Hisheng hurriedly followed. Seeing this unfold, Su Qingxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, we can leave. Just when she thought Li Chengze was also prepared to give up, he gritted his teeth. Feeling the disbelief of others weighing heavily on him, struggling to contain his frustration. Let us go. If even Xian is persisting, how can you all refuse to endure? You're all too eager to imitate Jiang Qie's shortcuts. Su Qingxian's smile froze on her face. Cixi, where should we search for Jiang Qie? This village is vast. It's easy to get lost. Du Cixi glanced around, calmly stating, as long as we traverse every path. Even bad luck might lead us to her. Hisheng nodded, pressing further. It seems your attitude toward Jiang Qie has changed a lot. I remember you used to disdain her.
Du Cixi slowed her pace.
Let us not discuss me for now. What is your impression of her? I feel Jiang Qie is somewhat inscrutable, yet I believe she isn't the type to resort to underhanded tactics.
Oh, why do you think that?
Du Cixi inquired with curiosity. Hisheng noticed that Du Cixi seemed intrigued by his words and shyly touched his face before saying that he had avenged her on the spot, as if he held a grudge. However, before he could revel in his joy, Du Cixi abruptly halted, her body trembling slightly. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Hisheng stepped forward, but upon seeing what lay ahead, he too was rendered speechless. A large, pitch-black dog was baring its teeth at them, drool glistening as it dripped from its jowls onto the ground, its eager gaze resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. What are you still standing there for?
Run!
Du Cixi shouted, immediately darting into a nearby alley. Hisheng followed closely behind. The big black dog, upon seeing them flee, excitedly chased after, barking furiously. Despite several twists and turns, Du Cixi and Hisheng could not shake it off. Just as despair began to set in, a watermelon rind unexpectedly flew over their heads and landed right in front of the dog. The dog attempted to break, but slipped on the rind and tumbled into a nearby stream. Finally, Du Cixi and Hisheng were able to catch their breath. Looking further ahead, they were astonished to see Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi sitting beneath a large tree, leisurely enjoying chilled watermelon while chatting animatedly with the villagers. Jiang Qie? Du Cixi suddenly recalled what Li Chengze had said. What else could she do? Just laze around under a tree. Yet, Jiang Qie had indeed saved her earlier. Prompting Du Cixi to compose herself and approach her. Jiang Qie, thank you for your help just now. Having spent a busy afternoon and having exhausted herself from running, Du Cixi was parched and could no longer resist the allure of the sweet, juicy watermelon. She swallowed hard and took a piece to taste. Xiaohe, would you like a piece too? Jiang Qie asked Hisheng. Thank you, sister. As Du Cixi savored the delicious watermelon, she was enveloped in boundless joy. Indeed, following Jiang Qie, though devoid of tasks, was at least enjoyable. However, since Jiang Qie treated her so well, she felt it was only right to remind her. Thus, after finishing a slice of watermelon, she ventured to speak. Jiang Qie, while this is quite relaxing, let us not forget there are still tasks to complete. If you're interested, I can tell you about a location. Tasks? Jiang Qie pulled out several task cards from behind her, still chewing on watermelon. This? I just found it. Thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot about these. Chapter 50. The Transformation of the Proud Little Puppy. Du Cixi and Hisheng simultaneously halted, exchanging glances before fixing their gaze on the task cards. So, there are more of these?
Du Cixi acquired.
What else would there be? Jiang Qie replied. Didn't you find even one? Du Cixi's expression darkened as she murmured, Li Chengze made us harvest rice for an hour, insisting we were on a task. Yet we didn't receive any of those cards, Hisheng interjected. Oh, I see. Jiang Qie said, her lips trembling as if she might burst into laughter at any moment. Seeing Jiang Qie struggle to contain herself, Du Cixi sighed, if you want to laugh, just laugh. We were too blindly trusting this time. Jiang Qie quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat in an attempt to be serious. Actually, you still have a chance. I have plenty of task cards here, and can give you a few. Upon hearing this, Gu Yizhi narrowed his eyes slightly. But there's a condition, Jiang Qie continued. Once you complete them, you must share a portion with us. Hisheng raised his hand shyly. Could we see what tasks you have? No problem, Jiang Qie replied, spreading the task cards out one by one, facing upward. Du Cixi and Hisheng took a cursory glance, discovering that most tasks appeared simpler than harvesting rice and likely wouldn't take too long, so they readily agreed. Jiang Qie nodded and allowed them to select several task cards before collecting the rest. It was indeed fortunate. Initially, she and Gu Yizhi had planned to find a little boy, but ended up learning about tasks after speaking with an elder. After acquiring the task cards, they intended to seek out Xiao En, only to be reminded of the next task's location by the elder. Thus began their unending acquisition of task cards. Just as they were about to cease their efforts, they passed by the tree again and found their eyes irresistibly drawn to the chilled watermelon. They settled down to gather more information about Xiao En, engaging in increasingly lively conversations with the villagers, with Jiang Qie becoming close friends with the elderly ladies. Consequently, they had yet to depart. Once Du Cixi and Hisheng received their task cards, they promptly rose to head towards the task location. Observing this, Jiang Qie ceased her delay, grabbing Gu Yizhi's arm and pulling him in the direction of Xiao En's home. While chatting with the elderly ladies, she had gleaned much information about Xiao En. Initially, the villagers had tried to persuade him, but Xiao En never listened, and over time, everyone grew accustomed to it. Before long, they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, which was closed for a reason. Children in the village were not allowed to play recklessly at home. Thus, whenever they felt bored, they would flock to Xiao En's house. Although Xiao En was shy and timid, his home was of utmost importance to him, and he could not allow other children to disturb it. Consequently, the children, feeling slighted, conspired to isolate him. Standing before the tightly shut gate, Jiang Qie glanced around and quickly made a decision. She pointed at Gu Yizhi, and then at the wall. You, go squat over there. Gu Yizhi's eyes widened slightly, raising a finger to himself in disbelief.
Me?
I refuse to be a stepping stone. Jiang Qie chuckled softly, slowly approaching him. Sensing something amiss, Gu Yizhi took a step back, closing his eyes in apparent fear. Suddenly, a pair of hands brushed gently through his hair like a spring breeze. In the next moment, Jiang Qie's voice, filled with admiration, rang in his ear. Oh my goodness! Just look at your tall, handsome figure and that unparalleled physique. If I could stand on your broad, sturdy back, it would be as steady as a mountain, providing me with immense security. Gu Yizhi opened his eyes, his cheeks flushing instantly. You have a point. Those little stools can't possibly compare to my well-trained shoulders. Jiang Qie immediately clapped in encouragement. Exactly. Your physique even surpasses Li Chengze's. Gu Yizhi perked up, grinning slyly as he moved to sit by the wall, feigning nonchalance. Come up. This isn't an experience everyone can have. In the comment section. Seriously, dude, you're too easy to fool. Oh no, Jiang Qie is genuinely skillful. Indeed. Male psychology is just child psychology. No way the previous commenter actually believes this. It's clearly Jiang Taigong fishing, willing to take the bait. Only those who like you will cooperate. It seems to be true. I remember Du Cixi complimented Gu Yizhi, yet he didn't react at all.
Oh.
The case is cracked. Gu Yizhi has a crush on Jiang Qie. Spread the word. Gu Yizhi is going to propose to Jiang Qie. I told you. Don't be too absurd. You poor Gu Yizhi fans. By the way, spread the word. Gu Yizhi wants to have kids with Jiang Qie. As Jiang Qie stepped up, Gu Yizhi immediately felt a heavy force, yet he resolutely remained silent to maintain his composure. Before long, Jiang Qie was seated on the wall, extending a hand towards him. Catch me, I'll pull you up. The familiar scene struck Gu Yizhi's mind, leaving him utterly unable to think. What are you dawdling for? Are you afraid? Coward. Gu Yizhi quickly rose, pointing at Jiang Qie's nose. Your mood swings are faster than a Sichuan opera. You didn't say that just now. Jiang Qie, having lost her patience, retorted. Don't you know? Beautiful girls have many sides. If you don't come up now, I won't bother with you anymore. Jiang Qie thoughtfully stroked her chin, acknowledging the truth in her words. However, she insisted that Gu Yizhi should muster some courage. Gu Yizhi scoffed. I knew it. You merely wish to see me make a fool of myself. This young master will not fall for your tricks. Jiang Qie feigned regret, letting out a heavy sigh. It seems you truly cannot compare to Li Chengze. With that, she pretended to leave, only to be halted by Gu Yizhi's call, who says I am inferior to him. Enough is enough. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. I shall begrudgingly accompany you, he declared, surprising everyone with his unexpected verbosity. It felt as if Gu Yizhi had transformed since meeting Jiang Qie. By the heavens, Jiang Qie is remarkable. She has turned the aloof nobleman into a bashful young pup. Gu Yizhi finally ascended, and Jiang Qie beamed, giving him a thumbs up. I knew you could do it. Now, shall we descend? With a crisp clang, the iron basin slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Jiang Qie awkwardly waved. Hey Xiao, do you remember me? We used to play together when we were children. Chapter 51. Kidnapping a child at random. The little boy stood rigid, resembling a prickly hedgehog ready for battle, eyeing her warily. Who are you? Why do you always want to catch me? His voice was laced with suspicion. Jiang Qie hastily shook her head. No, Xiao, you misunderstand. Do I look like a bad person? Yes. Even more so. Gu Yizhi's smile faded, shifting to Jiang Qie's face as he let out a low growl. Don't come any closer. Despite his youthful voice, he attempted to exude a fierce demeanor. Jiang Qie sighed, swiftly leaping down from the wall, leaving Gu Yizhi behind. Xiao displayed a flicker of panic, instinctively retreating a few steps. Don't be afraid. Would you like some candy? Jiang Qie cautiously approached him. Xiao tightened his grip on the wooden stick, yet the way he swallowed revealed his apprehension. Jiang Qie drew near, gently patting his head despite his resistance. Don't be scared, I'm not a bad person.
Ugh.
I misspoke again. Jiang Qie grimaced at the bite mark on her hand, muttering to herself, how rude. Does Gu Yizhi even know when he appeared behind her? Aren't you supposed to be tough? How could you get bitten? Just as Jiang Qie was about to retort, Gu Yizhi lifted her hand, inspecting it earnestly. She impatiently shook off his grasp. Don't think you can touch my heart. You won't get through my defenses. Gu Yizhi paused, then strode toward the room where the child had hidden. Moments later, he kicked the door open and emerged holding Xiao, who was defenseless. Uncertain of their exchange, Jiang Qie was taken aback when Xiao obediently apologized. Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought you were a human trafficker. Jiang Qie looked at Gu Yizhi in astonishment, who gently shook his head, signaling her not to easily agree. Understanding, Jiang Qie instantly donned a tearful expression. I won't forgive you. I only wanted to be your friend, and you bit me. How tragic. I demand an explanation. Enough already, Gu Yizhi sighed, exasperated. Jiang Qie quickly wiped her tears. So, how is my performance? Should I be considered for your company's training program? My current job lacks proper compensation. On the other side of the screen, Sister Li watched Jiang Qie speak, murmuring, Jiang Qie, you've become quite bold. After contemplating, Gu Yizhi asked, does that post on your moments about work complaints refer to your company? Why else would I say it? Just tell me, do you want to recruit me? Jiang Qie leaned in close to Gu Yizhi, whispering in a tone inaudible to the live stream. This will determine whether I can freely berate my boss later. Sister, what are you doing? Kissing? Xiao suddenly looked up at the two, who were standing closely together. Jiang Qie quickly distanced herself. No. By the way, it's lunchtime. Would you like to join me for a meal? The nearby hotel, situated by the scenic area, boasted an antiquated decor. Upon arrival, Jiang Qie found Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu already waiting. After greeting Jiang Qie, Ji Yao's gaze fell upon the timid Xiao, her expression shifting dramatically. You went out and randomly abducted a child? Zhou Chenyu, unfazed, approached and playfully pinched Xiao's cheek, clearly fond of him. With Zhou Chenyu entertaining the child, Jiang Qie relaxed and took a seat. Moments later, Du Cixi and Hixing arrived, both appearing exhausted. Nevertheless, Du Cixi adhered to the agreement and handed several completed task cards to Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie counted them silently, accepting without protest.
Jiao, taken aback, approached Du Cixi.
Cixi, could you also give me one? Du Cixi coldly refused no. Eventually, Li Chengze and Su Qingxian entered, both drenched in sweat. Xian, you've worked hard. Jiang Qie remarked. It's fine. At least we accomplished our tasks through labor, she replied. The remaining 6 cast pitying glances at them, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. Li Chengze zeroed in on Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie, are you envious of us? You should have followed me. Why act stubbornly? Jiang Qie clicked her tongue, pulling a stack of task cards from her pocket, fanning herself. Oh, why is it so hot today? Don't you think so, Xiao Gu? Gu Yizhi feigned surprise. Pointing at her task cards, Teacher Jiang, how can you use task cards earned from completing tasks to fan yourself? How careless. Jiang Qie tucked the cards away. Oh, forget it. Let us eat. I'm starving. Indeed, talent cannot substitute for sustenance. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian gaped at Jiang Qie's task cards until they were completely stowed away. What of it? The value of our labor cannot be measured by mere task cards, right, Xian?
Li Chengze turned to Suingguan.
Su Qingxian smiled earnestly. At least we help the farmers. Our actions are meaningful. A few task cards cannot deter our resolve to assist them. Suddenly, Jiang Qie clapped her hands. Well said. I see there are still acres left to plow. Why not harness yourselves to the plow and finish the work? You! Li Chengze glared at Jiang Qie. You may say that, but Xian is suffering because of me. Don't speak about her. Gu Yizhi twisted his neck, stepping forward to swat Li Chengze's hand away. Who? Jiang Qie is merely offering a kind reminder. Look at you. You resemble an ox that has just plowed 800 miles. Chapter 52. That was close. Almost went hungry tension filled the air when the director approached. Enough of the bickering. Go eat. Wait, who brought this child? Jiang Qie eagerly raised her hand. Me.
Me.
The director nodded thoughtfully, then produced a special task card from his pocket, presenting it to Jiang Qie. I never expected you to possess such attentiveness.
Even noticing our special task.
It's quite perplexing. All present turned their gaze to Jiang Qie, filled with admiration, jealousy, and resentment. By the heavens, Jiang Qie is impressive. Seeing her, it seems Jiang Qie has wasted not a moment this entire morning. Li Chengze, after toiling all day. I might as well have let her pick up a child. Zhou Chenyu extended his hand to Xiao and, would you like to sit with your older brother?
Xiao nodded obediently.
Wait, isn't this child part of Jiang Qie's task? Let him sit with her instead, Li Chengze suddenly interjected, taking charge. Zhou Chenyu glanced regretfully at Xiao and, reluctantly bringing him before Jiang Qie, only to collide with the displeased expression of Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie seized the opportunity to take Xiao and S hand, gesturing toward Li Chengze. Xiao, and do you not enjoy collecting trinkets? Look, your sister has found something for you that you will surely cherish. Xiao and tugged at Jiang Qie's sleeve. But how heavy is it? How much can it be sold for? You. Have I offended you again? Li Chengze questioned, albeit still guiding Xiao and to the seat beside him. Gu Yizhi's expression softened slightly, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. Jiang Qie cast a regretful glance at Gu Yizhi. She had intended to fulfill her covert mission at this dining table, but Xiaoan had inadvertently interrupted her. Surely she could not target a child? Yet, upon further reflection, the notion of wetting one's pants occurring to a child seemed rather fitting. Gu Yizhi caught sight of the profound regret in Jiang Qie's eyes and, after a brief hesitation, smiled lightly. As the meal commenced, Jiang Qie swiftly grabbed a large rib and unhesitatingly stuffed it into her mouth, while Xiao struggled to reach the food on the table due to his short stature. Observing this, Gu Yizhi quickly took up Xiao's bowl and chopsticks, ensuring he had plenty of meat to eat. This is how your sister is. She forgets herself when it's time to eat. The others, witnessing Jiang Qie's astonishing speed in devouring her food, suddenly recalled her previous feat of consuming an entire table's worth of dishes. At this moment, everyone reached a consensus. If they did not eat now, there would be nothing left. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth, reluctantly sacrificing her ladylike demeanor to join in the fray. She could not help but monitor Jiang Qie's condition, baffled as to why Jiang Qie appeared more exhausted than she, who had spent the entire morning harvesting rice. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Qie let out a contented burp, suddenly remembering Xiaoan, her gaze dropping downwards. Xiaoan was holding an empty bowl, staring blankly at her. A wave of guilt surged within her. Gu Yizhi, noticing her expression, reassured her, do not worry, I rescued plenty of meat from your hands for him. Just a bit more, and he would have gone hungry. Xiaoan hesitated momentarily before pointing at Zhou Chenyu, saying, Sister, that brother just now said that if I follow you for 3 days, I would starve 9 meals. I didn't believe him. Jiang Qie pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. Ah, Xiaoan, the first lesson I must teach you is to never trust a man's words. Their promises are as unreliable as an old woman's teeth. Hardly any are genuine. Xiaoan nodded vigorously. That brother's words are not entirely true. He also said that if you have a bowl of rice, I would have a bowl to wash. But sister did not make me wash the dishes. Sister is good. That brother lied to me. That brother is bad. Zhou Chenyu, caught off guard, interjected, wait, Jiang Qie, I didn't say that.
Xiao and was merely speaking innocently.
Ji Yao immediately stepped in to corroborate. I can testify. He indeed said that you never wash the dishes after a meal. Jiang Qie abruptly halted mid-sentence. A realization dawning upon her in the romantic cabin. It appeared she truly had never washed the dishes. Gu Yizhi cleared his throat to break the awkwardness. Ahem. Haven't I washed them many times?
Those were all done on her behalf.
This is true love. How delightful it is to witness. Li Chengze was equally unyielding. I have washed them many times too. Those were for Xian. Su Qingxian's face was filled with gratitude, yet she secretly pinched her thigh, pondering why Jiang Qie's failure to wash dishes had implicated her as well. Now everyone knows that Su Qingxian dislikes washing dishes too. Su Qingxian, Li Chengze. Can you not keep quiet? Just as they were engrossed in their banter, Xiao En suddenly shouted, Sister, what are you doing? Everyone fell silent, turning their gaze towards Jiang Qie and Xiao En. Jiang Qie was holding a cup of water, a guilty look on her face, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Qie feigned nonchalance, patting Xiao En's shoulder. Sister is conducting an experiment to see if you have the potential to dance. What kind of test is that?
Je ypsilonao inquired.
Jiang Qie replied earnestly. The first step is to test if his bottom can elevate enough to support a cup of water. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances. So Jiang Qie's task is to pour water on others' pants. Jiang Qie, please stop. That child is almost convinced. Li Chengze poured himself a glass of wine and stood to mediate. Everyone look here. I have something to say. To be honest, it is quite fateful for us to gather here today. After spending these days together, I must confess, it's just as few. Ji Yao, irritated, slammed her hand on the table. Stop talking. After all this time, we still don't know what you're thinking. Li Chengze, startled, remained composed, raising his glass. But this time, he faced Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, Li Chengze offered her the drink. Xian, I have something to say. Su Qingxian swiftly snatched the cup from his hand. Chengze, we have important matters to attend to in the afternoon. You should refrain from drinking. What if you get drunk? Li Chengze, seeing Su Qingxian hold the wine glass, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Xian, you truly are so understanding. Then, please drink this glass on my behalf.
Ha!
Li Chengze wasted no time allowing Su Qingxian to explain, bringing the cup to her lips. Su Qingxian nearly rolled her eyes but held back, taking a small sip. Is this task truly necessary? My heart aches for Xian.
Li Chengze.
You're not even pretending anymore? Li Chengze relaxed, placing the wine glass down on the table. Ha, Li Chengze, your acting is so evident. How can you still be considered an actor?
Je ypsilonao left hertil.
But soon, her laughter ceased as Zhou Chenyu shoved a banana into her mouth. I heard the bananas here are famously sweet. Give it a try. Ji Yao hesitantly took a bite, casting him an incredulous glance. Zhou Chenyu swiftly removed the banana. Well, the task is completed. Chapter 53. Born to enjoy a life of comfort. Oh, Zhou Chenyu, you dare to plot against me? Ji Yao sprang up, grabbing Zhou Chenyu's hand. Before Zhou Chenyu could revel in his victory, Ji Yao pulled out a lipstick from her pocket, opened it, and swiped it across Zhou Chenyu's lips. Zhou Chenyu immediately bolted, with Ji Yao in hot pursuit. Don't run. This lipstick color suits you perfectly. Their voices gradually faded into the distance until they vanished entirely. Du Cixi had remained silent since the beginning of the meal, becoming increasingly cautious as it neared its end. At this moment, Su Qingxian chose to approach her. Cixi, shall we go look for tasks together this afternoon? Du Cixi nodded subtly. Su Qingxian pressed on. By the way, have you tried the dessert? It's truly delicious. Let me get you some. Su Qingxian's hand reaching for the pastry suddenly halted, for just a moment ago. Jiang Qie had snatched the last piece before her. Jiang Qie, do you have such a large appetite? I'm quite envious. She found herself at a loss for words. I can't imagine how blissful Jiang Qie would be if she turned into a zombie after the apocalypse. Su Qingxian, do not misunderstand. Our Jiang Qie simply has a hearty appetite. How could she harbor any ill intentions? Watching Jiang Qie eat is so appetizing, it has cured my years of anorexia. Jiang Qie tossed up the pastry and caught it with her mouth. Do not envy. You cannot replicate this. It requires the courage to dive headfirst into a meal, even knowing it may lead to weight gain. She then patted Xiao En's head. By the way, that is a dangerous move. Little one, please do not attempt this at home. Jiang Qie is so thoughtful. She saves the staff from having to remind her during the live stream. I was just about to try that, but of course, I must heed Jiang Qie's advice. After all, I am under strict guidance for my wife. Su Qingxian had to seek another method, as her task was to elicit a thank you from a girl during the meal. Jiang Qie moved swiftly about the dining table, causing a palpable sense of urgency among everyone present as they scrambled to seize their share of the dishes. With everyone preoccupied with their culinary pursuits, it was only now that she found a moment to pursue her own task. However, with Ji Yao having departed, she was left with only Du Cixi. Aside from Jiang Qie, a fleeting glance across the table revealed that all the food had been swept away by Jiang Qie's rapid movements. It seemed that attempting to snag a dish was futile. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Du Cixi and inquired, "By the way, Sister Cixi, are you thirsty? May I pour you a glass of water?" Du Cixi sighed deeply and shook her head, choosing to remain silent. In that instant, Su Qingxian was struck by a revelation. Du Cixi's task was to refrain from speaking. A wave of tension coursed through her, akin to a stone being dropped into a chasm, as she turned to Jiang Qie, her heart sinking like a stone. Was it conceivable that Jiang Qie would express gratitude towards her? She'd sooner believe Jiang Qie was the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. At that moment, Jiang Qie stretched languidly and remarked, "Oh, my shoulders are so sore. Who will give me a massage?" Just as Gu Yizhi was about to step in, Su Qingxian rushed forward without a second thought, declaring, "I'll do it." A triumphant smile danced upon Jiang Qie's lips as she replied, "Then I shall." Su Qingxian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, practically begging her to utter the words. "Just say it. Don't mention it." Su Qingxian's expression shifted to one of gravity.
How can you say that?
"HM? Are you having second thoughts?" Jiang Qie's posture became more upright.
No.
I just suddenly recalled a saying, frequently expressing gratitude and apologies can enhance interpersonal relationships. Jiang Qie pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "How insightful. But I'm simply not one to adhere to conventions." A storm brewed in Su Qingxian's eyes, yet Jiang Qie's playful tone doused her anger. "I'm just teasing you. Next time, I promise to adhere to that principle." Reluctantly, Su Qingxian braced herself and began to massage Jiang Qie's shoulders. "Move a little to the right, softer, yes, that's it, so comfortable." "Wow, just the right amount of pressure. Truly wonderful." Thanks. Jiang Qie nearly let slip those two words but quickly shifted her response. "Your shoes are quite nice. Where did you purchase them?" "They're lovely." Su Qingxian merely smiled, choosing silence instead. After 10 minutes, Jiang Qie finally called for a halt, stretching her neck in satisfaction. That felt amazing. Su Qingxian's hands felt as though they might give out, yet she awaited Jiang Qie's gratitude in vain, suppressing her disappointment and forcing a smile. Suddenly, Jiang Qie sighed and removed her shoes. Su Qingxian recalled Jiang Qie's earlier compliment about her shoes and immediately deduced that she desired to swap footwear. Though Jiang Qie's open-toed heels were quite unattractive, she resolved to make the sacrifice for the sake of her task. Preparing herself mentally, she said, "You wish to trade shoes, don't you? That's fine."
Ah?
Am I that sort of person? You're overthinking it. I've simply been on my feet for a while, and my feet are a bit sore. If only someone could give me a massage, Jiang Qie retorted. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Su Qingxian moved closer. "I can do that, but remember your earlier promise." Jiang Qie replied earnestly, "Rest assured. My memory is quite sharp." Finally relieved, Su Qingxian patiently began to massage Jiang Qie's feet, who lounged comfortably in her chair, contemplating how to fulfill her hidden task. "You truly know how to indulge yourself." Gu Yizhi chuckled as he settled beside Jiang Qie, resting his chin on his hand while observing her. "Because I was born to enjoy life. I deserve it." Jiang Qie responded with conviction. "Have you had your fortune told?" "Not exactly, but I have my own criteria." Gu Yizhi's curiosity piqued further. "Want to know?" "Simple, come closer, and I'll share." "That's enough."
Li Chengze interjected abruptly.
For reasons unknown, he felt no particular irritation at seeing Su Qingxian attend to Jiang Qie, yet the sight of Jiang Qie interacting with Gu Yizhi unsettled him. "What's the matter? Do you wish to switch places with Su Qingxian?" Jiang Qie regarded him nonchalantly. Li Chengze furrowed his brow, glancing between Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, remaining silent. Gu Yizhi, however, ignored him entirely. "Forget him. Let us hear your criteria." Jiang Qie nodded. "If you find yourself reluctant to engage in any tasks or responsibilities, it signifies that you were born to enjoy life." Indeed, Jiang Qie truly understands me. Of course, I'm becoming a fan of Jiang Qie, after all. She is the one who praised my life of leisure. A mere sentence has cured my years of mental anguish. I can finally relax. Gu Yizhi snapped his fingers, feigning enlightenment.
Oh,
I see. To illustrate, someone like Li Chengze, who enjoys spending money to seek discomfort, is not. Jiang Qie reached out to pat Gu Yizhi on the shoulder, only to find she couldn't reach, so she patted the air instead.
exactly.
No wonder you're my star pupil. You understand the principle of analogy. Jiang Qie, how are you feeling now? Su Qingxian desperately attempted to convey her unspoken request for gratitude through her eyes, never leaving her side. Jiang Qie immediately understood, smiling at her as she said, yes.
No.
Apologies. Su Qingxian could no longer contain herself, erupting, that's not what I meant. Chapter 54. The King of Trash. Jiang Qie redefined the concept of a life of leisure. Jiang Qie healed my years of mental turmoil. Soon, after the meal concluded, Jiang Qie dominated 2 trending searches, leaving the director's team in tears. Director Fei rushed to Jiang Qie, who was locked in an intense stare-down with Su Qingxian, grasping her hand in gratitude. Jiang Qie, you are my goddess. Confused, Su Qingxian hurried to the director to express her grievances. Director, I'm unable to complete this task. Look at Jiang Qie, she is not adhering to the rules. Director Fei turned to Su Qingxian, his tone earnest. Little Su, this reflects your lack of precision in communication. Perhaps your statement, frequently expressing thanks and apologies, can enhance interpersonal relationships, led Jiang Qie to misinterpret your intentions? I suggest you calm down and reconcile with Jiang Qie. Su Qingxian could only manage a strained smile. Thank you for the reminder, Director. Yet soon, she fell into contemplation. Wait, didn't I just say thank you? Indeed. The phrase thank you rolls off the tongue so easily. Why does it become so difficult with Jiang Qie? Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie replied, the word thank you does not exist in my vocabulary. Su Qingxian exclaimed, why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Qie feigned innocence. You never asked, did you? Let us be reasonable. Isn't Su Qingxian in the right? Wait, didn't Jiang Qie say thank you before? Is this new rule specifically targeting Su Qingxian? Don't overthink it. That's just how Jiang Qie is. You can never predict her next move. Just get used to it. Alright, enough. Su Qingxian. I will issue you another task card. There's still half a day left. Good luck. The director hastily handed a task card to Su Qingxian before making his escape. Su Qingxian hadn't even the chance to inquire about the director's intentions. Jiang Qie, unconcerned with Su Qingxian's muted protests, picked up a special task card regarding Xiao and glanced at it. Upon reading the contents, her expression subtly shifted before she raised an eyebrow and turned to link arms with Gu Yizhi. Time is short, Xiao Gu. Let us take Xiao and the 3 of us will tackle this task together. As the trio passed by Li Chengze, he lowered his voice to say, Jiang Qie, how long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Jiang Qie looked up at Gu Yizhi in confusion. Did you hear that? Gu Yizhi nodded. I did. Do you need to know? I can download a dog translation app right now. Jiang Qie let out a hearty laugh as she continued to exit the hotel. After walking for a while, Xiao suddenly halted and whispered, Sister, I'm sorry. I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Jiang Qie instinctively reacted. What's wrong? Are you leaving? Take me with you. I don't want to attend this dreadful class anymore. Whoever wishes to go can go. Xiao, composed and steady, shook his head and sighed. Sister, I still need to earn a living. I haven't even started working today. That's not right. If you said a boy needed to earn money for his family, I might believe you, but claiming this boy is only 5 or 6 years old, I simply cannot. Employing child labor is against the law. Just a brief statement has left me utterly exasperated. Jiang Qie, however, remained unfazed, squatting down to ruffle Xiao's hair.
Ah,
You are quite mature for your age. Tell me, what is your job? Your sister will accompany you. Gu Yizhi quickly interjected, no. Shouldn't we investigate which factory dares to employ child labor? At that moment, Xiao spoke up, Sister, don't you already know? I collect scraps. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi stood frozen in place. After a moment, Jiang Qie turned to Gu Yizhi, her eyes filled with sympathy. Perhaps you should skip this activity? Gu Yizhi scoffed. Do you look down on me? I have hands and feet, you know. Half an hour later, Gu Yizhi dragged a large plastic bag behind him, resembling a laborer from ancient times toiling with stones, struggling with each step. The only difference was that while workers would be whipped for slowing down, he faced Jiang Qie's kicks for the same reason. Jiang Qie and Xiao divided their tasks. One searched for bottles while the other crushed them. After a while, Jiang Qie finally halted. Gu Yizhi, barely containing his excitement, asked casually, "Are you tired? Perhaps you should rest." "Xiao En, you're too slow. Let's switch," Gu Yizhi remarked. Xiao En obediently approached Jiang Qie, eager to share some wisdom, only to be choked by the dust kicked up by Jiang Qie's swift movements. It's evident that the child truly enjoys this work. Behold, the king of rubbish. Goodness, is this Jiang Qie's true intention? I always wondered why Jiang Qie seemed so benevolent. Turns out she simply wished to experience the thrill of scavenging. Xiao En coughed a couple of times. And once the dust settled, he finally discerned the scene before him. Jiang Qie was stealthily rummaging through the bushes, exclaiming, "Don't hide, I see you." She then tiptoed to peer into a garbage bin, lamenting, "Who lacks manners enough to throw trash in a bin?" And at one point, she seized a half-finished water bottle from a passerby, declaring, "Give that to me." Her triumphant laughter echoed in the air. Before long, she amassed a pile of bottles. Help! Just entered the live stream, and Jiang Qie is like this? Has her madness finally returned? This stirs my blood. I must invite my friends to join in scavenging. Forget this miserable class. I'm off to collect discarded treasures. After wiping the sweat off her brow, she turned to wave at the two in the distance. "Why are you standing there? Come over." Xiao En swallowed hard, glancing worriedly at Gu Yizhi. "Brother, is she always like this?" Gu Yizhi comfortingly patted his head. "Don't worry. She only acts like this occasionally, though it is rather frequent." Soon, they reached Jiang Qie. She pointed to their collected treasures on the ground and proudly declared, "I was born with talent. I excel in collecting scrap." Gu Yizhi pressed his lips together, indecisive, but ultimately extended a hand toward Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie looked up at him in surprise, her eyes wide. As they moved closer, an ambiguous tension building between them. Are they finally going to get together? I'm so excited. This sweetness might just be the end of me. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Qie crossed her arms defensively. "Young lady, please maintain your dignity. I cannot yet give you a title." Gu Yizhi froze momentarily before continuing to reach out, plucking a leaf that had settled atop Jiang Qie's head. The atmosphere turned instantly quiet. In the chapter titled After a Brief Separation, it feels like an eternity. They exchanged awkward glances, both seemingly embarrassed. Jiang Qie lowered her head, scratching her temple with her finger, her gaze averted to the ground, speaking in a mumble. "I seem to have left my brain at home. Let me call it to come over." Gu Yizhi suppressed a chuckle, nodding gravely. "Can it drive itself? Then we wouldn't have to drag this large bag around." "Ha!" These two are quite amusing. Only Gu Yizhi could handle Jiang Qie's banter. What a delightful moment. If it were Li Chengze on the other side. "Jiang Qie, what are you causing trouble for now? You up there, how many Li Chengzes do you consume in one sitting?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qie lifted her head abruptly, striding confidently to Gu Yizhi, playfully linking her arm with his. "Then you must be exercising less. Watch me." She swiftly snatched the bag from Gu Yizhi's hands, pulling with all her might, but it did not budge an inch. Gu Yizhi shrugged in resignation. "See? Something's amiss," she exclaimed, opening the bag. Instantly, a plethora of crushed bottles revealed the truth. Jiang Qie had no choice but to return the woven bag to Gu Yizhi, giving him an encouraging look before hastening away in another direction. "So, you intend to abandon me like this?" Gu Yizhi's charming voice reached her ears. Watching Jiang Qie flee as if for her life until she vanished, Gu Yizhi sighed, helplessly gazing at Xiao and muttering, "Sister doesn't want us anymore. In this world, nothing is reliable. One can only rely on oneself. Simply put, I rely on me." Xiao En seemed to perceive Gu Yizhi's thoughts, tugging at his sleeve, and slowly said, "Brother, you want to chase after sister, don't you? Worrying won't help. Go on, I'll wait here for you." Gu Yizhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, teasingly poking Xiao En. "You little rascal, can you keep an eye on the bottles we worked hard to collect? Don't let it all go to waste." "I can do it." Xiao En suddenly stood at attention, saluting Gu Yizhi with a serious expression, clearly not joking. Gu Yizhi stroked his chin, seriously comparing the bag overflowing with plastic bottles to Xiao En, who was 3 times smaller. Why should I believe that? Ultimately, he chose to remain where he was, waiting for Jiang Qie, solely because of her words. "Wait for me." He trusted that Jiang Qie would not abandon them, leaving them, one large and one small, to fend for themselves. Moreover, Xiao En was a unique and significant responsibility. Jiang Qie's competitive spirit would not easily let such a grand opportunity slip away. She paused to catch her breath, then resumed her fervor, running toward the ladies beneath the tree who were enjoying sunflower seeds. "Sister." The women, captivated, widened their eyes, watching as Jiang Qie ran toward them, feigning tears and exaggerating her movements. One of them, the quickest to react, dropped her seeds and stepped aside. However, Jiang Qie halted just in time. The anticipated scene never materialized. As the ladies collectively exhaled in relief, Jiang Qie eagerly grasped the hand of one of them, Cui Fun. After a brief separation, it feels like an eternity. Is Jiang Qie's social prowess truly that remarkable? Haha, just moments ago, the ladies were in a panic. And now they are all casually enjoying their seeds. Who can comprehend? It feels as if Jiang Qie possesses a wild disregard for others' well-being. The lady caught by Jiang Qie's hand had yet to speak when Jiang Qie covered her mouth. I understand. You miss me too, right? Do you remember what I said this morning? For you, I would endure any hardship, even scavenging for trash, Mid-sentence, Jiang Qie felt a gentle poke and turned to express her confusion. The person pointed timidly at the first lady who had dodged her earlier, murmuring, that is Cui Fun. Jiang Qie took a deep breath, remaining completely unperturbed. After gently soothing the current aunt, she immediately turned to the real Cui Fun, seamlessly continuing. So, could you lend me your tricycle to sell some scrap? Cui Fun hesitated for a moment before replying, I suppose you can, but can you actually ride it? Jiang Qie confidently patted her chest, assuring, of course. Meanwhile, Li Chengze and Su Qingxian had been wandering for quite some time, realizing that most tasks had already been completed in the morning, leaving them with nothing but aimless meandering. Nearby were Du Cixi and He Sheng, who seemed to have also succumbed to a lackadaisical attitude, perhaps believing that following Jiang Qie would bring them good fortune. Su Qingxian was the first to notice the downcast expressions of the few individuals and took the initiative to lighten the mood. Everyone, let us not be too anxious. The scenery here is actually quite delightful. If there are no tasks left, why not slow down and savor this rare moment? Xian is always the most considerate one. Where else could you find such a wonderful girl? It's all right. If the sky falls, Jiang Qie will be there to hold it up. I watched this live stream solely for her. No way. Does anyone actually support Jiang Qie? A woman who goes mad at random. How can she compare to our gentle and understanding Xian? Indeed, your gentle and understanding Xian is quite generous, having transferred money to Jiang Qie privately twice. Thanks on behalf of Jiang Qie. You folks are going a bit too far. We still lack solid evidence for this matter. It could very well be that Jiang Qie had pre-recorded the audio to slander our Xian as a mere bystander, regardless of the authenticity of the transfers. I can no longer appreciate Su Qingxian after she attempted to frame Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi publicly. Exactly. Let us not pay any mind to that green tea Su Qingxian. Welcome to Jiang Qie's fan group, where she guarantees to dazzle you time and again. Du Cixi also expressed her agreement, acknowledging that Su Qingxian's words held truth. Earlier that day, she had passed by a picturesque location. Should they go together? Sure. Su Qingxian was the first to agree, and He Sheng naturally followed suit. However, Li Chengze remained silent, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. At this moment, Su Qingxian suddenly placed her hand on his arm, tentatively asking, Chengze, what do you think? She immediately adopted a concerned demeanor. Ah, are you feeling unwell? I should stay behind to keep you company. No need, Xian, Li Chengze reiterated firmly. Chapter 56, Is she a bamboo shoot? As Du Cixi and the others turned a corner, they were suddenly met with a piercing sound that made them all look towards its source. Disturbed dust in the distance only allowed them to vaguely discern the silhouette of a bumpy vehicle. Could it be a tractor? It seemed to be heading north, in the same direction as them. Why don't we hitch a ride?
Du Cixi suggested.
Su Qingxian nodded, and He Sheng was about to agree. But upon glancing in that direction, he took a step back. He had discerned the truth. The figure was increasingly resembling someone. Jiang Qie. The two girls also recognized the person struggling to control the swaying vehicle. What should we do, sister? Should we chase after her for a ride? He Sheng looked to Du Cixi for guidance. Du Cixi hesitated, observing Jiang Qie's apparent lack of skill in handling the vehicle. The three could only stand by the roadside, waiting for the vehicle to pass. Sure enough, Jiang Qie recognized them from 10 meters away. They waved simultaneously. You guys are doing well. Help. I'm charmed by Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie's mechanical voice is incredible. I want to learn too. But within seconds, their laughter faded. Jiang Qie's vehicle was already difficult to control, and now, with one hand missing, the one responsible for speed, the direction swerved towards the side with a hand. The very direction where the three stood. Su Qingxian's Xi's face paled as she screamed and dove to the side. He Sheng, unceremoniously, clung to Du Cixi. Overwhelmed by fear, Du Cixi instinctively caught him and then frantically retreated.
Ah!
Car, turn for me. Good news. At the last moment, Jiang Qie managed to steer the vehicle. Bad news. It turned and crashed into the vegetable field. The entire tricycle flipped over, lying upside down, its wheels to the sky in a silence that enveloped the underside. Du Cixi was the first to react, releasing her hold on He Sheng and rushing over with concern. Jiang Qie, are you okay? She anxiously attempted to right the vehicle, but her strength was insufficient, leaving her only fretful. Not only Du Cixi, but also the viewers in the live stream were worried, urging her to rescue Jiang Qie. The vehicle was immovable. They first needed to ascertain Jiang Qie's safety. Du Cixi inched closer, banging on the surface of the vehicle, producing a series of crisp sounds while pressing her ear against it, shouting, Jiang Qie, if you're still alive, call out.
Ah! Great.
You're alive.
Hang Dai.
Help is on the way. No, sister, you're stepping on my hand. Du Cixi immediately jumped up, exclaiming, what? Your hand is outside. Taking advantage of the moment Du Cixi's foot left the ground, Jiang Qie quickly withdrew her hand. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground, appearing behind Du Cixi. Jiang Qie. I didn't blink. How did she come out? Is Jiang Qie a bamboo shoot? Let us drop the act. I bought Jiang Qie's revival armor. I only watched a 30-second ad to revive. Thank goodness Jiang Qie is fine. Otherwise, my electronic pickled vegetables would lose their flavor. While Du Cixi remained engrossed in her rescue efforts, she was oblivious to the extra shadow on the ground before her.
I'm sorry.
I'll find your hand right away. Don't worry, if we get you to the hospital in time, it can be reattached. Jiang Qie was initially irked, her hand having turned red from being stepped on. However, seeing Du Cixi tremble with fear, yet still crouching down to find her hand, she felt inexplicably moved. Sister Cixi, maybe you should check behind you? Just as Jiang Qie was about to remind her, Su Qingxian's voice came from behind. Du Cixi halted her actions and slowly turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Qie safe and sound, she instantly relaxed. Jiang Qie, you're alive. Cici's focus is rather peculiar. Jiang Qie, what? If you're not satisfied, shall I die again? This is the first time I've seen Du Cixi care so much for Jiang Qie. When did their relationship improve? Perhaps our Jiang Qie is just that charming, drawing admiration. Jiang Qie quipped, no, I'm in a ghost state. Are you satisfied now? Su Qingxian hurried over, swiftly reaching Du Cici's side, yet her gaze was fixed on Jiang Qie, her expression revealing something unusual. Jiang Qie, how can you still joke with Sister Cixi? Did you not see how worried she was for you? Jiang Qie replied, you can cook dinner tonight. It seems you're quite adept at embellishing stories. Du Cixi sighed helplessly, you two stop bickering. Let us figure out what to do now. Only then did Jiang Qie awaken from her stupor, abruptly turning her gaze. The vegetable field appeared to have suffered a catastrophe, a prominent indentation stark against the landscape. A large patch of crops laid to waste. Even more critically, the tricycle lay motionless in the dirt. Jiang Qie approached the vehicle with remarkable calmness, firmly grasping its edge and straining to lift it. Su Qingxian bit her lip. Jiang Qie, we definitely can't do this alone, we should.
We won't know unless we try.
Du Cixi interrupted her, joining Jiang Qie's team. With the combined efforts of Jiang Qie, Du Cixi, and He Sheng, the vehicle was finally lifted. As success was within reach, Su Qingxian, no longer reserved, hurriedly joined the overturned vehicle team. With a loud crash, the vehicle was righted, and Jiang Qie let out a sigh of relief, walking over to pat Du Cixi appreciatively, exclaiming, well done. A woman can be as formidable as a man. She then approached He Sheng, delivering a playful yet forceful tap that nearly sent him stumbling, remarking, you're quite fair-skinned. Only He Sheng found himself in a world where he alone was injured. Our Jiang Qie certainly possesses a unique style of complimenting others. This is hilarious. Could it be that He Sheng's lack of effort was noticed by Jiang Qie? Is it possible that He Sheng simply lacked strength? Next, it was Su Qingxian's turn. Jiang Qie made no move. If they delayed any longer, the vehicle might flip again. Perhaps you could contribute more in terms of appearance. Haha, Jiang Qie, your words are killing me.
Oh, dear.
I've long sensed that Su Qingxian was trying to slack off. Jiang Qie truly has a keen eye. In Chapter 57, if it were Jiang Qie, then everything would be fine. The next task was to push the vehicle onto the road. And this time Su Qingxian could no longer brazenly shirk her duties. She joined in pushing the vehicle. As Jiang Qie exerted herself, veins bulging in her arms. Her mouth was not idle either, determined to motivate everyone with a nostalgic tune. Push the cart.
Push the cart.
Oh, dear, it won't budge. Big brother, come quickly and help us push the cart. Passers-by, enchanted by Jiang Qie's melodious voice, rolled up their sleeves to join the effort. A middle-aged man passing by was so moved that tears streamed down his face. This is the taste of home. An aunt carrying a basket of vegetables. Captivated by the song, let her basket slip from her grasp. Soon the pushing team grew by 2. Haha, our Jiang Qie is truly multi-talented. Not only is she beautiful, but she can sing as well. Jiang Qie, please stop singing. My ears are about to burst. What are you all laughing about? Jiang Qie's courage to sing at this moment is commendable. You wouldn't necessarily do better if you were in her shoes. Seeing the number of helpers she had summoned, Jiang Qie's confidence surged, and she sang even more enthusiastically. However, Du Sisi, Hisheng, and Su Qingxian could not muster a shred of joy, lowering their heads in fear of being recognized. Moreover, covered in mud, their public image was utterly tarnished, and they were eager to push the vehicle up and escape. Yet Jiang Qie, contrary to their wishes, called out to others to come witness their struggle. As more and more bystanders gathered, many chose to lend a hand, while others merely stood by to watch the spectacle. With the combined efforts of the 4 and the crowd, the vehicle was quickly pushed upright. Du Sisi exchanged knowing glances with the others, deciding to blend in with the onlookers. The trio deliberately lowered their heads and took small, stealthy steps toward the crowd. Jiang Qie swiftly sensed something amiss. Where had her 2 main contributors gone? Scanning the crowd, she reached out with both hands, grabbing Du Sisi and Su Qingxian while tripping Hisheng with her foot. You're not leaving, my friends. Finally, Du Sisi and Su Qingxian lifted their lowered heads. After successfully keeping everyone together, Jiang Qie warmly addressed the crowd. Thank you, dear friends, for your support. Without your help, we wouldn't have a vehicle today. Now, please accept the gratitude from me and my friends. Du Sisi, Hisheng, and Su Qingxian exchanged astonished expressions. In the next moment, Jiang Qie took Du Sisi in her left hand and Hisheng in her right, leading them in a dance while singing off-key. Listen to me say thank you, grateful for you, warming the 4 seasons. Thank you, grateful for you, making the world more beautiful. With her arms raised, bending and twirling, Jiang Qie's antics left the others struggling to keep up, plunging the scene into delightful chaos. Yet, she remained blissfully lost in her own world. How can she sing and dance like this? Our Jiang is truly something else. Let's send her off to debut. Do you really want to send her off? Clearly, it's about sharing the hardships together. I don't care. I will support her. Jiang Qie, please debut. Everyone who hasn't heard you sing deserves this fate. Not long after the performance concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving behind 3 disheartened individuals and an ecstatic Jiang Qie. After brushing off the dirt from her clothes, Jiang Qie turned and hopped onto a tricycle. Du Sisi wanted to stop her, not wishing to experience such a calamity again. Jiang Qie, do you dare ride that again? Next time, fortune may not favor you. What's wrong with that? Jiang Qie replied. Su Qingxian interjected, Jiang Qie, how can you act like this? Sister Sisi is worried about you. Jiang Qie retorted, it's time for you to update your green tea vocabulary. I can recite it all now. Haha, Jiang Qie, your memory is so good. Are you preparing for exams? Su Qingxian, Jiang Qie, remember to bring that mouth of yours to court. Well said. Reward. I've long found Su Qingxian quite insufferable. Then, Jiang Qie shifted from her playful demeanor to a more serious tone, gently smiling at Du Sisi. Don't worry, my luck is typically quite good. If something were to happen to me later, just consider it as though I never said anything. With that, Jiang Qie drove off into the distance. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after this incident, Jiang Qie's driving skills visibly improved. Indeed, human potential is often revealed under pressure. By the small pond, a lonely figure squatted, holding a freshly picked wildflower. As he plucked a petal, his inner thoughts echoed, she still loves me. With a sigh, he plucked another petal. She doesn't love me.
She still loves me. She doesn't love me.
This alternating pattern continued until drowsiness began to envelop him. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a seemingly inconspicuous tricycle rolled by, kicking up dust that left him covered in grime. Infuriated, he jolted awake. Who dares to dirty me? He would not allow the offender to escape unscathed.
Hey, you there, stop.
He shouted, trying to assert dominance to intimidate the other and achieve his goal. Li Chengze, are you calling me? Try saying that again. Li Chengze, feeling helpless, swallowed the retort that had just formed in his mind. If it were Jiang Qie, then everything would be fine. His tone softened upon seeing Jiang Qie. I merely wanted to ask where you're headed with that vehicle.
What?
You intend to secretly follow me and snatch my task? Jiang Qie quipped. Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Li Chengze tightened his grip on the wildflower. I assumed you would inherently understand such an obvious matter. Jiang Qie, after a moment's thought, pointed to a small pit nearby and continued. If you're unclear, you could always relieve yourself here and see for yourself. Li Chengze, instead of becoming angry, chuckled, shaking his head while lowering his voice. Don't think that this will make me upset.
No.
Before he could finish, Jiang Qie wore an expression of exasperation. Do you believe you look cool like this? Li Chengze's face drained of color, stumbling back a few steps, nearly choking on his own blood. Ha, can I borrow Jiang Qie's wit for a few days? Congratulations to Jiang for successfully triggering Li Chengze's defenses. Why say such things about the esteemed actor Li? I find him quite polite. Even when insulted, he refrains from retorting. Case closed. The one above is an orange. I am the reverse butterfly, the butterfly that soars against the wind. At this moment, Jiang Qie's phone rang. Without hesitation, she activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Gu Yizhi held his phone in one hand while gently brushing his fingers over the tender green grass by the roadside. His languid tone tinged with an imperceptible hint of grievance. Are you really planning to leave us, an old man and a child, here? I'm so bored that I might as well name every blade of grass. Where are you? Li Chengze, upon hearing this, jumped up in exasperation. Pointing at Jiang Qie's phone, he pretending. It's absolutely an act. Chapter 58, Gu Yizhi's loss of identity. Jiang Qie retaliated with a resounding slap across Li Chengze's left cheek. He's not a schemer. He's waited for me for so long. What more do you want from him? I told you not to be so calculating. After saying this, Jiang Qie reignited her determination to leave. Li Chengze quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a few steps back before leaping up. Jiang Qie abruptly slammed on the brakes, catching Li Chengze off guard as he stumbled forward, a large bump instantly swelling on his forehead. Li Chengze, in pain, gingerly touched the bump on his head just as Jiang Qie turned around. His pupils dilated in alarm as he instinctively stepped back for his safety. However, Jiang Qie smiled at him in an unusual manner, sending a chill down his spine. Feeling guilty, Li Chengze touched his neck. I just wanted to hitch a ride. There's no need to be so angry, right? Besides, I genuinely want to accompany you to check on Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie gently shook her head and patted the seat beside her. Come sit here. Li Chengze, flattered and surprised, didn't he think twice before moving from the back to the front seat. It seemed Jiang Qie still had a place for him in her heart. The next step was to assert her dominance and make Gu Yizhi retreat. Li Chengze thought to himself with a sense of triumph.
Yet.
Jiang Qie's lips curled into a subtle smile, hinting at a mischievous secret. Rest assured, my driving skills are exceptional. My teammates always fight to let me drive during our games. Li Chengze, who had just been smiling, suddenly changed his expression. Wait, you can't drive? I want to get out. Too late. Jiang Qie shouted, flooring the accelerator. The three-wheeled vehicle, under her command, dashed forward like a wild stallion. Without a seatbelt, Li Chengze gripped the sides in terror, closing his eyes out of fear. Thus, spectators by the roadside witnessed a bizarre yet terrifying scene. A creaky three-wheeler careening wildly down a winding path like a snake, jolting and swaying uncontrollably. It veered sharply to the right, nearly crashing into the grass, then suddenly swung left, as if performing an awkward dance. The two passengers bobbed up and down, resembling two restless balls. Amidst this chaos, one could hear the girl's melodious laughter ringing out, while the other screamed in a voice akin to a banshee. Help! We're going to die. That voice was more tragic than a pig being slaughtered. Meanwhile, the cameraman trailing them was equally skilled. To keep up, Jiang Qie's cameraman pedaled a bicycle snatched from a child by the roadside, shouldering a camera, his legs nearly sparking from the effort. Yet he could only film from a distance. Li Chengze's cameraman had it worse, struggling to keep pace on a skateboard. Children by the roadside paused to observe, their eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, "So cool. This is what a passionate ensemble looks like in reality. I want to be that cool too. I think I've seen that sister before. Let us go ask her for advice." Jiang Qie did not slow down. her expression still holding a mysterious smile as she continued. To be honest, a fortune teller said I would face a calamity at 30. So, you're fearless.
No.
If the king of hell wants me at midnight, I'll take matters into my own hands before that. Jiang Qie exclaimed. I'll catch him off guard.
Ah.
Don't drag me into this. Li Chengze's expression contorted in midair, while Jiang Qie grew increasingly animated. After the three-wheeler hit the ground, it began to speed downhill rapidly. Jiang Qie didn't even need to press the gas pedal, merely steering. It's laughable. She hasn't even fulfilled her small dream of effortless gains, so how could she wish for death? It's just to scare Li Chengze.
Xiao ensuite stood up.
Looking in a certain direction. Brother, did you hear that? Such a chaotic noise. Gu Yizhi raised his head in confusion, following Xiao and S gaze as his expression gradually shifted. It turned out Jiang Qie was fetching them a ride. But wait, why was there another male voice? Who was trespassing on their territory? Gu Yizhi's glare fixed on the man, his eyes filled with a menace he wasn't even aware of. As the vehicle drew nearer, he finally recognized the figure. Jiang Qie came to an abrupt stop in front of him, casually honked the horn and called out, Hey there. Handsome, want a ride? Gu Yizhi crossed his arms, casting a glance at the dazed Li Chengze. Had I known he was here, I wouldn't have waited for you. I refuse to ride in a vehicle that a filthy man has been in. Gu Yizhi, the Greek god of sarcasm. Jiang Qie, you must explain. Mine can't. Mine can't. Poor and dignified, lock me down. Who is the jealous one now?
Ah, it is Gu Yizhi.
Look how furious our Gu Shao is, turning into Gu Daiyu. Ha ha ha, Gu Daiyu, how apt. Which genius thought of that?
We'll call her that from now on.
Jiang Qie coughed a couple of times before seizing the nearly unconscious Li Chengze and shaking him vigorously like a ragdoll. Wake up. Wake up. Li Chengze struggled to lift a hand. Stop. I'm going to be sick. Upon regaining his senses, his first instinct was to get out of the vehicle. It had become his nightmare. Gu Yizhi remained motionless, watching the interaction between Jiang Qie and Li Chengze, his expression darkening to the point of being unreadable. Ha ha ha. Even Gu Daiyu is like this, and Jiang Qie still isn't comforting her? Don't be angry, Gu Daiyu. Did you see the wildflowers by the roadside? Let us secretly bury one, and let Jiang Qie guess. Ha ha ha. Gu Yizhi's loss of identity. Jiang Qie, oblivious to this, suddenly feigned surprise, pointing at Li Chengze's certain area. Oh no. Why is it wet here? It can't be. Li Chengze quickly glanced down, his face draining of color. He distinctly remembered not having to relieve himself. Was it possible he hadn't noticed in his fear? He hastily covered Jiang Qie's mouth to silence her, whispering something in her ear. Jiang Qie nodded in understanding, then heard the delightful chime of money being received on her phone. Task accomplished, and the earnings were in. Once Li Chengze exited the vehicle, Jiang Qie patted the seat beside her again, gesturing to Gu Yizhi. You come. Sit here. Gu Yizhi, startled, recoiled. I only said a couple of angry words. Do you really need to treat me like this? Jiang Qie shook her head, glancing at Li Chengze, who was desperately clutching his pants and running forward, beckoning him with a finger. Come here, I'll tell you something. In 2 minutes, Gu Yizhi's expressions transformed spectacularly, ultimately landing on a thumb up of admiration. As the speed decreased, the vehicle steadied, and Jiang Qie's cameraman caught up, capturing this moment. Jiang Qie, unusually focused on the path ahead, while Xiao and beamed joyfully, and Gu Yizhi quietly smirked. The gentle glow of dusk bathed their faces, adorning each of them with a rosy hue. Chapter 59. Good Children. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi collaborated to pull down a woven bag. Xiao and skillfully stepped forward to converse with an uncle. Uncle, this is what I gathered today. Can you help me see how much it's worth? The uncle merely glanced at Xiao and, exhaling a puff of smoke. Don't rush. Wait for me to finish this one. Jiang Qie furrowed her brow and boldly stepped forward to snatch the cigarette from his hand. If you don't weigh the goods for us, I'll smoke it myself. Or rather, smoke you. The old man, initially irate, became noticeably subdued upon seeing the camera and reluctantly went inside to weigh the items. A short while later he emerged, stating a total of 56 jin, let us just call it 70. Shaoan was overjoyed and immediately extended his hand in a charming manner. The old man, unimpressed, reached into his pocket and retrieved a crumpled 50 and a 20. Xiao and eagerly accepted the money, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, just as he was about to grasp it, a strong hand suddenly clutched him. Jiang Qie calmly regarded the old man. 56 jin? Even if you said 56 kilograms, I might believe you. Do you think we're children who can be easily fooled? The old man clearly panicked, but maintained an air of false confidence. Why are you, a little girl, speaking so harshly? If you don't believe me, I can take you inside and show you the scale. Jiang Qie smirked and walked indoors.
All right.
Let us see how much I weigh. The old man hadn't expected her boldness, and a hint of panic crossed his face as he hurriedly stopped her.
No.
My scale is for weighing scrap, not for measuring weight.
Oh?
Jiang Qie turned back with curiosity, grabbing him.
Then you go on it.
You look quite like a piece of trash. The old man tried to struggle but found Jiang Qie surprisingly strong. The more he moved, the tighter her grip became.
Ouch.
Let go.
We can talk this out.
Jiang Qie scoffed and effortlessly threw him to the ground. The old man struggled to rise. A smile on his face as he attempted to speak, but his expression quickly changed as he raised his hand to strike Jiang Qie. Gu Yizhi's complexion darkened, and he rushed to help. However, Jiang Qie was quicker, effortlessly dodging his attack and countering with a move that brought him down, kneeling on his back.
I'm sorry.
I was just joking. Jiang Qie flipped him over and landed 2 solid punches to his face before standing up. I was joking too. Why does watching Teacher Jiang fight feel so satisfying? Teacher Jiang is so cool. Kicking away other dogs, running up and wagging tail. Other dogs approach, fighting with other dogs, kicking away other dogs, wounded but wagging tail. Why is everyone calling him Teacher Jiang? Am I the only one still calling him Old Jiang? Enough. I have been backstabbed by you netizens so many times. Just because Teacher Jiang is fierce and speaks little, you're all scared to change your address? Haha, it seems I'm the only one still holding on. Teacher Jiang, I love you. After the commotion, the old man became much more compliant and weighed himself, revealing the scale read 20. Jiang Qie seized his collar. Look for yourself. Don't lie with your eyes wide open. If you don't want your eyeballs, I can take them out right now. Yes, it's not accurate. The old man mumbled, his head bowed in shame, unable to face Jiang Qie. Do you have a good scale at home? Yes. Just let me down. Soon, the old man retrieved a proper scale, and the bag of plastic bottles was traded for a price of 150. Yet Jiang Qie was not finished. She snatched his wallet and tossed it to Xiao En. This is what he owed you before, take it. The old man sat helplessly on the ground, wishing for Jiang Qie to leave quickly. Just then, a small hand extended the wallet back to him, and the old man gratefully accepted it. Good child. But upon discovering it was empty, he angrily threw it away. What is the meaning of giving me an empty wallet? Xiao En patiently explained, at least this way. You have a memory of it. This wallet is so old. It's been with you for quite some time, hasn't it? The old man gazed at the wallet for a moment, lost in thought. Then he slowly raised his head, a sincere smile on his face, ready to express his gratitude. But Jiang Qie suddenly appeared and whisked Xiao En away. Wait, where are my belongings? Why is my home empty? Thankfully, they left me a scale. No, wait. This is the broken one. Meanwhile, the culprit Jiang Qie had already driven 2 miles away with Xiao En. Jiang Qie calmly enjoyed the evening breeze brushing against her ears, while Xiao En curiously examined the pots and pans that had mysteriously appeared in the car. Sister, what should we do with these? I don't know. Let's just give them away.
Huh.
I can't fit these at home. Then let us distribute them to those who've been deceived as well. What do you think? Gu Yizhi silently raised his hand. I agree. Who would have thought that beneath old Jiang's wild exterior lies kindness towards others? I'm totally a fan now, documenting this rare moment of old Jiang not going berserk. Old Jiang, you really made me cry, panda person wiping tears. Let us see who dares to call old Jiang just a clown seeking attention again. That night, everyone gathered at a nearby hotel, except for Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi. These two were always unreliable, and Director Fei helplessly rubbed his forehead. Du Cece spoke with concern. Director, should we check on their safety? The car Jiang Qie drove today seemed difficult to control, and they might not manage it. Upon hearing this, Li Chengze suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his body tensing up like a bowstring. Su Qingxian noticed this change and cautiously asked, Chengze, what are you afraid of? Nothing, I just think Jiang Qie has taken too long. Du Cece frowned, seemingly displeased. Li Chengze, there's no need to rush. Jiang Qie surely didn't intend to be late. Perhaps they encountered some trouble on the road. At that moment, Ji Yao realized something was amiss. Why was Du Cece suddenly concerned about Jiang Qie? Could it be as she suspected? Is this really possible? Zhou Chenyu immediately grasped the implication from Ji Yao's expression and helplessly whispered, can't you think of something more normal? Chapter 60. Someone build a temple. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi were nearing their destination, and the director began announcing the day's results. Du cc. The entire dinner table was silent. Task successful. Zhou Chenyu. Fed fruit to a female guest. Task successful. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao smacked Zhou Chenyu on the shoulder. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. Li Chengze. Poured wine for a guest. Task successful. Su Qingxian lowered her head, looking sorrowful. It feels like my sincerity has been betrayed. Ji Yao. Applied lipstick on a gentleman's lips. Task successful. Wait, it actually succeeded in the end. Zhou Chenyu is really doted on. Let me explain briefly. Later, Zhou Chenyu was chased up a tree, and Ji Yao stood guard below, seemingly with a few villagers. Ji Yao said she wanted to chat with them about Zhou Chenyu's embarrassing moments, which scared Zhou Chenyu back down immediately.
No.
We are the perfect match for impoverished yet free-spirited. When the director finally announced Jiang Qie's task, everyone suddenly understood, especially Li Chengze, who visibly relaxed and began to speak more. Director, how could you assign such a difficult task? Jiang Qie retorted. Are you saying it's difficult for me or for you? Oh, everyone immediately exchanged knowing glances with Li Chengze. They had assumed the lucky one would be Gu Yizhi, who had been with Jiang Qie, but it turned out to be Li Chengze. He turned his head away, unwilling to face it. Ultimately, the director did not tally the task points because there would be another opportunity to complete tasks tomorrow, with even more tasks to be assigned. This rekindled hope in the others. Today they had suffered due to their misunderstanding of the mechanism, allowing Jiang Qie to benefit, and perhaps tomorrow they could redeem themselves. Especially Li Chengze and Su Qingxian, who had found no tasks today. Upon returning to the villa, everyone began to gather around the table to plan dinner arrangements. Jiang Qie actively volunteered to wash the dishes, alongside Du Cixi and Gu Yizhi. The next challenge loomed. Who would prepare the meal? Just as the moment of difficulty approached, Jiang Qie stood up resolutely, pounding the table as she proclaimed, I have an idea. What is it? Let us invite Su Qingxian and Li Chengze. He Sheng interjected, sister. Although they have experience from cooking twice, mere experience is insufficient. The food must be palatable. Jiang Qie shook her head, who said they only have experience. After observing them throughout the day, I've realized their teamwork in the kitchen is flawless. One manages the oil, while the other knows how to season. Li Chengze furrowed his brow. Jiang Qie, if you wish to eat my cooking, just say so instead of beating around the bush. Jiang Qie nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. I absolutely adore your cooking. After enjoying your meal, I feel as if I ascend to the heavens, where I can cultivate and become an immortal. Asking Enwa to mend Sundays, letting Ho Yi shoot down the weekdays, and requesting Robinson to consume Fridays, while a few zeros whisk away Mondays. Before she could finish, Ji Yao chimed in, Jiang Qie, you are my deity. Someone, build a temple. Jiang Qie humbly waved her hand. Not at all. I simply enjoy helping others. Are you two still acting this out? However, upon reflection, if we had Sundays off, we could experience a shower of red envelopes from the sky, spending every day in bed, which could be considered a blessing. Jiang Qie truly understands what we desire.
Li Chengze siga.
If you all don't enjoy the meal Su Qingxian and I prepare, then let us select two others from Hisheng, Zhou Chenyu, and Ji Yao. Hisheng seemed to have an epiphany, right? Although our cooking skills are lacking, Zhou Chenyu is new, and we are yet unaware of his culinary abilities. Perhaps he holds a surprise? Zhou Chenyu smiled subtly, appearing unfazed. You're right. I do possess a chef's certificate. Zhou Chenyu has been hiding his talents. I was wondering why you were so quiet. Turns out you were waiting to reveal your skills. It's just a small certificate, nothing difficult.
Ye ypsilona, expressionless.
Tapped his head. No one asked you. Go cook. Zhou Chenyu instantly adopted a look of grievance, covering his head. Surely someone needs to assist, right? Hisheng stepped forward. I'll help. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Chenyu's face, but he soon regained enthusiasm. Great. Today, I'll let you all taste my culinary skills. Once Zhou Chenyu and Hisheng entered the kitchen, the rest waited at the table in the living room. Out of boredom, Gu Yizhi proposed a game. Jiang Qie scoffed. At our age, playing childish games? I'd rather take a nap. Gu Yizhi replied, we'll use money as stakes. Jiang Qie immediately stepped back. What? That's unacceptable. My competitive spirit is ignited. I have never lost in games. Gu Yizhi expertly navigates Jiang Qie's psyche. Jiang Qie, how desperate are you for money? Isn't it obvious? Who doesn't like money? Jiang Qie's reaction is perfectly normal. Jiang Qie eagerly asked, all right, how many rounds? What's the stake for each? Others nodded in agreement, finally able to voice their curiosity. Gu Yizhi stroked his chin. What amount seems reasonable? What do you all think? Jiang Qie, her youthful spirit awakened, expressed her desire for pink currency. Su Qingxian silently raised her hand. I'm fine with it, but pink isn't my favorite color. I prefer blue-black. What could she do? She had little money left, having been tricked by Jiang Qie twice. She didn't wish to contribute more to Jiang Qie's coffers. Jiang Qie smiled in understanding. You don't like $100? That's perfectly normal. After all, we continuously encounter and part ways with people while seeking true companions. I wish you all the best in the future, devoid of taste. The group responded. Gu Yizhi chimed in. Teacher Jiang is still too tactful. I'll be blunt. It's not fun to play for such small stakes. I support 100. Su Qingxian glanced at Li Chengze for help, and he gently patted her shoulder. Su Qingxian felt deeply touched, but Li Chengze merely whispered, It's all right. If you're short on cash, you can borrow from me. How humiliating, she thought to herself. Chapter 61. If you love two people, keep it hidden. Well then, let us start with Jiang Qie, Gu Yizhi suggested. Jiang Qie looked astonished. Me? Gu Yizhi hesitantly nodded. Why not? Didn't you just claim to be a gaming expert? You ought to set an example for us. Jiang Qie helplessly shook her head and cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Yizhi. You little rascal, I'll only demonstrate once. The others responded. With that, Jiang Qie spun the wheel, which whirred rapidly, contemplating how she hadn't exerted much force. Everyone fixated on the spinning wheel, none wishing to be Jiang Qie's respondent. Eventually, the pointer slowly landed on Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi wore an indifferent expression. Jiang Qie smiled slyly. Do you prefer your father or your mother? I knew it. Jiang Qie is showing leniency. Gu Yizhi is her exception. Is it really that simple? Jiang Qie, are you up to the task? On the surface, I 1T hold back. Internally, 11, ha 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 ha, Jiang Qie, just indulge him. Firstly, Gu Yizhi's father is the director of Xingyao Entertainment. And he has two sons, Gu Yiyuan and Gu Yizhi, who are said to be competing for the inheritance of Xingyao. However, Gu Yizhi's mother also holds a significant share. No matter whom he chooses, there will be a loss. I'm getting dizzy just thinking about it. Wow. Jiang Qie asked that question so quickly. Can I assume she had already investigated Gu Yizhi? My goodness, isn't this infatuation? I told you, don't be too crazy. Fans. Gu Yizhi's brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressed together, hesitating to respond. Jiang Qie bore an expression of determination, nearly thrusting her hand demanding money into Gu Yizhi's face. After a long pause, Gu Yizhi smiled faintly, moving Jiang Qie's hand aside. Don't celebrate too soon. Everyone present was astonished, unable to believe Gu Yizhi would be so bold. Jiang Qie raised an eyebrow at Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi continued, otherwise, you'll be the one celebrating later. I fear you'll laugh, so hard you'll develop abs. Jiang Qie merely snorted. Life is short. One should laugh when one can, while there are still teeth. How profound. I'll take that. Suddenly, I realize I haven't laughed in ages. Life is filled with countless troubles, and the more I dwell on them, the worse my mood becomes. But Jiang Qie's words awaken me. Although it sounds like a joke, it's the truth. Since we cannot escape our troubles, why not focus on being happy now? Isn't it important to avoid regrets in our youth? Is that so? I understand now. Master, allow me to pay my respects. Life is indeed short. Laugh when you can, while there are still teeth. Soon, this trending topic emerged. Under this trending topic, young people followed suit, posting vibrant photos of themselves laughing carefreely at the camera. However, at that moment, Jiang Qie remained oblivious, engrossed in the game like everyone else. Next up was Ji Yao, who drew Li Chengze. She bluntly asked, do you love Su Qingxian or Jiang Qie? Isn't this common knowledge? Of course, Li Chengze likes Qingxian. Doesn't Ji Yao see that? No way, no way. Jiang Qie is truly deluded to think Li Chengze would prefer the main character. Li Chengze has never admitted it. And in recent days, his interactions with Xian have noticeably increased, indicating he may have developed feelings. What does that have to do with Jiang Qie? Isn't it merely about that drunken incident where he mistakenly called her name? Are we still holding on to that? It's a joke. Of course Li Chengze would choose Xian in an instant. Isn't this a straightforward question? Li Chengze was nearly taken aback. No, who told you to ask Jiang Qie? She never said you couldn't ask. So, who do you like? Ji Yao has long been curious about this question because Li Chengze is quite peculiar. Setting aside the incident where he drunkenly called Jiang Qie's name, he sometimes inadvertently displays affection for her. Yet, simultaneously, Li Chengze is very close to Su Qingxian, expressing care and concern for her. So, is he truly playing both sides? However, Li Chengze is also weighing the pros and cons. He understands that he likes Jiang Qie, but currently the online community believes he and Su Qingxian are a couple. If he admits it now, wouldn't that label him as a scoundrel? Moreover, Jiang Qie is angry with him, deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. If he chooses Su Qingxian, won't that only infuriate her further? That would push them closer to a breakup. What's wrong? Are you afraid to choose? Ji Yao exclaimed, boldly placing her foot on a chair. Oh my. You have quite the heart, hiding two people, huh? Jiang Qie quickly chimed in. Li Chengze, one cannot hide the love for someone, but hiding love for two is an entirely different matter. Gu Yizhi narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile tugging at his lips. Though it bore a hint of reluctance, it seems teacher Jiang is quite eager for Li Chengze to have feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qie confidently placed her hands on her hips, arching her back slightly. Of course. I am so exceptional and charming, it's a given that many admire me. It would be strange if someone didn't like me, like you. Jiang Qie then slowly approached Gu Yizhi, asserting, Look, I'm alive, and so are you. What a coincidence, you must secretly have a crush on me, right? What a tightly woven deduction, Jiang Holmes. Quite reasonable, I find myself unable to refute. I've learned. Next time I'll confess like this. Watch out, the one above, lest the admirer blacklist you. I get it. I can breathe, and so can Jiang Qie. She must have secretly studied this for me. Conclusion. Jiang Qie has a crush on me. Gu Yizhi instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest, his heart racing like a drum, his cheeks flushed. You want to know? Then ask yourself later. Don't try to pry my words out of me now. Jiang Qie, slightly bewildered, stepped back. Wait, so easily angered? Let us not joke around. We wouldn't want to upset the wealthy one. She then turned to Li Chengze. Are you going to answer or not? You wasting 1 minute means 8 others are wasting 8 minutes. Yes, Li Chengze. How much longer will you hesitate? Ji Yao pressed on. Enough. Li Chengze shouted to halt the interrogation, lifting his gaze to meet Ji Yao's. Enunciating each word. I have no comment. Chapter 62. Does someone like her really have fans? Ha ha ha. Weren't you just saying that the esteemed actor Li would choose Su Qingxian in a heartbeat? Why aren't you defending yourself now? The one who eats excrement upside down, come out, I just made a pile. Where are those who ship Li Chengze and Su Qingxian? Are they frantically searching for crevices to hide in? Ji Yao scoffed, remarking, It's clear you don't wish to give up either. Li Chengze continued, Reality shows often contain many uncertainties, so the final couples are usually revealed in the last episode. If I disclose my choice now, it would diminish the audience's novelty, leading to a decline in viewership, and it would also extinguish the hopes of those shipping other couples. I didn't expect the esteemed actor to be so considerate. I'm truly moved. Am I the only one who finds this an excuse? If you like someone, just say it boldly. We would only be happier. Moreover, no one is shipping him with the other female contestants anyway. Ji Yao was evidently swayed. Nodding in understanding, I see. Li Chengze smiled triumphantly, taking a bill from his wallet and handing it to Ji Yao, signaling the end of this line of questioning. The next question came in turn. Zhou Chenyu asked Hisheng, was becoming an actor your choice or your parents? What a good boy Hisheng is. It seems acting isn't truly his dream but rather a parental obligation. Can we not misconstrue someone's words? Didn't he mention he has an actor's dream too? You commenters are quite the analysts. Perhaps even Hisheng himself is unaware. Then Du Cece asked Zhou Chenyu, is your first kiss still intact?
Ah.
So my first kiss has always been intact.
Yay.
This is the first time I've seen someone turn infidelity into such a statement. Zhou Chenyu wouldn't right? He seems quite well-mannered, and as an idol, the company wouldn't recruit a star with a tainted background, would they? At this moment, Ji Yao interjected, Don't be deceived by his facade. He has never kissed anyone, and even holding hands makes him blush and his heart race. Zhou Chenyu, you. Do you have proof? Ji Yao, I have photos of you being too shy to refuse a girl asking for your WeChat yesterday. Ha ha ha, Ji Yao is truly dedicated. Always documenting Zhou Chenyu. This pair of playful adversaries is riveting. I'm already on board. Oh, so this is the real Zhou Chenyu. Zhou Chenyu lowered his head in silence. As long as Ji Yao is around, he can't escape the awkwardness. Next was Hisheng asking Du Cece, what is your ideal type? Du Cece replied, mature, understanding, strong, and responsible. Hisham nodded slowly, resolutely deciding to change starting tomorrow. Su Qingxian asked Gu Yizhi, "Is there any female contestant here that made you fall in love at first sight?"
Gu Yizhi smiled. Yes.
Everyone immediately turned to Jiang Qie. Who else could it be? Who would have thought that Jiang Qie's elderly fashion on her debut day would catch Gu Yizhi's attention?
Ah.
This is too real. Indeed, I am a fan of both Qie, and puts on sunglasses, starts to act cool, thumping chest, laughing heartily. Gu Yizhi, have you finally admitted it? However, Jiang Qie, surrounded by gazes, showed no reaction, her head bowed as she furiously tapped her phone with both hands. Jiang Qie. Du Cece thought to remind her, but she didn't know what to say. Jiang Qie remained engrossed in her game. What's wrong?
Bad?
I want to practice. I can't afford to play. Can the opponent surrender? I've run out of surrender attempts. After a moment, the opponent finally spoke up, seemingly overwhelmed by Jiang Qie's chatter. Everyone expected Jiang Qie to be scolded, but the opponent merely asked in a faint yet excited tone. This voice sounds so familiar. Are you Jiang Qie? Jiang Qie froze in place, her heart racing, instinctively wanting to deny it. What did you say? Jiang Qie. How could I compare to her? She is talented and beautiful, with superb acting and a wonderful character. She is simply a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. If I could possess even half of her brilliance, I wouldn't be in a position to buy a skin. Self-absorbed and frugal, it must be Jiang Qie. Doesn't Jiang Qie have a misunderstanding of her own positioning? There's no doubt it's Jiang Qie. No one on the entire internet would praise her like this, except perhaps her little fan Gu Yizhi. The opponent fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in excitement. Ah, it's really you, teacher Jiang Qie. My girlfriend is a fan of Jiang. Can you send her a message? Jiang Qie, confused, poked Gu Yizhi beside her. What does it mean, a fan of Jiang? Gu Yizhi patiently explained. That's your fan name. You didn't know? Jiang Qie's expression changed throughout the conversation. Cold fact. Jiang Qie is the last to know about her own popularity. To say she surfs slowly is to invoke a tired glitch. To assert she surfs quickly is to suggest she is oblivious to the changing tides of her own fanbase. I, Jiang Qie, have also risen to prominence. I encounter fans even while gaming. Jiang Qie, you have truly become a sensation. You must be mindful of your words and actions. You cannot fathom how many eyes are watching, waiting for your missteps. I recognize your genuine nature, and I hope you preserve that candor, yet it is imperative that you hold yourself to a higher standard, act with discretion, and serve as a role model to traverse further on this path. In the end, Jiang Qie fell into contemplation. Can someone like me truly have fans? Gu Yizhi waved his hand in front of her, perplexed.
What?
Knowing so many admire you, how do you feel about that? Gu Yizhi, you shouldn't have asked, haha. Teacher Jiang, could you share a word with my girlfriend? The voices from the game echoed again. Jiang Qie picked up her phone, pondered for a moment, and declared, if you like me, it shows your taste. Thank you. Zhou Chenyu scratched his head, puzzled. That's not right. Why does it feel like the big brother is putting on an act? Ji Yao concurred. Did he finally remember? He has an idol image to uphold? Chapter 63. He is handsome, and he decides that. Jiang Qie suddenly frowned, inhaling deeply. What is that smell? Is something burning? Zhou Chenyu and Hisheng exchanged glances, then hurried into the kitchen. Moments later, their voices echoed back. Didn't we agree you'd keep an eye on the time? Now look, the soup is burnt. How can you blame me? You heard they were playing games and insisted on joining them. I merely went to fetch you. You claim you went to fetch me, yet it took Jiang Qie's reminder for you to react? I admit I was engrossed, but as the chef, you shouldn't be so caught up in the fun. The others in the living room exchanged concerned glances, unsure of how to proceed. Jiang Qie took the initiative, raising her voice as she approached the kitchen. Enough of the bickering. This is all my fault, all right? The subdued Hisheng and the tongue-tied Zhou Chenyu halted their argument, turning to face Jiang Qie. She sighed. After all this noise, aren't you thirsty? In the eyes of the others, Jiang Qie's intervention had elevated her stature. Not really, Zhou Chenyu responded, still a beat behind. Jiang Qie nodded, pointing at him. Well, I am thirsty. Go pour me a glass of water. The others thought he spoke too soon. All right. Zhou Chenyu immediately agreed, but after a few steps he paused. Wait, why is it me? Jiang Qie shot him a cold, piercing glance. Can I give you orders? He instantly broke into a broad smile, revealing all 8 of his teeth. At your service, little brother. Once Zhou Chenyu left, Jiang Qie approached Hisheng, speaking earnestly. Little he, don't hold it against him. He's just overly concerned with appearances and shifts the blame onto you. Of course, I'm not saying you should apologize. Mid-sentence, Jiang Qie adeptly accepted the glass of water Zhou Qinyu offered, took a sip of the icy refreshment, feigned a burn, and blew on it before taking another small sip to continue. Naturally, you bear some responsibility in this matter as well. I hope you refrain from making such elementary mistakes in the future. And don't forget, clear your throat dramatically before speaking. She then turned to Zhou Qinyu. As for you, tonight's dinner task is daunting. You two must rally together, stay focused, and remember your duties at all times. It feels like a leader is addressing us, someone observed. I'm already invested, feeling helplessly gnawing on my hands. Why has Jiang Qie started acting like an old bureaucrat? She is so young, yet seems so seasoned. I seriously suspect Jiang Qie has joined the party. Listening to this is exhausting. Meeting lovers could be retitled Encountering the Old Cadre Legend. Zhou Qinyu finally reached his limit, hastily ushering Jiang Qie away. Understood, big brother. My brother Hisheng and I will certainly remember our original intentions and not forget our mission. Li Chengze discreetly glanced at Jiang Qie, then at the spinning wheel, carefully applying just the right amount of force. The crowd gasped, can it be played this way? Due to insufficient force, the arrow barely moved, slowly aligning toward Jiang Qie's position. Li Chengze's lips curled into a smirk. Just as the arrow seemed poised to point at Jiang Qie, it suddenly lost momentum, halting precisely beside Gu Yizhi.
Again, Gu Yizhi?
Ji Yao wore a look of amusement. Jiang Qie's expression shifted slightly, as if realizing something. Li Chengze's smile vanished as he regarded the smug Gu Yizhi, coldly uttering, "How many have you been with?" Gu Yizhi responded without a hint of pressure, 0. Li Chengze clenched his fists, cautiously casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Qie, then rose, leaning over the table to appear more persuasive. Do you think we would believe that? Stop putting on a fade. Everyone knows you, Gu, are a notorious playboy. Who are you trying to fool by acting innocent? All right. Li Chengze pulled out his phone, searching for something before presenting it to everyone. Look. This was leaked by a paparazzo on Weibo not long ago. You and a young woman in close proximity, entering and exiting Yuhu together. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled as she snatched the phone to take a closer look. Li Chengze beamed with pride, continuing to analyze. See. I told you so, right? Just a couple of days of filming break, and you couldn't resist seeking out another woman. It's evident you are a wandering soul. I'm not saying this out of malice. I merely want the female contestants to see your true colors and not be misled by your looks. Jiang Qie chuckled lightly. I'm sorry, but he is handsome, and he claims that's enough. Jiang Qie, I want you to see through him. Don't take it out on me. Take it out on you? Such a clever choice of words. Could it be that Jiang Qie and Li Chengze share a close relationship? What? Is this a joke? It's very likely. Really? I'm ready to ship this. I had foresight. I was the first to board this ship. So Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi have been together all along, and their recent interactions were merely a performance for us? Oh, Ji Yao. How could you enjoy such luxury without sharing such important news with us? Just because we're not close? Li Chengze inspected the phone closely, and the other guests also grew curious, gathering around. In an unnoticed corner, Gu Yizhi pressed his lips together, seemingly unable to suppress his amusement. Jiang Qie stood confidently in the crowd, hands on her hips, allowing them to compare her to the figure in the photo. Chapter 64. Have you mutated? After confirming. Jiang Qie explained, I saved him at the zoo. He repaid me. Understand? The crowd nodded in unison. Got it. Internally, they thought he. Jiang Qie surrendered to the chair, casting a glance toward the kitchen. Feeling hungry, can we hasten the process? However, he soon realized something was amiss. Who had just spoken? It didn't take long for him to find out, as a cacophony of voices filled the living room. Oh, just ignore him, Jiang Qie. He always has a sharp tongue. What are you doing with that vase? Put it down, quickly. Gu Yizhi sighed and remarked. So, shall we continue the game? A gentle reminder. The game will conclude once dinner is prepared. A smile graced Gu Yizhi's lips as he casually nudged the arrow, awaiting the outcome with ease. Eventually, the pointer seemed to gravitate towards Jiang Qie. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Qie swiftly darted to the side of Ji Yao and lifted her, placing her in his chair. Then sat comfortably in Ji Yao's original seat. Before the others could react in astonishment, the pointer that was about to halt suddenly sprang back to life. It turned out that at the same moment Jiang Qie made his move, Gu Yizhi had leaned down and blown gently at the arrow, redirecting it towards Jiang Qie's new position. Jiang Qie. Ji Yao. Jiang Qie feigned a smile. Feel free to ask anything. Just as Gu Yizhi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jiang Qie. Anyway, I won't be paying attention. Noticing a flicker of annoyance on Gu Yizhi's face, Jiang Qie quickly apologized. All right, I see you're upset. Gu Yizhi's expression softened slightly. I noticed your hair was all frizzed up. Haha, Jiang Qie. Is this your way of sincerely apologizing? Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie. This time I mean it. Go ahead and ask. Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie. If you keep being cold to me, I might catch a cold. Jiang Qie. Perhaps you have heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Oh no. Jiang Qie. You've angered your delicate wife. Hurry and soothe her. Jiang Qie could only bend down, glancing around, as Ji Yao curiously asked, What are you doing? Where's my stepping stone? Have you seen it? I can't seem to find it. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yizhi finally let out a chuckle. Jiang Qie straightened up, awaiting his question. Do you feel happy in your current state? At that moment, everyone held their breath. Utterly unprepared for Gu Yizhi to pose such a straightforward question, Jiang Qie's mind raced. It was known that Gu Yizhi, typically reticent and aloof, had unusually invited everyone to play a game and, through dubious means, had drawn himself. Yet the question he asked was utterly simplistic. Ultimately, she concluded, Are you even capable of asking a decent question? Huh? Is that what Gu Yizhi wanted to ask? I had envisioned countless possibilities, but never anticipated this. Oh my, Gu Yizhi, you're muddled. Couldn't you ask her how she feels about you? Or inquire about her ideal type? You've missed a golden opportunity. I'm genuinely anxious for you. Now I truly believe Gu Yizhi is hopeless. He really doesn't understand how to pursue a girl, smiling. I think the comments are rather narrow-minded. Consider this alternative perspective. He isn't concerned whether she likes him, but rather if she is happy. Reflect on that. However, Jiang Qie did not hastily brush it off. Instead, she pondered before responding. When I'm unhappy, I'm mute. When I'm happy, I'm a trumpet. Gu Yizhi nodded with a smile. Understood. Oh, he truly adores her. I also get it. Jiang Qie is happy during the day, but not so much at night. I understand too. Jiang Qie is likely very unhappy when he is silent while eating, but if you're kind and send me food, that would suffice, heart. A new round began, and unsurprisingly, the arrow landed on Gu Yizhi once more. She asked if I punch myself to death, am I strong or weak? Gu Yizhi responded, Is that truly how you wish to go? With a sigh of resignation, Gu Yizhi transferred another 100 points to Jiang Qie. Are you pleased now? Just then, He Sheng emerged with the dishes, prompting the others to tacitly agree that the game had reached its conclusion. Zhou Chenyu, a certified chef, presented beautifully crafted dishes, braised lion's head, pork rib soup with radish, fragrant mushroom chicken, and spicy potato shreds. During mealtime, Jiang Qie maintained her steady performance, while the others picked up their pace, striving to snatch a few morsels before everything was consumed. I'm feeling quite hungry just watching. I jumped out of bed to take a quick stroll in the living room and downed a bottle of cough syrup. Oh no. Zhou Chenyu can't just coast through meeting love. After the meal, Jiang Qie, Gu Yizhi, and Du Cixi collaborated to clean up the dishes. Gu Yizhi found an apron and tied it around himself first. Fans who hoped to see the sweet scene of Gu Yizhi tenderly tying an apron for Jiang Qie were disappointed. Jiang Qie, however, displayed no dissatisfaction and thoughtfully suggested, Seeing you all so proactive puts me at ease. Let us divide the tasks. Gu Yizhi will wash, and Du Cixi will rinse again. Gu Yizhi, puzzled, asked, Then what will you do? Cheer us on from the sidelines? Jiang Qie playfully tapped Gu Yizhi. My task is to squeeze dish soap for you. Gu Yizhi replied. What a taxing task. I hope you can overcome the challenges and complete it safely. Jiang Qie proclaimed, Alas, it is my duty, even at the cost of my life. I shall not fail in my mission. Gu Yizhi smiled. Though you've done nothing, I still appreciate your effort. Jiang Qie diligently squeezed dish soap for Gu Yizhi. With every dish washed, Jiang Qie leaned in to apply soap, a form of intimate contact. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, Jiang Qie's neck twisted into a peculiar position, turning in circles, her eyes nearly rolling to the back of her head. Gu Yizhi stepped back cautiously. Have you mutated? No. Are you finally revealing your true form? Jiang Qie, with utmost seriousness, said, No. I feel something crawling on the back of my neck. It's so itchy, can you help me check? Chapter 65. Another one goes mad. What? Let me see. Gu Yizhi skeptically moved behind Jiang Qie to assist her. Oh, dear. Jiang Qie is using this opportunity to close the gap, huh? Who would dare say my sister Jiang is straightforward and flirtatious? in such intimacy. Have you considered Du Cc's feelings? Upon seeing what was on Jiang Qie's neck, Gu Yizhi immediately screamed and retreated, ultimately finding himself at the kitchen entrance. Is this for real? I should have never held any expectations. I've overestimated Jiang Qie. What on earth is it to be so frightened? Gu Yizhi stammered, a cockroach, a cockroach. Living beings are better than cockroaches. At least cockroaches have men screaming for them, and I do not. I thought it was something serious. Jiang Qie raised a pinky at Gu Yizhi. Look at me. I'll catch the cockroach barehanded. Then she swiftly reached behind, only to have her smile vanish. So big. Are you sure it's a cockroach? Gu Yizhi nodded earnestly, giving Jiang Qie a look that said good luck. Jiang Qie grinned wickedly, suppressing her disgust as she caught the cockroach and hurled it towards Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi's pupils dilated, and he deftly dodged to the side. Yet right behind him was Du Cici, who had rushed to the living room to fetch insecticide. Jiang Qie, don't be afraid. I'm bringing insecticide. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Gu Yizhi inexplicably move aside, and a disoriented cockroach flew straight at her. Du Cici, danger. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, raising the insecticide and spraying in a frenzy. Once she confirmed the cockroach was immobile, the three gradually approached, bending down to inspect the nearly lifeless insect. Jiang Qie observed the drenched cockroach, lamenting for a moment. Preliminary assessment indicates the cause of death was drowning.
Du Cici.
Having sprayed half a bottle of insecticide out of fright, awkwardly scratched her head. Gu Yizhi replied, it can be inferred that the deceased was still alive before their demise. Du Cici interjected, enough with the nonsense. Who would engage in such trivialities? Are we to play with cockroaches? Another voice chimed in, all right. Yet another one has lost their mind. Du Cici remarked, I shouldn't have brought this insecticide. I want to see how long you can keep this up. She appeared as a sane individual amidst a group of lunatics. In an attempt to assimilate into the peculiar ambience, Du Cici cautiously ventured. The one who killed him is none other than the murderer, correct? Gu Yizhi inquired, to mitigate the risk of the deceased returning to life. How should we proceed with their burial? Jiang Qie smiled enigmatically at Gu Yizhi and said, you should take care of it. The disposal site should ideally be far from here. Gu Yizhi protested, no, I am genuinely afraid. As Hisham descended the stairs, intent on locating Du Cici, he overheard the trio's conspiracy, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Once he confirmed he had not been detected, he endeavored to retreat silently. Suddenly, he knocked over a water bottle, which clattered to the ground. Alarmed, Hisham looked up to see all three gazing in his direction, locking eyes with him. In that moment, he blinked innocently, silently pleading, I didn't mean to. Please don't kill me. Jiang Qie slowly rose, delightedly approaching him. Ah, Xiaohe, you've come. It's perfect to have company. I'm no longer afraid. However, in Hisheng's eyes, it morphed into something sinister. Jiang Qie licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with ill intent. Caught you. Huh? What a pity. Now we must kill another. At least he'll have company on the road to the underworld. Hisheng felt his legs buckle, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Jiang Qie helped him up. Why are you sitting there?
Get up.
You can accompany Gu Yizhi to dispose of the cockroaches. Dispose of what? Cockroaches. Hisheng sighed, no problem. Jiang Qie gave Gu Yizhi a thumbs up. See, yes, quite brave. Hisheng merely smiled, saying nothing, compared to a corpse. Cockroaches are hardly frightening.
Huh?
Did anyone hear what Hisheng just whispered? I'm dying of laughter. Don't kill me. Though Jiang Qie is a bit quirky, he's not that twisted in his psyche, right? Upon spotting Jiang Qie, Su Qingxian promptly turned off her phone screen displaying trending searches about him, subtly observing his reaction. Yet, Jiang Qie did not spare her a glance and retreated under the covers of his bed. Laughter and music emanated sporadically from within, accompanied by his sharp, piercing laughter. Su Qingxian exclaimed, Don't you care how many trending searches you've garnered? Just giggling away. I don't want those trending searches. While Jiang Qie reveled in his amusement, a notification chimed from his phone. Your Majesty, a message has arrived. It was from Gu Yizhi. Rich man no. 1. Are you watching Handsome Guys? Flower Mountain Social Anxiety Monkey. No. I'm allergic to handsome men. If you dislike me, you can send me a bit. Wait. Did you just peek at my screen? Rich man number 1 no. Flower Mountain Social Anxiety Monkey. Then how did you know? Don't tell me you guessed. Rich man number 1. Your perverse laughter reached my room. Flower Mountain Social Anxiety Monkey. Perverse? I think you're just jealous, because I'm not watching you. Don't think I don't understand men's little thoughts. But if you behave, I might consider letting you know tomorrow. Rich man number 1. You should sleep early. Your mind is already quite twisted. Your body needs to stay healthy. Flower Mountain social anxiety monkey. Don't worry, if I stay up late, I'll just be a dog. After sending the last message, Jiang Qie contentedly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Qingxian scoffed. What is so great about trending searches? What is so impressive about having fans? If I had them, I would definitely smile more modestly. Ultimately, Jiang Qie opened his phone, secretly playing again. At 2 in the morning, Gu Yizhi sent another message. Rich man number 1, still awake? Flower Mountain social anxiety monkey, and you say you're not peeking at my screen. Rich man number 1, you forgot to turn off your online status. Flower Mountain social anxiety monkey. Fine, I temporarily want to be a border collie. The following morning, Jiang Qie was awakened by the director's voice blaring through a loudspeaker. We've been waiting for you alone. Jiang Qie, why did you wake up so late? Jiang Qie blinked his round, innocent eyes, resembling a darling little rabbit.
It is Gu Yizhi.
I just used too much dish soap while washing dishes yesterday, and he said I was wasting it, knocking me out. I just woke up now. Upon returning to the village, everyone eagerly sought out tasks, armed with the lessons learned from previous experiences. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi took an unconventional route, arriving at the riverside where they first met Xiao En. As before, the children were playing in the mud, while Xiao En was crafting mud figurines nearby. Jiang Qie turned to Gu Yizhi. If he makes one a day, that's 365 in a year. With so many mud figures, can't we form an army? Gu Yizhi responded with intrigue. Jiang Qie approached Xiao En from behind and gently tapped him. As Xiao En turned in confusion, Jiang Qie noticed the significant changes in the mud figures he had crafted. Unlike yesterday's, these figures exhibited distinct hairstyles and physiques, and most importantly, their formerly blank faces were now complete. Xiao En, why do your parents look different every day? Xiao En's cheeks flushed slightly as he stole a glance at Jiang Qie, quickly lowering his head to inspect his creations. Gu Yizhi mused. Why do these two mud figures seem oddly familiar? Jiang Qie's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you know his parents? No, they're not my mom and dad. Xiao En timidly replied. Jiang Qie was about to crouch down for a closer look when a child's voice interrupted. Look. Isn't that the brave sister from yesterday who rode the tricycle fearlessly? It really is. How did she end up with Xiao En? Should we go find her? Miss.
How old are you?
Miss. How can I be as brave as you? Miss. Are you here on vacation? Miss. Why has your brother changed again? Facing the boisterous children, Jiang Qie displayed no sign of impatience, effortlessly responding to their inquiries. Don't ask how old I am. My emotions are fragmented. Maintain an optimistic attitude. We won't die. If we do, it's just fine. I'm here on vacation, seeking mountains, seas, and freedom. Just kidding. I'm actually here for work. With new handsome faces appearing, how can I stand still? The children nodded in semi-understanding, no longer daring to inquire further. Fearing Jiang Qie would realize they were confused. One child approached, tugging at Jiang Qie's clothing, pointing to Xiao En's sister. Do you know him? Upon seeing Jiang Qie pat Xiao En's head, the other children grew envious and began subtly hinting at Jiang Qie. Sister, he collects garbage every day. He's dirty. Jiang Qie, it's fine. Everyone collects garbage by 60. He's just saved himself a few decades of trouble. What a clever child. A sister, he's a homebody. He always shuts himself in. Jiang Qie, don't say that. Call it staying home and locking the door. Gu Yizhi could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Jiang Qie, exuding an air of cold indifference. Faced with the imposing presence of someone towering at 6 feet 1 inch, the children fell into an immediate silence. Jiang Qie seized the opportunity to lift Xiao En into her arms and exchange a knowing glance with Gu Yizhi, prompting the duo to depart in another direction. The remaining children exchanged puzzled looks, and the slightly older one pointed towards the path Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi had taken, nodding for everyone to follow. While Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi were engaged in play with Xiao En, other groups were desperately seeking tasks. Following their remarkable first-place achievement in the previous day's challenge, Jiang Qie's group had set a daunting standard, while the least successful team, comprising Su Qingxian and Li Chengze, had yet to complete a single task. To mitigate this disparity, the director had arranged for a plethora of easily discoverable tasks for the day, increasing their numbers as well. For instance, the first task discovered by the duo of Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu involved assisting in herding cattle. The task appeared deceptively simple, lead the cows to a grassy area where they could graze to their heart's content. However, the reality was far less pleasant.
The cow,
Possessing a discerning nature, ignored the commands of the two youngsters entirely. When directed east, it sauntered west. When urged south, it meandered north. Eventually, they spotted a small river and mistakenly believed the cow was thirsty, allowing it to approach. To their dismay, the cow leaped into the water, seemingly lamenting its miserable existence. The pair not only found themselves drenched, but also struggled to maintain their grip on the rope to prevent the cow from escaping. Ultimately, the drenched duo managed to return to dry land, and the cow, having indulged itself, followed suit.
je y remarked.
I feel I am more suited to being a cow than herding one. Zhou Chenyu replied, then I am better off as a horse. Zhou Chenyu exclaimed, finding a child is hardly difficult. I accept the challenge. Ji Yao countered, children are far easier to manage than cows. The two of them continued their banter as they walked, calling out ergo, are you butchering pigs at home today? Meanwhile, Du Cixi and He Sheng began tending to the chickens. After scattering a handful of grains on the ground, a flurry of chickens charged towards them at lightning speed. Du Cixi was startled by the sudden commotion, while He Sheng seized the moment to shield her. However, he underestimated the chickens' fervor. In their frantic scramble for food, the birds took flight, flapping their wings in a chaotic frenzy. Unable to withstand the chaos any longer, He Sheng let out a yelp and hid behind Du Cixi. She rolled her eyes internally, compelling herself to overcome her fear as she continued to scatter the grains while retreating. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly until a particularly mischievous rooster pecked at Du Cixi. This unwelcome encounter triggered an explosive transformation within her, accompanied by an ominous theme music. Love has yet to arrive. The winds and clouds of the world suddenly shift. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, flames seemed to dance in her eyes. In a fit of rage, she swiftly reached out and grasped the rooster by its tail. Without a hint of mercy, she began to slam the bird against the ground repeatedly, alternating sides in a relentless barrage until the meat was tenderized. Simultaneously, her action served as a warning to the other chickens. Although the task was ultimately completed, Du Cixi found herself financially burdened by the cost of one chicken. Dare to provoke me? How audacious, she declared, contemplating the now-cooked bird. Does this chicken's brain contain blood clots? As everyone marveled at Du Cixi's sudden display of ferocity, only He Sheng noticed a flicker of strange excitement in his eyes, a chilling smile slowly curving his lips. If only my sister would treat me like that. How I long to be on the receiving end of her blows. It must feel exhilarating. Chapter 67. As long as she does not bully others. Li Chengze and Su Qingshuan's task involved locating a cat, not a domestic pet, but a feline suspected of stealing sausages hung outside a family's home. The victim reported that this cat was a notorious thief, brazenly pilfering from local villagers without ever being caught. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Li Chengze and Su Qingxian memorized the cat's appearance and set off after exchanging pleasantries with the owner. Meanwhile, Jiang Qie had already fulfilled her task of providing warmth and comfort to Xiao and the previous day. Consequently, Gu Yizhi had discreetly begun an investigation into the whereabouts of Xiao En's parents. The findings were shocking. The alleged outing of Xiao En's parents was merely a facade for abandoning their child. Their true intention was divorce. This information was conveyed to Jiang Qie the night before, leading her to comment, to give life yet not nurture it is the greatest disrespect to existence. Jiang Qie did not disclose this cruel reality to Xiao En, instead weaving a comforting lie. Xiao En, do you know where your mommy and daddy have gone? The uncertainty in Xiao En's eyes intensified, his gaze avoiding hers as if her stare was the last bastion of his fragile psyche. Jiang Qie realized that Xiao En was not stubborn but had long suspected his parents might abandon him. He simply had been unwilling to confront that truth. With this understanding, she gently leaned down to the child, her face blossoming into an exceptionally tender smile, reminiscent of the warmest breeze on a spring day. From Gu Yizhi's perspective, her cascading hair shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an enchanting luster. Her high-bridged nose, slightly upturned lips, and porcelain-like complexion exuded a captivating beauty that was impossible to overlook. Xiao, and do you know? Your mommy and daddy are actually messengers from the Kingdom of Stars. They carry an important mission that requires them to temporarily leave you. However, their love for you has never diminished. They're praying and sending blessings for you from the distant starry sky. Your parents will be silently watching over you from the Kingdom of Stars, hoping you bravely embrace a new family and experience even more love. For love is like the light of the stars. It illuminates your life no matter the distance. So, Take this courageous step and embrace new love, believing that no matter how far apart you may be, love will always surround you. Upon hearing her words, Xiao En stood frozen for a moment, tears gathering in his eyes. First one drop, then a stream cascading down his cheeks. He raised his small hand to wipe away the tears, his voice choked with emotion. Sister,
Thank you.
and you, Jiang Qie, are the true angel. This will surely captivate Gu Yizhi's heart. My goodness, how could that couple abandon such a well-behaved child? Enough. I will take care of him. With a heart full of compassion, Jiang Qie gently ruffled Xiao En's hair, saying, Let us find you new parents, shall we? Xiao En fidgeted with his small hands. But I am dirty. I have already cleaned you up. You won't be dirty anymore. Besides. Just as she was about to continue, a chorus of children's cries echoed from outside, accompanied by a particularly shrill voice. You all better catch me. I'm scared. Jiang Qie instructed Gu Yizhi to watch over Xiao, and while she rushed outside to investigate, what she found was a chaotic scene. The group of children lay sprawled on the ground, crying out in distress, while one was clinging desperately to the wall.
Goodness.
Did they team up to eavesdrop and fail to land properly? It hurts so much. It's all Ergo's fault for moving around.
No.
It was Tai Zhu who couldn't keep his balance. Quiet down and help me. I'm going to fall. Jiang Qie covered her ears, exclaiming, Enough. This is unbearable. It seemed she would have to resort to her ultimate technique. Stepping stealthily behind the gate, she cleared her throat and summoned an undeniable authority in her voice, shouting, Which class's children are making such a racket? Could you please quiet down? I might just capture this moment and send it to your homeroom teacher. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Even the child suspended in midair ceased to utter a sound. Jiang Qie stifled a chuckle as she stepped out from the doorway and gently brought the child down. The children stood in a line before Jiang Qie, unable to lift their heads. Stand at attention. Everyone immediately raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Jiang Qie suddenly felt as if she had discovered a new world. Excitement bubbling within her. Is this the sensation a director experiences when assigning tasks? 10 minutes later, Jiang Qie called out, Come on, duck two, split your pants. Tai Zhu, what are you moving for? Sorry, teacher. Didn't Ti say that if you want to move, you must file a report? Report. Your voice is not loud enough. Again, report. Is Jiang Qie becoming addicted to this? What will Gu Yizhi do? I ask you, what will Gu Yizhi do? Never mind, if the child enjoys it, let her play. What else can we do? Jiang, don't spoil her too much. She is spoiled because of you all. Now, follow me and shout the slogan. The rivers and mountains of Beishan are desolate. Ice City is sweet. Although they didn't understand, they still shouted along loudly. Jiang Qie continued to raise her voice, teaching, A towering building rises from the ground. Stepping out still relies on oneself. Cough, 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 cough. The other children echoed. A towering building rises from the ground. Stepping out still relies on oneself. Cough, 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 cough. The back, my throat is dry, don't imitate. The other children responded, The back, my throat is dry, don't imitate. Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu searched for a long time without a single clue. Just as they were about to abandon the task, they suddenly heard a resounding shout from the horizon. Ji Yao asked, Why did I spend so long without seeing a single child? Turns out they went for military training? Zhou Chenyu replied, Ergo might be mixed in there. Who would have thought he could endure the rigors of military training just to escape doing homework? Little did he know that at this moment, Ergo would rather be doing homework. Ji Yao said, Forget it, let's continue searching. Inside, Gu Yizhi quickly covered Xiao En's ears. Brother, what is happening outside? Is sister being bullied? Gu Yizhi chuckled awkwardly. As long as she isn't bullying others. I'll go check. You stay here quietly. Chapter 68. The dinosaur resists the wolf. When Gu Yizhi stepped outside, he was met with a group of children who had transformed their voices into that of Donald Duck and Jiang Qie, who, despite her hoarse voice, still led the charge in shouting slogans. Jiang Qie, have you forgotten something? Upon seeing Gu Yizhi, Jiang Qie snapped out of her roleplay, waved for the children to move around in place before walking over. I'm sorry, I only said a few words. Jiang Qie realized something was amiss. Bao Huan. My throat. She could only manage to force out that one sentence. Gu Yizhi smiled wryly, so the question arises, how did your voice end up like this? Jiang Qie recalled that her original purpose for coming outside was to disperse the group of meddlesome children. But she had gotten caught up in the fun and completely forgotten about Gu Yizhi, feeling somewhat guilty. She could only lower her voice to make it sound less hoarse. Rest assured, I've been managing these kids quite effectively. Gu Yizhi cast a sidelong glance at the variously positioned resting children. When you handle things, I am always concerned. Jiang Qie. Gu Yizhi. How do you explain the hoarse voices of these children? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qie replied earnestly, let us buy them some boneless chicken feet. Gu Yizhi retorted, shouldn't we buy throat lozenges or other remedies? Jiang Qie shook her head, those things taste terrible. The children won't like them.
Besides,
boneless chicken feet are not only delicious, but they can also scratch their throats. It's truly a twofold benefit. Gu Yizhi. That sounds like adding poison to poison. At that moment, Ji Yao arrived with Zhou Qinyu. Upon seeing their old acquaintance Jiang Qie, they naturally inquired about Ergo's whereabouts. Hearing their conversation, Ergo sensed trouble and immediately turned to stealthily escape. However, Jiang Qie caught him with a sharp gaze. New recruit Ergo. Do you wish to be a deserter? Jiang Qie then relaxed, pushing Ergo forward. Go on. Little man, crying like that is unbecoming. In the end, Ergo was carried away by Zhou Qinyu. Jiang Qie watched Ergo graduate successfully and couldn't help but exclaim, Ergo has grown up. He has transformed into Air Wolf. Gu Yizhi. Does that mean after your training, he can emerge from his cocoon and transform from a timid dog into a brave wolf? Jiang Qie shook her head. I merely recalled the dinosaur carrying the wolf. The dinosaur resists the wolf. Resists the wolf. It's quite perplexing. The comment section was flooded with similar sentiments. Some sincerely wished to adopt Xiao En, while others were online expressing their admiration for Jiang Qie, requiring careful discernment from her. Sensitive and fragile big macaque. Jiang Qie. Do you know who I am? You'd be shocked if I told you. I'm your fan, heart emoji. Little magic fairy. Teacher Jiang, I'm your fan. I wonder if your living expenses are sufficient? If so, could you spare me some? Flowing years. I watched the live stream, and I quite like this child. I'm not sure if I have the qualifications. Although I can't provide lavish conditions, I can guarantee a healthy upbringing. I hope Teacher Jiang considers me. The other party is growing long hair, found a few adoption requests amidst the frenzy of comments. Little Bao, you all sent so much? I was washing dishes last night and accidentally pumped too much detergent. Jiang Qie said I was wasteful and knocked me out. I just woke up. Jiang Qie, please stop posting. Do you know how hard it is to find the comments I need amidst all this text? 185 pure-hearted male. Sister, the Qixi festival is approaching. Should our relationship be made public by you, or should I spread rumors? Cherry, no way, sister. Weren't you just saying that? Jiang Qie, really stop posting. If you all keep messing around, I'll randomly select 50 people without gifts, just a random draw. Jiang Qie, those who wish to adopt Xiao En, please privately message my assistant Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi. Considering Xiao En might feel homesick, Jiang Qie prioritized screening those who lived closer to Xiao En's home. Once everything was arranged, it was nearing noon, and Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi took Xiao En out for a meal. After a morning of hard work, everyone felt utterly exhausted, except for Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, who still had a fair amount of energy. It was then that the director walked in. Why is everyone so quiet? How about we play a game to liven up the atmosphere? Ji Yao, drenched in sweat, responded, can you guess why we aren't talking? Zhou Qinyu chimed in. If you want to play, you go ahead. I'd like to take a nap. Su Qingxian suggested. Director, it seems everyone's enthusiasm is low. Perhaps we should just forget it? Jiang Qie, I don't want to play. Gu Yizhi, whoever wants to play can go ahead. He Shun and Du Cece silently lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Director Fei pulled out his trump card. Win, and you'll receive a task card. The crowd remained unmoved.
2.
Suddenly, as if realizing something, everyone exchanged knowing glances, revealing calculating expressions. If this continued, once the director increased the stakes further, the number of tasks would be enough for all 4 groups. Thus, the director had to raise the ante. 3. Jiang Qie could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. The others looked at her in shock. You actually backstabbed us. But Jiang Qie merely smiled lightly. 4.
All right.
The director reluctantly agreed, but rewards will be upgraded, and the game's difficulty will also increase. Good. Only Jiang Qie was actively supporting the director. The rules of the game were as follows. We will provide an opening sentence, and you shall freely complete the latter half. We will initiate a vote in the live stream for the audience to select the best one. Ji Yao chuckled. Sounds good. We can secretly search online. The director added. To prevent cheating, everyone must hand in their phones. Ji Yao fell silent. After handing over their phones, the director began with the first line. The frost and wind have weighed upon me for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 69. Then I shall casually refuse. Zhou Qinyu eagerly interjected, reciting the next line. In my heart, there are no grievances. I didn't expect Zhou Qinyu to be so well-read, or perhaps he is clever. Knowing to seize the first line, Ji Yao, using all her brain cells, finally recalled, I have been weighed down by the frost and wind for 2 or 3 years. Jiang Qie silently clenched her fists. Damn it, that was my line. Following her were, Du Cece. I laugh. The frost and wind are as light as cotton. So talented. It seems Cece enjoys reading, not just for show. Of course, our Cece understands the importance of self-cultivation in this enticing entertainment industry. Supporting her is the right choice. Hisheng, I treat the frost and wind like a first love. Well, are you enjoying being oppressed, huh? Hisheng has officially been diagnosed as a late-stage masochist. Hisheng, what a pitiful little punching bag. A drop of sweat trickled down Su Qingshuan's forehead. Having read little, she certainly could not match Du Cece's eloquence. The director gently reminded her, Su Qingshuan, it's your turn. Forget it. I'll just say whatever comes to mind. She resolutely closed her eyes, unwilling to see others' expressions, weighing down year after year. One can only say it's quite perfunctory. Is she trying to deliberately relinquish her turn? You don't understand, but we Xian Chao do. Xian has had it tough these years. Silently enduring while still committed to acting, yet she faces numerous critics questioning her skills. This line, weighing down year after year, truly reflects the incessant attacks from her detractors. My heart aches for Xian. She appears indifferent, yet internally feels unsettled, finally voicing her true feelings through this opportunity. I say, don't be ridiculous, Xian Chao. Su Qingshuan's acting has always been a concern. Shouldn't she be open to criticism? Entering the entertainment industry is about acting, right? Wanting to partake in this profession, yet ignoring the audience's feedback, maintaining a single expression, and being criticized for her skills without improvement. This is merely the natural outcome. Xian has been diligent. Why must you impose such stringent expectations on her? Besides, she has now reached a level where she collaborates with an award-winning actor who has never criticized her skills. What qualifications do you outsiders have to comment? Some people should just refrain from being so envious. I truly admire you, Xian Chao. Insisting on your stubbornness, huh? Fine. Xian is indeed talented. What is the issue if we choose not to vote? Jiang is indeed learning the thick-skinned ways of Xian Chao. The frost and wind have weighed upon me for 2 or 3 years, totaling 5 years. Could it be that Li Chengze is truly a genius? My goodness, such a clever angle. I hadn't even thought of that. The award-winning actor truly lives up to his name. May I ask, what does this have to do with the award-winning actor?
Li Chengze.
Is your talent exhausted here? Li Chengze, on the surface, my duty lies in acting. There is no need to stand out in every field. In reality, does Gu Yizhi imply he possesses a better answer? Oh no, I am about to be outshone again, diminishing my chances. He then glanced at Jiang Qie, who wore a particularly frightening expression, her cheeks puffed out. Indeed, she too found her previous line lacking in merit, and Li Chengze's reaction only confirmed this.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Qie thought, damn it, my second backup line has been snatched away. I must think again. Next was Gu Yizhi. Li Chengze turned his head aside, expressing his disinterest in witnessing Gu Yizhi's pretentiousness. Gu Yizhi, the frost and wind have weighed upon me for 2 or 3 years. When my eyes close, I fall into eternal slumber. Alright, I thought he was holding back something big, but instead, Gu Yizhi, the world kisses me with pain. I simply succumb to it. How fitting for my state of mind. If I can live, I will. If not, then let me perish. It is evident he has been led astray by Jiang Qie. Gu Daiyu lives up to her name, fragile as a piece of seaweed. Jiang Qie, maintaining a thoughtful pose with her chin resting on her hand, pondered for 2 seconds before providing her answer. Homework has oppressed me for 16 years. Upon saying this, the hidden Jiang is indeed old was instantly unleashed, showered with praise, sweeping through the live stream. After speaking, she sighed in relief and lay back down. The others also settled down, calmly awaiting the results. During this time, everyone's phones were collected, but Jiang Qie paid little attention, as the outcome of this live stream seemed destined for Du Cece. Consequently, she opened a game, preparing to play a round. Gu Yizhi leaned closer. Feigning surprise, you play this too? I didn't expect my hidden gem of a game would be discovered by you. Tell me, did you peek at my phone? Jiang Qie scoffed disdainfully, pointing at the gun held by her character on the screen. Is that so? Let me quiz you. What is the diameter of this gun's bullet? Gu Yizhi was momentarily stumped, retorting nonchalantly. Why should I remember that? Quite amusing, really. I don't even play with this gun. So it's normal not to recall it. Jiang Qie, Li Chengze casually glanced at the interaction between the two, a flicker of jealousy passing through his eyes. Everyone pause. The results are out. Jiang Qie huffed lightly at Gu Yizhi. See? This is all your fault for talking too much. I didn't even get to play around yet. Forget it. The dish hasn't arrived. I'll play secretly. Gu Yizhi mimicked her, opening the game and promptly sending her an invitation. The director's voice announcing the votes was entirely ignored. Jiang Qie turned her head, quietly asking, Is this Are You Handsomer Than Me are doing? Gu Yizhi nodded. I just happen to want to play. You're my friend and you're online. So, I casually sent the invite. Jiang Qie. Oh, then I shall casually refuse. Gu Yizhi. Haha, who told you to be so stubborn, Gu Yizhi? Why not just admit you wanted to play with your wife instead of quibbling? Now look where we are. At that moment, the director finally announced. Lastly, Jiang Qie received 120,000 votes. Congratulations to Jiang Qie for winning the game. Jiang Qie nearly dropped her phone, looking up in confusion, pointing at herself. Huh, just because of me? Others appeared equally perplexed. Only Hixin questioned, Director, though I truly wish to avoid suspicion, is there any insider information here? Otherwise, I cannot comprehend the current perceptions of the audience. Du Cixi gently tugged at Hixin, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, and Hixin begrudgingly ceased his inquiries. The director raised a hand to assure the others, I swear, there is absolutely no manipulation. It's all from the audience as votes. Still, everyone remained skeptical. Director Fei had no choice but to pull out his phone. Don't believe it? I'll read to you the highest-rated comment explaining why they voted for Jiang Qie to clear my name. He confidently opened the live stream, scrolling to that particular comment. Gradually, his expression shifted to one of uncertainty, even wiping his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Chapter 70. There are 15 phrases. Those who understand have already shed tears. You may not comprehend, but Wei Jiang is indeed old understand Jiang Qie. Since her debut, she has faced various rumors and slander, silently bearing immense psychological pressure. This line, homework has oppressed me for 16 years, employs a metaphor, comparing homework to the dual pressures from detractors and her career. The number 16 emphasizes the prolonged duration of online harassment she has suffered. Enough. Wei Jiang is truly heartbroken for you, Jiang Qie. You have endured so much over the years. After reading, everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Qie. However, they found her missing from her spot. Where is Jiang Qie? The director exclaimed. Right here. Gu Yizhi pointed downwards with a finger. The director approached and found Jiang Qie crouched on the ground, searching for something. He inquired, What are you looking for? Jiang Qie lifted her head, revealing a pallid face, and forced a chilling smile, replying, I am contemplating. Contemplating what? How to erase your memories with a single click. Indeed, only those who shared her plight could outmatch Jiang Qie. I never anticipated that you Jiang would maintain such formidable execution. One moment you speak of learning from Xian Chao, and the next, you have mastered it. Ha ha. Surely, we Jiang have spoken correctly, haven't we? Xian Chaos? The Xian Chaos, who had earlier defended Su Qing Xian, were utterly humiliated upon realizing Jiang Qie's subtle mockery, and many of them even cast their votes, promptly disappearing from the comment section. Gu Yizhi attempted to comfort her, saying, It's all right, life is long. Those who had felt injustice over Jiang Qie receiving the highest votes also found solace, acknowledging that she deserved the top spot. Ji Yao approached, forming a fist as if holding a microphone, and asked, What do you have to say regarding the fans' interpretation? Jiang Qie feigned calmness as she stood, dusting off her hands. I don't know. If they say so, then so be it. The audience in the live stream captured the tender scene of Gu Yizhi affectionately stroking Xiao and S hair as they began their meal. Following the meal, Jiang Qie received a task card from the director. She voluntarily handed 2 cards to Du Cixi, leaving her bewildered. Jiang Qie, you won these yourself. Why give them to me? Jiang Qie smiled slightly. It's nothing. I'm just too lazy to complete the tasks. Seeing this, Ji Yao approached to request a task card as well. In that case, may I have one too? Jiang Qie glanced at the remaining cards, feeding cows and planting vegetables. And without hesitation, she handed over the cow feeding card. However, upon seeing it, Ji Yao recoiled as if she had seen a ghost and dashed away. Jiang Qie, confused, was about to put away the task card when Su Qingxian and Li Chengze arrived. Su Qingxian asked, Jiang Qie, earlier you said you didn't want to do tasks? Does that mean those 2 task cards are useless? You know we fell behind significantly because we didn't complete any tasks yesterday. Jiang Qie pocketed the task cards and stated seriously, is that so? Then I wish you success. Good luck with your useless items. Su Qingxian pouted and glanced at Li Chengze for help, but he merely gazed at Jiang Qie, oblivious to her plight, which only infuriated her further. After a moment of indifference, Li Chengze asked, Jiang Qie, what do you plan to do next? Are you selling hoses? You seem to be managing so many. Could I borrow your mouth for a bit? No jokes, came the playful banter. What else, with Li Chengze? Suddenly concerned about our Jiang Qie, some Xian Chaos might come to cling to that, they mused. Afterward, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi entrusted Xiao and to the person who came for adoption and began their first task of the day, feeding the cows. Initially, Gu Yizhi was in charge of leading the cow, while Jiang Qie was to ride on it. Indeed, Jiang Qie found herself sitting atop the cow with a blade of grass dangling from her mouth. As they passed a small river, the cow attempted to wade in, and sensing trouble, Jiang Qie quickly jumped off and insisted on holding the rope. Predictably, the yellow cow once again lost control and jumped into the river, splashing both of them. With a glimmer of inspiration, Jiang Qie devised a plan. Together with Gu Yizhi, she gathered a bundle of fresh grass from a nearby field, placed it by the riverbank, and feigned leisure as she hummed a tune. After a while in the water, the cow, drawn by the sight of grass, slowly swam toward the bank. Just as it was about to step ashore to feast, Jiang Qie sprang up and swiftly seized the cow's rope. Realizing it had been tricked, the cow attempted to break free, but Jiang Qie held on firmly. With a triumphant smile, she declared, You thought you could escape me. The cow mooed in resignation but ultimately followed Jiang Qie obediently. Gu Yizhi gave her a thumbs up. Brave and clever, as expected of you. I shudder to think what would have happened had the cow truly gone wild. It would have become my dinner, Jiang Qie replied. Gu Yizhi's eyes sparkled with amusement as he observed Jiang Qie humming a tune. Shall we have beef for dinner tonight? It's on me. A perfect way to vent. Upon hearing beef, the cow's eyes widened in horror, and it slowed its pace. Jiang Qie clapped her hands joyfully. Great. I happen to have some insights on cooking beef. Since you're treating me, I'll reluctantly share them. Gu Yizhi, intrigued, asked, Is there a method to eating beef? Jiang Qie straightened her back, hands clasped behind her, and patiently explained, First, never eat beef with tomatoes. Gu Yizhi responded, Are these 2 toxic together?
No.
It's because tomatoes are red, and the cow will collide with you in your stomach, she stated. That's brilliant. Gu Yizhi laughed. No wonder I can't sleep after drinking Red Bull. It must be because the cow is colliding in my stomach. Not quite, Jiang Qie, he chuckled. Seeing Gu Yizhi nodding with a hint of amusement, she added, I've learned that pork shouldn't be eaten with cabbage. Otherwise, the pork will dig through the cabbage in your stomach. Jiang Qie felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, Exactly. But I have a solution. Just drink a bottle of Mixue milk, and the cow's eyes will be blinded. That's only worth an 85. I have 15 points of disagreement, she teased.
You've made me listen earnestly to this, he replied.
The 2, having completed their cow-feeding task, found themselves still damp and ventured to a nearby villager's home to borrow some clothes. 10 minutes later, a woman clad in a floral short-sleeve shirt adorned with peonies and sunflower-patterned shorts, her feet in black cloth shoes, burst out of the house and appeared suddenly on camera. She stood confidently with her hands on her hips, shouting to the sky, Anytime. The scene fell silent. Finally, a man in an old tank top and bright red shorts awkwardly emerged, crossing his arms and reluctantly exclaiming, Any place. Together, they shouted, Super detective, serious crime.
Ha ha ha.
Are you 2 trying to make me die of laughter? It's clear this was Jiang Qie's idea. Gu Yizhi, if you're being coerced, just blink. But, remember, I can only offer moral support. Jiang Qie patted his shoulder appreciatively. You didn't forget your lines. Well done. Following their task card, they arrived at the location designated for planting vegetables. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, Jiang Qie felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. This was the very land she had accidentally damaged in her previous mishap. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu were also planting vegetables, with one frantically digging while the other scattered seeds before covering them with soil and watering them. It appears that the extent of the damage is so severe that the task has been divided into 2 parts. Under these circumstances, completing the cultivation of this land seems to be no easy feat even with both Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi participating at this pace. It would take more than an hour to finish. Helpless, Jiang Qie is compelled to activate her mind, seemingly blessed with inspiration, capable of illuminating the entire universe with a flash of brilliance. Gu Yizhi, noticing Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu diligently working, turned to discuss with Jiang Qie. However, he was taken aback by Jiang Qie's antics as she leapt into various poses, rhythmically tapping her temples with her fingers while singing a tuneless song. Think.
Think. Think.
Let's think together now. When you encounter difficulties, just think. Leave no clue behind, just like a super detective. Think carefully. The comments erupted in laughter, praising Jiang Qie for her ritualistic approach to problem-solving. What could she possibly have figured out in such a situation? Pondered one viewer. I've learned it. Next time I face difficulties, I'll just dance like this. Another chimed in, noting they were already practicing. Finally, she clapped her hands together, exclaiming, I've got it. Gu Yizhi, still processing, asked, what is it? Jiang Qie smirked, Humph, I want to tell you. Who told you not to dance with me earlier, leaving me to perform for two? Gu Yizhi, perplexed, replied, but you never taught me. Jiang Qie, seizing his hand, shouted, let's go.
Ye ipsilo now.
Zhou Chenyu, we're coming. The two, engrossed in their work, looked up at the sound but could only discern two figures dressed as villagers against the glaring sun. Ji Yao questioned, did I hear that wrong? That was definitely Jiang Qie's voice. Zhou Chenyu, still focused, remarked, it's quite normal. Perhaps our strenuous labor has exhausted our energy, and our brains are mistakenly sending us false signals, creating auditory hallucinations to make us want to abandon the task. But are we the kind of people to give up? Hey, Ji Yao, why are you lying down? Ji Yao closed her eyes peacefully, replying, you're speaking too profoundly. I'm so sleepy. In that moment, Jiang Qie rushed in with Gu Yizhi. Don't sleep. Ji Yao opened her eyes suddenly, locking gazes with Jiang Qie. Zhou Chenyu, realizing, asked, why have you changed into a different outfit? Oh, is it a couple's outfit? Gu Yizhi remained silent. Listen to me. Jiang Qie quickly pulled Ji Yao up, lowering their heads as her lips flurried with words, seemingly plotting a secret operation. The comments exploded with curiosity. Is there something we shouldn't hear? I can't believe it. With our relationship, you wouldn't even tell me this. I cried in bed for 9 hours, broke down 1996 times, bumped into walls 99 times, and scraped my arms 8 times. Why take off the headset? Jiang Qie, why won't you let us listen? Cameraman, come closer. I want to hear. After listening, the remaining 3 wore expressions of embarrassment and disbelief, glancing at one another, none wishing to speak. Jiang Qie exclaimed, you don't believe me? Isn't this method effective? It's both easy and quick. Who wouldn't say amazing after hearing it? Zhou Chenyu replied, it is good, but there's no but. If you want to continue to suffer in the sun, I want to stop you from switching places. Ji Yao glanced at her sweat-soaked dress and slightly reddened arms, gritting her teeth. Fine. I agree. Zhou Chenyu, left with no choice, relented. Since she has spoken, I'll just assist lightly. The 4 of them immediately began to collaborate. The audience in the live stream witnessed a peculiar scene. Jiang Qie, hands on her hips, strutted forward with exaggerated movements, her waist swaying like a serpent. From the waist up, one might think she was strutting down a runway, but her lower half told a different story as she stomped high, creating a series of holes. Ji Yao followed closely behind, sowing seeds into the holes. Next, Zhou Chenyu rolled in, using his body to cover the holes with soil. Finally, Gu Yizhi, wielding a water gun, aimlessly sprayed water onto the ground. Is this why you were so mysterious and wouldn't show us? This has left me utterly bewildered. Jiang Qie, is there any surprise you haven't revealed to me? 10 minutes later, all the vegetables were planted, and both groups successfully received their task cards. However, after such a commotion, Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu's clothes were dirted. Jiang Qie had a sudden inspiration. Let us go borrow some clothes. Ji Yao pointed at Jiang Qie's outfit. Change? Is this the kind you mean? Perhaps we should skip it. Jiang Qie, pulling her hand casually, argued. Who said that? There are many styles. There are ethereal, dignified, alluring, as well as dopamine and Millard styles, very refreshing and perfect for a vacation. Ji Yao, somewhat skeptical, replied, really? Absolutely. Would I lie to you?
All right.
Seeing Ji Yao agree, Zhou Chenyu accepted as well, but still sought Gu Yizhi's affirmation. Dude, she's not wrong, right? You chose this outfit for her? Zhou Chenyu felt reassured and followed Jiang Qie. Gu Yizhi smirked, another one has been duped. In the 72nd chapter, from best friends to rivals, after bringing Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu inside, Jiang Qie eagerly flung open the wardrobe. A myriad of colorful outfits appeared before Ji Yao's eyes. Ji Yao, momentarily stunned, questioned, "Where's the ethereal look you promised?" Jiang Qie picked up a full purple chiffon outfit with a patterned top and wide-leg pants. This. And what about the dignified style? Jiang Qie expertly retrieved a black polka short-sleeve jacket. This. Isn't dignified? Ji Yao hesitated, then pulled out a red floral short-sleeve dress. So this is alluring? Jiang Qie affirmed. Indeed. Isn't it fiery and hot? Plus, it cinches at the waist to accentuate your serpentine figure. It's also cool when worn. Just try it on. You'll be speechless. Ji Yao nodded, and after a while, she emerged in the dress, still looking somewhat awkward. Jiang Qie entered her praise mode. The hem sways beautifully as you walk, more enchanting than a princess's gown. Wearing it, you'll be the queen of fashion, setting new trends that everyone will envy. Ji Yao gradually gained confidence, straightening her back and posing in front of the mirror. To be honest, it does suit me quite well. Next was Zhou Chenyu, who was more obedient than Ji Yao, selecting a set of traditional attire for elderly men. The audience in the live stream awaited eagerly, finally seeing the four emerge. Jiang Qie jumped out first, hands on her hips. At any time. Then came Gu Yizhi, now more confident in his movements. At any place. Following was Ji Yao, beaming as she leapt out. Super detective. The three of them lined up, one hand on their hips and the other swiftly punching the air. Serious investigations. Just as the audience wondered where Zhou Chenyu was, he jogged out, shaking his head. Woof woof woof. Zhou Chenyu, are you a willing participant? Do you have some leverage over Jiang Qie? At this moment, Jiang Qie stepped in front of the camera, speaking earnestly. Whenever you encounter difficulties, just seek out the super detective and leave a message on my Weibo. She then extended 4 fingers, bending them downward. Additionally, if someone is controlling you to shoot videos for profit, do this gesture to let me know you're in danger. Meanwhile, Zhou Chenyu behind her silently extended 4 fingers, slowly bending them down. Gu Yizhi shot him a look, and he helplessly lowered his hand. What a desperate cry for help. Someone save him. Zhou Chenyu, try it and perish. Soon, the quartet made a dazzling appearance in the village, becoming a striking sight. Before long, they heard the sound of gongs and drums. Zhou Chenyu lazily responded and began to wander around the village with the others. After meandering about, they finally found the banquet location, adorned with red silk ribbons and large red flowers at the entrance, with a double happiness character affixed in the center. Jiang Qie confidently suggested to the three, "Let us go. We can conveniently enjoy a meal."
Huh?
Will we be recognized? No, look around. Don't we dress like them? We'll blend in with the crowd and find a corner to sit down and eat. Indeed, Jiang Qie, your foresight is commendable.
Too kind, too kind.
Under Jiang Qie's lead, the four swaggered into the venue and quickly claimed an unoccupied table. As they reveled in their success, 3 women approached them, engaging in lively conversation and gossip. Jiang Qie casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, pricking up her ears to eavesdrop. Auntie One exclaimed, "Let me tell you, a rather handsome young man unexpectedly barged into my house yesterday. I was worried about my daughter not finding a match. Could it be that heaven sent me a son-in-law? But looking at that lad, he doesn't seem too bright." He covered his groin and mumbled, asking if I had any pants to lend him. When I looked, oh dear, it was all wet down there. I reckon that some foolish boy from a nearby family. My daughter was so taken with him that she insisted on keeping him at home. What bad luck. The other 2 aunties listened with keen interest, occasionally chiming in, "Isn't that something? Oh dear, what a situation. Let it be. Who knows?" Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi exchanged a silent glance, desperately suppressing their smiles. However, Jiang Qie soon found it hard to keep a straight face. Auntie Two continued, "Have you heard? A young girl crashed her borrowed tricycle into Tai Zhu's vegetable patch yesterday, ruining a whole section of crops. Tai Zhu was furious." Auntie One replied, "You've heard too? I think it was borrowed from Cui Fan's family."
Cui Fan.
"Is that true?" Cui Fan nodded. "Yes, that girl said she was quite adept at driving, so I felt safe lending it to her. I never imagined it would end up like this. It's truly distressing." At that moment, Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu quietly discussed among themselves. Who on earth was so careless? They made our vegetable planting today so arduous. Jiang Qie suddenly spat out water she hadn't swallowed, drawing the attention of those nearby. who wore expressions of surprise, confusion, and mild annoyance. Cui Fen was the first to recognize Jiang Qie, slowly extending a finger towards her. Aren't you? Gui Gui. You finally recognized me. Jiang Qie quickly interrupted her, offering a peach pastry. Cui Fen swallowed nervously, glancing around at the two aunties beside her. Jiang Qie felt the intense gaze of the two women on her, and upon looking up, she met their unwavering stares. Cui Fen, with a forced smile, offered each auntie a piece of pastry. This is delicious, sisters, have a taste. Auntie One's eyes were clouded with deep melancholy as she rasped. You actually went behind our backs to make a new friend, Cui Fen. Cui Fen replied, let me explain. You two will always be my closest friends. Annie too interrupted. Cui Fen, don't speak yet. I have two things to say. First, let us end our friendship. Second, while I may not be the prettiest, you're not much better either. Let us say what needs to be said, and what doesn't. From now on, friends turn into foes. We shall not interfere with each other's lives. Cui Fen slammed the table. Who are you calling urine? Jiang Qie, bemused, found herself transformed from the subject of gossip to an observer, and thus her interest peaked as she grabbed another handful of seeds. At this moment, Ji Yao approached. Was that vegetable patch you ruined? Jiang Qie stiffly nodded. Indeed, thanks to me, we successfully completed our task today. Am I not quite perceptive? Just as Ji Yao was about to speak, Auntie One suddenly pulled her aside. Young lady, come swap seats with Cui Fen. We don't want to sit next to her anymore. Let her sit with her new friend. Chapter 73. A large pot. Once Ji Yao was pulled away, Jiang Qie finally had some peace. Just as she was about to grab a bite, Gu Yizhi stopped her. So, you really fell yesterday? Your resilience is impressive. Though his tone was teasing, the furrow of his brow revealed seriousness. Of course, I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed. No matter how life beats me down, I remain like the resilient wild grass, unyielding to the wind, undeterred by the rain, and unbroken by thunder. Even if the whole world aims to trample me underfoot, I can stubbornly emerge from the soles of their shoes and continue to thrive. The people around her fell silent for a moment, their myriad thoughts ultimately coalescing into a heavy sigh. As Jiang Qie devoured her meal with astonishing speed, the tussle between the two aunties escalated, signaling impending danger. Auntie One shouted, Cui Fen, let go of my hair. Cui Fen retorted, you let her go first. All right, on the count of 3, we'll let go together. After the count, the skirmish finally ceased, shifting the battlefield to the dining table. While they were midway through their meal, the sound of a bowl crashing to the ground nearby caught everyone's attention. Jiang Qie and those at her table turned to see the source of the noise. In that instant, Jiang Qie's jaw dropped. It was her. Su Qingshuan's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with panic and uncertainty as she hurriedly bent down to pick up the broken plate. Another man walked away at that moment, whispering something to her before bending down to help her gather the shards. Auntie One suddenly remembered something and pointed at the man from a distance. That's the foolish boy from yesterday. He actually came here? What? Both Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu, having just finished Jiang Qie's sunflower seeds, looked shocked. Before they could react, Li Chengze turned towards them, prompted by Su Qingxian, his eyes wide with disbelief. We're on a mission, and you're here enjoying yourselves? Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu awkwardly greeted them before lowering their heads to continue eating in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Qie picked up her chopsticks, grabbing a piece of saucy braised pork, exaggeratedly opening her mouth wide to devour it in one bite, chewing loudly. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian swallowed hard, their eyes wide as saucers. Then, she picked up a small slice of spicy fish, closed her eyes, and instantly displayed an expression of pure ecstasy, releasing a satisfied from her throat. The two stared intently at Jiang Qie's plate, their lips pressed into a straight line. Finally, the host arrived, scolding Su Qingxian. Oh dear, howdy work. Breaking a plate is so unlucky. We're trying hard to host this banquet. You really know how to cause trouble. Su Qingxian quickly bowed. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. Afterward, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Qie, realizing that had she not been preoccupied with her tasks earlier, witnessing Jiang Qie relishing her meal would not have stirred her discontent, leading to her momentary distraction and the broken plate. Xiao Xian, let us go, Li Chengze reminded. Hey, Jiang Qie, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to eat like this? Li Chengze and Su Qingxian are on a mission. Jiang Qie finished her last bite, took the napkin from Gu Yizhi to wipe her mouth. Have you considered that since there's a task here, there might be other hidden tasks as well? Huh? What do you mean? Zhou Chenyu whispered to Ji Yao. Did you notice? It's quite chaotic here, and there are many things that need assistance beyond just serving dishes, like washing the dishes. Ji Yao blinked, her mouth instinctively forming an O shape, and she softly exclaimed, "Ah." The meal was finished. It was time to find some work. Jiang Qie suddenly stood up, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm.
Huh.
She led the three others to the kitchen, where several people were busy cooking. Jiang Qie immediately recognized Gu Yizhi and He Sheng, who were assisting in the kitchen. "You're here too."
Ah.
She instinctively took a step back, hands gripping the countertop behind her, finally realizing, "Jiang Qie." "Yes." Jiang Qie nodded. "Your observational skills are rather lacking."
Gu Yizhi smiled awkwardly.
Only just noticing the other three standing beside Jiang Qie. "Are you all teaming up to snatch clothes?" Ji Yao waggled a finger. "Am I that kind of person? These clothes were acquired at great expense by me." Jiang Qie leaned forward to glance behind Gu Yizhi. "Are you helping with the chopping?" "Yes, by the way. You're here for a task, right?" Gu Yizhi giggled. "To be honest, when I first saw you, I did think that. But seeing the grease on you, I knew you had already eaten."
Ah. Gu Yizhi trôlia d'instant Jiang Qie's nature.
"Jiang Qie, perhaps you should tone it down. Do you now realize your image?" "No need to tone down. Just be yourself. I watch the live streams for a reason. To see Jiang Qie go wild. If she were normal, what would I watch for?" "So, you know about other tasks?" Jiang Qie asked. Gu Yizhi nodded slightly. "Yes, the owner here has several tasks. But she won't let us take them all at once, so I think you can go and claim them. That owner is dressed." "No need for the introduction, I know." Jiang Qie darted out. "Soon." She returned with the female owner, pointing at the group of four. "Look, surely we can take 2 tasks, right?" The owner appraised the 4 before finally handing over a task card, which caught the attention of Li Chengze and Su Qingxian, who had just finished serving and were about to claim their own cards. "Wait!" Li Chengze rushed over to stop them. "Didn't you say you'd save these 2 cards for us?" Su Qingxian quickly stepped forward to apologize. "I'm sorry. I was just so amazed to see these companions eating that I lost focus and bumped into you." The 4 of them exclaimed, "What a big pot." "TSK." Su Qingxian's speech feels so pretentious. "I'm indifferent to her. This makes me dislike her even more. Just taking 1 task card to confront her face to face. It's wrong to mooch off a meal. Is there anything wrong with Xian kindly reminding the owner?" "Did you pay attention to what Xian said?" Jiang Qie claimed she was there for a meal, but at least she left some money before leaving, right? Some people in the comments are overly protective of the owner. Can't you see the owner's true character? To obtain a task card, you're throwing blame around. It's disgusting. Ji Yao's brows furrowed, her fair face flushed with anger. I tell you, don't talk nonsense. I didn't tea. That task card was something I saw. Cooking isn't really suitable for the 2 of us, so we can just let you have it. I see that Miss Su is so adept at shifting blame. This task should suit you perfectly. Chapter 74. This is my home. Su Qingshuan's previously delicate and pretentious demeanor turned pale in an instant, but she quickly regained her composure and looked at Li Chengze with a pitiful gaze. "Chengze, it's really not like that. I'm not shifting blame, nor do I mean to criticize Jiang Qie. I'm just stating the facts. Besides, you wouldn't want us to work tirelessly for a task card only to have it snatched away, right?" A deep disappointment flickered across Su Qingshuan's face. Yet she straightened her back. "Fine." Su Qingshuan's hand awkwardly hovered in the air. Thus, kind-hearted Jiang Qie took the initiative, placing the task card atop Su Qingshuan's head and remarked, "You really look like a Teletubby now. If only you could understand your role better. You'd resemble one even more." Su Qingxian. Under the guidance of the chef, Su Qingxian and Li Chengze began cooking. Li Chengze asked, "Qingxian, do you remember you said that if I practiced more, my cooking skills would improve?" "Yes, this is a great opportunity. Plus we have a master to teach us, right?" The chef was quite strict. After all, they were cooking for guests and could not afford to be careless, which made his tone towards Li Chengze somewhat harsh. This discomforted the already proud Li Chengze, but he could only follow the instructions step by step. However, it became apparent that Li Chengze lacked talent in this area. As the chef instructed, heat oil in the pan, fry until both sides are golden. Should I pour the oil directly, or along the edge of the pan? If directly, how high should I pour? If along the edge, should I go clockwise or counterclockwise?
Wow.
The actor is indeed meticulous in his work. I'm loving this. The chef's expression darkened, and he gestured towards Su Qingxian. "You do it." Su Qingxian politely waved her hand. "Let Chengze handle it." Jiang Qie, who was responsible for stoking the fire below, exclaimed, "Can you 2 hurry up? The pan is already smoking." Gu Yizhi, unable to watch any longer, snatched the oil bottle from Li Chengze and deftly poured a circle into the pan. The chef sighed in relief and continued, "The oil is hot. Add the fish." Li Chengze took a quick glance at Gu Yizhi and swiftly tossed the fish into the pan. However, he did not expect that most of the hot oil would splash out, hitting both Li Chengze and Su Qingxian, with Jiang Qie also not escaping unscathed. Li Chengze shouted, quickly retreating 5 meters from the pan, while Su Qingxian moved 4 meters back. The chef's veins bulged as he approached the stove personally. Jiang Qie rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just give the task card to the chef? I can't watch this any longer." "No. I must learn this dish." Li Chengze regained his confidence, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. With a resolute heart, he closed his eyes and extended his hand. "Master, the spatula, please." After receiving the spatula, Li Chengze began to stir furiously with his eyes closed, envisioning himself skillfully flipping the fish, expecting it to be perfectly golden on both sides with just the right crispiness. Upon opening his eyes, he found the fish had been reduced to a mushy mess. The chef could not bear to watch any longer. "Do it again. Reheat the pan." At this moment, Jiang Qie, already exasperated, fantasized about lifting a cannon from behind to blow everyone away. Gu Yizhi kindly fetched a fan and fanned Jiang Qie, which improved her mood somewhat. However, as the cooking continued, Li Chengze repeatedly made mistakes, causing the charcoal in the boiler to pile higher and higher. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and wanted to yell at the boiler, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the ash inside blew out, covering her face, due to Gu Yizhi's fan. Jiang Qie, speechless, took a handful of ash and smeared it on Gu Yizhi's face. "There, now we're even." 30 minutes later, Li Chengze finally managed to produce a plate of braised fish at the cost of wasting 2 fish. After taking several photos with his phone, he reluctantly picked it up, suddenly remembering something and turning to show Jiang Qie, only to find a completely blackened face. "Who are you? Where did the girl from before go?" Jiang Qie scoffed, her gaze sharpening suddenly as she flung the ash from her hand towards Li Chengze's face.
Moment latte.
Both Li Chengze and the chef exclaimed in unison, "My face, the dish." Du Cece rushed over from the front. What happened? She saw 3 people, unrecognizable due to the soot, except for Su Qingxian. At that moment, a figure swiftly darted past Su Qingxian, turning all 4 into soot-covered individuals. Du Cece quietly stepped back, deciding to continue chopping vegetables. Jiang Qie, Li Chengze, and Su Qingxian shouted simultaneously. The chef angrily brandished a ladle. "Get out, all of you." A blackened face suddenly revealed a set of pristine white teeth, smiling at the chef. "Master, I know you're angry, but don't be upset just yet. There's a saying in Taoism, disaster is the foundation of fortune. Your fortune is coming soon." The chef raised his ladle and charged toward Jiang Qie, with Li Chengze and Su Qingxian following closely behind. "Today, I shall not let you go unscathed. Jiang Qie, look at what you have done to my handsome face. This is utterly unforgivable. Jiang Qie, your irrationality knows no bounds. Woe is me." Jiang Qie, immediately take flight, and while you're at it, retrieve a piece of charcoal that has long since cooled from the boiler. Gu Yizhi, block their path.
Das, Jiang Qie, Li Chengze, Su Yingguan.
And the chef circled around the boiler. Each time they passed a certain spot, Jiang Qie added a stroke to the wall with the charcoal.
Grade à sketching à grand baga formation. Halt.
Jiang Qie, panting heavily, raised her hand to signal the 3 behind her to stop. Compared to Jiang Qie, the others were already exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Qie trembled as she pointed to the bagua diagram on the wall. "Look." Li Chengze scoffed. "What? Do you think to trap us with your formation? How naive." Gu Yizhi, with his hands in his pockets, approached slowly, gazing intently at the wall. "A bagua formation?" Jiang Qie nodded. "Indeed. With this formation, Master, you shall surely be under the protection of Taoism, and the misfortunes of today will swiftly transform into the fortunes of tomorrow. I, Jiang Qie, declare that today we shall promote Taoist thought right here." The other kitchen ladies, hearing Jiang Qie's words and seeing the impressive-looking bagua, settled down to listen intently. Thus, the atmosphere shifted, and Jiang Qie stood at the forefront, using a stick to explain the bagua diagram on the wall. "Braised fish. Is the braised fish ready or not? The guests are about to leave, and the dishes are still not served." At that moment, the hostess entered, urging for the food, and was taken aback by the scene resembling a cult-like brainwashing session. The woman with the dark face in front immediately smiled at her. "Are you here to join Taoism too?" The hostess took a deep breath and shouted, "What Taoism? This is my home. All of you, get out." Chapter 75. Jiang Qie promotes Taoism. This phrase quickly surged to trending status, igniting a fervent discussion in the comments. Jiang is still the elder. I say, why does Jiang Qie's mental state feel so familiar, emphasizing that no one should suffer but oneself? The stink of feces is overwhelmingly potent. Confucianism, take up. Buddhism, let go. Taoism, take down. Only eating the painted cake. Fun fact, the god of wealth we worship daily is from Taoism. Unhappy red bean paste finally found the reason for Jiang Qie's frenzied external consumption. In the end, the four were caught and lined up to face the hostess's reprimands. Wielding a feather duster, she paced before them, speaking incomprehensible words, but her tone clearly conveyed displeasure. They were merely relieved that Jiang Qie could not understand. Otherwise, given her fight if you disagree nature, it would likely have led to another farce. Growing somewhat weary of the tirade, Jiang Qie raised her completely blackened face, a string of blackened snot hanging from her nose, leaving 2 trails of clear tears. As she looked into the camera and silently mouthed, "Director, save me." The director behind the screen was equally helpless. For the formerly romantic atmosphere had been transformed into a large-scale preaching event by Jiang Qie, with even the live stream displaying an official warning about scams. With no response from the director, Jiang Qie had no choice but to endure. A casual glance to her left led to eye contact with the equally blackened Li Chengze. And after a moment of surprise, Jiang Qie finally asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Qie suddenly realized, an extraordinary bubble voice? "Li Chengze, you've been eclipsed." Li Chengze was nearly driven to scream in frustration, yet he was captivated by Jiang Qie's laughter, which made her shoulders shake.
What are you laughing at?
"Isn't my face your masterpiece?"
What?
Li Chengze asked again. "After 15 years in the industry, you have finally darkened half the sky." "Jiang Qie, what do you mean? Is that a double entendre?" "And this isn't my dream." Li Chengze raised his voice slightly, clearly genuinely angry. "You." Li Chengze immediately pointed a finger, only to be met with the hostess's keen gaze, which swiftly brought the feather duster down upon his head. "Enough with the noise. You're the loudest." After 10 minutes of scolding, the four were ordered to clean up the scene, including washing the walls free of the Bagua formation and doing the dishes. However, the task of cleaning the Bagua formation was met with opposition from the ladies Jiang Qie had influenced. In unison, they raised their half-washed bowls and chopsticks, chanting, "Long live Taoism." Jiang Qie was moved to tears. "Fellow Taoists, if there are impure thoughts in our hearts, what should we do?" The ladies again raised their hands in harmony. "Speak it out, and the heart will be cleansed." The hostess struck the feather duster against her hand 3 times, coldly stating, "If anyone speaks again, they won't get their share of the food." The ladies immediately fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't support her, but food distribution was of utmost importance. Spiritually, they were still with her. The organization Jiang Qie had just founded crumbled instantly. Sighing softly, Jiang Qie turned to Gu Yizhi and whistled a few times. Gu Yizhi set down the cloth in his hand, raising an eyebrow. "What is the matter?" Jiang Qie stroked her chin, noting that he seemed less talkative. Gu Yizhi coldly replied, "I simply am not one to chatter." Jiang Qie clicked her tongue. "That's rather dull. How boring. I might as well hire a male model to keep me company." Gu Yizhi, hearing such an absurd notion, subtly furrowed his brow, turning away to observe Jiang Qie's reaction. Yet he heard her mumble quietly, "But my current financial situation barely sustains me. Never mind. I must keep earning until I break free from poverty." So soon she had changed the subject. Her previous comment was merely a casual remark, not heartfelt. This was correct. With Gu Yizhi's looks and physique, no male model could compare. He was merely worrying for nothing. Just as he reassured himself and prepared to wash dishes with ease, Jiang Qie's fervent voice surged once more. Gu Yizhi turned back, only to be struck by the sight of Jiang Qie, causing his heart to skip a beat, and his temples to pulse in exasperation. In stark contrast to her earlier aimlessness, Jiang Qie now seemed like a different person entirely. With a strip of cloth tied around her forehead, biting her lip, and her eyes shining with determination akin to a fervent party applicant, she radiated the spirit of resilience, much like a tragic heroine unwilling to yield to the adversities of life. Not only that, but her hands were tirelessly scrubbing the dishes, her lips moving as she chanted, "I can do anything. I will work hard, even if it means bleeding and sweating. I shall persist." "Ha ha ha, you're not Lin Pinru, are you?" Laughing so hard. As expected of Jiang Qie, she can switch emotions in a second. Not only her emotions but her voice, attire, and expressions have transformed. Send her directly to actors. Please take your positions. Jiang Qie is already an actress. Why not have her play Wang Baochuan directly? There's a sense of fragmentation. Though not bankruptcy. Give her a scene, and she can perform anywhere, shifting effortlessly. Very fitting for Jiang Qie. Gu Yizhi's lips twitched in exasperation as he continued to focus on his task. After bathing, everyone was once again summoned by the director to gather on the first floor to summarize the task points for each group over the past 2 days. First place, Gu Yizhi and Hisheng, having completed 12 ordinary tasks, scored 120 points. Shouldn't it be Jiang Qie's group? Didn't they have a hidden task? Do they really think completing a secret task would secure first place? I was in Gu Yizhi's live stream the whole time. She accomplished many tasks in a single day and continued working the next day without pause. Isn't this expected? That makes sense. Jiang Qie just loves to play. This probably doesn't matter to her. Tied for first place, Jiang Qie's group, with 9 ordinary tasks and 1 hidden task, also scored 120 points. I knew Jiang Qie's capabilities surpassed this. Jiang Qie continues to perform steadily. Is Jiang Qie controlling the points, taking not a single extra point? Her strength is terrifying. Second place, Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu, with 7 ordinary tasks, scored 70 points. Third place, Su Qingxian and Li Chengze, 5 hidden tasks, 50 points. Gu Yizhi inquired, Director, what is the purpose of these points? The director smiled enigmatically. Of course, the points are closely related to tomorrow. What could it possibly be? Why does the director always enjoy leaving hints? It feels like it's related to meals again, let me boldly guess. Stop keeping us in suspense, Director. Can't you reveal a little in advance? Chapter 76. Have you considered the elephant's feelings? After the points were announced, everyone began to focus on their own tasks. Zhou Chenyu continued to be responsible for cooking, while Gu Yizhi voluntarily offered to assist him. However, before long, a faint knock echoed through the room. Jiang Qie had no choice but to rise and open the door. Inquiring, what do you want? Gu Yizhi leaned against the wall, lazily gesturing towards the balcony with his head. Do you have time to chat with me there? Jiang Qie crossed her arms. No time. Gu Yizhi pursed his lips, visibly troubled. If you're thirsty, just drink some water. Jiang Qie tossed this remark lightly before turning to close the door. Gu Yizhi leaned closer to the door frame and whispered, we can chat while eating. I have snacks. Is Gu Yizhi finally making the first move? Go for it. Although Jiang Qie seems straightforward, she clearly has a different attitude towards Gu Yizhi. There's still hope. The fans of Gu Yizhi are ecstatic. Are they going to confess? Or steal a kiss? In the next moment, 2 figures appeared on the second-floor balcony. One leaning on the railing gazing at the moon, the other seated and eagerly pouring snacks into their mouth, creating a stark contrast. Gu Yizhi diverted his gaze from the moon, quickly scanning Jiang Qie before looking away, as if it were merely an unintentional glance. He wasn't homesick. He was simply moved by the moon tonight. Jiang Qie opened another pack of spicy strips, biting one and blinking at Gu Yizhi. Although she didn't comprehend his words, she replied just to have a bit more to eat. Oh? What feelings? But as she spoke while munching on the snacks, she suddenly choked and coughed several times. He observed her for a moment, then smiled lightly as he approached her, pouring her a glass of water while saying, when I saw the moon tonight. It reminded me of a saying. When you are looking at the moon, someone is also watching you. He then handed the filled glass to Jiang Qie. She snatched it and drank it in one go, wiping her mouth before asking, why did tonight's moon make you think of this saying? What about other nights? Aren't they the same? Jiang Qie, you are truly an embodiment of romantic obliviousness, smiling. Jiang Qie, even if the matchmaker used steel wires to connect you, you would still sever them. Yesterday? Oh, it's nothing. I'm like an indestructible cockroach. If I accidentally end up in the underworld, I would snatch the King of Hell's death book and cross out all the names of people I dislike. Let them all come down to accompany me. Ha ha ha. In response to Jiang Qie's jest, Gu Yizhi displayed no amusement. Outwardly casual, yet inwardly taut with concern. Weren't you just saying you were in a good state? Why are you so eager to die? Who exactly is in the underworld? Ha ha ha. Has Gu Yizhi's surfing speed increased again? Is he infected by Jiang Qie? Who is in Beijing anyway? Jiang Qie met Gu Yizhi's gaze and smiled. I was just joking. Jiang Qie is too easily appeased. No wonder she's the top foodie on the dating show. Why do I get the impression that Jiang Qie came to the dating show just to mooch food, while others are trying to pursue love? She's only thinking about eating every day. Gu Yizhi immediately retorted, if you want to speak the truth, don't use flowery language to bamboozle me. Of course. I wouldn't bamboozle you. To put it simply, even though I often mention dying, I don't genuinely want to die. It's just to intimidate the fat on my body into submission. Plus, you can see, I'm quite simple-minded. My life goal is just 2 words, survive. So don't take my words seriously, especially those contradictory statements. It's merely my abstract expression. After hearing Jiang Qie's words, Gu Yizhi, who had initially seemed rigid, gradually relaxed, his tone becoming lighter, always being abstract. Have you considered the elephant's feelings? After stealing some snacks for a while longer, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi made their way downstairs for dinner. At the dining table, everyone praised Zhou Chenyu's culinary skills, except for Ji Yao, who remained silent. Without hesitation, Jiang Qie wrote Gu Yizhi's name on the first page of the letter to express her gratitude for today's snacks. Su Qingxian quietly searched online for words that can move a man to tears, how to make a man feel heartache with 1 sentence. And 1 sentence to make a man willingly spend money on you. If the camera could capture this, she might once again face a barrage of online criticism. Du Cixi contemplated the day's events and realized that she had spent most of her time inseparable from Hisheng. Yet this was not by choice. They merely happened to be in the same group, forced to complete tasks together. In truth, someone as timid as Hisheng had already been eliminated in her eyes. She still retained a flicker of curiosity towards Gu Yizhi, but they hadn't interacted much lately, and she didn't know him well. After much consideration, she temporarily chose to stick with Hisheng. From the morning, he had been working with Su Qingxian on tasks. Su Qingxian was not at all delicate, approaching everything with enthusiasm and often flashing him sweet smiles. However, in the afternoon, it seemed she intended to drag Jiang Qie into her schemes. As if she wasn't as innocent as she appeared. As for Jiang Qie, she had encountered him once in the afternoon and initially intended to showcase her abilities in front of her, only to find herself humiliated by Jiang Qie. The hostess, infuriated by Jiang Qie's disruption, not only deemed their task unsatisfactory but also made them wash the dishes as an apology. Comparing the two, Li Chengze found himself leaning towards Su Qingxian. He paused, took a breath, and prepared to write down Su Qingxian's name. Yet when he regained focus, the first line on the letter had already been filled with Jiang Qie's name. In the luxurious room, the man's long fingers delicately picked up the exquisite fountain pen, smoothing the letter as the nib gently touched the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. Moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the elegant script. You ask me why tonight's moon is so special. It is because I am watching it with you. The moon exists uniquely in the universe, just as you are one of a kind in this world. Chapter 77. You must walk this path together. Early the next morning, everyone gathered punctually at 7 o'clock at the manor gate. Director Fei, with a small bee pinned at his waist, solemnly announced the purpose of the points to everyone. After 2 days of relentless effort, each group had successfully acquired their respective points, which would directly determine their living conditions for the day. It should first be noted that the points would be exchanged for cash at a rate of 1.5. Today's transportation and meal expenses would be covered solely by this cash. Now, we will immediately distribute the cash. Please send 1 person from each group to collect it. Jiang Qie, Du Cixi, Li Chengze, and Ji Yao stepped forward, collecting their respective sums of 600, 600, 250, and 350. Once they received their money, the director cleared his throat and continued. Now, let me introduce today's agenda. I'll give you a hint. Today's activity is based on a psychological concept known as the suspension bridge effect. Does anyone know about this effect? Zhou Chenyu crossed his arms, slightly tilting his head as he scanned the puzzled faces around him, and began to speak. The bridge effect refers to a phenomenon where physiological tension transforms into romantic feelings. That is, when an individual experiences an accelerated heartbeat in a stimulating external environment. The presence of an attractive person nearby may lead them to interpret this as a romantic sensation. As the director concluded his explanation, he applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent." So, can anyone guess today's activity? Du Cixi focused intently, mentally organizing her thoughts. Ji Yao appeared confused, glancing around in search of clues. While Li Chengze immediately associated the event with a haunted house, his expression tense. Suddenly, Jiang Qie's face lit up as she raised her hand eagerly. "Director, do we get a prize for guessing correctly?" "No prizes," came the reply. "Then it's not interesting," Jiang Qie said, lowering her hand, her enthusiasm waning. Zhou Chenyu suggested, "Are we going to an amusement park for thrilling rides?" Incorrect, the director responded. He Sheng inquired, is it related to darkness? Still wrong. After contemplating for some time, Gu Yizhi connected various clues, ruling out the amusement park and realizing there were few stimulating activities nearby. Considering the requirement of having a male companion, options like bungee jumping and skydiving were eliminated, leading her to conclude, it must be canyon rafting. Li Chengze sighed in relief. Anything but a haunted house was preferable. Recalling a previous experience where he had fainted and been carried out, trending on social media, and he feared Jiang Qie might devise another scare. The director's team thoughtfully prepared 4 transportation options: taxi for 100 each, bicycle for 60 each, and of course, walking was free. Gu Yizhi confidently chose the taxi, reasoning that even spending 200 was better than the combined costs of the other groups. Upon seeing her choice, Ji Yao blurted out, pointing to another taxi, "We'll take that." However, Zhou Chenyu quickly covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, "Dear, we don't have that much money, and meals in the scenic area aren't cheap. Don't you want to eat?" After a moment of silence, Ji Yao nodded, and Zhou Chenyu indicated the bicycles. "We'll take this." Thus, only Jiang Qie, Gu Yizhi, Li Chengze, and Su Qingxian remained without a selection. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian stood aside, earnestly discussing their options. Li Chengze, with a focused demeanor, articulated his thoughts clearly. Our group has the least amount of money, and the director will surely make it difficult for us to obtain food. I suspect the dining options at the scenic area will be significantly more expensive than anticipated. To ensure we can eat, we should economize on transportation. Mid-sentence, he casually glanced at Jiang Qie, envisioning that his image would appear more mature and composed before her. However, upon noticing Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi secretly tapping on their phones, he slightly furrowed his brow before returning to normal, turning his attention to Su Qingxian and raising his voice. "Therefore, I have decided to run. After all, I have a habit of jogging 5 kilometers every morning. 7 kilometers is nothing to me. However, Xian, your health is delicate, so you need not suffer alongside me. You can ride a bicycle to save 1 fare." Li Chengze is so responsible. He treats Su Qingxian so kindly, who could still spread rumors about his feelings for Jiang Qie. He is so gentle, who understands. This must make Su Qingxian fall for him. This is a bit absurd. What are people in the comments thinking? If he truly cared for Su Qingxian, why not just let her take the taxi? Is riding a bicycle for 7 kilometers really that easy? The previous comment is spot on. I was thinking the same. While discussing snacks for the journey, Jiang Qie rolled her eyes in disbelief and muttered, "Bro." Su Qingxian maintained an adoring gaze fixed on Li Chengze. "But I want to run with you. You said my health is frail, so I should exercise to strengthen my body." Is she aiming to strengthen her body, or just be with him? Smirking, Qingxian fans are ecstatic. It's truly mutual. He wants her to have an easier time. Yet she willingly endures hardships to accompany him. I'm absolutely shipping this. Li Chengze feigned difficulty, gazing at her with concern. "Ah, you, as always, are so strong." "Fine. I will accompany you in running, but I shall have to slow my pace." Meanwhile, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi concluded their discussion. Gu Yizhi leisurely approached a taxi, opening the rear door and elegantly gesturing, "Princess, please get in. You must make sure to continue well." Li Chengze's expression momentarily faltered, realizing Jiang Qie might be feeling jealous. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Qie interjected, "I'm fine taking the taxi." Li Chengze was left speechless. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yizhi entered the taxi, poking his head out before shutting the door, teasing him, "Apologies, she just misspoke. Allow me to clarify. You two must run well together. I'll be taking the taxi." With that, the door slammed shut, and the taxi drove away from their sight. Chapter 78. Have you not grown weary from running? Li Chengze and Su Qingxian ran fervently for 30 minutes, breathless and drenched in sweat, finally arriving at the entrance of the scenic area. By that time, the other 3 groups had long been waiting. Gu Yizhi held an umbrella, enjoying ice cream with Jiang Qie, while Gu Yizhi and Ji Yao touched up their makeup. And Zhou Chenyu and He Sheng engaged in an arm wrestling contest. Li Chengze instinctively moved closer to Jiang Qie, but she shot him a wary glance. Shifting away with Gu Yizhi, "Don't think you can share our umbrella." Li Chengze, at a loss for words, then pulled Su Qingxian towards a tree for a moment's rest. However, the director was not inclined to grant them this respite. Waving a small red flag, he approached everyone, announcing, "You can all enter now. Aside from canyon rafting, there are many other activities available. Feel free to experience whatever piques your interest. But you must cover your own expenses." There are no restrictions on what you can do, but you must gather at the registration point for canyon rafting by 2 p.m. to participate in the main event. All 8 nodded in agreement and proceeded inside. A display board at the entrance showcased various project locations along with a map. Jiang Qie immediately spotted the glass walkway, her excitement evident as she pointed to the icon. Turning to Gu Yizhi, "This looks thrilling. Shall we try it?" Gu Yizhi readily snapped a photo of the map. "Let us go." Seeing the two depart in cheerful conversation, Li Chengze's expression darkened. Su Qingxian, oblivious, pointed to the map's water swing. "How about we try this?" Li Chengze shook his head. "I recall there is a swing in the backyard of the manor where we are staying. Since we have this opportunity, we should indulge in something unique." "Are you sure you're not just looking for Jiang Qie? Seriously, do you still think Li Chengze likes Jiang Qie? Just because he wants to go to the glass walkway doesn't he mean he is seeking her out? Can we avoid the assumptions?" "Just mentioning it casually. Certain Qingxian fans are clearly on edge," Su Qingxian remarked, seeing through, but not saying it. Throughout their journey, Li Chengze deliberately quickened his pace, anxious not to miss any chance to be near Jiang Qie, while Su Qingxian struggled to keep up, gasping for breath. 10 minutes later, they finally reached the registration point. Su Qingxian approached first to purchase tickets, while Li Chengze scanned the area, hoping to catch sight of Jiang Qie, but to no avail. He was puzzled. Despite his swift arrival, he still missed her. Had he truly rushed ahead? Su Qingxian gently tapped Li Chengze on the back, handing him the tickets. "We can go now." Li Chengze took the tickets absent-mindedly, realizing that if that were the case, he would need to slow down and wait for Jiang Qie. As such, Su Qingxian observed Li Chengze, who had been swift on his feet just moments ago but now moved as slowly as a snail on the glass walkway, lost in contemplation. "Chengze, if you are frightened, we can abandon this venture," she offered. "How could I possibly be afraid, Xian? I am merely taking in the scenery," he replied, revealing the beauty he had long neglected while filming away from home. Su Qingxian pretended not to notice his trembling legs, smiling as she said, "I must have overthought it. Having starred in numerous fantasy films, you must be accustomed to high wires, right? How could you possibly have a fear of heights?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengze's lips curled into a satisfied smile, despite the fact that he often relied on stunt doubles for his action sequences. "Here comes Sun Wukong." This was the voice of Jiang Qie. They spotted a figure clad in a Sun Wukong costume, masked, performing somersaults on the glass walkway. Behind him was Gu Yizhi, holding Jiang Qie's costume in one hand while awkwardly managing the music on his phone with the other. The surrounding crowd parted, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "What on earth? That's Jiang Qie. Where did she get that outfit?" "She just came from Jiang Qie's livestream. Here's what happened. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi were halfway through when a person dressed as Sun Wukong blocked their path, demanding a photo. Jiang Qie, thinking he was a fan, agreed, only to find out he wanted money. Furious, she exclaimed, "I bare my heart to you. You wish to play tricks on me?" She retaliated fiercely, stripping him of his costume and taking a picture with him to demand payment, which left him terrified, fleeing in disarray. Is she really in such a delightful mental state? "Jiang Qie, I can't tolerate the slightest annoyance. I go mad at once. This isn't new. She has me in stitches every time I watch her live stream." After a brief moment of daze, Jiang Qie danced her way in front of Li Chengze. As the Sun Wukong figure, she swung her staff playfully. A sharp female voice emerging from behind the mask. "What devil dares to obstruct my path? Feel the might of my staff." Li Chengze's pupils contracted in shock as he quickly retreated, grateful for his swift reflexes. Ever since being unexpectedly struck by Jiang Qie multiple times, he had been training his reaction time, finally managing to evade her punches. A nearby child, witnessing Jiang Qie's impressive display, tugged at their parents' hand excitedly. "Mom,
Look,
it's the Monkey King. Jiang Qie is truly multi-talented. I wonder, with her skills in both dance and combat, why she isn't given more roles in the industry compared to many actors who rely on stunt doubles." After her performance, Jiang Qie approached Li Chengze, swinging her staff once more, only for him to evade again. Noticing his agility, Jiang Qie scratched her head and then turned her attention to Su Qingxian. Upon feeling the gaze from beneath the mask, Su Qingxian quickly stepped aside. Jiang Qie said, "Gu Yizhi, turn off the music," and followed suit. "Aren't you tired after all that dancing?" Jiang Qie removed her mask, revealing a face flushed like a monkey's behind, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Not at all." Gu Yizhi, ever the realist, quipped, "Then why are you breathing so heavily?" "How could I possibly tire? I am the great Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the celestial palace. Such trivial matters are beneath me." Li Chengze approached Jiang Qie, offering her a bottle of water, only to have it intercepted by another hand. The owner of the hand retrieved a bottle of soda from her bag, presenting it to Jiang Qie. May I ask, weren't you the one who said to avoid mentioning Jiang Qie earlier? Can we now discern your true intentions? And who claimed we were just imagining things? The evidence is right before our eyes, isn't it? Where are the fans of Chengze? Shouldn't they speak up? Come on, at least they know each other, right? Our esteemed Li also has decorum. What is so strange about greeting someone? You, upstairs, are truly oblivious to the situation. Chapter 79. So it was you, Li Chengze remarked. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Jiang Qie covered her mouth, retreating slightly. What bad luck. Gu Yizhi maintained a playful smile, reminding Jiang Qie. What he means is he wishes to hear kind words from you. Very well, Jiang Qie replied, spreading her hands and preparing her sentiments. You need do nothing but stand before me, and I. Li Chengze's gaze gleamed with pride, but Jiang Qie abruptly changed her demeanor, making a face of disgust. I just want to vomit.
Ugh.
Gu Yizhi burst into laughter. Li Chengze, why provoke her? Don't you have a partner? It was only then that Li Chengze remembered Su Qingxian standing behind him, swiftly turning around.
Bam!
Jiang Qie unexpectedly struck him with her staff.
Ah!
He yelped, clutching his head as he looked at Jiang Qie. She had just retracted her staff, exclaiming, At last, I've hit you. The four of them traversed the glass walkway, each embodying a different scene. Su Qingxian cautiously walked along the wooden edge, her balance wavering as if on a tightrope. Li Chengze's legs trembled slightly, wary of Jiang Qie's unpredictable antics, flinching at the slightest rustle. Gu Yizhi maintained a steady gaze ahead, his posture straight, resembling a disciplined soldier from any angle. Jiang Qie would occasionally drape an arm over Gu Yizhi's shoulder, standing on one foot to gaze far into the distance, or bend down, scratching her head, listening intently, and observing her surroundings. At first glance, they resembled a group of disciples on a pilgrimage. Eventually, Jiang Qie grew tired, selling her golden staff at a low price to an admiring child, earning an extra 20 yuan. Once she had discarded the threat, Li Chengze felt emboldened to converse with her. Jiang Qie, don't you feel hot wearing all that? Jiang Qie scoffed. I come from humble beginnings. How could I fear the heat? From her self-deprecating tone, Li Chengze believed he had uncovered her vulnerability regarding her family background. Recalling their past interactions, he realized she seldom mentioned her family, often alluding to her modest upbringing and pleading not to disdain her. Her insecurities had previously compelled her to seek his approval, always eager to please him. Li Chengze smirked, then swiftly returned to his gentle, elegant demeanor, beginning to lecture. Don't say such things. There are merits to humble origins. They teach one the hardships of life early on and foster resilience. There's a saying, what does not kill me is better off dead. Jiang Qie interjected loudly. No. No. Li Chengze gently corrected her. Do not give up on yourself so soon. Approach life with optimism. The world may wound me, but... Jiang Qie cut him off with a sardonic smile. I respond with lethargy, my complexion wan, my dark circles prominent, lifeless and defeated. Gu Yizhi, with an air of nonchalance, seemed to harbor a flicker of irritation, his eyes flashing with sharpness as he casually inquired, Are you both engaged in a challenge of quoting famous sayings? Jiang Qie shook her head. No. I'm merely teaching him the proper way to navigate life. Gu Yizhi, remaining expressionless, continued, Li Chengze. How many times must I remind you? Don't you have a partner? Miss Su must feel rather lonely. Why not accompany her?
Li Chengze, un datarrat, raplia sartibelli.
The director did not stipulate that individuals from different groups cannot interact, did they? Since you are so concerned about Su Qingxian, you could seek her out yourself. I have no objections. After all, only those lacking confidence in their own allure would fear losing their beloved to another, exhibiting such extreme possessiveness. I'm confused. Who does Li Chengze truly favor? One moment he engages with Jiang Qie, the next he expresses trust in Su Qingxian as if she were a lover. I personally sense that Li Chengze exhibits some traits of a scoundrel, an inexplicable self-confidence, flirting with multiple girls simultaneously, and an unwillingness to define his relationships. This is purely my personal opinion. If some of Li's fans are dissatisfied, I can delete this. How can Li Chengze utter such words? Does Gu Yizhi lack his charm? Where does this confidence stem from? I feel that Li Chengze still harbors feelings for Xianxian. Those who lack confidence in their own allure fear that the ones they like might be taken away. Does this not imply? I am quite certain that Su Qingxian likes me, so feel free to talk to her. I shan't worry about her being attracted to you. Therefore, he indeed likes Xian, and I shall not accept any rebuttal. It is truly absurd. Li Chengze merely expressed concern for Jiang Qie out of politeness, yet he is labeled a scoundrel. My heart aches for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qie recalled the original owner's memories. Li Chengze controlled her by constantly instilling a sense of inferiority within her. This ultimately led the original owner to become increasingly dependent on him, even nearly sacrificing her career for him. Contemplating this, Jiang Qie's gaze darkened, and she boldly extended her hand to grasp Gu Yizhi's, pouting her soft lips and playfully scolding, "You are not allowed to pursue Su Qingxian. You belong solely to me." It is quite difficult not to suspect that Jiang Qie is being intentional. The moment Li Chengze finished speaking, Jiang Qie perfectly enacted her response. Is Jiang Qie protecting her husband? Jiang Qie is indeed protecting her husband. As soon as Jiang Qie uttered those words, she noticed Gu Yizhi's face visibly flush, the color creeping from his ears down to his neck. Li Chengze's face also turned red. Disregarding the possibility of shyness, he could only choose between anger and embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian, who had been ignored yet frequently heard her name, thought to herself that she sometimes truly wished to call the police. Gu Yizhi furtively glanced at their tightly clasped hands, hurriedly averting his gaze, his speech becoming a jumbled mess. Today's sky is quite odd. No. I meant to say the weather is exceptionally fine. A rare treasure. No. I meant it's cloudless. Jiang Qie giggled a couple of times and then pulled him forward swiftly, chattering incessantly. Why is your face so red? Are you suffering from heat stroke? TSK. With such poor physical condition, I am starting to worry about our future together. Am I blushing? I don't feel anything. Then let me check if you're hot. No way. Alright, I must have misread it. Is that better? Li Chengze stood frozen in place, watching the two retreating figures, his gaze gradually darkening. By the way, I have had a lingering question that I didn't get to ask. Jiang Qie suddenly said. What is it? It's about Xiao En, Jiang Qie inquired earnestly. Why was he so resistant when I first met him, as if he wanted us both to perish together, yet after you spent some time with him in the room, his attitude towards me completely reversed? Oh, that. Gu Yizhi removed his earpiece and leaned closer to Jiang Qie, whispering. I told him that you got up before dawn to meet him, traversed half the country on foot with just a few bites of dry food, painstakingly climbed a 10,000-meter cliff, encountered a pack of wolves mid-journey and barely escaped with your life, then crossed snow mountains and survived a polar bear attack, and finally braved a sandstorm in the desert, only to be robbed by bandits of your last morsel of food before meeting him. Jiang Qie silently closed her eyes. No wonder I always felt that when Xiao En looked at me, there was a hint of pity. It turns out it was you. Chapter 80. Is Teacher Jiang about to abandon all? Noon quickly arrived, marking the time for each group to seek sustenance. Having just traversed the glass bridge, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi entered the nearest self-service restaurant, waving their hands to select the 90 yuan per person buffet. At first glance, the dishes were primarily vegetables, while meat had strict limits on the number of grams one could serve. Moreover, there was a penalty mechanism for unfinished food. Li Chengze, who had just descended the bridge, spotted two figures entering the restaurant and narrowed his eyes, realizing a critical detail. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi's previously intertwined hands had now separated. Li Chengze smirked disdainfully. It appeared that the intimacy displayed with Gu Yizhi was merely an act on her part, ultimately aimed at inciting jealousy within him. Consequently, he took Su Qingxian and entered the same restaurant. Initially intending to scan the room for Jiang Qie, he was distracted by the price tag. Su Qingxian gently tugged at Li Chengze's sleeve. Chengze, perhaps we should go elsewhere. Li Chengze nodded, feigning restraint. Yes, these dishes do not seem appealing to me. They proceeded to a nearby noodle shop, each ordering a 50 yuan dish, eating in a rather disheveled manner. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Jiang Qie, enjoying the air conditioning, unabashedly ordered dishes. The waiter presented a menu, and Jiang Qie merely glanced at it, grinning mischievously. I'll have one of each meat dish. The waiter kindly reminded her. Ma'am, our restaurant has a policy. If you do not finish what you order, there will be a penalty. We must minimize waste. Jiang Qie confidently patted her chest. Fear not, I am a woman of my word. The waiter fell silent, having no choice but to offer the menu to Gu Yizhi. Gu Yizhi gracefully accepted, pointing to 3 vegetable dishes, and the waiter finally breathed a sigh of relief. These 3 vegetable dishes along with all the meat dishes. The waiter was astonished, looking at the composed couple, unable to believe that 2 individuals with such perfect physiques could eat so much. While waiting for their food, Jiang Qie picked up her phone to play a game, just as a WeChat notification chimed. Your Majesty, a message has arrived. Several tables nearby turned to gaze at the woman dressed as Sun Wukong. Yet, she showed no signs of pressure, spreading her arms wide and rising slowly. Beaming, what matters do my loyal subjects wish to present? To avoid being photographed, the crowd hastily buried their heads in their meals, nearly burying themselves within the food. Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, Jiang Qie grew bored and continued to check WeChat. Noticing the avatar belonged to Gu Yizhi, she raised her head in confusion, silently questioning him. What could not be said face to face? However, Gu Yizhi merely pretended to gaze out the window, unwilling to meet her gaze. Continuing to click into the chat interface, she discovered that Gu Yizhi had shared several fresh trending topics with her. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi's sweet moments on the glass bridge. Jiang Qie, you belong solely to me. Jiang Qie's eyes widened suddenly, her face reflecting disbelief. This is slander. When did I ever express such sentiments? This is sheer alarmism. Her hands trembling, she clicked into Weibo, ready to launch a fierce counterattack, only to be met with a deluge of photos and videos in the comment section. But she had only intended to slap Li Chengze's face. What is this? Beneath those posts, fans were fervently shipping them, some even writing fanfiction. Jiang Qie Jian has me locked down. I knew they were real. Mom and Dad. I want to be your only daughter. Crayon Shinchan's eyes. No wonder it's Jiang Qie. Her confession is so direct and powerful. Thumbs up. Flying mother pig. Why is everyone so surprised? I had guessed it long ago. Everything has a trace. Gu Yizhi's jealousy in the haunted house. Jiang Qie protecting her husband at the zoo, their fingers intertwined in the tree. And even when Jiang Qie felt sorry for Gu Yizhi not being able to move the trash, risking her life to drive and drag it away. What astonished her even more was that Gu Yizhi had also commented beneath these trending topics. Gu Yizhi, to clarify, this is not the whole story. Gu Yizhi, don't speculate wildly. I will not admit to this. At first glance, he seemed overly concerned with his reputation. But upon further reflection, is this even a clarification? I don't even want to expose your thoughts. Now, with both witness and evidence at hand, what could she argue against? Forget it. One must pamper their own fans. Since she could not win, she would join in. Jiang Qie, you internet users are truly something, sighs with a wry smile. Jiang Qie, are you all speaking Chinese? She then lifted her gaze to meet Gu Yizhi's. I really don't want to comment on you. Gu Yizhi looked up in confusion, blinking innocently. Are you planning to abandon me, teacher Jiang? Jiang Qie raised her hands in exasperation. She nearly spit out her drink, only able to silently applaud in agreement, though her back teeth were nearly ground to dust. Good. Very good. They were seated by the window, just in time to see a pair of diners enjoying noodles under the sun outside. Gu Yizhi had also been observing Li Chengze. At the same time, Li Chengze appeared to be eating, but he was actually watching the two inside. He could sense that Gu Yizhi's seemingly innocent demeanor was undoubtedly enticing Jiang Qie. Although Jiang Qie felt a bit speechless at the moment, once the dishes were served, she cast all her thoughts aside, her hungry gaze locking onto the table as she entered into a fervent eating mode. While Jiang Qie swept through the meal with the ferocity of a storm, Gu Yizhi, seated across from her, maintained his elegance, methodically enjoying his vegetables, eventually wiping his mouth with satisfaction. After finishing her own meat, Jiang Qie set her sights on Gu Yizhi's portion. Tisk, why haven't you touched a single dish? If you can't finish it, there will be a fine. Gu Yizhi feigned surprise. Oh, what should I do? I'm already too full. Jiang Qie waved her hand. It's fine, and promptly moved his dish in front of herself. I'll finish it for you. Honestly, you're such a worry. What would you do without me? Chapter 81. Your father. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi made their way to the location prearranged by the director. In truth, before arriving at the registration site, Jiang Qie held a dismissive attitude towards the activity. She had participated in far more thrilling pursuits in reality, such as rock climbing, skydiving, surfing, bungee jumping, and the like. When it came to rafting, her mind immediately conjured images of the tame water park rides from her childhood, where one would occasionally get splashed without any real thrill. She genuinely could not comprehend how this activity could possibly quicken one's heartbeat. However, as they drew nearer to the gathering point, the thunderous roar of rushing water grew louder, and if one listened closely, they could faintly hear the shouts of a crowd drowned out by the overwhelming sound of the water. It was then that she began to sense something was amiss. Upon arriving at the meeting location, her doubts were dispelled. Was this truly rafting? If she hadn't seen it, she might have thought those on the wildly bobbing inflatable raft were engaged in flood rescue. This was no exaggeration, for the reality was even more outrageous. A nearly 90-degree cliff, hapless tourists being repeatedly dunked in the water, those thrown from the boats scattered throughout the tumultuous waves, and the continuous cries of those swept skyward. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Jiang Qie smirked coldly, a hint of irony gracing her lips, and once again took Gu Yizhi's hand. At this juncture, some words must be spoken. I fear there may not be another chance. Gu Yizhi's ears turned crimson. What? You wouldn't be suggesting? Well, now isn't the most suitable time, is it? Is Jiang Qie about to confess? So thrilling. Jiang Qie, you must be brave. The opportunity is right before you. Because after this, who knows if we'll even survive? She can only confess now. Jiang Qie, you truly make me want to cry. Indeed, let us forge a brotherhood. I knew she wouldn't be so earnest. Gu Yizhi regained his composure in an instant. Are you suggesting we become sworn brothers? Count me in. Zhou Chenyu, having overheard their conversation, rushed over. Soon, the other despondent guests joined in, with Li Chengze and Su Qingxian also feeling compelled to participate for the sake of camaraderie. Jiang Qie mimicked holding an incense stick, leading the way towards the river, dramatically proclaiming in a sorrowful tone, Today, the 8 of us are here to become brothers. We don't seek to be born on the same day, but we are surely about to die on the same day. The others were left utterly baffled. Before they could react, Jiang Qie raised her voice once more. Your father. This time, everyone ceased their cooperation, standing up in unison. Other participants exclaimed, What do you mean? We're here to support your theatrics, and now you want to take advantage of us. The director, witnessing the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces while observing the brotherhood ceremony, attempted to console them. Don't be so pessimistic. Think of the benefits. For instance, this is a chance to draw closer together, to earn the favor of your desired guests. Jiang Qie, unimpressed, scratched her ear. What are the benefits? Although gaining favor with others was not particularly advantageous for Jiang Qie, a few individuals were indeed swayed by the director's words. Li Chengze lowered his head slightly, involuntarily envisioning the inflatable boat capsized in the waves, and all 8 fell into the water. Jiang Qie, unable to swim, would struggle in agony, helplessly shouting, Help! Help! Who will save me? And he would steadfastly swim towards her. Ultimately, a large hand would wrap around her waist, a gentle voice resonating above. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Qie would look up to find that the person beside her was none other than him, and he would slowly shake the water from his hair, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. Jiang Qie's cheeks flushed, and she shyly nestled into his embrace, playfully saying, Thank goodness you're here. Hisheng also cast a furtive glance at Du Cixi, beginning to envision himself struggling in the waves alongside her. He would tightly grasp her hand, both experiencing the sensation of near drowning together. Zhou Chenyu casually glanced at Ji Yao, but could only imagine them in the water, pleading for help from the staff. As neither possessed the courage to do so, Gu Yizhi remained distracted, propping his chin up, still pondering why Jiang Qie wanted to be sworn brothers with him. No, fathers. However, when they caught sight of the attire laid out before them, the already unenthused guests could hardly contain their reactions. Ji Yao stamped her foot, pointing at the pile of clothing. What is this? It's hideous. I refuse to wear it. Jiang Qie looked over but expressed no dissatisfaction, even breaking into song. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, yours, mine, his, hers, big, small, round, flat, good, bad, beautiful, ugly, new, old, various styles. A plethora of colors for you to choose from. Indeed, what lay before them was a collection of brightly colored plastic raincoats, each hue representing a choice of freedom. Considering the image they would present on camera, particularly when trying to rescue Jiang Qie while not appearing dashing, Li Chengze inquired, Director, can we not wear these? We actually brought spare clothes. The director firmly refused. Do you think I'm worried about you catching a chill from wet clothes?
No.
It's because wearing bright colors will make you more visible in the water, making it easier to rescue you. So everyone must wear them. This is non-negotiable. Our production team does not wish to see any guest get into trouble during this activity. Easier to rescue? Director, may I ask, is this project insured? What else can I say to the production team? That they dare to play but are also afraid of guests getting into trouble, hence the rescue service? That they are conservative for allowing guests to experience such activities? Rafting at noon, rescue in the afternoon, feast at night, bonfire at midnight, and by dawn. 8 more packages on the mountain. How simple. We just want to participate. Ji Yao declared defiantly. Are you all so reluctant? Jiang Qie suddenly had a brilliant idea. Of course, they were unwilling, but if the director were to personally join them for a while, they might be more enthusiastic. The others quickly grasped Jiang Qie's intention. Since they were bound to participate, it would be satisfying if they could drag the person who conceived this activity into the fray with them. Indeed, director. You yourself said there are numerous benefits. How regrettable it would be if you didn't experience it firsthand. Ji Yao chimed in. Zhou Chenyu followed suit. Exactly, director. You must lead by example. Du Cixi nodded in agreement, while Hixing displayed a compliant smile. I believe the director will surely guide us to the finish line. Meanwhile, Gu Yizhi was still pondering why Jiang Qie wanted to be his son, completely out of the loop. Li Chengze remarked indifferently, Director, dear best. However, Su Qingxian had a contrasting demeanor, appearing quite concerned. The director is already of such an age. Can't everyone be a bit gentler with him? The director, however, could not find joy in their words, scratching his bald head in bewilderment. I'm only 30. How am I old? Chapter 82, Nature. As Su Qingxian's pleas on behalf of the director were drowned out by the protests of others, she took a deep breath and raised her voice. Everyone, please stop. We must consider the director. How can he endure an activity that even the young struggle with at his age? The crowd quieted, casting various glances at her. Jiang Qie raised her middle finger at her, coolly retorting, Did the Basilica of Our Lady of Aparecida collapse, leaving you homeless? Just then, the director, who had remained steadfast amidst the crowd's assault, was suddenly propelled to his feet by Su Qingxian's remark about his age. Who says I can't participate? Let me show you the prowess of Fei Yangyang. Each person donned attire in colors befitting them. Su Qingxian in pink, Jiang Qie in red, Gu Yizhi in blue, Ji Yao in purple, Zhou Chenyu in orange, Li Chengze in black, and Hixing in yellow. The director was left with green. Once everyone donned their life jackets, they boarded the boat. Jiang Qie, Gu Yizhi, Du Cixi, and Hixing sat in one row on the left, while Zhou Chenyu, Ji Yao, Su Qingxian, and Li Chengze occupied the right. The director squeezed into the end between the 2 rows. The boat began to glide forward slowly as the 8 of them, facing the unknown, closed their eyes and clasped hands tightly. The proximity of the cliff sent their hearts racing. Yet it was too late. The boat suddenly accelerated and plummeted straight down, engulfed by the surging water. The guests, who had initially been concerned about their image, could no longer maintain their composure. Jiang Qie, what are you doing? To the viewers in the live stream, spam 1 for courage. I'm so touched. Even in life and death situations, she still thinks of us. Love truly requires courage to face rumors. Hurry and spam 1 to give her strength. Jiang Qie, fly freely. Just as a user sent this message, they witnessed a red figure leap from the inflatable boat. Upon closer inspection, they could see her forming a heart shape with her hands towards the camera. Brave souls relish the world first. Jiang Qie, you're truly amazing. I'm in tears. Let us see who else won T spam 1 for her. 111,111, 1111. 111111111 with Jiang Qie as a precedent. The remaining few tightly grasped the inflatable boat. Just as the live stream audience lamented, a figure suddenly emerged from the water, perfectly positioned in front of the inflatable boat. Jiang Qie, get out of the way. You'll be knocked away. Du Cixi shouted anxiously. Yet, Jiang Qie merely smiled disdainfully and leaped forward. She landed heavily on the inflatable boat. Good news. Jiang Qie finally made it. Bad news. Jiang Qie's impact sent everyone flying off the boat. As Jiang Qie confidently stood up, she realized that aside from the director, everyone else had vanished, while the water now held several figures cursing. Jiang Qie sighed in exasperation. You all are truly something. Now you want me to save you. With that, she dove into the water, swimming towards Gu Yizhi, who had just been swimming. Gu Yizhi, quick to sense her approach, halted his self-rescue and extended a hand. Help. Jiang Qie grasped his hand. You'll be fine. Trust me. Gu Yizhi, being pulled by Jiang Qie, discreetly kicked to propel himself towards the inflatable boat. Once he was secure against it, Jiang Qie felt a wave of relief. Jack. Hurry up. Gu Yizhi extended a hand. Rose. Rose is off to save someone. I'm too busy for you. Jiang Qie turned again to search for another to rescue. Spotting a figure in black approaching as she swam, Noticing him but disregarding him, she swam towards Ji Yao, who was calling the loudest. Halfway there, she felt a hand tightly gripping her foot. Out of the corner of her eye, she could still see black. Clever as she was, she immediately recalled the legends of water ghosts from her hometown, which depicted them as entirely black figures that loved to stealthily grasp at the feet of drowning victims, dragging them to the depths. She immediately became alert, coiling her legs to kick back. "Get lost, you water ghost." She kicked forcefully, landing her foot squarely on Li Chengze's face, pushing him away. Jiang Qie hadn't anticipated how easily she would escape this so-called water ghost. It seemed the legends were not credible. Li Chengze, who had been thwarted in his heroic rescue of a damsel in distress, surfaced, touching his face where her foot had struck, wearing a dark expression as he glared in Jiang Qie's direction. Just as he was about to regain his resolve to pursue her, he heard a soft female voice beside him. "Chengze, help me." Turning back, he saw Su Qingxian clinging to his shirt, looking fragile and helpless. Witnessing her in such a state stirred a surge of pity and impulse within him. Perhaps this is the protective instinct of a man, he sighed, and then embraced her, uttering the words he had prepared for Jiang Qie. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Ji Yao found herself in the most tumultuous part of the water, violently buffeted by waves from all directions. Jiang Qie could only extend a hand from the periphery, urging her, "Grab hold of me." She then managed to pull Ji Yao from the waves, inadvertently rescuing Zhou Chenyu, who had been clinging to Ji Yao's calf. "I can't believe how heavy you are. Turns out it's two people," Jiang Qie realized suddenly. Recovering first, began to furiously hit Zhou Chenyu. "I told you to let go of me." Zhou Chenyu hurriedly covered his head, still arguing. "If I hadn't held on to you, who knows where I would have been swept away. Besides, if you hadn't clung to me when you flew off, I wouldn't have been dragged along." Jiang Qie was speechless. Grabbing one of them, "Let us argue on the boat. Don't blame me for not warning you. There are water ghosts here." Upon hearing this, both fell silent, momentarily halting their quarrel, and swam swiftly towards the inflatable boat. Finally, only Du Cixi and Hisheng remained. Jiang Qie scanned the surface of the water, but couldn't find their figures. Could they have been swept away? Less than 10 meters below Jiang Qie, Du Cixi was struggling to swim to the surface while being firmly held down by Hisheng. Rather than embrace, it was more of a compression. Out of the camera's view, Hisheng finally revealed his true nature, grinning triumphantly beneath the water. Suddenly, a face appeared before him, glaring wide-eyed, with a color so dark it was indistinguishable. As a twist, the original text cleverly concealed Hisheng's true self. But it could be said that once out of view, he was an exceedingly dangerous individual. Perhaps his overly docile demeanor these past few days had led her to overlook his essence, instinctively believing he would bring Du Cixi ashore. However, with the camera now far away, wasn't this the perfect moment for Hisheng's true nature to emerge? Upon this realization, Jiang Qie took a deep breath and submerged beneath the surface of the water, finally spotting her target. Chapter 83. How to Interpret This Mark. Hisheng, who had been smiling broadly just a moment before, was suddenly startled by an unexpected face approaching him, causing him to scream. However, because he was underwater, his voice was drowned out. "How dare you shout? You trapped Du Cixi beneath the water, enjoying her struggle, and now, before I've even done anything, you cannot bear it?" Furious, Jiang Qie yanked a handful of water plants from the bottom and stuffed them into Hisheng's mouth, then delivered a punch to send him away. Forced to release Du Cixi, Hisheng began to clear the aquatic vegetation from his mouth. Du Cixi, feeling the resistance against her body vanish, immediately broke the surface and gasped for air, disregarding her appearance. Soon after, Hisheng emerged as well, continuing to expel water plants from his mouth. Ultimately, everyone returned to the boat to continue their journey. Du Cixi, relieved but shaken, reflected, "That was too perilous. Hisheng claimed he couldn't swim and needed to hold on to me, but I lacked the strength to carry him. In the end, we both found ourselves underwater, nearly suffocating. But fortunately, Jiang Qie spotted us in time." "Jiang Qie, I truly thank you." Du Cixi reached out to hold Jiang Qie's hand, her eyes brimming with unspoken gratitude.
Now,
This is the true hero saving the damsel. Only by indulging in everything can you maintain a balanced diet. Indulge away. Jiang Qie remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at the guilt-ridden Hisheng. Hisheng wore a pitiful expression, as if pleading for her not to reveal the truth. With a cold laugh, Jiang Qie stood up and kicked Hisheng into the water. The entire incident occurred so swiftly that the others on the boat had no time to intervene. He Sheng, falling into the river, looked back at Jiang Qie with an innocent expression. Sister, what did I do wrong? Gu Yizhi was taken aback. Jiang Qie, what do you plan to do? Su Qingxian feigned shock, covering her mouth, her voice tinged with reproach. Jiang Qie, how could you treat your brother this way?
He cannot swim.
Jiang Qie calmly sat down and glanced at He Sheng in the water. Whether he can swim or not, we'll find out. Then she raised her voice, ensuring He Sheng could hear clearly. None of you go to save him. Let us see how long he can keep this act up. Upon hearing this, the boat's occupants fell silent. He Sheng, determined to maintain his facade and avoid revealing his true nature, clung tightly to the edge of the inflatable raft and floated for several minutes until the production team rescued him. Just as everyone began to worry about him, he slyly shifted his gaze upwards towards Jiang Qie, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. Sister, it's my turn now. He then pretended to weep, his body trembling slightly, his voice quaking. I almost thought I wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Sister, you have a cruel heart. Su Qingxian, initially worried about speaking too soon, now saw that Jiang Qie had clearly gained the upper hand. If she stepped forward now, defending the wronged, she could easily win over the audience's favor. Thus, she prepared to speak again, only to be interrupted by Gu Yizhi. Of course, you wouldn't see tomorrow's sun, because it's going to rain. So this is not Jiang's fault. Jiang Qie enthusiastically applauded. Logical and fact-based. Well said, Gu Yizhi. So this isn't my fault. It's He Sheng's for not checking the weather forecast. No, wait. Su Qingxian realized that her chance to establish herself was slipping away. Her fade of gentleness forgotten in her haste. Jiang Qie, how can you bypass the topic like this? What about the injuries He Sheng suffered?
Just as bad luck.
He happened to cross paths with my madness, Jiang Qie replied nonchalantly. Li Chengze, sensing the chaotic atmosphere and Jiang Qie's apparent disadvantage, quickly intervened. Everyone, please calm down. I believe Jiang Qie acted out of curiosity. She is not inherently malicious. With the argument paused, Jiang Qie slowly turned to look at him. Li Chengze clearly saw the calmness in Jiang Qie's expression ripple with emotion, as if she were touched. But the next moment, Jiang Qie innocently asked, Oh? Where did those 4 red marks on your face come from? Li Chengze's face turned crimson. Why are you asking? Aren't they the marks left by your 4 toes? Realizing she had embarrassed him, Jiang Qie immediately conjectured a possibility, her gaze flitting between Li Chengze and Su Qingxian. You two are quite the pair. When did you sneak off to kiss without us knowing?
Huh?
Did I hear correctly? Li Chengze and Su Qingxian kissed? Is the cameraman even competent? Get closer. Just a few days ago, this guy was still wavering between Su Qingxian and Jiang Qie, and now he asks with Su Qingxian. Too fast. Whatever. Just don't provoke, Jiang Qie. Li Chengze was nearly incensed to the point of sputtering blood, desperately wiping his face to prove that the marks were not lipstick. Yet Jiang Qie remained unconvinced, crossing her arms in amusement. The other oblivious guests were also drawn into the gossip, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama.
Now inched closer.
Preparing to take a close-up photo, only to be blocked by Li Chengze. Zhou Chenyu pondered the scene of the two kissing. Gu Yizhi appeared to be in a daze, but was actually discreetly comparing the marks on Li Chengze's face to the shape of Su Qingxuan's lips. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian was caught off guard by Jiang Qie's vivid imagination, finding herself the center of attention and inadvertently diverting the topic from He Sheng. However, Gu Yizhi remained focused on other matters. Was she just being jealous in her earlier remarks? What does she mean by sneaking off to kiss behind our backs? Does she care about Li Chengze and Su Qingxuan's relationship? Does she have feelings for Li Chengze? Arriving at this conclusion, Gu Yizhi's gaze darkened, his eyes almost igniting with flames as he looked at Li Chengze. After a prolonged silence, the director finally spoke, unable to contain his excitement at the thought of the two kissing. Since the show's premiere, various couples had been reluctant to show affection. Yet the fervor generated by Jiang Qie's antics surpassed that of the official social media accounts. However, Li Chengze's stubbornness in denying any relationship meant he would have to take action himself. While everyone enjoyed the gossip, it was essential to remain composed. This was a dating show, and some intimacy between couples was quite normal. Moreover, I encourage you to learn from these two. Boldly pursue love, and openly express affection. And, Li Chengze, Su Qingxian, I have high hopes for you both. Li Chengze, no, director, Su Qingxian and I truly have no relationship. There's no basis for that. Seeing Li Chengze flustered, Su Qingxian, wishing to maintain some distance, decided to take a step back while advancing her position, proactively explaining for him. Director, We really didn't have anything happen. It was all just a close call. Even if we wanted to, the opportunity didn't present itself. And our relationship is still that of friends. It's impossible for us to engage in such outrageous behavior. After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Li Chengze, shyly lowering her head upon receiving his grateful look. So, how do you explain those marks? The director inquired. Just as Li Chengze had been relieved, he was immediately stumped, thinking it would be too embarrassing to admit that he had been kicked for attempting to pull Jiang Qie back. Chapter 84. Congratulations on surviving. Left with no choice, Li Chengze could only remain silent, but the director relentlessly pursued an answer. Su Qingxian, recognizing Li Chengze's predicament, stepped forward without hesitation. Actually, it was my doing. The audience's curiosity was once again piqued. Su Qingxian waved her hands repeatedly, her face displaying urgency. It is not as you imagine. In truth, the marks were made by my own hand. To my shame, at that moment, Chengze was preparing to rescue me, yet in my panic, I struck him in haste. He bore no grudge, and still managed to pull me to safety. Li Chengze straightened up instantly, saying, Qingxian, why did you have to reveal that? A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Jiang Qie, along with others and the director, clung tightly to the edge of the inflatable boat. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, causing the vessel to tilt perilously, nearly capsizing. In that critical moment, Jiang Qie shouted, Hold on to me. She stood firm on the swaying inflatable, her posture as steady as a mountain. With her right hand, she grasped the terrified Gu Yizhi, while her left hand swiftly caught the flailing Zhou Chenyu. Her veins visibly straining, her gaze resolute and fearless. Zhou Chenyu, pale as a ghost, cried out, Sister Jiang, please don't let go. Jiang Qie, glancing at her arm tightly clutched by Zhou Chenyu, thought that even if she wished to shake him off, it would be impossible. But Gu Yizhi spoke up, Jiang Qie, just let go. I can swim. At that moment, a massive wave crashed upon them, and as Jiang Qie's grip weakened, Gu Yizhi voluntarily released her hold, flying backward with a mysterious smile on her face. Jiang Qie, unceremoniously extending her hand in a gesture of retention, exclaimed, Shangguan Huai. Just as everyone believed Zhou Chenyu's inexplicable confidence stemmed from some hidden advantage, he fell into the water, thrashing about. Occasionally, he would surface, like a valiant warrior facing death, shouting, Ji Yao, gurgle, gurgle, tell my mother, I am not a coward. Ji Yao, speechless, covered her face with her hands and bowed her head, pretending not to know him. Jiang Qie patted her shoulder, saying, Don't lower your head, or it might fall off. Soon, both were rescued, completely unharmed. A great wave crashed again, this time causing Jiang Qie to lose her footing and nearly be thrown overboard. However, two hands seized her at that moment. Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi exchanged determined glances, neither willing to yield. Li Chengze declared, Jiang Qie, don't worry, I won't let you fall. Gu Yizhi added, Jiang Qie, don't let go. I can hold on to you. Jiang Qie wore a skeptical expression as she glanced at the water below. Looking at her body suspended in midair, swaying with the wind, she thought perhaps it would be better to let go. Consequently, she decisively shook off Gu Yizhi and used her freed hand to strike Li Chengze, reddening his palm. Li Chengze, moved by her actions, stubbornly refused to release her, even as tears welled up in his eyes from the pain, maintaining a reluctant demeanor. Jiang Qie, no matter how you strike me, I will not let go. Jiang Qie rolled her eyes and delivered a resounding slap to Li Chengze's face. He cried out in pain, instinctively withdrawing his hand to touch his face, only to suddenly realize something and look ahead. Jiang Qie successfully freed herself, waving goodbye in midair, joy radiating from her. Li Chengze's lips twitched. Soon, a figure emerged from the water, sprinting forward in a frenzy, then stopping abruptly, ready to tear off his clothes but quickly retracting, instead raising his face to the sky with outstretched arms, shouting joyfully. Shortly after, Jiang Qie climbed back up, surveying the surroundings with a hint of confusion. What's wrong?
Gu Yizhi inquired.
Jiang Qie pondered aloud. I was just thinking, nearly everyone on the boat has fallen off, yet one person remained as stable as a rock throughout. Upon her words, everyone turned their attention to the mysterious man at the stern. Under the scrutiny of so many questioning eyes, the already anxious director Fei felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, discomfort coursing through him. I acted hastily. He coughed, deliberately avoiding Jiang Qie's gaze. Adopting a stern expression. Ladies and gentlemen, your baseless suspicions are an affront to my character. I maintain my balance solely due to my superior sense of equilibrium.
Is that so?
Jiang Qie smirked mischievously, pulling out her phone. Let's take a look at the director's social media. At first, Director Fei was perplexed, still maintaining his seriousness. But when Jiang Qie loudly recited an old post of his, stating, "On my first day learning to skateboard, the coach said I lacked balance," which made me laugh so much I decided to quit, heads turned once again from Jiang Qie to the director. Faced with the exposure, he dropped the facade. Knowing there were less than 5 minutes until the finish line, and it was too late to hide the truth. "I'm quite curious how you managed to stay upright," Jiang Qie pressed. "I have a powerful invisible fixture installed beneath my seat that securely holds me in place."
What?
Exclaimed Ji Yao, hands balled into fists, standing up excitedly before sitting back down in dissatisfaction. "Director, that's simply unfair," Jiang Qie suggested. "Since we're close to the finish line, let us toss the director into the river. At least he can experience our predicament." "Excellent idea." The crowd erupted in laughter as Director Fei exclaimed, "I told you I have powerful support." His words were abruptly cut off as he found himself lifted into the air by Jiang Qie.
"Wait!"
he shrieked, just before being flung out. Even Su Qingxian remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Just then, the inflatable boat began to sway violently, tossing everyone overboard. On the shore, the director quietly tucked away the remote control, relieved to have held back just enough. This is the fate that befalls those who conspire against the director. At the finish line, everyone was fished out by the staff, drenched and taciturn. Some were barefoot, while others were missing a shoe, appearing quite disheveled. The director greeted them with a forced smile, gesturing toward a floor piled with shoes. "Congratulations on surviving. You've earned the right to select your own shoes." "Don't you want to wear the shoes?" "Director, it's not that," Du Cece stammered. "These shoes aren't ours. Wear them or don't. These are freshly retrieved and quite clean. If you don't choose now, you may regret it when other tourists have picked through them." "We will wear them." Hisheng was the first to respond, selecting 2 mismatched white flip-flops to form a makeshift pair. The others followed suit, hastily choosing shoes, as the scorching ground would otherwise burn their feet. "And Jiang Qie?" Gu Yizhi inquired. All eyes turned to the missing Jiang Qie. "I'm here," she called out, running over with an ice cream cone. The crowd's attention was not on the treat in her hand, but rather on her feet, where she wore her own shoes. "Your shoes didn't fly off?" Ji Yao exclaimed incredulously. Jiang Qie paused, glancing at her shoes, then beamed with pride, demonstrating her unique technique of securing her footwear with her toes. "Don't you all know? This way, the shoes won't come off." Chapter 85. The clown was herself. After enduring such perilous and arduous challenges, the guests were utterly exhausted, far less inclined to try any more thrilling activities. As the director mandated that they remain within the scenic area for the afternoon, the guests scattered to find a place to rest. After selecting a cool pavilion, everyone sat down in an orderly fashion, except for Jiang Qie, who remained standing. Just as the others assumed she preferred to stay upright, she suddenly flopped down onto the ground with open arms. "What's wrong? She's not suffering from heat stroke, is she?" Jiang Qie. Life is mundane and dreary, a corpse among the living. She was simply too fatigued. Rather than sit and doze, she opted for a more carefree slumber on the ground. As long as no one stepped on her, she could quickly fall asleep. The previously frantic crowd fell silent, recognizing her genuine exhaustion, particularly after her frantic efforts during the rafting, where she had been busy rescuing and pulling others, as well as delivering strikes. Soon, the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. Several individuals wished to converse without disturbing Jiang Qie, so they promptly created a group chat, with Gu Yizhi as the group leader since the initiative was his. "Haha, Jiang Qie is truly at ease. I can't fathom how she manages to sleep so soundly. I never anticipated witnessing Jiang Qie sleeping one day. You wouldn't believe it. She appears so whimsical when awake, yet her tranquility while asleep is quite disconcerting. Jiang Qie looks stunning while sleeping. How did I not notice this before?" "That's because you've never seen her sleep. What on earth?" Meanwhile, the newly formed group began to buzz with activity. "Du Cece, it's still 2 hours until dusk. Has anyone decided what we wish to play?" Hisheng. "Wherever my sister goes, I shall follow." Zhou Qinyu. "Oh, wherever my sister goes, I shall follow." Hisheng. Ji Yao. "Ignore him. He might be a bit delirious." "Speaking of fun places, I just passed by a water gun battle attraction today. The more, the merrier." Zhou Qinyu. "I recall you being rather timid. Are you truly not afraid, Ji Yao?" Ji Yao. After recently facing a life and death challenge, I feel remarkably empowered. Then I shall join you. Du Cece, count me in. He shung me too. Li Chengze. But what about Jiang Qie? Surely someone must keep an eye on her. Gu Yizhi. No need to worry, Li Chengze. She shall awaken shortly. What do you know? 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Jiang Qie, who had been resting on the ground, propped herself up, stretching luxuriously. She had only been asleep for a mere 5 minutes. Li Chengze could hardly believe his eyes as he watched Jiang Qie rub her eyes in astonishment, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Yizhi, wondering how he managed that. The others swiftly turned their gazes to Gu Yizhi, eager to uncover the secret. Gu Yizhi merely smiled in silence, surprised that her old habits had not changed. She would doze off during the day and awaken naturally after 5 minutes. He had been watching the clock, observing Jiang Qie's sleeping figure, thus noticing the change immediately. Gu Yizhi then added Jiang Qie to the group, prompting her to read the recent chat log. Upon realizing the conversation, Jiang Qie was instantly invigorated. A water gun battle? This is my forte. I absolutely must go right now. Is Jiang Qie not a bit overconfident? Just because she played a few rounds of a shooting game on her phone, she claims it as her specialty. Isn't she afraid of embarrassing herself? I can already envision her fumbling with the equipment and being humbled. Haha. The one claiming Jiang Qie cannot use a gun is likely projecting their own incompetence onto her. Is someone actually mocking Jiang Qie? Even if she struggles with using a gun, she could still disarm everyone else, right? Location of the water gun battle registration. How much is the registration fee? Jiang Qie, hands on her hips, was earnestly discussing with the staff. The others, however, looked on in disappointment, some shaking their heads, others sighing. Only Jiang Qie appeared deep in thought when, suddenly, an idea struck her. Didn't they say children are free?
Yet.
They didn't specify how to define a child, so a mischievous grin spread across her face as she beckoned everyone closer, forming a huddle to scheme. Occasionally, curious murmurs from the ticket booth staff indicated their bewilderment. After concluding her last statement, Jiang Qie confidently patted her chest. This is the plan we shall execute. Jiang Qie, trust me, this scheme will surely bring us success. Du Cece, just to clarify, that phrase is not meant to be used in this context. Ji Yao chimed in. While I don't quite comprehend, I'm willing to cooperate if it means obtaining a free ticket. Su Qingxian felt quite conflicted. Jiang Qie's proposal was undeniably unconventional, and she held her personal image in high regard. How could she possibly wish to participate in such an absurd charade? She glanced at the expressions of those around her. Li Chengze frowned. Zhou Qinyu appeared somewhat excited, He Sheng blushed, and Gu Yizhi was stealing glances at Jiang Qie. Thus, Li Chengze seemed dissatisfied with Jiang Qie's assertion. If so, this was the perfect moment for her to boldly refuse, garnering Li Chengze's favor and the chance to be alone with him. I believe Jiang Qie, your plan may not suit me. I'm not implying that it won't work. Please don't misunderstand. I just find it challenging to let go, especially in crowded situations. Can you understand? Jiang Qie nodded. Then feel free. Yet Li Chengze seemed lost in thought, ignoring her. Su Qingxian froze momentarily. Did Li Chengze, despite his aversion, not voice his objections, but rather continue to persuade himself to comply with Jiang Qie? Su Qingxian was astounded. The jester is me. After a brief moment of contemplation, she smiled again. But for the sake of everyone, I shall overcome this difficulty. Jiang Qie waved her hand. Don't worry, whether you come or not makes little difference. The plan proceeds as usual. Haha, Jiang Qie is quite the character. So, what does Su Qingxian's lengthy explanation mean? Either agree or disagree. Why all the fuss? Does she need to emphasize how willing she is to sacrifice? Let us not be harsh on Xian. She is timid and might just be overthinking. To enjoy the benefits of the plan while simultaneously belittling it, what a perplexing sentiment. Could it be jealousy? That's quite possible. Chapter 86. The 7 Little Gourd Babies and Their Cold Mother. After a relentless pursuit from Su Qingxian, Jiang Qie finally permitted her to rejoin the plan. 10 minutes later, the grown-up Jiang Qie returned with her 7 children. The ticket booth staff politely inquired again. Have you all made your decisions? Are you purchasing 8 tickets? A sly smile crept across Jiang Qie's lips as she responded in a voice reminiscent of an elderly woman. We've decided to buy 1 ticket. The other 7 are my children. The staff's smile faltered, her head tilting forward as if she believed she had misheard. Alas. Jiang Qie sighed heavily. Continuing to explain, I know you don't believe me. The truth is, All my 7 children are under 10 years old, but they inherited their father's giantism. So they developed exceptionally fast. To be candid, my relatives all say it's a good thing for children to grow quickly. So there's no need to worry about height. However, that's not the case for us. The more she spoke, the raspier Jiang Qie's voice became, as if confiding in a close friend. Suddenly inspired, she grasped the staff member's hand. Her tone quickening. Do you know how challenging it is to stand on a stool to feed them every day? Do you know the feeling of being mistaken for a caretaker of 7 adult children who can't care for themselves? Even just now, you failed to recognize they were my kids. The staff member squinted slightly, seemingly contemplating the truth of Jiang Qie's words, and tentatively asked, "May I inquire how old these children are this year?" Jiang Qie wiped her tears, straightened her posture, and approached the 7 little ones, exclaiming, "Why are you all looking down? Have you forgotten what I told you? No matter the time or place, be confident and hold your heads high." Gradually, they lifted their heads, revealing their faces adorned with the whimsical makeup Jiang Qie had applied. In truth, their earlier shyness stemmed from embarrassment and the fear of laughing at one another's painted faces. Why must we wear makeup?
Question diepsala, perplexed.
As Jiang Qie deftly applied foundation, Jiang Qie, skilled in her craft, replied, "Are you all portraying children? Would a child ever achieve such exquisite makeup on their face? Certainly not. Therefore, I shall impart to you a pure, youthful appearance." "Is that true?" Ji Yao exclaimed, leaning forward with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "I have long wished to try this style, but my assistant has always refused." "You are the best, Jiang Qie." Jiang Qie modestly waved her hand, saying, "No need for thanks. We are all in this together. Helping you is also helping myself." Seeing Ji Yao's delight, the onlookers were at a loss for words. Ji Yao could not see the makeup on her own face, but they could. It was simply too much to behold. "All done," Jiang Qie declared with confidence, taking the mirror from Zhou Chenyu and presenting it to Ji Yao. With eager anticipation, Ji Yao rubbed her hands together, but upon seeing her reflection, her excitement waned. "Who is this?" The long, thick eyelashes made her eyes appear profoundly expressive. Jiang Qie explained, "Children's gazes are innocent, hence the choice of lashes." Then, observing her cheeks, as red as a monkey's rear, Jiang Qie continued, "A child's face should be fair and delicate, but exposure to the sun gives it a rosy hue, imparting a sense of natural beauty." Ji Yao interjected, "Please stop explaining. I do not wish to hear more." Nevertheless, Jiang Qie continued enthusiastically, "Look, I've even added contour to make your face appear smaller. Doesn't it make you look youthful?" The others could not help but laugh. Jiang Qie, grinning broadly, said, "You all envy her, don't you? No worries, one at a time. Let Li Chengze go first." "No, let Yixin go first. I'm already quite young. Perhaps you should skip me." 10 minutes later, 7 identical youthful faces stood together, devoid of any emotion. We could easily play septuplets. Not so long ago, they were laughing at Ji Yao. I wonder if they can still laugh now. Why did Li Chengze and Su Qingxian have such large beauty marks drawn on their faces? Jiang Qie must have some personal grievances. Did you not hear Jiang Jie's explanation? Children cannot all look identical. Diversity is key. In fact, the smiles have not vanished. They have merely transferred to our faces. This is the law of smile conservation. Jiang Qie's hands will impart equal punishment to each of us. We shall inevitably die laughing and encountering love. Returning to the present, Jiang Qie began introducing the ages of the children to the staff. First, she approached Gu Yizhi. This is the eldest, 10 years old, just started 3rd grade, and recently won a national beauty contest. Gu Yizhi, shy, lowered his head. "Mom, I told you not to bring that up in front of others."
"Wait.
Just a few sentences, and I'm already burning up. Jiang Qie then moved to Zhou Chenyu. Pride still evident. This is the second, 8 years old, just graduated from kindergarten, and recently won the high jump competition held by the kindergarten. Next were Ji Yao, Du Sisi, and He Sheng, each receiving a compliment and a fabricated title of some championship. This was all pre-prepared dialogue. However, when it came to Li Chengze, Jiang Qie deviated from the script. This is the 6th, just turned 7, and was recently diagnosed with a learning disability. What a pity. Li Chengze widened his eyes, understanding Jiang Qie's intention but only daring to utter 6. Jiang Qie immediately adopted a tone of disappointment, gesturing towards Li Chengze as she remarked to the staff, "Look at this child, truly lacking. The neighbor's child has already learned to count to 7, and he is still at 6. Then she approached Su Qingxian. "Lastly, we have the 7th, This child is normal in all respects, a promising future ahead. Su Qingxian merely responded with silence. Although we have seen their rehearsal, we cannot help but laugh at these two. Perhaps everyone now regrets it, especially Li and Su. I suspect Jiang Qie is not their mother, but their grandfather. 7 gored kids with their ancient guardian. One can hardly imagine the scene of the other 7 chasing Jiang Qie, calling her grandfather. In truth, the staff had not heeded Jiang Qie's explanations, perhaps anticipating her attempts to exploit loopholes. They hastily dialed the park officials to have a height restriction sign created and brought over, solely to prevent their entry. Thus, the staff, with a calm demeanor, smiled and said, "Do not rush. I forgot to mention, we actually have a height restriction." They then proceeded to bring out the sign to measure the children. At this moment, the group felt utterly disheartened, their images tarnished, and ultimately left empty-handed.
Wait.
We still have hope, Jiang Qie suddenly shouted. Gu Yizhi seemed to have an epiphany, slowly smiling. "I see now."
What?
The staff and other guests replied in unison. What does the sign say? Upon scrutinizing the height sign closely, they discovered the oddity. It was written incorrectly. Indeed, it does say so.
Ypsilonao exclaimed joyfully.
Doesn't that mean we can all go in? With that, she raised her hand and dashed inside. Zhou Chenyu stood dumbfounded, fearing Ji Yao might inadvertently spend their meal money, but his concerns were evidently unfounded. Woohoo. It's free. Then I shall not hold back. Jiang Qie followed suit, leaping into the area with her arms wide open. At that moment, the commotion drew many other visitors, and the height restriction sign, which had not yet been put away, was laid bare for all to see. This opportunity was too good to miss. The visitors quickly became animated and rushed inside, disregarding the staff's attempts to stop them. The others exchanged glances, their amusement growing as the scene descended into chaos. The staff, overwhelmed, could not manage the crowd, making it the perfect moment to blend in. Gu Yizhi took the lead, lowering his head and whispering to only a few 3, 2, 1, go. The remaining 6 swiftly separated and merged into the crowd, successfully making their way inside. Just as the last of them crossed the threshold, other staff members arrived promptly, blocking the exuberant tourists. Everyone, do not push. This attraction is not free. And the height restriction was due to an error by one of our staff members. We have already taken disciplinary action, and we apologize for any disappointment caused. Realizing that hope was lost, the other tourists sighed, shoulders drooping as they dispersed. Currently, the most affected is that unfortunate staff member. Staff member, who says life has a high margin for error? Wait, I've identified 8 more victims. No one noticed those 8 have already vanished? Indeed, they had blended in, while the rest remained outside. At that moment, 8 bewildered cameramen, holding cameras but unsure of where to point them, stood outside, drenched in sweat. Indeed, they experienced missteps in their work today. After the 6 infiltrated, they soon reunited with Jiang Qie and Ji Yao. Upon entry, they encountered a long queue, making it effortless to locate Jiang Qie. Among the throng, a peculiarly dressed individual leaped high, reaching a meter, waving flamboyantly in the air, capturing everyone's attention. The expressions of the surrounding people varied, some displaying embarrassment, others frowning or avoiding eye contact, while a few appeared flustered. However, Gu Yizhi stood apart. Stifling a chuckle, his lips curved in a smile of indulgence, his gaze brimming with warmth and affection, as if everything before him was charming and amusing. Soon, they found Jiang Qie, and by then, the queue had nearly reached her. Each group required 8 participants, so the 6 joined Jiang Qie's team. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Qie's face, her eyes sparkling with delight, exuding an air of exhilaration. Let me tell you, I just watched a round of this game. And now I'm practically an old hand. I'm the most experienced player here, and following my lead guarantees victory. Li Chengze glanced at the tourists engaged in a fierce battle, his eyes glinting slightly. It was evident that the boys had a distinct advantage in this game, and as the sole fitness enthusiast among the male contestants, he was poised to take charge. With his hands in his pockets, he smirked disdainfully. Let us not speak too boldly. From my observations, the key to this game is maintaining balance to avoid falling off. Yet you, Jiang Qie, tend to be rather erratic, almost as if you have ADHD. I find it hard to believe you can win. Jiang Qie furrowed her brows, a flicker of fire igniting in her eyes. Noticing her reaction, Li Chengze felt a twinge of fear and quickly softened his tone. However, I don't mind taking you along, as long as you're willing to cooperate with me. Jiang Qie, speechless, closed her eyes, and soon, a slap mark appeared on Li Chengze's face.
You.
He exclaimed in shock, covering his face, having never been struck like that before. Jiang Qie, remember this. You dare to provoke me? Just wait. I'll forget this in 2 days. Yet, in his mind, he believed this wasn't cowardice, but rather a testament to his infatuation, convinced Jiang Qie would eventually understand. Li Chengze managed to convince himself of this, but Gu Yizhi interrupted. It doesn't matter if you lack courage, as long as you're breathing. That's impressive. As the last group finished their game, the 8 were led by the staff to the venue. Suddenly, 8 individuals carrying cameras burst in. Relieved to see it was finally Jiang Qie's turn. Thank goodness, we made it. Though, it's a waste of my money. The production team is so stingy they won't reimburse this small tip. Forget it, I'll just complain about Fei Yangyang in the group later. Capturing footage is more important. Upon reaching the competition area, the 8 needed to split into 2 teams of 4, which was why Jiang Qie had sought teammates in advance. Li Chengze noticed this, prompting his earlier remarks about wanting Jiang Qie to join his side. However, Jiang Qie disagreed, darting away from him each time he approached. As they chased each other in circles, the instructor interjected, "All right, you two, stop spinning around. Please quickly decide your teams and listen to the rules." Jiang Qie dutifully nodded at the instructor, then promptly kicked Li Chengze to the opposite side, declaring, "Anyone who wants to be on my team comes here. The rest can go with him. There's no way I'm being on the same team as him." Without hesitation, Gu Yizhi stood behind Jiang Qie, followed by Du Cixi and He Sheng, who was with Du Cixi. Ji Yao was still contemplating Li Chengze's earlier words and only realized Jiang Qie's team was full when it was too late. She reluctantly joined Li Chengze's team. The instructor began explaining the rules. Welcome to Water Battle Storm. The red and blue teams represent the attackers and defenders, respectively. At the start of the match, the attackers will descend the slide to initiate their assault. Victory is achieved if the opposing team's captain is knocked into the water or if one captures the opposing team's flag. The defenders will hide behind various obstacles, tasked with protecting their flag from being taken. Similarly, if the defenders prevent the attackers from capturing their flag or defeating their captain within the allotted time, they win.
Now.
Both teams may proceed to their respective areas to prepare. Jiang Qie nodded, aware she was on the red team, thus the attacking side, which placed them at a slight disadvantage. At this moment, Gu Yizhi suggested they discuss strategies. Meanwhile, Li Chengze and his 3 companions gathered near the slide's cover, beginning to devise their plan. Let us choose a captain first. Raise your hand if you want to be captain. With that, Li Chengze raised his hand solemnly. Zhou Chenyu slowly raised his as well. Li Chengze frowned. You? If I recall correctly, you lack courage. Zhou Chenyu was taken aback. What does courage have to do with this? You've been boasting about your prowess. If you want to be captain, the other side will definitely guess it. Li Chengze shook his head mysteriously. The most dangerous place is the safest. They'll surely think we wouldn't choose me. But they won't expect we guess they wouldn't choose me, so choosing me is the most fitting. Du Cixi, deep in thought, initiated her thoughts on the strategy. There are 2 known methods to win. The first is to identify and knock the opposing captain into the water. And the second is to directly capture their flag. Currently, I believe the second method is simpler, as guessing the opposing captain is quite challenging, making it difficult to pinpoint a target. However, the opposing flag is stationary, and as long as one of us can capture it, we can win. After articulating her thoughts, Du Cixi exhaled slowly, her gaze shifting towards Jiang Qie with a hint of expectation. Jiang Qie met her gaze, but then quickly diverted her eyes, pretending to adjust her hair. Jiang Qie shook her head. I believe identifying the opposing captain isn't as difficult as you think. Du Cixi seemed to struggle with this notion. Gu Yizhi suddenly understood. I see. Who's been confident about their strength today? Li Chengze. I just peeked at the adjacent livestream, and they guessed it correctly. Li Chengze is eager to be captain, claiming the most dangerous place is the safest. Yet, Jiang Qie didn't even think twice. That's hilarious. Where does Li Chengze's confidence come from? Forget everything else. Let us focus on targeting the confident one. That simplifies things. Du Cixi clapped her hands. We'll concentrate our fire on him. Gu Yizhi shook his head, but we need to locate where he is hiding first. Otherwise, we might be ambushed before we even find him. Finding him is my responsibility, Jiang Qie asserted, patting herself. Sister thought of a plan so quickly. How impressive. He Sheng smiled gently at her. Jiang Qie shrugged. Not really. I plan to act as bait to lure him out. As the discussion concluded, the competition officially commenced. The 4 slid down the slide in unison, swiftly seeking cover. With a countdown of 15 minutes looming, There was no time for hesitation. Jiang Qie winked at her companions before stepping out from behind cover, brandishing her gun and firing into the air. The opposing team, concealed behind their cover, were puzzled by her actions. Ji Yao and Zhou Chenyu, crouched behind a large mushroom, exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Jiang Qie's sudden aggression. How were they supposed to respond to such an onslaught? Li Chengze was hiding alone behind a large mushroom, listening to the sounds of gunfire echoing outside, his palms sweating as he gripped his weapon. The scale of the conflict suggested that merely peeking out could lead to his demise. Contemplating this, he felt an irresistible urge to steal a glance and assess whether his teammates were at a disadvantage in the skirmish. However, just as he was about to peek, Su Qingxian, crouched beside him, signaled him to stay put. He clearly saw her lips formulating a brief update on their current predicament. Jiang Qie was alone, appearing without any challengers. He nearly doubted his hearing. Was Jiang Qie offering herself up like a sacrificial lamb? What a jest! To concede simply because she recognized her opponents as allies. At that moment, the blue team was engulfed in confusion, unsure of Jiang Qie's intentions. Then came her lamenting cry and the sharp sounds of the trigger being pulled repeatedly. Ah, where have all my bullets gone? How can I continue like this?
Damn.
What am I supposed to do now? Ji immediately prepared to act, only to be restrained by Zhou Chenyu. Be cautious of a trap. She can't be so altruistic as to hand herself over. Let me go. This is too good an opportunity to waste. If we wait for her teammates to arrive, we'll lose our chance. Besides, their captain is likely Jiang Qie. Zhou Chenyu sighed, releasing the eager Ji Yao, who plopped down in defeat. Jiang Qie was still engrossed in her performance, kneeling on an inflatable mattress, wailing dramatically. Oh heavens! Who has stolen my bullets? Who could it be? She began her dark soliloquy, murmuring, I wish to perish. Well, if you all live, then I shall too. The three behind Jiang Qie shut their eyes and sighed deeply, concerned that her act might not deceive the adversary. Du Cixi whispered, if this fails, we'll resort to plan B and seize their flag directly. Hixing nodded in agreement. Gu Yizhi, who had been squinting to observe the enemy's movements, suddenly beamed. Someone has taken the bait. Just moments ago, he had worried whether Jiang Qie's scheme would be uncovered, but Ji Yao suddenly emerged, aiming her weapon at Jiang Qie, poised to fire. Jiang Qie reacted swiftly, rising to her feet as she saw Ji Yao charging at her with determination, ready to evade. However, Ji Yao fired a flurry of shots. All missed Jiang Qie completely. Jiang Qie stood frozen, relieved that she had discerned Ji Yao's incompetence in shooting. Had she moved, she surely would have been hit. With all shots fired, Ji Yao squatted down in frustration. Zhou Chenyu, lowering his hands from his ears, remarked, that was intense. Did you manage to take her down? Ji Yao huffed, tossing aside her water gun. No. Jiang Qie is just too nimble. I couldn't hit her at all. Perhaps your aim is simply too erratic, someone quipped. Jiang Qie, am I really that hard to hit? Let us not laugh yet. The recoil from that water gun was significant, making Ji Yao waver, so in her view, Jiang Qie might have appeared to be moving constantly. Soon, Ji Yao glanced at Zhou Chenyu's water gun, reaching for it, handed over. I refuse to believe I can't hit her. Zhou Chenyu withdrew his weapon. No way. It would be a waste to give it to you. Better to keep it for myself. Ji Yao crossed her arms. Then why don't you go out and shoot? Are you saving bullets for the new year? Chapter 89. My wife is a divine offering, boundless power. At least I was the first to charge into battle, unlike you. A man who only knows how to cower behind me, Ji Yao continued her banter. Although directed at Zhou Chenyu, it stung Li Chengze the most. Upon hearing this, he immediately reached for the gun on the ground, only to be stopped again by Su Qingxian. Chengze, according to the plan, you must not expose your position. Let us handle this. Li Chengze reluctantly lowered his weapon, his gaze filled with melancholy. Resembling a soldier yearning for glory on the battlefield but finding himself unable to serve his country. Who says I'm afraid? Just watch me. Zhou Chenyu, eager to prove himself, pulled Ji Yao out to showcase how he would take down Jiang Qie. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Qie, who was still performing her lament on the inflatable mattress, stood up once more. Zhou Chenyu fired a shot aimed at her waist, but she swiftly evaded, twisting her hips to let the bullet miss. As bullets continued to rain down, Jiang Qie effortlessly danced away from danger, even teasing Zhou Chenyu by stepping forward. Though she was dodging bullets, her movements were so fluid and alluring that it almost resembled a fashion show. Marvelous. One might mistake this for a runway. A loud crack echoed as the model made her grand entrance. Jiang Qie had a rare moment to showcase her charm. How could anyone miss it? Let me be the one to provide the soundtrack. Each step is laden with attitude, truly captivating. As Zhou Chenyu's ammunition dwindled, he finally grasped Ji Yao's point. She was indeed incredibly agile. Li Chengze, hiding behind, recognized Zhou Chenyu's dwindling bullets and, after much hesitation, grasped his weapon once more.
Chengze, no.
They still have 3 guns. You cannot reveal yourself yet. Perhaps we can hold out until the countdown ends. Li Chengze's eyes sparkled with determination. That's precisely why I must help. Hiding here feels like a futile charade. Only my appearance will convince them. I'm not the captain. You continue to conceal yourself and mislead them. With that, Li Chengze stood tall, brandishing his water gun as he joined the fray against Jiang Qie. However, Jiang Qie did not show any signs of panic. Instead, a sly smile crept across her face. Now, as my chance. She quickly dropped to the ground. The 3 behind Jiang Qie simultaneously revealed themselves, targeting Li Chengze with their shots. Li Chengze's pupils dilated, fear immobilizing him. Chengze, be careful. In a crucial moment, Su Qingxian dashed forward, pushing him aside but was met with a barrage of fire. Xian. Li Chengze was overwhelmed with anguish as he reached for Su Qingxian, but it was too late. She had already been struck down. Tears filled Su Qingxian's eyes as she expressed her regret. I'm sorry. I did my best. She then turned to swim back to the shore, leaving Li Chengze heartbroken, his hand reaching out in a futile attempt to comfort her. Rest assured, Qingxian, I will avenge you.
Qingxian,
don't take your gun with you. As Su Qingxian, with water filling her ears, heard Li Chengze's heart-wrenching cry. A small smile graced her lips. Indeed, the fastest way to make a man fall in love is to instill a sense of guilt within him. Thus, Li Chengze watched as Su Qingxian swam away with renewed speed, plunging into despair. Zhou Chenyu's bullets were also exhausted, leaving him with only 1 gun. How would they proceed?
Li Chengze.
Zhou Chenyu suddenly dashed in front of him, hiding behind the same cover. Listen, we are at a disadvantage now. Our only way out is through unity. Follow my lead. Meanwhile, Jiang Qie waved her hand, and the 3 behind her stepped forward, aligning with her, resembling a protective entourage. A gust of wind swept by, and the 4 stood resolutely, their gazes fixed ahead. 3, 2, 1, wait. Jiang Qie squinted at the small flag raised behind the cover, puzzled as she scratched her head. Is this already surrender? Gu Yizhi dramatically sighed. How dull. I haven't even had my turn yet. He turned, bewildered. Then who was it that charged out first and turned the water gun into a Gatling effect when Li Chengze peeked? Du Cece furrowed her brow. Could it be that she had just witnessed incorrectly? The person who could fire 10 shots in a second was not Gu Yizhi, but her. At this moment, Li Chengze, who was hiding behind cover and waving a small flag above his head, questioned, Isn't this a bit too cunning? He then raised a hand and shouted, Stop shooting, we surrender. If you want the flag, come and take it. He volunteered to Jiang Qie. Let me go, sister. No. Jiang Qie blocked her with her hand, whispering, Don't forget your identity.
All right.
You all protect him here. I will go myself. Jiang Qie kept her eyes fixed on the flag and slowly moved forward, the flag now within arm's reach. But suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang, bang.
Diao,
hiding behind a mushroom, aimed at Jiang Qie's back and fired 2 shots at close range, sending her flying.
Ah.
In the air. Jiang Qie couldn't even scream before plunging into the water, surfacing only to complete her sentence. Sister, you and I are connected at heart. And you're playing mind games with me? Zhou Chenyu looked helpless. Sorry, sister, but we had no choice. The game should come to an end.
Is that so?
At that moment, Jiang Qie revealed a wicked smile. Zhou Chenyu suddenly gasped, realizing that the staff had not announced the end of the game. This meant they had guessed wrong. The opposing team leader was not Jiang Qie. Zhou Chenyu gritted his teeth and quickly ran over to Jiao, seizing her gun. Now it was a gamble. With Jiang Qie out, the 3 opponents would not be harder to evade. If he could just hit one of them, and that one happened to be the captain, there was hope for victory. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly stood up, aiming his gun at the opposition. But as he took in the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock, and he crouched down, clutching his head. What had he just seen? The usually cold Gu Yizhi now resembled a lit powder keg, gripping a gun in each hand, his eyes burning with rage, as if they could scorch the very air. He charged forward with astonishing speed, each step radiating reckless determination. Behind him, Du Cece and He Sheng, caught off guard by the swift confiscation of their guns, stood frozen. Their minds blank. Help.
Who understands?
A man charging in with guns in hand in Zhou Chenyu's live stream would truly scare someone to death. Gu Yizhi. Offering my wife to the heavens, boundless powers. Gu Yizhi. Return.
My wife.
Chapter 90. Oh, I am such a steel-hearted woman. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Zhou Chenyu decided to take a desperate gamble, closing his eyes and shooting wildly.
Hot tot tot.
Uncertain of Gu Yizhi's location, he swept his gun across the area, only to realize that the sound of running had ceased. With concern, Zhou Chenyu opened his eyes, only to see Gu Yizhi crawling on the ground, who, upon noticing Zhou Chenyu had stopped firing, swiftly stood up and continued running. On the other side, Li Chengze could no longer bear it and extended a hand. Give me the gun. I will shoot him. Taking the gun, Li Chengze cautiously peeked out, not even having time to draw it. Gu Yizhi immediately locked onto the target, his eyes shining as he pressed the triggers of both guns, firing furiously. The result was that Li Chengze's helmet was blasted into the water. Zhou Chenyu trembled as he took the gun, feeling its intense heat, before ultimately tossing it to Jiao. Seeing the gun, Jiao, who had been trembling in a corner after shooting Jiang Qie for fear of retaliation from Gu Yizhi, became overly excited and kicked the gun away. Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi. Well, this is just great. Let us all stop playing. Li Chengze appeared quite furious, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Jiao. But Zhou Chenyu intervened, pointing one to help. We never had a chance, so how we lose is up to you.
Now there were only two paths before them.
1. All get shot by Gu Yizhi and lose embarrassingly. 2. Choose to surrender and lose without dignity. Li Chengze closed his eyes in contemplation, ultimately choosing to abandon his dignity. Let us surrender. After all, the force with which Gu Yizhi had struck him had knocked off his helmet. He could not imagine how painful it would be to be shot by a bullet. Who said following me would lead to victory? This is hilarious. One should never speak too soon. Gu Yizhi, radiating coldness, approached the trio's hiding spot. Suddenly, a flag was thrown out, landing at his feet. Gu Yizhi looked down and smiled. The three hiding behind were relieved to see him smile, thankful that Gu Yizhi was willing to accept their surrender. But soon, they heard Gu Yizhi's mocking laughter. Did you have fun playing just now? Now it's my turn. You all go down to accompany her. What are you saying?
Gu Yizhi?
I thought someone left. Don't say. It does have a bit of a domineering CEO vibe. Like I want your whole family to accompany you to the grave. Ha. Lock down Jiang Qie for me. Falling in love with Jiang Qie is my destiny. Zhou Chenyu wanted to persuade him, but he was the first to stand up. Just in time to see Gu Yizhi disdainfully kick away the flag, aiming his water gun at him.
Bang!
Before he could react, he was shot away.
Ha.
As he flew through the air, he grasped a life lesson. The early bird gets the bullet. He would never be the first again. Jiao was even more terrified and quickly crawled out, bowing repeatedly to Gu Yizhi. I'm sorry. Please don't come any closer. I'm scared. Gu Yizhi paused momentarily, thinking for a while before politely gesturing for her to leave. This was his greatest concession. Then you go down by yourself. Jiao nodded, covering her head as she rolled down. Haha, Jiao probably never thought she would end up like this after shooting Jiang Qie. Gu Yizhi shook his head helplessly. He never said for her to roll down. After composing himself, he raised his gun again, his expression solemn as he focused on Li Chengze's hiding spot. Li Chengze slowly stood up. I'll go down myself.
Hot tot 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 tot.
Pow, 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 pow. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yizhi's bullets rained down upon him, striking him mercilessly all over. The incomplete words morphed into agonized cries as he was hit. In the end, Li Chengze also fell. Gu Yizhi, dissatisfied, shook his gun. Are there still so many bullets left? What a waste. The game concluded, and the sky gradually darkened, signaling that it was almost time for dinner. Since falling into the water, Jiang Qie had bought an ice cream and comfortably sat by the shore, watching Gu Yizhi. She was thrilled to see him facing 3 opponents and immediately bought another ice cream as a reward for him. Although this ice cream cost her a hefty 25 yuan, thinking of how Gu Yizhi had fought for her, she felt it was worth it. 5 minutes later, the 3 who had just fallen into the water joined Gu Yizhi. Du Sisi, and he shung to meet her. Well done. Here is your reward. Upon seeing Gu Yizhi, Jiang Qie beamed and handed him a chocolate ice cream. Gu Yizhi looked at Jiang Qie's smiling face, feeling that it had all been worth it. Everyone else gazed enviously at the ice cream. Yet Gu Yizhi's attention bypassed the ice cream, landing quietly on Jiang Qie's smiling visage, his heart racing. Jiang Qie thought he was in a daze and shook the item in her hand. Hurry up and take it. It's going to melt. It's very sweet. Noticing Gu Yizhi was unusually quiet, Jiang Qie speculated. You don't like sweet things? Gu Yizhi quickly shielded the ice cream in his hands. I do. Jiang Qie scratched her head, unconvinced. Really? I feel like you seem a bit strange. You're not talking at all. Jiang Qie, open your eyes and see if his face is red. Then you'll know. Gu Yizhi is shy because his wife praised him.
Oh.
I am such a steel-hearted woman. Exhausted and parched, a few individuals stumbled upon a snack market where the prices seemed exorbitant to the impoverished group. By the end of the day, their balances had dwindled to alarming lows as follows. Du Cixi and Hisheng, 160 yuan. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, 190 yuan. Li Chengze and Su Qingxian, 120 yuan. Zhou Chenyu and Ji Yao, 100 yuan. Jiang Qie inhaled the delectable aroma of various spices, swallowing hard, and calmly remarked, Indeed. The best use of this money is to fill our stomachs. Gu Yizhi chuckled in agreement. You truly understand me. With newfound energy, Jiang Qie rushed towards the vehicle. Animatedly gesturing, Gu Yizhi followed closely behind, instinctively reaching out to assist her with her overflowing items. However, Jiang Qie merely shoved a bowl of stinky tofu into his hands, savoring each bite, juice dribbling from the corners of her mouth. Just eat. Not a word. Chapter 91. They all laugh at you, yet you are the most amusing. The two began to indulge without reservation, spending the 190 yuan as if it were water. Although their funds were depleted, they were enriched with joy. Jiang Qie held a cup of milk tea in one hand and barbecued skewers in the other, walking with satisfaction. Gu Yizhi leisurely trailed beside her, clutching a melting ice cream. This reminds me, Gu Yizhi once said, could you stop following me? Now he has become the clingy one. How the tides have turned. If only Jiang Qie would turn around now and say, could you stop following me? It would complete the circle. As they strolled, they passed Zhou Chenyu and Ji Yao. The tantalizing fragrance danced lightly around Ji Yao, enticing her with its sweet whispers, seducing her senses. Just as Zhou Chenyu had convinced her to save money for a ride, Ji Yao felt the pull of temptation once more, only to be swiftly restrained by Zhou Chenyu, her eager feet tapping impatiently. Don't hold me back. I want to eat. Seeing her eyes light up, Zhou Chenyu relented after a brief struggle, and together they splurged. By the end of the evening, the funds of Ji Yao's group, Jiang Qie's group, and Su Qingshuan's group had all been exhausted. It was evident that Ji Yao and Jiang Qie had succumbed to the allure of culinary delights, yet Su Qingshuan's group had a unique circumstance. After spending hours drifting and engaging in a water gun battle, Su Qingxian was fatigued and yearned to replenish her energy. Through his observations over the past few days, Li Chengze realized that Jiang Qie's reluctance to engage with him was primarily due to Gu Yizhi's meddling. By masquerading as the good-natured friend while constantly clinging to her, Gu Yizhi had temporarily enchanted Jiang Qie. Thus, Li Chengze identified an opportunity. By exacerbating the discord between Gu Yizhi and Jiang Qie, he could reap the benefits. In contrast, Du Cixi and Hisheng exhibited remarkable restraint, each consuming only a bowl of wontons, leaving just enough money to rent a bicycle. After they departed on their bicycles, Li Chengze approached Jiang Qie with a casual tone. I traveled this path with Su Qingxian this morning. Would you consider joining us to avoid getting lost? Jiang Qie silently retrieved her navigation device. Your unkind map is at your service. Continue on this road for 1 kilometer, then turn left. Gu Yizhi emerged from behind Jiang Qie, delivering a subtle jab. Are you pretending? Are you aware of your position? A clever double entendre. Isn't it? Gu Yizhi, you truly understand the art of sarcasm. Li Chengze's expression darkened immediately. Gu Yizhi's words, while seemingly innocuous, were a veiled assertion of dominance, indicating that Jiang Qie was not his to claim. Reflecting on this, Li Chengze couldn't help but chuckle. What did Gu Yizhi truly comprehend? After over a decade of acquaintance with Jiang Qie, he was acutely aware of their dynamic. Jiang Qie was merely experiencing her usual jealousy and temper tantrum. The true fool was Gu Yizhi. With a smile playing on his lips, Li Chengze intended to continue his pursuit of Jiang Qie, only to find her already 10 meters away, arm in arm with Gu Yizhi, reminiscent of their previous encounter on the glass walkway. However, this time he would not yield. After catching up to Jiang Qie, Li Chengze casually plucked a wildflower from the roadside. Despite the dim evening light, the flower's vibrant yellow stood out strikingly. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Upon reaching Jiang Qie, he maintained a gentle smile as he offered her the flower. Jiang Qie, this wildflower is for you. You know, the moment I laid eyes on it, I thought of you. Although Jiang Qie appeared distracted, he continued, in my heart, you are like this untamed wildflower, flourishing without care, defying neglect to blossom resplendently in nature. Goodness, he is giving her flowers. Why aren't they together yet? Li Chengze's pursuit is genuinely sweet. Could Jiang Qie not grant him a chance? It's evident he greatly admires her. So, is this pair authentic? Wasn't it Li Chengze who claimed Jiang Qie pursued him? Back then, Jiang Qie was even labeled a homewrecker. How tragic. I'm perplexed. Is Li Chengze's affection for Jiang Qie a result of their recent interactions, while she has already moved on? A romantic chase? Now that's enticing. This is genuinely thrilling. I'm all in for the romantic chase. Stay out of it. Gu Yizhi is the rightful partner. Poor yet noble. Jiang Qie paused, slowly turning to accept the flower.
Thank you.
Just as she uttered her gratitude, the yellow flower began to stir beneath her gaze. To her astonishment, it was not merely a flower but a swarm of bees busily collecting nectar. In her panic, she discarded the flower, which landed perfectly atop Li Chengze's head. Immediately, he found himself face to face with a few bees, and he began to yell and flail his arms. The more he moved, the closer the bees came. Jiang Qie rushed over, intending to assist with her guidance. Shake your head up and down to dislodge that flower. Raise your right hand, lower it. Lift your left hand. Now, both hands together. Oh, dear, your backside, shake it. Consequently, Li Chengze, the unfortunate victim, began to dance the onion shake under Jiang Qie's instruction. The live stream audience, who had been debating whether Jiang Qie and Li Chengze would become a couple, suddenly shifted their focus to his flamboyant performance. Some even began suggesting background music. Banana. A big banana. Hello, 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 my hair is real hair. Enough already. My heart aches for him. They all laugh at you. Yet, you are the most amusing. Li Chengze's embarrassing moment would be etched in history forever. Chapter 92. Zhe Xian fans quietly ascend to the rooftop. After dancing for 10 minutes, Li Chengze realized that the bees had long since departed. Thus, Jiang Qie had merely been teasing him. Yet one must ponder, why did she choose to jest with him and not others? Was it not indicative of her fondness for him? Li Chengze regained his confidence, feeling exasperated, yet displaying a self-assured expression of feigned affection. Jiang Qie, you truly are something. Jiang Qie, unyielding, raised a straight middle finger at him, warning him to seek medical attention for his delusions and pleaded, do not let me see you. My eyes deserve a reprieve. At that moment, Gu Yizhi emerged from his pocket, silently offering Jiang Qie a packet of wafers. Jiang Qie skillfully unwrapped the package and took a bite. Thanks, when did you hide this? Li Chengze slightly furrowed his brow, preparing to retrieve something from his pocket, anything to ensure that Gu Yizhi would not outshine him. However, upon searching, he found nothing but his own phone. Well, that wouldn't do, so he fell silent and continued onward. As they walked further, Su Qingxian lagged behind, bending down to support her knees, her voice tinged with breathlessness. I seem to be unable to go on. Chengze, you all go ahead, and don't mind me. Li Chengze expressed his concern for her at an opportune moment, taking her backpack off her back. It's less than a kilometer, hang in there. Su Qingxian frowned with a hint of grievance. I can't go on any longer, just leave me be. I'll walk slowly behind. Li Chengze glanced at Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, who seemed oblivious as they moved ahead, and bit his lip, making a decision. All right, I'll carry you. Thank you for not abandoning me, Chengze. Li Chengze carried her, his step steady under the dim moonlight. He could distinctly feel the rhythmic beating of her heart against his back, along with the soft sounds of her breath. Having created such an intimate atmosphere, Su Qingxian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She had realized that Li Chengze's desire to reconcile with Jiang Qie had peaked, prompting her to devise the strategy. Thus, under the pretense of alleviating boredom, she began to seemingly casually express her feelings to Li Chengze. Chengze, do you know? Recently, I feel like a little bird lost in a storm, fragile and helpless. Every time I see others with strong support, my heart aches. I wish I could have someone to catch me when I'm on the verge of falling. I'm not as mentally resilient as Jiang Qie. I'm just a little girl who gets flustered at the slightest difficulty. I want to be strong, but it's truly difficult. Chengze, do you think I'm particularly useless? Is there anyone who would want to stay by the side of someone as fragile as me? I'm really scared. Scared of being lonely forever.
Li Chengze listened quietly to Su Yingguan's heartfelt expression.
He gently comforted her, saying, I believe there will be such a person. You are such a wonderful girl. How could there be no one willing to be your support? So don't worry, just look ahead. Seeing that Li Chengze was still not swayed, Su Qingxian bit her lip in frustration and became more direct. Then I wish you success in finding your other half. By the way, I always feel like you treat Jiang Qie differently. Do you like her? Li Chengze paused momentarily, swallowing hard. Initially, he had hesitated to make his relationship with Jiang Qie public, fearing her controversial past would affect his career. But now, the situation had changed. Jiang Qie's popularity was rising, and she was garnering more admiration. He began to consider going public with their relationship, but Jiang Qie was unwilling. Thus, he had started to subtly probe Jiang Qie's feelings, and upon realizing she was upset with him, he endeavored to reconcile. However, Su Qingxuan's question made him truly realize that to placate Jiang Qie, he needed to convey his affections. A slow, relieved smile spread across his face. Really? That's wonderful. Su Qingxuan's previously bashful expression stiffened momentarily, her lips twitching slightly. But she quickly regained her composure, maintaining a sweet tone. Really? I'm so glad to be able to help you.
Yet.
The slight tremor in her voice betrayed her nearly uncontrollable anger. There was nothing she could do. With Li Chengze being so direct, she could not express her feelings. The only way to draw closer to him was to pretend to assist him in pursuing Jiang Qie while secretly creating chaos. Upon returning to the villa, everyone comfortably took showers to wash away their fatigue and changed into cozy pajamas. Following Jiang Qie's suggestion, they all gathered in the living room to watch a movie. After the film, everyone wrote letters and prepared for bed. Yet, Jiang Qie's night owl nature prevented her from sleeping early. Sometimes, she even wondered if her difficulty in finding a partner stemmed from her schedule being more suited to a long-distance romance. When she opened a game, she discovered that Gu Yizhi was also online, lingering in the training grounds, practicing shooting behind her back. Jiang Qie accidentally invited Gu Yizhi with a slip of her finger. At that moment, Gu Yizhi, who was intently practicing how to use a grenade, noticed the sudden invitation pop up. His heart raced for a moment, then he smirked, intending to wait 3 seconds before accepting, only to be blown away by a sudden explosion. Losing patience, Jiang Qie decided to play around herself, and Gu Yizhi joined just in time. As they began, Su Qingxian cast a glance at Jiang Qie, her eyes filled with resentment. Just moments ago, Li Chengze had sent her a message. Li Chengze, the first step in helping me pursue Jiang Qie is to explain to her that we do not have an intimate relationship. I suspect she has misunderstood our relationship, which is why she has distanced herself from me. Therefore, you need to explain this personally. I was contemplating how to bring this up with you, but I never expected you to volunteer to help me pursue Jiang Qie. It really moved me, Xian. Su Qingxian shut off her phone, completely disregarding the message. Explain to her?
Impossible.
That would only diminish her chances. She wanted Jiang Qie's misunderstandings to deepen. Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi successfully entered the game. After parachuting down, they arrived at a deserted housing area. Jiang Qie stealthily searched for supplies with Gu Yizhi, then skillfully climbed onto the roof, using a 2x scope to survey the distance. She spoke earnestly, with an air of professionalism. There are no enemies within 50 meters. It's safe. Gu Yizhi looked around in confusion, clearly seeing within 50 meters. So, are you nearsighted? Do you really need a scope for 50 meters? Jiang Qie scoffed. You don't understand my tactics. She then stowed her weapon, leapt off the roof, and aimed to land stylishly in front of Gu Yizhi. However, he only saw a shadow descend from the sky before she crumpled to the ground, clutching her stomach. After a moment of shock, Gu Yizhi responded, "My lady, rise." Jiang Qie, mortified, exclaimed, "Help me." After helping her up, Gu Yizhi asked, "So what was your tactic?" Jiang Qie replied, "Survival and endurance." Gu Yizhi was left in disbelief. Then what was the point of all his hard training? Seeing his skepticism, Jiang Qie quickly found a seemingly indestructible jeep and honked the horn. "Don't doubt me, get in. I'll show you what true survival skills look like." Thus, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi transformed this exhilarating shooting game into a whimsical escapade, akin to elderly couples reliving the joys of retirement. This was exemplified by their strategy of using grenades to eliminate Team A's members, luring Team A's vengeful members to Team B, where tactical discussions were underway. A fierce gunfight ensued, smoke billowing and gunfire ringing out. Subsequently, the pair slipped away to the seaside, strolling along the battlefield's edge while admiring the sunset. Soon, they were pursued, prompting Jiang Qie to decisively plunge into the sea with Gu Yizhi, swimming out to the center for escape. They also took the opportunity to shoot out the tires of parked cars along the way. As they passed the next combat zone, they sat in the vehicle, wagering on which team would emerge victorious. Gu Yizhi finally comprehended Jiang Qie's intentions. She had been concealing her true capabilities all along. The chaotic excursions she led him on were merely a ruse. In truth, she had been preparing an ambush to ensnare their adversaries in one fell swoop. Jiang Qie selected a small mound on a hillside, signaling for him to join her in a prone position. Gu Yizhi deftly retrieved his firearm, positioning it on the ground, ready to strike. The remaining players in the game were converging on their location, and Gu Yizhi recalled Jiang Qie's final admonition. Listen closely. This is the last lesson I shall impart to you. Gu Yizhi immediately perked up, attentively listening. As the number of players dwindled to a mere dozen, she advised, make sure to lie low on the hillside, particularly where the southern side is lined with trees, for this location possesses the most auspicious feng shui. Gu Yizhi responded with enthusiasm. Yes, yes. Wait. Why must we wait here to meet our demise? Jiang Qie sighed, because we cannot hope to prevail. Suddenly, Gu Yizhi sprang to his feet, dashing forward with a determined declaration. Watch me secure this victory for you. Amidst the virtual battlefield, smoke wafted through the air, and bullets whizzed past. Gu Yizhi maneuvered skillfully, claiming numerous victories, but just as he turned to boast to Jiang Qie, a bullet struck him squarely in the head. In an instant, he transformed into a box before her eyes.
No.
Jiang Qie, disregarding her surroundings, rushed towards him, mourning as she lamented, summon the royal physician. I cannot allow you to perish. Meanwhile, the player who had just eliminated Gu Yizhi furrowed his brow. What a racket. Let's take care of this one too. Another gunshot echoed, and Jiang Qie, too, became a box, lying beside Gu Yizhi. Su Qingxian, listening to their playful banter, had a sudden inspiration and sent a voice message to Li Chengze, adding, Chengze, I wanted to explain something to Jiang Qie. But she was too busy playing games with Gu Yizhi, laughing and chatting, leaving me no room to interject. The following morning at 6 o'clock, the sky faintly illuminated with the light of dawn, a man clad in fitted athletic attire emerged first from the villa, a towel draped around his neck. Why is the live stream starting so early today? Isn't it usually at 8 when the director wakes everyone with a loudspeaker? Li Chengze looks so dashing. Forget that for now. Has he really gotten up early to run? What a disciplined lifestyle. Li Chengze jogged along the path bordering the estate, contemplating the message Su Qingxian had sent him the previous night. That one line had kept him awake all night. Scratching his head in confusion over why Jiang Qie had suddenly grown so close to Gu Yizhi. After reflecting on past events, he surmised that Jiang Qie might be enamored with Gu Yizhi's physique. Thus, unable to wait for morning, he resolved to train harder, determined to outshine Gu Yizhi. However, he soon noticed a cameraman trailing behind him. It was not yet time for the broadcast, was it? As a result of the additional footage, Li Chengze, who had planned to run only 3 kilometers, pushed himself to 5 to maintain his fitness persona. The others were puzzled, yet it did not hinder their individual activities. Yixing took the initiative to prune branches in the backyard, secretly observing Jiang Qie through the window. Over these past few days, he had developed a budding interest in her. She had been considerate when he fell into the water, offering him a mouthful of water plants and even playfully kicking him to cool him down. The melodious singing harmonized beautifully with the crisp chirping of birds in the garden. Yet, before the song could reach its conclusion, a slipper thrown from downstairs by Ji Yao struck him squarely in the face. Can a person get some sleep in the morning? Dressed in a delicate white dress, Su Qingxian descended the stairs, the soft fabric swaying gently with her movements, her hair slightly tousled, appearing as if she had just awakened. What a beautiful sight! Xian. Her skin looked so radiant right after waking. Noticing that everyone in the living room was preoccupied with their own activities, she chose not to react overly. Making her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she retrieved a pack of frozen dumplings and started boiling them, just as Li Chengze entered the kitchen. Upon seeing him, her eyes briefly lit up with surprise, quickly masked by a forced smile. I'm boiling dumplings. Have you eaten breakfast? I can cook another portion. Xian is so kind. Even after being hurt by Li Chengze, she remains so sweet. Had I not watched the live stream yesterday, I would have thought they were in a romantic relationship. Now it's quite regrettable. Xian clearly has a crush on the leading man, yet she doesn't wish to interrupt his pursuit of Jiang Qie. These two may be together, but they still maintain a dignified demeanor. My heart aches for Xian. Li Chengze politely declined. Thank you, I'll just have coffee. Before heading to the coffee machine, Su Qingxian silently turned back to her dumplings. Eventually, everyone finished breakfast and, in unison, settled onto the living room sofa. Ordinarily, this group would be engaged in tasks at this hour, yet the sudden absence of the director's guidance left them momentarily disoriented. Silence enveloped the room as they each stared at their phones. Some were texting, others were scrolling through short videos, checking Weibo, or sneakily reading novels, while a few aimlessly swiped their screens, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, they awaited instructions from the director. Some, unable to endure the stillness, made several phone calls, but Fei Yongyang refused to answer. Could you all say something? I'm feeling anxious. I dread the sudden silence. This feels like a gathering of people who know each other but dare not speak. In this atmosphere laden with awkwardness, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Ji Yao suddenly inquired, "Wait, has anyone noticed that Jiang Qie is missing?" To prevent the air from becoming stifling once more, Du Cixi quickly added, "Could it be that our task today is to locate the missing Jiang Qie?" Upon hearing this, those who had been hiding behind their phones put them away, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. I knew there had to be a task today. Now I understand. I'll check the backyard. I'll see if she has climbed onto the roof again. The speaker was Gu Yizhi, and his hypothesis was not without merit. He recalled that while playing games with Jiang Qie yesterday, she had climbed onto the roof 18 times, blown up 23 cars, and pleaded before his box 10 times, "I won't allow you to die." This led him to reasonably suspect that Jiang Qie had yet to exit the game. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Su Qingxian's remark once again rendered the atmosphere awkward. "It seems she hasn't awakened yet. She was still asleep when I came out. Good morning, everyone. Or rather, it's a terrible morning. Jiang Qie, you've finally appeared. Hurry and save this group. What are all of you doing sitting here?" Jiang Qie, descending the stairs, was met with the sight of everyone sitting neatly on the sofa, lost in thought. And she couldn't help but inquire curiously. Ji Yao weakly thumped her cushion a few times. "Don't you know? The director hasn't made a sound today. Even the customary loudspeaker wake-up call is absent. I really can't understand what he is planning." Upon seeing Jiang Qie, Li Chengze strategically took a sip of his coffee, deliberately making a swallowing sound to showcase his Adam's apple. Jiang Qie, still groggy, shook her head. "I must not be fully awake. This can't be reality. Or else where would those ghostly sounds come from?" After breakfast, the group finally received a late notification from the director's team. Upon reading the message, they all genuinely relaxed. The director's intent was straightforward. The activities arranged for the past few days had been overly demanding, and the guests had become so focused on winning the game that they had no opportunity to truly experience the tender nuances of romantic interaction. After a night of deliberation, the directing team ultimately decided to grant the guests a brief respite over the next 2 days. They would have the opportunity to interact freely within the villa and invite individuals of their choosing for dates, allowing for relaxation in any manner they preferred.
Wow.
Does this mean there will be no more enforced pairings? Guests can now select whom they wish to connect with? I am eagerly anticipating this. It's time for a fresh pairing. Please don't disappoint me. Must it be one male and one female? I think Du Cixi and Jiang Qie would make a splendid match. While others were preoccupied with devising strategies to invite companions, Jiang Qie discerned an alternate implication. This essentially meant she could indulge in leisure over the next 2 days. After all, nighttime was when she truly thrived. However, the directing team had anticipated her unconventional approach and discreetly sent her a message, indicating that if she chose to isolate herself in her room and evade the cameras, her remuneration would be correspondingly reduced. After reading the message, Jiang Qie resolved to set aside her usual habits, for her attitude towards life was paramount. Indulge as one pleases, and when the rewards cease, so too shall the enjoyment. Thus, she reclined on the sofa in a state of languor, refusing to remain confined to her room. She was determined to lounge in the common area. Yet, others were not inclined to allow her to do so. Li Chengze took the initiative to approach her, inquiring if she would like to watch a movie together. "My latest film has just premiered, and the director graciously gifted me 2 tickets. Jiang Qie remained fixated on her phone, casually dismissing him. "I have read your message, but it is not approved." Li Chengze is remarkably swift. He expressed interest in pursuing Jiang Qie yesterday, and today he is already making moves.
Gu Yizhi, hurry.
Your wife is about to be whisked away.
Huh?
It's rather amusing to see Li Chengze in a predicament. After all, he was so disdainful of Sister Jiang before. This is Jiang Qie. Do not let him succeed. Seeing that Jiang Qie was determined to remain in her current position, engrossed in her phone, Li Chengze sighed. So you intend to laze about here all day? Indeed. He raised an eyebrow. When did you become so indolent? Jiang Qie, displeased by his comment, set her phone aside and faced him directly, asserting, Your Highness, this is unjust. I have not even begun to act, yet you label me as lazy. Upon realizing that Jiang Qie had finally acknowledged him, Li Chengze hastily retrieved a pristine movie ticket from his pocket and offered it to her. Currently, this ticket is a rare gem, and I can personally clarify any confusing parts during the film. Are you certain you wish to decline? Jiang Qie's gaze fell upon the ticket in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she broke into a sly smile. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly refuse such a precious item? Did she just agree so easily? I must say, Li Chengze's words were rather tempting. One cannot entirely blame Jiang Qie. Where has Gu Yizhi gone? Your wife might be spirited away. Li Chengze smiled knowingly, as if he held all the cards. Then it's settled. Let us change clothes and go together in the evening. I still have an errand to run, so you may go ahead. I shall meet you at the cinema once I finish. Very well. See you at the cinema entrance. With that, she turned to her room to select her outfit. Li Chengze's movie ticket not only promised seats in the front row but also the presence of Li Chengze himself, starting at a price of 5. With the highest bidder winning. Shortly after it was posted, a throng of eager fans descended upon the opportunity, envious of Jiang Qie receiving tickets from Li Chengze. In less than 10 minutes, the ticket was acquired by a wealthy lady for 10. Li Chengze remarked, Do you want the stroke of luck? Chapter 95. You mustn't discard your shoes recklessly in the future. Before long, Li Chengze emerged from the villa, impeccably dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back. Meanwhile, a figure appeared on the second floor, grinning mischievously as he watched him depart. As the laughter subsided, another face suddenly appeared in the glass before him. Jiang Qie blinked in surprise but was not frightened. Instead, she leaned closer to the window, resting her head against it. Are you cleaning my windows? Gu Yizhi, the window cleaner, momentarily speechless, pointed upwards, seemingly indicating something. Lacking patience, Jiang Qie flung the window open. What did you say? The sudden opening of the window dissolved the barrier between them, bringing them uncomfortably close, so much so that they could hear each other as heartbeats. Are you going upstairs to play games? Is that all? Gu Yizhi's expression flickered with disappointment, and he began to retract the rope to climb upwards. No worries. If you're not going, I can enjoy all the snacks by myself.
Wait.
Jiang Qie's eyes brightened as she reached out to grab Gu Yizhi, but only managed to snag his shoe, pulling it off and sending it tumbling into the flower bed below. Gu Yizhi. Jiang Qie smiled innocently. Fear not. I shall retrieve that shoe and deliver it to your room. Unbeknownst to them, the entire exchange was witnessed by He Sheng, who was secretly observing Jiang Qie from the back garden. Jiang Qie bent down to search the flower bed, but found no trace of the shoe. This was indeed peculiar. It could not have vanished. After scratching her head, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to dig deep. At that moment, a bright, youthful voice rang out from behind her. Sister, what are you searching for? Can I assist you? Jiang Qie turned to find a cherubic face smiling innocently at her. She felt a chill run down her spine. There was an unsettling feeling of deception. What malevolent intentions could be lurking beneath such an innocent facade? Considering that He Sheng had yet to reveal any sinister traits, Jiang Qie opted not to distance herself, instead engaging in conversation as usual. You're holding a watering can. So you were just tending to the flowers, correct? He Sheng nodded. Sister, you are quite perceptive. Have you seen his shoe? It's a black leather one. Is it a golden shoe or a silver one? He Sheng's adeptness instantly revealed to Jiang Qie that he had indeed taken Gu Yizhi's shoe. It was he who had caused her to bend over in the flower bed for so long while secretly watching. Just as she was about to scold him, a question arose. Why would he steal a shoe? Did he perhaps have a peculiar obsession with collecting men's shoes? This thought infused her gaze with skepticism towards He Sheng. Given his character, such a hobby wouldn't be entirely out of the ordinary. What if He Sheng intended to present the shoe to Gu Yizhi for trying on, only to discover that he was the elusive gray young master she was searching for, and subsequently became infatuated with him? The mere thought was terrifying. Rather than allow Gu Yizhi to become entangled with He Sheng, it would be better if he lost a shoe. Sister, have you come to a conclusion? He Sheng continued to smile. Jiang Qie promptly shook her head, clasped her hands in farewell. I truly do not know to whom this shoe belongs. Please do not persist in your misguided quest. She then hastily departed the scene. He Sheng's smile abruptly faded, and confusion deepened in his eyes. He merely wished to use the shoe as a means to invite Jiang Qie on a date. What was she truly thinking? Upon entering Gu Yizhi's room, Jiang Qie immediately locked the door. Her heart still racing as she warned him, "You mustn't discard your shoes recklessly in the future. There are far too many perverts outside." Gu Yizhi's room was spacious, larger than her own, furnished with a sofa, television, and an expansive floor-to-ceiling window that allowed ample natural light. He was currently lounging on a lazy sofa, eyes closed, savoring music. Even as he was startled by Jiang Qie's abrupt entrance, he did not express annoyance. Instead, he merely reached out to pause the record player. "Do you think I would carelessly discard my shoes?" Jiang Qie suddenly recalled the incident of the lost shoe, feeling guilty for a moment, but then her thoughts shifted. "Wait, why did you choose to take the stairs in such a manner? Were you attempting to spy on me?" Gu Yizhi was momentarily taken aback before lifting a bag of snacks, saying, "These treats should suffice for the two of us. If they prove inadequate, we can always procure more outside. What do you think?" "Don't change the subject." Gu Yizhi glanced once more into the bag and exclaimed, "There's chocolate too." Jiang Qie momentarily forgot everything, asking eagerly, "Where?" "It'd better be 70% sugar. That's my favorite." After indulging in a couple more rounds of their game, noon approached. Gu Yizhi made a quick phone call, summoning his driver, and soon they were seated in the back of the car together. "What would you like to eat?" Gu Yizhi inquired. Jiang Qie then realized that Gu Yizhi was inviting her to lunch, to which she had unknowingly acquiesced. "In that case, I one tea hold back. I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted goslings, braised dishes, braised duck, sauce chicken, cured meats, and delicate pig intestines." Gu Yizhi nodded earnestly. "Uncle Wong, let us head to a hotel that serves these dishes." Suddenly, Master Wong, known for his impeccable driving skills, trembled slightly, saying, "Young master, I truly can't find it. If you can't find it, your wages will be docked." "Young master, enough with the nonsense." Jiang Qie hadn't anticipated that her casual remark would put the driver's salary at risk. As a fellow worker, she understood the implications of such deductions, which often led to clandestine grumbling against the employer. To protect Gu Yizhi's reputation, Jiang Qie quickly intervened. "Let us just go to Hadaleo." Gu Yizhi, though puzzled, respected her decision. "Uncle Wong, drive us to the seaside, rent a submarine, and buy 2 sets of diving suits along with fishing tools." "Is it possible that my suggestion of Hadaleo doesn't involve diving into the sea?" "Oh, I certainly know that. I was merely making a little joke." "It wasn't funny at all." "Why the sour face?" "I was teasing." "Of course, I'm aware you were joking. Let us go. First change into something more inconspicuous. We wouldn't want to be recognized." Master Wong remarked, "It's been a long time since I've seen the young master blush." Half an hour later, the two, disguised, entered the establishment, accompanied by a dedicated photographer. Gu Yizhi, observing Jiang Qie bundled in a scarf and sunglasses under the 28-degree weather, couldn't help but ask, "Is it necessary to dress so warmly? The photographer behind us has already given us away." Jiang Qie shook her head. "Who said so? There are so many food bloggers these days. We can just play along." She then turned to Master Wong, playfully tapping him. "Uncle Wong, you'll pretend to be a fan who recognizes me and help me shoot an advertisement. No one will suspect a thing." Ha, Jiang Qie truly has a creative mind. What if someone genuinely approaches her for a photo? That would expose the ruse. She seems desperate to avoid being unrecognized, haha. Jiang Qie is too dedicated, always thinking of ways to enhance her performance. If the child wishes to act, let her act. As anticipated by Gu Yizhi, while they were halfway through their meal, 2 young women passed by, casting suspicious glances at the photographer. Whispers began to circulate around them. Why are those 2 dressed so oddly? And there's a camera filming. Could they be celebrities? I think so. Should we pretend to get closer and snap a few pictures to see who they resemble? Sounds good, let us do it. Upon overhearing the conspiring voices, both Gu Yizhi and Jiang Qie froze, simultaneously setting down their chopsticks. Jiang Qie shot Gu Yizhi a wary glance, signaling the initiation of Plan 1 as she slowly took out her phone, waving it in front of him. Gu Yizhi rested his head on his hand, sighing in resignation. Jiang Qie noticed the excited onlookers drawing near and discreetly kicked Gu Yizhi under the table. He grunted softly, then feigned surprise as he looked at Jiang Qie, exclaiming, "Oh, when did you get a new phone?" The passers-by, hearing the familiar phrase, paused to observe from a distance of 5 meters. Jiang Qie calmly beckoned the photographer closer. "Sir, come a bit nearer." After hastily swallowing her food, she gestured earnestly at the camera, explaining this, is my new phone that I got on Zhuanzhuan. It's over 500 cheaper than my old one." Zhuan is an official second-hand platform. The audience watching Jiang Qie perform with such earnestness burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How many food bloggers does Jiang Qie intend to impersonate in one meal? If you claimed she was an eating show host, I do believe it. But a food blogger at Heideleo? That's just too funny. Why is there no link in the upper right corner? The Emperor's new phone. And now staring at the empty search results, one is lost in thought. A photograph of a lawyer's letter revealed that Zhao Rong, having failed to receive her payment, was beginning to grow anxious. With this, Jiang Qie recalled the events of a few days prior. Unwilling to comply, Zhao Rong had threatened to accuse her of betrayal, claiming she had become heartless after achieving stardom. It was well known that reputation was of utmost importance to a female celebrity. Any hint of legal trouble could lead to rampant rumors fueled by the media. Regardless of the outcome, the star's image would inevitably suffer some impact. Thus, many celebrities preferred to resolve issues privately. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Qie realized why. Upon entering this world, she found a female celebrity with scant savings, despite her conversations with her mother being rife with transfer records. While it could be attributed to filial piety, facing such an unreasonable family that favored sons over daughters, she was inclined to believe the original person had indeed been coerced. Jiang Qie raised an eyebrow slightly, but she will not yield to such tricks. If Zhao Rong wished to pursue a lawsuit, then Jiang Qie would gladly engage in a protracted battle. First, she needed to find a reliable lawyer. No, the most experienced and undefeated top-notch lawyer. Secondly, she felt fatigued. Forget it, I'll take a nap first. Soft snoring drifted from her bedroom, while on the second floor, Gu Yizhi lifted his book, tilting his head to rest it on the pages as he languidly reclined on the sofa. The cover of the book, facing upwards, revealed the title, The Art of Winning Her Heart. In the afternoon, both Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi were summoned downstairs to participate in an activity spontaneously organized by the director. The enthusiasm that morning had been disappointingly low. Du Cixi practiced piano alone on the first floor, Hisham trimmed plants in the garden, Su Qingxian sat glumly on a swing outside, and Zhou Qingyu, having been rejected by Ji Yao, was in his room rehearsing songs. Overall, without a unifying activity, this group would have spent the day in isolation, engrossed in their own affairs. Witnessing his meticulously decorated romantic estate transform into a retirement home for the elderly, and seeing many netizens mock him with clips set to the tunes favored by seniors, the director felt a pang of despair and decided to take matters into his own hands. The game was named Telephone, where each participant would wear headphones through which trendy, catchy music would play to distract them. At the designated time, the person receiving the message from the previous participant would remove their headphones and relay the message to the next. This would continue until the last person, who would then give their guess. The 7 participants began to arrange their positions. Where has Li Chengze gone? Su Qingxian, with slightly reddened eyes, was the first to notice his absence, concern etched across her face. The word she instinctively called out was the most heart-wrenching. It was painful to think they could not immediately change how they addressed each other. Xian, why are you still so concerned about him? Look around. There are many others you could choose from. Jiang Qie suddenly recalled that Li Chengze had been tricked by her into going to the cinema to accompany a wealthy woman. She clapped her hands in an attempt to bring everyone back to focus. Forget about him. He might be on a date. Let us begin discussing who'll go first.
Date.
The remaining individuals stared in disbelief, particularly Ji Yao, whose eyes widened in astonishment as she looked around. He has someone outside? And he's still participating in a dating show? My goodness, this must be a sensational gossip. She quickly fished out her phone and called her best friend to gossip. Hey, did you know? Before long, Li Chengze's reputation was in tatters, as Ji Yao's friends were primarily socialites. If they were as loose-lipped as Ji Yao, it was only a matter of time before Li Chengze's name was tarnished in high society. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian's expression soured. Just yesterday, Li Chengze had expressed his interest in pursuing Jiang Qie, yet today he was out seeking other women. If Li Chengze were indeed so complicated, would it not be even more difficult for her to win his heart? Don't worry about who he is dating. He might not even know himself. Chapter 97. A house lost can be rebuilt, but you are irreplaceable. Du Cixi proposed we should assign the more reliable individuals to the beginning and end. The middle can be a bit more casual. Zhou Qingyu immediately responded, then we can exclude Ji Yao for the first and last positions. Ji Yao pinched his arm and exclaimed, what did you say? I think you're the unreliable one. After much deliberation, no one wanted to admit they were the unreliable one. And they ultimately decided the order by drawing lots. The sequence was Zhou Qingyu, Su Qingxian, Du Cixi, Gu Yizhi, Hisheng, Ji Yao, and Jiang Qie. Once everyone donned their headphones, Zhou Chenyu conveyed the first phrase to Su Qingxian, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." After reading the line, he confidently gestured before forming the words with his lips. Twinkle, twinkle. Su Qingxian guessed, move the mountain, move the mountain? Is it the story of Yugong? Zhou Chenyu crossed his arms wrong. Just as he was about to clarify, another voice disrupted the proceedings. Rose. Jasmine. You ask me what flower I like. Zhou Chenyu halted his explanation, rolling up his sleeves to peer back. The staff turned to the back where Jiang Qie, eyes closed and swaying, had her hands over her headphones. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to turn off the music in her headphones and switched to an English song. Jiang Qie truly enjoys singing. Once it was confirmed she was utterly confused and scratching her head, Zhou Chenyu gestured for the game to continue. This time, he combined gestures with lip movements, successfully leading Su Qingxian to guess the phrase correctly. Now it was Su Qingshuan's turn to pass the message to Du Cixi. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Du Cixi responded, a shovel, it's cold? Who are we burying?
Huh?
Du Cixi, who on earth are you planning to bury? I see now. Du Cixi is the true game black hole. Can't be called a black hole. At least she guessed the lip movements right. Perhaps it will get more explosive later. Su Qingxian quickly waved her hand and repeated, twinkle, twinkle. Yes, that's it, Cixi.
Keep going.
Just then, a series of abrupt, melodyless sounds erupted.
Top, 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 top.
Wait, what sound is interrupting? Help. I was so engrossed, and Jiang Qie's singing suddenly made me laugh. Murderous intent. The staff, at their wits' end, had no choice but to turn off the music in Jiang Qie's headphones and called out, Teacher Jiang Qie, could you please sing a bit quieter? This transmission process has already been disrupted.
Haha, sorry.
I promise I won't sing again. The game resumed. After guessing incorrectly twice in a row, Du Cixi finally exhausted the time in front of the crowd, rushing to Gu Yizhi with the wrong answer. Su Qingxian also conceded, hoping that at least Du Cici's lip movements were correct and that the next participants might accidentally guess the right answer. Throughout the ordeal, Gu Yizhi maintained an impassive expression, not even furrowing his brows. Du Cixi was unsure if he understood and repeated herself multiple times. Only when time ran out did he smile slightly and nod at Du Cixi before turning to relay the message to Hisheng. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Zhou Chenyu and Su Qingxian, who had been slacking off, felt a glimmer of hope and secretly gave him a thumbs up. However, Du Cixi furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with regret and frustration. I didn't expect to make a mistake with Gu Yizhi. Well, at least his lip movements were right. I hope the next person can guess correctly. Zhou Chenyu could not hold back, skipping Su Qingxian to stand beside Du Cixi. Sister, Gu Yizhi's guess was correct. Your answer was the one that was wrong. Du Cixi was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Gu Yizhi passed the correct answer to Hisheng, who responded with a smile. Yet despite the smile, Hisheng's guessing process was arduous, as if he were intent on aggravating Gu Yizhi. The specifics unfolded as follows. Gu Yizhi. Twinkle, twinkle. Hisheng, hello. At first, Gu Yizhi thought Hisheng had misheard, enunciating each word. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Hisheng tilted his head in confusion, hesitating for a moment before melodiously singing, Forget, all forgotten? Gu Yizhi began to lose patience, internally deeming Hisheng rather dim-witted, and decided to simplify the task. Twinkle. Hisheng's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding to indicate he understood, then shouted, Su Jun. Everyone was taken aback, except for Ji Yao, who remained blissfully unaware, lost in her music, and Jiang Qie, who flailed about clumsily. With a sigh, Gu Yizhi raised his internal estimate of the likelihood that Hisheng was dim-witted to 99, opting to simplify the task further. 1. Hisheng suddenly realized, oh my, this one is the true game black hole. Sister Cixi, I admit my voice was a tad too loud earlier, pointing at his finger. At this point, Gu Yizhi recognized that Hisheng was being deliberately obtuse, his expression darkening as a flicker of fire ignited in his deep-set eyes. After glaring at Hisheng for 2 seconds, a glint of cunning flashed in his gaze, and he revealed a subtle, enigmatic smile. When the east doesn't shine, the west shines. You act foolishly as you are. Gu Yizhi is so pushed to the point of cursing, ha. Gu Yizhi used to merely exchange barbs with people he disliked, but now he's being so direct. It's clear he's genuinely angry. Hisheng's innocent smile began to wane. His clear eyes clouded with confusion, unable to articulate a response. Gu Yizhi's grin widened. Brother, don't you understand? This is truly a headache. Let's try again. He certainly did not wish to be reprimanded any longer. Ever since he noticed a change in Gu Yizhi's lip movements, he sensed something was amiss. Particularly when Gu Yizhi ceased to be angry and instead smiled while uttering those words, he realized that Gu Yizhi was undoubtedly admonishing him, and quite severely at that. Before him, Jiao had already removed her headphones, confidently awaiting his response. He had reverted to his obedient self and earnestly addressed Jiao. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Chapter 98. Every deed, good or evil, will eventually be repaid.
Huh?
What did Hisheng just say? Did he truly figure it out? So, he was just pretending earlier? No wonder Gu Yizhi scolded him. He even praised me and defended Hisheng, yet it turns out he was intentional. The comment section was full of confusion regarding Hisheng's actions until a keen observer provided an explanation. Didn't you notice? Last night, Hisheng seemed like a different person, delivering a letter to Jiang Qie, whereas he had always written to Du Cece. Hence, I suspect he has developed an interest in Jiang Qie, making Gu Yizhi his rival, which is why he is playing these pranks. This analysis seems plausible, but what did Jiang Qie do to suddenly captivate him? Nothing significant happened yesterday. Forget it. We can't fathom it. No one understands what Hisheng is truly after. Let's continue watching. Perhaps there will be answers. No way. In just one day, both Li Chengze and Hisheng have set their sights on Jiang Qie. This is too bizarre. Sister Jiang is truly the biggest winner of the dating show. 3 out of 4 male contestants are enamored with her. But I don't think this is beneficial for Jiang Qie. So far, she hasn't shown interest in any contestant, and her relationship with Gu Yizhi feels rather brotherly. If that is the case, Jiang Qie is indeed unfortunate. With so many pursuing her, won't she feel burdened? The previous commenter still doesn't understand Jiang Qie well enough. If they like her, the burden will be on them. Hisheng, brimming with confidence, mimed to Jiao. However, Jiao merely frowned, casting a puzzled glance at him. Are you sure? Hisheng smiled reassuringly. Fear not, sister. It is as simple as that. Take a guess. Jiao still struggled to comprehend Hisheng's subsequent ramblings and asked, Sorry, could you say that again? Hisheng paused, pondering that perhaps his previous articulation was insufficiently precise. Even the simplest gestures could be interpreted in numerous ways. Thus, he patiently slowed down, repeating the phrases. Jiao squinted slightly and inquired again, Are you really certain? Hisheng nodded affirmatively. Of course, he was certain. In fact, the moment he heard Gu Yizhi utter that sentence, he deduced its true meaning. Gu Yizhi's subsequent repetition only confirmed his suspicions, yet he feigned ignorance to prank Gu Yizhi. Jiao blurted out, Doctor, your waist is very slim. Hisheng felt as though struck by lightning, unable to believe his ears. No, that is not it. He hastily waved his hands, forming a star-like gesture with his fists and reiterated, No, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Jiao stroked her chin and, after a moment of deep contemplation, exclaimed, Oh, so, the doctor is undressing. Is this still Chinese? Wipe sweat. Why is Jiao so fixated on doctors? How did she interpret that action as undressing? What are you thinking all day? I wouldn't dare to listen. Hisheng's smile faded, and defying the odds, he was determined to have Jiao guess the answer. He could not believe that she would fail to recall that well-known lyric. Thus, he commenced various strategies. Step 1. The passionate singing method. He cleared his throat and began to sing the entire song with great enthusiasm. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high. Like a diamond in the sky. His voice surged with momentum, and the clarity of his enunciation transformed a simple children's song into a powerful anthem. After he finished, Hisheng looked at Jiao with renewed confidence, convinced that if she could identify just one line from his song, she would connect the dots and arrive at the correct answer. However, Jiao merely stared at him blankly. Abba. Jiao failed to guess. Yet the viewers found it amusing. We've discovered a new career path for Hisheng. Artistic soldier. The innocence of children's songs just keeps getting funnier. Hisheng accepted the challenge with composure and proceeded to step 2, the childhood memory awakening method. He pretended to hold a child, gently patting the air with a tender gaze directed at his arms, while singing the nursery rhyme. Upon completion, he cast an expectant glance at Jiao. Please don't let me down this time. Jiao's expression turned more resolute as she patted his shoulder, radiating determination. A spark of hope ignited in Hisheng's eyes as he swallowed hard, fixated on Jiao's lips. The onlooking quartet also leaned in, eager for Ji Yao to provide the correct answer. After all, the challenge lay with her, and if she succeeded, Jiang Qie would likely follow suit. Ji Yao smiled slightly and said, Doctor. All right, no more. Xing nearly fell to his knees, slapping his own face. Is my retribution arriving so swiftly? Gu Yizhi, standing behind him, laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground in mirth. After sufficient laughter, he slowly approached Xing and whispered in his ear, Every deed, good or evil, will eventually be repaid. Ha ha ha, I heard that clearly. Gu Yizhi, didn't he take off your earpiece, did you? Is he intentionally leaving it on to ensure Xing breaks down once more? Still remembering, Gu Daiyu, you specifically came to mock him. Are you a Scorpio, holding grudges? Time was up, and it was time to pass on to the next participant. Ji Yao scratched her head in confusion and turned to face Jiang Qie. At that moment, Jiang Qie was still with her eyes closed, swaying her hands, only regaining her senses when prompted by the staff. Oh, is it my turn? Well, let us go. At this point, there's no suspense. It all went awry from Ji Yao's turn. Ji Yao declared, Doctor, we'll dance. Jiang Qie's eyes lit up as she raised her hand high toward the director. I got it. Everyone was shocked simultaneously. What does she know? Even the answer is wrong. Initially, Ji Yao was bewildered, thinking she had misheard, but then realized, am I that impressive? She understood it after just one repetition?
Indeed.
After all that guessing, it was Xing who faltered. Director Fei approached, casting a skeptical glance at the confidently beaming Jiang Qie. Are you sure you don't want to listen a few more times? Absolutely. Jiang Qie replied proudly. The director ceased his persuasion, knowing that Jiang Qie would surely be incorrect. Yawning lazily, he asked, Then what is your answer? Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Huh? Wait.
Is this for real? How did you guess that? The director's yawn halted abruptly, his mouth agape and pupils wide in shock. After a moment, he quickly removed Jiang Qie's headphones, placing them on his own head, and shouted at the backstage staff, Play a song. Let us see if these headphones are faulty. Chapter 99. Is this fun for you? Roses and jasmine. You asked me what flowers I like. It turns out you are the flower in my heart. All present watched the director revel for a minute before the backstage staff could no longer bear it and turned off the music. Director, are you sure? Director Fei finally regained his composure, realizing the true purpose of wearing the headphones, and cleared his throat awkwardly. It seems these headphones are functioning well. Thus, Jiang Qie, I declare you all winners.
Yay.
As everyone rushed towards Jiang Qie, they exclaimed, You are truly remarkable, Jiang Qie.
How did you manage that?
We are so fortunate to have you. They praised her ability to turn the tide and reign in the chaos. Wow, Sister Jiang, do you possess some special technique? Please share it with us. Observing the director and others, it seemed there were no hidden secrets. Could it be that Jiang Qie was indeed a genius? Perhaps it was merely luck, and in the next round, her fortune might not hold. Jiang Qie chuckled sheepishly, scratching her head, for she had no special skills, merely the script in hand. As the next round commenced, positions were rearranged, placing the most challenging participant, Ji Yao, at the forefront to avoid any mistakes. Gu Yizhi followed closely behind, having performed impressively in the previous round. Xing was positioned ahead of Du Cixi, as she had been the second most difficult to handle, and Xing had demonstrated remarkable patience and vivid expressions when dealing with Ji Yao. Thus, the new order became Ji Yao, Gu Yizhi, Zhou Qinyu, Xing, Du Cixi, Su Qingxian, and Jiang Qie. The second round began with a more challenging prompt. Drawing a knife to sever water makes it flow even more. Since hearing Du Cixi's description, Jiang Qie's brows had remained furrowed. What? Once upon a time, there was a magical fairy castle? Cixi, is that a lyric? I don't understand. I'm so inadequate. I apologize. By the end of the time limit, she had yet to guess the answer. The participants ahead fell silent, their previous efforts rendered futile. And when it came to Su Qingxian, her response took a bizarre turn. No matter how clever Jiang Qie was, she could not deduce the answer. What puzzled them further was Su Qingxuan's seemingly normal performance in the previous round. Why had she suddenly changed? Su Qingxian turned to glance at Jiang Qie, who awaited her turn with remarkable confidence, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her delicate lips. Let's see how you manage this time, Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie. I'm not sure if I'm correct, but I could attempt to mimic Sister Cixi's lip movements. She seemed to mention something about Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. However, I confess I don't quite grasp it. Perhaps you can interpret it yourself. Jiang Qie fell into contemplation. The answer from the previous round had come to her because Jiao's lip movements reminded her of the original text. But what Su Qingxian had just said bore no resemblance to any line from it, especially given her lengthy and convoluted delivery. Who could possibly guess which line it was? The others felt anxious, realizing that Su Qingxuan's extensive words had failed to highlight any key points. Even if Jiang Qie were brilliant, she could not decipher it. It remained uncertain whether Su Qingxian was genuinely anxious or had ulterior motives. Time's up, Jiang Qie. Have you arrived at an answer? The director, feeling the sting of his previous loss of face, approached Jiang Qie with a grin. Jiang Qie maintained her contemplative demeanor. It's perfectly fine if you can't guess. There will be many more opportunities. With a sigh, Jiang Qie decided to abandon her contemplation and randomly selected an answer from her memory. Black fertilizer turning gray will yield results. The guests collectively sighed in dismay, realizing they should not have harbored any expectations. The director's smile vanished, and he broke into a sweat. How did she manage to blurt out the answer for the next round? In a panic, he glanced at the prompt card and then back at the bewildered Jiang Qie, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I declare the game concluded. Additionally, the teachers responsible for the questions and those who have seen the prompt card should gather behind for an immediate meeting.
No.
Someone has been swayed by Jiang Qie. Suddenly halted, Su Qingxian felt a slight stiffness in her back. Was her intent so obvious? She merely disliked Jiang Qie's popularity and sought to disrupt her performance.
But she could not admit that.
After a moment of thought, she turned to Du Cece, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I didn't realize you observed so closely, Cece. It's nothing really, I just thought of someone but I know he isn't mine. I happened to see Jiang Qie and was momentarily flustered.
Oh? Du Cece replied, puzzled.
She knew Su Qingxian was referring to Li Chengze, but what connection did he have with Jiang Qie? Why is Su Qingxian still thinking about Li Chengze? Is she truly so enamored? Surely, she doesn't intend to latch onto him? What is this talk? Haven't you seen Qingxuan's behavior? Ever since Li Chengze expressed his feelings for Jiang Qie, she's been forcing a smile. Indeed, this morning was filled with dates, some accepted, others declined, but everyone found something to occupy themselves with, while only Qingxian sat on the bench, lost in thought, her eyes red from crying. How could her feelings for Li Chengze be insincere? How cruel. Poor Qingxian came on the show for Li Chengze, yet ended up so heartbroken that she lost the courage to continue. Su Qingxian, being quite astute, played the part of the heartbroken damsel deceived by a scoundrel for the cameras, garnering sympathy from many viewers and significantly increasing her following. However, she would not cease her act. As long as Li Chengze remained out of her grasp, she would continue her performance. That evening, the director prepared a lavish feast for the guests at the villa. Everyone gathered around the table, except for Li Chengze, whose absence was notably felt. Zhou Chenyu, sensing the silence, took the initiative to pour drinks for everyone. Are you all drinking soft drinks or alcohol? Let us not wait for Li Chengze. He is probably on a date with some beauty, haha. His attempt to lighten the mood fell flat, as the expressions of the others turned awkward. With only Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi struggling to suppress their smiles. Was it not amusing? Why did only two of them find it funny? Instinctively glancing at Ji Yao, he found her solemnly pointing behind him. Zhou Chenyu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Just moments ago, he had been smiling brightly. But now, as he turned around, he encountered Li Chengze's ghostly visage, causing him to instinctively take a step back in fright.
Come on, I was just joking.
Was it necessary to react so dramatically? Yet Li Chengze's gaze passed over Zhou Chenyu, fixated intently on Jiang Qie, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered, Jiang Qie, is this amusing to you?
What?
How would I know if it's entertaining or not? You're the one experiencing it, not me. Speaking of which, how did it go with that lady? Is she treating you well? Jiang Qie had the audacity to bring it up. He had painstakingly prepared himself, full of anticipation to meet Jiang Qie at the cinema, only to find a woman with permed hair, smoking, and sporting bold red lipstick. He even doubted whether he had entered the correct cinema, or perhaps Jiang Qie had been abducted by this individual, forced to relinquish her ticket. However, he was informed that the ticket had been purchased from a second-hand platform. The enthusiastic fan explained, I initially thought it was just a gimmick to have an award-winning actor accompanying me for the entire film, but I was surprised to find her to be an honest merchant. If only the fan had remained quiet, but she was a fervent admirer. Her gaze fixed on him throughout the film, making him feel increasingly uneasy without daring to speak. After enduring the most excruciating moment, he thought he would finally be free. only to hear her shout, "My husband, Li Chengze, is right here." At her age, she could practically be his mother. Her voice drew everyone's attention, and a crowd of fans rushed towards him. The instigator turned and dragged him away, her laughter ringing sharply in the air. "Hurry up and run." The robust woman, with considerable strength, proved too much for Li Chengze to restrain, leaving him to be whisked away, his lips twitching imperceptibly. Why did he have such peculiar fans? Was this her attempt to recreate the romantic scenes from television, where the leads enjoy a meal together and are chased by the owner, laughing hand in hand down the street? It felt more akin to a desperate mother fleeing from debt collectors, dragging her son along in a chaotic escape. After shaking off that group of people, Li Chengze released the fan's hand and declined her proposal for support, swiftly hailing a cab to escape the scene. Upon entering, he overheard Zhou Qinyu mentioning he was on a date with a beautiful woman, while Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi exchanged knowing smiles. "Li Chengze, do share. We are all quite curious," Ji Yao urged, her hands bracing the table, her eyes sparkling with an intense desire for gossip. Aware of the need to clarify, lest others assume he was secretly dating someone, Li Chengze succinctly recounted the events, embellishing the story by portraying the woman as a youthful, attractive, and affluent admirer, while conveniently omitting the subsequent details. "So I am perceived as flawless in his eyes. Oh heavens! Why can't lovers ultimately unite?" Upon hearing Li Chengze's explanation, Jiang Qie suddenly felt disheartened and gulped down her drink. He looked at her in confusion, then realized she might be jealous, a smirk forming on his lips as he continued, "Of course, I turned down her request, for my heart already belongs to someone else. I cannot betray my feelings for another, thus I wish her happiness in finding her own." The woman, upon hearing this, cried out in despair and dashed into the spacious bathroom to mourn her lost love beneath the artificial rain. Having spoken, Li Chengze gazed affectionately at Jiang Qie, intending to offer comfort. Yet, she, flushed and having consumed a bottle of wine, pointed to the ceiling, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! This is utterly unfair. Even Li Chengze has an affluent fan. Why can't I be granted a dashing, muscular benefactor to pamper me?" Her life, she lamented, felt as thin as a crepe, pleading for a simple guide to achieve her desires. "I too wish for that guide. I'm deliberately seeking wealthy and handsome benefactors. Please pursue me relentlessly." Li Chengze's gaze dimmed, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Gu Yizhi, however, chuckled helplessly, taking the bottle from her and replacing it with a sobering soup. Jiang Qie sobbed again, finished the soup, and then felt herself lifted by an unseen force. "Oh no, Gu Yizhi has claimed his territory. If poverty and Yizhi are my fate, so be it." But have you seen how Gu Yizhi stands up to Jiang Qie? With his hand on her shoulder, walking as if she were on her own. Is that really Gu Yizhi? Disrupting the atmosphere. Go away. Poverty and Yizhi. You fans. As Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi ascended the stairs, one tall and one limping, Li Chengze remained incensed by Jiang Qie's emotional deception, sitting alone to sip his drink. Suddenly, Ji Yao raised her phone, directing sharp inquiries at him. "Jiang Qie is upset due to a lack of benefactors. What about you? Do you regret not accepting the affluent woman's offer?" As if struck by an invisible hammer, Li Chengze's already pale visage turned ghostly. The others fell silent, intrigued by his response, their expressions eager for gossip.
Du sidst her herefspunkt.
After returning to her room and checking her phone, she learned of last night's events, astonished by Li Chengze's sudden transformation. At this moment, she too was curious about what had prompted his newfound resolve. Su Qingxian's eyes sparkled with interest. If only she had spoken up for Li Chengze earlier. Now, however, she wished to see him embarrassed by Jiang Qie, believing that only then would she have her chance. She remained still, glancing at him with concern while pretending to be engrossed in her porridge. "Why did you suddenly start inviting Jiang Qie? Did Su Qingxian do something to wrong you?" Haha. Ji Yao is suddenly astute. Sensing the gossip vibe, she's acting uncharacteristically. Perhaps she has a knack for journalism. Su Qingxian's hand froze, wondering how she ended up in the crossfire. "Don't ask, I implore you. Please refrain from questioning. Being stood up by someone you like is already painful enough. Let us not add pressure. Let him rest." The atmosphere returned to awkwardness until Gu Yizhi hurried downstairs, anxiously searching for a hiding spot. "What happened? Is Jiang Qie sleepwalking? Aren't you pleased?" Zhou Qinyu remarked. "That's the highest compliment for a man." "Indeed. Why are you so frightened?" Li Chengze scoffed, ignoring Gu Yizhi, stuffing a mouthful of grass into his mouth.
No.
She mentioned wanting to bury me and plant more handsome men. I'm done here. Where to hide? The others paused, casting sympathetic glances his way. Unable to find a suitable refuge, he ultimately scrambled into the bathroom. Jiang Qie then stumbled down the stairs, brandishing a toy plastic shovel. Has anyone seen a handsome guy? In unison, everyone shook their heads like wind-up toys. Jiang Qie scratched her head in confusion, her keen eyes quickly catching a movement beneath the table. And a wicked grin spread across her face as she bent down. Found you. Terrified of being ensnared by the drunken Jiang Qie, Li Chengze exclaimed in horror. Jiang Qie sighed in disappointment, rising and heading upstairs, muttering, I told you. The water is too shallow. Even turtles have come ashore. After dinner, the group dispersed to bathe, watch television, or exercise. It remained unclear whether Jiang Qie had sobered up, but no one dared to check. At that moment, the room's intercom crackled with the director's voice. As of yesterday, 8 letters have been successfully accumulated. Guests who have received notifications on their phones are to proceed to the second-floor mailbox to collect their envelopes. After reading, you may keep the letters. Everyone paused, retrieving their phones, their expressions varying after reading the messages. Most displayed nonchalant smiles upon realizing they had not received notifications, exchanging glances to speculate who had. Li Chengze, however, frowned slightly, refreshing his phone several times after noticing he had received no message, ultimately resigning to this reality. Li Chengze, you seem peculiar. Could it be you? Ji Yao queried, her eyes wide with confusion. Li Chengze attempted to remain calm, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Me? No, if you're curious, you can ask others. And please don't tell me who it is. I'm not concerned. The puzzlement on everyone's faces gradually faded, returning to their previous activities. Yet a voice from upstairs drew their attention, and they all turned expectantly, eager for gossip. Jiang Qie, you received a message too? Yes, she replied, her inebriation seemingly forgotten. Smiling brightly at Gu Yizhi. Oh, Gu, you're here to collect your letter too. If convenient, could you fetch mine as well? I'll wait for you on the balcony. Just as Gu Yizhi was about to agree, his expression changed, vivid images flooding his mind. If he did take it, it would mean Jiang Qie would be in front of him, reading the letter she had written. Inevitably, Jiang Qie would likely say, Oh, is this your writing? When did you become so eloquent? Your sweet words are too charming. Are you often as flirtatious with young ladies? I've outgrown blushing at sweet nothings. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yizhi's heart raced, and the urge to control his emotions intensified, the feeling of embarrassment overwhelming. Are you going to say something? Jiang Qie added. Given the brevity of the journey, it would be best for you to retrieve it yourself. After all, the letters crafted with such care by others should not deter you from taking a few extra steps to collect them. Upon finishing his statement, Gu Yizhi quickened his pace, retrieving his letter and sprinting to the balcony on the first floor. He had no desire to witness the unfolding of his sentiments alongside Jiang Qie. Was it not akin to having one's love letter publicly unveiled and read aloud? Such a scenario could only be described as a public execution. However, Gu Yizhi had overestimated Jiang Qie. 10 minutes later, she gazed at the 5 letters spread out on the table, her hair disheveled and her thoughts in disarray. Utterly perplexed by the message Gu Yizhi sought to convey. Ultimately, she voiced her confusion. What on earth, man? Did you emerge from an intelligence agency? Why must you encrypt a simple letter? Downstairs, Gu Yizhi caught wind of Jiang Qie's complaints, causing his hand to tremble as he chuckled at the absurdity. I am dying to know what Gu Yizhi wrote. Curse this camera for not zooming in. This footage is utterly unclear. You are a disgrace to the very concept of surveillance. It's astonishing what one can witness. This is my first encounter with someone raging against a camera. Jiang Qie's first glance fell upon the 5 letters from Gu Yizhi. Since the establishment of the heartfelt mailbox, he had penned 5 letters, signifying his unwavering choice from the very beginning, which elucidated her decision to read his letters first. However, the contents of Gu Yizhi's writings eluded her comprehension. I must say, little Gu, please refrain from being a riddle maker next time. I detest guessing games, and I invariably guess wrong. Regardless, she resolved to set the letters aside for further contemplation at a later time. Jiang Qie neatly refolded the 5 letters, placing them back in their envelope, and redirected her gaze toward the other 3 letters. Li Chengze had written to her twice, and she found them understandable, attributing them to a fleeting lapse in judgment. However, He Sheng's letter puzzled her entirely. Checking the date, she realized it had been written just yesterday. The question arose, had she provoked him in any manner? Kicking him underwater? Kicking him on the boat? Realizing He Sheng's penchant for dramatics, Jiang Qie suddenly understood, covering her mouth in astonishment. Oh, is that what this is about? It seems I must keep my distance. I cannot afford to let him sink deeper. I am unable to handle it. To validate her hypothesis, she eagerly unsealed He Sheng's letter. The letter, penned in neat, childlike handwriting, read, "During today's canyon rafting, I was captivated by your charm. Though we encountered some minor frictions during the rafting experience, it was these moments that left a lasting impression. I look forward to more exchanges with you in the future." The letter even featured a simple sketch depicting Jiang Qie kicking him into the water. It was clear that he had genuinely enjoyed the experience. Upon finishing, Jiang Qie offered her fair and impartial critique. First and foremost, one must take responsibility for their actions. Thus, little brother, the one who struck you was actually the one who initiated the encounter. Perhaps you should confront them instead? Secondly, Gu Yizhi, take a page from his book and be more direct. If all else fails, add a drawing to your letters so I may interpret them visually. Downstairs, Gu Yizhi, overhearing her remarks, promptly opened his phone to search for simple drawing tutorials. Jiang Qie, after reading He Sheng's letter, is still contemplating Gu Yizhi's. Clearly, Gu Yizhi knows how to maintain Jiang Qie's lingering thoughts, you sly fox. In critiquing He Sheng, Jiang Qie cleverly included Gu Yizhi. She relishes it. A match made in heaven. Jiang Qie stowed away He Sheng's letter, planning to return it at an opportune moment. Lastly, she turned her attention to the letter from Li Chengze. Casting a casual glance at the envelope, she opened it with an indifferent demeanor, hastily skimming through its contents. The first page revealed a collection of commonplace essays readily available online. Yet, this was merely conjecture. Perhaps Li Chengze was limited by his own creativity. Consequently, she took out her phone and entered the first sentence into the search bar, discovering that the content matched verbatim. Well then, it seemed Li Chengze's intellect was indeed confirmed. She discarded the first page, but not without a cursory glance at the second, which, upon inspection, revealed even less content, clearly reflecting Li Chengze's writing style. Narrowing her eyes, she pondered, "You've managed to feign depth, so what am I to do?" As he held the letter, Gu Yizhi's hand quivered slightly, betraying his struggle for composure. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that while he had meticulously organized the 5 letters, the other 3 were carelessly stacked together. Curious to delve deeper, Jiang Qie was about to inquire further when Gu Yizhi swiftly concealed his hands behind his back, his gaze darting nervously. "Whose letter has you so flustered? Should I intervene on your behalf? Or perhaps are you merely punishing yourself? Jiang Qie, have you finally come to your senses? Your reflexes seem to be a tad delayed." It dawned on her that she lacked the funds to take action against her, so he would have to fend for himself. I thought Jiang Qie had finally enlightened herself. However, the director was not at peace. For his Weibo had become a battleground, inundated with complaints from viewers. Because the contents of the letters had not been disclosed, many viewers found themselves restless, taking to Weibo to voice their frustrations. The majority felt that as a romantic variety show, the relationships between participants should be transparent, lest the audience remain in the dark. Director Nyo, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, released the letters ahead of schedule, which had initially been slated for the following day. Jiang Qie received Li Chengze's 2 letters, Gu Yizhi's 5, and He Sheng's single letter. The first from Li Chengze read, after much contemplation, "I have concluded that when one likes someone, they must express it boldly. Thus, I summon my courage, 800 words omitted here." The second letter stated, "Jiang Qie, do you know? Today, I finally discerned my true feelings. It turns out you are of immense significance to me. Each time I witness you and that goof fellow together, I experience a peculiar sensation. Today, I recognize that feeling. It is jealousy. Therefore, might you grant me a chance?" Underneath the Weibo post, viewers commented, "So this is the depth of Jiang Qie's sentiments." Putting aside everything else, Li Chengze seemed sincere. He penned quite a bit. Sincerity alone doesn't justify just 2 letters. Gu Yizhi composed 5. Clearly, Gu Yizhi is the one with genuine intent. Yet, Li Chengze's 2 letters already exceed the word count of Gu Yizhi's 5. From Gu Yizhi's first letter, "I arrived beneath the stars solely because you dwell in the wilderness." The second, third, and fourth letters expressed, "Stars do not converge. Flames flicker, and the world is illusory, yet your existence renders it worthwhile. You inquire why the moon tonight seems so extraordinary? It is simply because I share it with you. The moon is the sole entity in the cosmos, just as you are one of a kind. Walk toward the light. for I shall walk toward you. Oh my goodness. Tonight, Gu Yizhi has gone utterly wild. It is undeniably romantic. It resonates with passion and narrative. I knew he loved her, but I never anticipated he loved her this deeply. I am indifferent to my own single status, but Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi must marry. He Sheng's letter was briefly noted, and the consensus among netizens was, "Brother, you must move on. Jiang Qie is already reserved by Gu Yizhi. Forget her." Next, Gu Yizhi received 5 letters from Jiang Qie, 2 from Du Cixi, and 1 from Ji Yao. The first letter from Jiang Qie read, "Upon seeing you for the first time, I felt compelled to exclaim, what a remarkable world to behold such a handsome individual. It was evident from the start that you were destined to be mine. A heart-shaped gesture akin to Yang Zhenjin's is owed here. My heavens, my thoughts are spiraling. Don't run away from me." The second image, not only handsome but also possessing such remarkable abdominal muscles. Who is this little charmer trying to entice? A national treasure indeed. The third image, the pampered young master. How does it feel to pick up trash? Honestly, I thought you would resist this. Yet you have shown a surprising lack of arrogance, engaging in such tasks without a hint of complaint. From now on, I shall call you Mr. Li. I know your surname is Gu, but you truly deserve the name Li. The fifth image, is it just my illusion, or do you have feelings for me? This line is crossed out. How ridiculous. I've become as ordinary as Li Chengze. By the way, you performed exceptionally well in the water gun battle today. I couldn't find you, yet you remained hidden. Tell me, how many more surprises do I remain unaware of? Upon seeing the earlier messages, who claims Jiang Qie is straight. This is as straightforward as it gets. How can you play so flamboyantly behind our backs? Later. Huh? Were those earlier comments abstract? Have you not yet realized that Gu Yizhi likes you? Never mind. Let us just ship it. Jiang Qie penned all 5 notes to Gu Yizhi. Is this not mutual pursuit? You all better lock it down. Poor Qie Jian has truly gone mad. Who understands?
I am utterly enchanted.
Du Cixi's first note. The second note. After spending these past few days together, I've noticed you've become more talkative. Although not directed at me. It's still quite astonishing. It seems you have someone in your heart, and I won't intrude any longer. At first, Cixi indeed often watched Gu Yizhi. But once Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi grew closer, she seemed to lose interest.
Wow.
It's a pity Gu Yizhi isn't entering the entertainment industry. Du Cixi falling for him is entirely understandable. Ji Yao, I don't know who to give this to, so I randomly selected a male contestant. Congratulations. You've been chosen. We haven't interacted much, but you seem like a good person. Wishing you and Jiang Qie a lifetime of happiness. Haha, Ji Yao. You ship poor Qie Jian too? I never expected Ji Yao would write a note wishing Gu Yizhi and Jiang Qie happiness. Can it be played this way? At that moment, all the contestants lounging on their beds, engrossed in their phones, received the news that the letters had been made public. They hurriedly rushed to Weibo to see what others had written and the reactions from netizens. Upon reading, Gu Yizhi felt as if the sky had fallen. He Sheng felt the urge to restart. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth in frustration. Li Chengze also seethed silently. Zhou Chenyu stared in disbelief. Ji Yao was in a frenzy of gossip. Du Cixi, upon reading, thought, just as I expected. Jiang Qie, after finishing, wondered why no one had yet explained the riddle that is Gu Yizhi. The following morning, after everyone had finished breakfast, the broadcast reminded them once again. The filming location was in the lounge on the 2nd floor. To avoid disturbance, the others gathered on the 1st floor, clearing the area. On the 2nd floor, a woman clad in a red shirt and black capri pants, alongside a man in trendy attire, appeared before the cameraman. Wasn't this supposed to be a couple shoot? This looks more like a mother-son duo. The cameraman, internally conflicted, licked his lips, holding the camera but hesitating to shoot. Ultimately, he could not overcome his apprehension and nervously smiled at Jiang Qie, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am, from a professional standpoint. We hope your outfit's colors and style can resonate more with the gentlemaness. Perhaps you should consult a stylist for a makeover and choose a more fitting outfit?" Director Fei, observing the situation, promptly took out his walkie-talkie to summon a professional wardrobe team. Moments later, a faint commotion approached, and the individuals on the 1st floor set down their tasks to see what was happening. They saw a group of professionals carrying a plethora of colorful and varied outfits, entering the villa in a grand manner. The leading stylist, upon noticing the contestants standing at the door, casually gave a thumbs up to the person beside her. The director really went all out with this welcome. "I must ensure that lady looks stunning." Others regarded them as part of the etiquette team. All right, who needs assistance? Upon seeing Jiang Qie, the stylist's words faltered. The outrageously mismatched outfit was hard to ignore for someone of her fashion expertise. It's you, isn't it? Your face is simply exquisite, resembling a water lily in bloom, yet you seem unsure how to enhance it. No worries, come here, and I will transform you, bringing out your true beauty. Thus, Jiang Qie was eagerly whisked away by the enthusiastic stylist for a makeover. An hour later, after the professional team concluded their work, Jiang Qie emerged, resembling an entirely different person. Clad in an elegant long gown, she descended the staircase gracefully, the hem flowing gently, accentuating her curvaceous figure with perfect tailoring. The exquisite makeup enhanced her already striking features, radiating an enchanting glow. Please provide the link to this face. Ah, she is breathtaking. From head to toe, I don't know where to look. I have never criticized Jiang Qie. I wish to look like this in my next life. Iron, don't be too excessively beautiful. Thank you, benefactor. I saw you playing on your phone at Shaolin Temple, and now I have returned to secular life. The gazes of the crowd below were instantly drawn to her, collectively expressing astonishment. Ji Yao's eyes widened, brimming with envy, transforming into a little fan. So beautiful. I'd give my life for you. Zhou Chenyu jokingly teased. Now Gu Yizhi must feel the pressure. Gu Yizhi's expression softened, a hint of crimson tinting his ears. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, Jiang Qie struggled to maintain her balance. The high heels were too challenging for her. One misstep caused her ankle to twist, and her body lost equilibrium, threatening to topple. Jiang Qie shrieked in terror, her voice sharp and piercing, as if to slice through the air. The urgency of the situation prompted Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi to react almost simultaneously, racing towards her at incredible speed. Ah! In that critical moment, Jiang Qie instinctively grasped the railing, regaining her stability. Li Chengze and Gu Yizhi, in a frantic competition to catch her, found their outstretched hands frozen in midair. The only sound remaining was Jiang Qie's piercing scream. Simultaneously, netizens on Weibo were also screaming in admiration for Jiang Qie's beauty. Her first appearance in encountering love rapidly gained notoriety. The moment she gracefully descended the stairs, stunning everyone, became iconic, so beautiful it transcended the ordinary. Though it didn't last long, the brief video quickly dominated the top 10 trending topics. Jiang Qie's face, a masterpiece of ennui, enveloped in charm and style. Her beauty captivated many. Thus, Jiang Qie gained another wave of admirers, yet the seasoned Jiang gently cautioned them not to harbor excessive expectations, for she was utterly oblivious to the manual of her own beauty. At that time, he was dating Jiang Qie, frequently receiving scripts that required intimate scenes with actresses, holding hands, kissing, etc., which would make Jiang Qie jealous, prompting her to secretly visit the set. However, for the sake of his reputation, he often forbade her from approaching, leaving her to watch from afar. Just like now, as he sat beside the staircase, guarding her while she filmed an advertisement with Gu Yizhi. Reflecting on this, Li Chengze couldn't help but smirk at his own self-deprecation, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, only to suddenly remember the cameras around. What is he putting on an act for? Has he not experienced heartbreak? Did he even date Jiang Qie? Why does this seemingly melancholic scene make me want to laugh? It feels as though he has cast himself as the heartbroken male lead. Conclusion: he is overacting. Same here. Yet, the scene was far from over. If this were indeed a drama shoot, the director would undoubtedly conduct a beautifully artistic camera movement, zooming out to reveal a frail figure hiding behind the wall. Sheltered by Li Chengze, Su Qingxian stood quietly, seemingly avoiding him while anxiously peering out, her gaze fixated on him. In her gaze, a confluence of heartache, helplessness, sorrow, and injustice converged. Yet, in an ostensibly concealed corner, this moment was perfectly captured by a camera hidden in the living room. Oh, how my heart aches for Xianxian, who, despite being the one who loves Li the most, must witness his distress over Jiang. Her love is so humble. Why can't she consider her own feelings a little more? My heart truly aches for Xianxian in this moment. Her eyes tell countless tales. After a brief while, Su Qingxian sighed helplessly once more and made her way to the restroom on the first floor. Upon entering, the sorrow on her face vanished instantly as she opened her phone to check how many more fans she had gained. After one performance, she had accumulated another follower, surpassing the number of fans she gained from filming. Jiang Qie, who had yet to memorize her lines, feigned calmness as she set down the script. Jiang Qie coughed a couple of times, prompting Gu Yizhi to immediately amend his approach and pick up the script. Wait. I seem to have forgotten how to convey the emotions. I need to immerse myself in it again. As the fourth audition began, Jiang Qie was reminded not to drink all the yogurt at once, or else the following scenes would be hindered. After Jiang Qie's third verbal slip, director Fei began to feel agitated. Gu Yizhi was also displeased, staring at the ground with pursed lips.
All right.
Jiang Qie nodded submissively on the surface, while secretly salivating at the sight of the yogurt. 321, action. The flashbulbs were ready, and the camera was set. Gu Yizhi discreetly hid one hand behind his back, while the other gently patted Jiang Qie's shoulder, his voice soft yet playful.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, nothing. Just recalling the dream I had last night, wishing to experience it again. Gu Yizhi casually sat beside Jiang Qie, leaning slightly forward. What dream? Perhaps I can assist you in reliving it.
Sigh.
Jiang Qie let out a long sigh, her expression melancholic. It's impossible in reality, because I dreamt of flying on clouds, feeling so free. Upon hearing this, Gu Yizhi pondered for a moment before a smile crept upon his lips. I think I might have a solution. Gu Yizhi revealed the yogurt he had hidden behind his back. Drink this, and I shall tell you. All right. Jiang Qie's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously melancholic eyes sparkled with desire as she snatched the yogurt and began to guzzle it down. Impossible for the director to intervene. To put it bluntly, it resembles a drug addict encountering their substance and indulging fervently. This is no exaggeration. This is the raw essence.
Click.
Director Fei was compelled to don a mask of agony, hastily gesturing for a stop. Who on earth cast Jiang Qie? I regret heeding the advice of netizens. Truly. It would have been better to cast Gu Yizhi. After finishing, Jiang Qie, still unsatisfied, smacked her lips and licked the remnants of yogurt from the corners of her mouth. Director, let us do it again. This time, I promise to perform well. Director Fei covered his face, erupting into laughter reminiscent of a mischievous fairy. So that's how it is. Jiang Qie, if you haven't had your fill, take a whole box and drink to your heart's content. Once you're satisfied, we'll continue filming. He finally realized that Jiang Qie, as an actress, wouldn't repeatedly make such trivial mistakes unless she was intentionally seeking to indulge. At your command. All right, director, let us proceed. Jiang Qie's frugal character remains steadfast.
All right,
enough of that. The child deserves some dignity. After quenching her thirst, Jiang Qie indeed made no further mistakes, and the narrative smoothly continued. Jiang Qie, a bit puzzled, accepted the yogurt from Gu Yizhi's hand, delicately taking a sip. Upon tasting the yogurt, Jiang Qie's eyes widened in disbelief as she took another generous gulp, closing her eyes as she flawlessly recited her lines that made her toes curl in delight. Wow. As soon as this yogurt touched my lips, I felt as if I were frolicking in the clouds, enveloped by its silky texture and delightful flavor, soaring freely in the sky. Upon reopening her eyes, she gratefully grasped Gu Yizhi's hand. Thank you for making my dream of flight come true. Then, it was Gu Yizhi's turn to forget his lines.
Click.
What's wrong with you, Gu Yizhi? Gu Yizhi replied coldly, apologies, let us try again. Director Fei swallowed his frustration and conceded. Fine. Lights ready. The scene resumed smoothly until Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi finished shaking hands, and then Gu Yizhi forgot his lines again. Sorry, director, let us do it again. I won't stumble in the same place 3 times. Director Fei, already thinning on top, lost a few more strands of hair, his voice growing weary. Prepare. Unless something unexpected occurs, an unexpected event was imminent. Gu Yizhi stumbled again at the same spot. Director Fei exploded in frustration, realizing he had foreseen this. He rushed to Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, tightly clasping their hands together, forcing their faces close. Come on, you wanted to hold hands. So I'll let you hold them as long as you like. Director, you two ship Qie and Yizhi, right? Honestly, who would have thought the director is just as invested? The comments have turned into playful banter, but the director is genuinely exasperated. The director's emphasis on the words hold hands distinctly reached Li Chengze's ears. At that moment, Li Chengze could no longer remain seated. He swiftly ascended the stairs, catching sight of Gu Yizhi's hand firmly intertwined with Jiang Qie's. Instantly, Li Chengze transformed into a vengeful spirit. Darkly glaring at Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi, I will surveil you both forever. Gu Yizhi, feeling awkward, glanced at their joined hands, symbolically struggling to free herself. Realizing she could not break free, she slightly furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with grievance. What do we do now? It can't be my fault, right? How about don't worry, just watch me? Jiang Qie smiled confidently, suddenly pulling her hand away with a force that caught Gu Yizhi off guard, almost causing her to stumble. Gu Yizhi's expression shifted from smugness to terror as she quickly withdrew her hand, unwilling to remain connected for another second. Ha 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 ha, Gu Yizhi. You managed to break free again? Gu Yizhi clearly wants to hold Jiang Qie's hand. The ship is sailing. Jiang Qie, I don't even want to scold you. What's the harm in holding his hand for another second? Li Chengze's expression softened, pleased as he walked away with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Qie still maintains her integrity for him. It seems there is still hope. Seeing the director so irate, Gu Yizhi refrained from making further mistakes, ultimately completing the advertisement alongside Jiang Qie. The narrative continued. She gratefully grasped Gu Yizhi's hand. Thank you for fulfilling my dream of flight. Gu Yizhi shyly smiled, raising her hand alongside Jiang Qie to present the yogurt before the camera. I dream of soaring through the skies. And my good friend is delighted to share with me the Cloud Summit yogurt, Cloud Summit, with more care and love. As the recording concluded, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi intended to descend for a break, but were informed by the director that they still needed to shoot a cover. This was much simpler than the advertisement, merely requiring a few poses and would be quick. Hold this pose for 3 seconds, yes. Just as the director was about to press the shutter, he changed his mind. Oh no, Jiang Qie, raise your hand a bit higher. Gu Yizhi, stop looking at Jiang Qie. Focus on the camera. After an hour of meticulous guidance from the director, Jiang Qie and Gu Yizhi finally completed 3 sets of photos. In the first set, Jiang Qie smiled at the camera while holding the yogurt, with Gu Yizhi standing protectively behind her. In the second set, both Gu Yizhi and Jiang Qie held the yogurt together, smiling at the camera. In the third set, they leaned together, forming a heart shape with the yogurt atop it. After finishing the 3 sets of photos, Jiang Qie collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Just a few simple poses, yet the director insisted on incessantly correcting her. It was utterly absurd. Indeed, the director must be taking revenge for her having drunk his yogurt. At that moment, the broadcast echoed once more. Jiang Qie felt a shiver run through her entire being. Could it be? She had been featured in the previous 2 broadcasts, and it seemed she could not escape this time either. But she hadn't rested enough yet. How vexing. Could the world not just erase her? Dear female guests, please proceed to the second floor for your selections. On the blackboard of the second floor, for anonymous dating proposals prepared by male contestants were displayed. To ensure fairness, each male could be chosen by only one female contestant. Are you all ready? Let's embark on a new romantic journey. The excitement was palpable. Is it really this thrilling? Jiang Qie must choose Gu Yizhi. My pairing cannot be disrupted. I'm somewhat looking forward to seeing new bonds develop among the other guests. Will there be new romances born? I am a bit eager. I hope Zhou Chenyu can find a new female guest. It seems not many have voted for him during the live broadcast, yet he has consistently chosen Ji Yao, which feels a bit misplaced. I also wish Xian could soon shake off the harm inflicted by Li Chengze. Isn't it true that our esteemed actor has not harmed her? Hasn't it always been her one-sided affection? Upon hearing this, all the females present began to scan their surroundings, only to realize that the males had mysteriously vanished. The blackboard showcased photos of 4 date locations, an archery range, a temple for incense burning, a DIY phone case workshop, and an arcade claw machine. Su Qingxian appeared despondent, as if indifferent to whom she would choose. Eventually, with a sigh, she selected the temple. She feigned nonchalance while providing an explanation. I've been feeling utterly conflicted lately. I'm just so tired. Perhaps I should go to the temple to find some peace in that serene place. After making her choice, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Her mind recalling Li Chengze's words shared during filming, a true partner should together light incense and pray for a reunion in the next life, continuing the romance. If her guess was correct, Li Chengze was indeed that partner. Jiang Qie is so devoted, she is even resorting to rituals to secure her choice of Gu Yizhi. Pass it on. Jiang Qie is performing rituals. Though the pose resembles someone straining on the toilet, Ji Yao promptly chose the claw machine, making her selection swiftly. Du Cixi hesitated for a while before opting for archery, deeming it somewhat juvenile. At that moment, Jiang Qie suddenly opened her eyes. She finally remembered. No. Jiang Qie began to panic, wildly flailing at the air before her. What language should I use? What tone to express my chaotic feelings right now? Could you hurry up? Jiang Qie? Watching you is making me anxious. I can only hope the claw machine is Gu Yizhi. Taking Gu Yizhi would be one thing, But what did it mean to leave Yixing for her? She was currently avoiding him at all costs. But then she reconsidered. Yixing's quirky personality would only be revealed behind the camera, while Li Chengze's performance-oriented persona would never be restrained. Next, the four females entered a room to select suitable outfits for their dates. An hour later, they appeared one by one. Since the dating activity was athletic in nature, Gu Yizhi changed out of her mermaid skirt into a sleek athletic outfit, her hair tied into a high ponytail. Jiao donned a blue puffball dress, its pure and deep hue reminiscent of the night sky draped over her, both adorable and regal. Su Qingxian opted for a fresh and elegant look, wearing a new-style qipao and light makeup, her hair pinned up, exuding a tranquil aura. Fans in the comments section erupted with excitement, praising their beauty on screen. Jiang Qie, however, was not one to be outdone. Her face had just trended online, and she was determined to overshadow the others. Thus, her fans patiently awaited the moment to strike, ready to dive into the fray as soon as Jiang Qie made her appearance. When the moment arrived, Jiang Qie stepped into the nationwide live broadcast with an outfit that was utterly unapproachable. Her hair was styled in a flamboyant, multicolored chamois fashion, one eye glaring defiantly while the other was artfully concealed by her hair. Her lips were painted black, and she wore a tight-fitting outfit emblazoned with a popular brand, adorned with a gaudy gold chain around her neck, and her feet clad in unconventional Chelsea boots. Seeing the incredulous expressions on the faces around her, Jiang Qie realized she had succeeded. The hour spent on her ensemble was not in vain. Anyone on the street would surely make way for her. Would this frighten Yixing away? The camera then shifted to the four male leads awaiting at their respective dating locations. Gu Yizhi is not with me. And Yixing, take care of yourself. I cannot save you. On the bright side, Gu Yizhi has narrowly escaped a disaster. I had guessed that Gu Yizhi would choose horseback riding. Yet everyone said with his physique, he wouldn't pick such a thing. He is quite subdued now, isn't he? Zhou Chenyu is paired with Jiao again? Is it a coincidence or by design? Xian is once more grouped with Li Chengze. Is there still hope for a rekindled romance? I still haven't moved on. Soon, the four female leads arrived at the venue. The sun shone down on the archery range, and a gentle breeze stirred. Gu Yizhi stood there in a crisp white shirt and black high-waisted trousers, perfectly accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His focused and profound gaze was directed toward the horizon, as if anticipating the arrival of a fair maiden. However, the person he envisioned did not come. As he watched Gu Yizhi approach from the car, his expression dimmed, followed by a deep sigh. Gu Yizhi did not wait for his beloved and has faltered. Gu Yizhi is fine, but who can blame Gu Yizhi for being fixated on Jiang Qie? Yet it was not only he who faltered. Li Chengze, clad in a black zhongshan suit, waited steadily on the steps. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, "Chengze?" Li Chengze was momentarily taken aback, then recognized the speaker, his fervent gaze softening as he adjusted into a smile and turned. Su Qingxian? What a coincidence. We are grouped together again. Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Li Chengze seems less enthusiastic towards Xian than before. Is the upstairs production team aware of this? Li Chengze was made clear yesterday that he favors Jiang Qie, so of course, he must avoid any suspicion. Poor Xian, who came here seeking inner peace, ends up encountering Li Chengze. At the arcade, Ji Yao bounced eagerly to her designated spot, but her smile vanished upon seeing the blue-suited figure. Zhou Chenyu turned around, a smug grin plastered on his face, surprised. Aren't you? It's me again. Why does Ji Yao seem to dislike Zhou Chenyu so much? She doesn't exhibit this behavior with the other three guests. I also noticed, since Zhou Chenyu's first appearance, Ji Yao has never shown him a friendly face. Could they be exes? Oh my, that is indeed a possibility. Though none of the first three pairs were entirely satisfactory, the most unfortunate was Yixing. Upon first sight of Jiang Qie, he fainted backward, his eyes rolling back. Fortunately, the director had anticipated this and had medical personnel on standby, who promptly administered CPR on site. Jiang Qie swore she only intended to frighten Yixing away. She had never imagined that a lovesick heart would be so fragile. Reluctantly, she removed the ostentatious gold chain from her neck. Perhaps Yixing was envious of her wealth. Once he regained consciousness, his gaze was laced with trepidation, fearing Jiang Qie would unleash her flamboyant antics once again. Yixing gradually composed himself, assuring her, "It's quite simple. A teacher will guide us, and we just need to follow along step by step." But sister, is it really all right for you to cover one eye? Jiang Qie absent-mindedly brushed aside the strand of wig that hung down to obscure her vision, only to discover that her hair remained stubbornly in place. How infuriating. The quality of the wig purchased for 99 was evidently subpar, having become as rigid as a fixed cap. Observing this, Yixing stepped forward to assist Jiang Qie with her hair. After a brief moment of hesitation, he managed a charming smile. Perfect timing, as I wish for you to cherish the moments we share together. As the instructor arrived, he began patiently explaining how to create a personalized phone case. Yixing listened intently, taking out a notebook to jot down notes. In stark contrast, Jiang Qie had already succumbed to slumber. Yixing refrained from waking her, opting instead to sketch a small tiger on her cheek with his pen, subsequently capturing a few candid photographs. He mused over the futility of using such evidence as leverage. After all, if she had the audacity to present herself in such a manner, how could a few photos intimidate her? 5 minutes later, Jiang Qie woke right on cue, and Yixing greeted her with a smile. Sister, you've awakened just in time. The teacher is about to demonstrate. Here, take these materials. How delightful! Jiang Qie exclaimed as she accepted the materials. Her fist clenched in encouragement. Let us do our best. The teacher approached, suddenly inquiring, So, you two are a couple? Jiang Qie's eyes widened in surprise as she stood up, glancing down at her attire. What makes you think we are a couple? The teacher simply laughed quietly, amused by the small tiger drawn on Jiang Qie's face. Well, shall we work back to back and exchange the phone cases we create at the end? Upon hearing Jiang Qie's reluctance to face him, Yixing's demeanor shifted slightly. That would render this date rather dull, don't you think, sister? Jiang Qie immediately made a silly face, her lips painted black as she closed her eyes, revealing eyelids adorned with red, her long lashes cascading down. She resembled a mischievous sprite, prompting Yixing to amend his earlier comment. Yet, exchanging phone cases is indeed an inventive idea, a lovely keepsake. He then turned away, without hesitation. Before long, the excitement of Xinjiang had dissipated. Jiang Qie remained steadfast in her resolve to uphold her integrity for Gu Yizhi, prompting a chuckle from onlookers who lamented her steadfastness. It's no wonder the younger brother is distressed. Witnessing Jiang Qie's expression is enough to make one drop their phone. It's remarkable that he has endured this long. Many couples had left their names here, seeking blessings and a promise of eternal togetherness. Li Chengze gazed sadly at the pairs of names etched before him, feeling a twinge of regret that Jiang Qie was not by his side. If only he could inscribe her name, he knew she would be more than willing. As Li Chengze lost himself in thought, Su Qingxian observed him for a moment before exclaiming, We're all aware this is but a fleeting illusion. Yet people flock to it. Are we not the same? Mr. Li, you wished to write alongside Jiang Qie, did you not? Li Chengze hesitated to admit the truth in front of Su Qingxian, recognizing her as a kind-hearted girl and not wanting to make her uncomfortable, so he chose silence. Seeing his reluctance, Su Qingxian continued, I understand, and I'm sorry. I only came here to find some peace of mind, never expecting to encounter you. Perhaps this is fate? She awaited his response, hoping he would express something profound. No, do not blame yourself. Perhaps Jiang Qie sensed I would be here and chose not to come, and serendipitously, you were selected instead. Li Chengze sighed softly. She is still upset with me. Are you aware that Jiang Qie is angry with you? Wasn't she quite infatuated with you before? What did I miss? The Jiang Qie I met on the dating show was pursuing you? Indeed. Just days before the show aired, she was spotted entering a hotel with you. Later, you clarified that she was pursuing you and that you had no intention of reciprocating, resulting in her being branded a homewrecker and trending online. At that time, you had just finished filming a romantic drama with Su Qingxian, and everyone assumed you were a couple, which led to the backlash against Jiang Qie. Now I understand why Jiang Qie would choose to ignore Li Chengze. He didn't appreciate her initially. That's not entirely fair. The film star must have had feelings for Jiang Qie, or else why would he have acted that way? Perhaps he developed emotions while interacting with her on the dating show. Wait. Are you suggesting that Li Chengze fell for Jiang Qie after being frightened into hospitalization twice and constantly beaten? Is he a masochist? Do la burrata de asiste. At the arcade, Zhou Chenyu tilted his chin slightly as he faced the claw machine. Have you decided which one you want? Ji Yao pushed him aside with determination. Step aside.
Let me handle it.
However, after 30 consecutive failures, her enthusiasm waned. Zhou Chenyu chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps I should give it a try. These toys seem a bit discontent today, and I'll cheer them up. Ji Yao hesitantly extended her empty hands, murmuring, I'm out of tokens. No worries, I'll get some more. Before long, he returned with a handful of game tokens, smiling at her. So, which one do you truly desire? The once mischievous troublemaker had now transformed into a considerate companion. Ji Yao felt a flutter of confusion and turned her head away, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Clearing her throat, she finally admitted, "That panda, please."
Meanwhile,
The atmosphere at the archery range was as cold as ice. The individual who was supposed to teach Du Cece how to shoot had claimed the need for a restroom break and never returned, leaving Du Cece to navigate the intricacies of archery alone. After 10 unsuccessful attempts, her frustration mounted. Unable to bear the sight of her struggle, a staff member approached. "Excuse me, miss, do you require assistance?" Du Cece politely shook her head. "No, thank you. My partner will be here shortly." Yet, her expression betrayed her discontent. Little did anyone know, he had just been in the restroom, secretly watching a live stream of Jiang Qie and Li Chengze's date. Growing increasingly frustrated as he punched the wall, only to be berated as a lunatic before reluctantly exiting. Gu Yizhi pressed his lips tightly together, abruptly seizing 3 arrows and knocking them onto the bowstring, his arms trembling slightly as he attempted to release pent-up emotions. After inhaling deeply, his gaze sharpened, and with a gentle release, the arrows shot forth like lightning, each striking the bullseye. Yet, his expression remained devoid of any emotion. Knock, draw, release. If you can master this, you'll hit the target. You seem utterly disinterested in teaching. Must you be so callous? Du Cece is having a tough time. Gu Yizhi felt agitated. He had just finished reading a book on winning love and had hoped to showcase his skills at the archery range. Yet, he miscalculated and failed to wait for Jiang Qie. However, Du Cece didn't complain. She grew quieter, practicing alone without bothering him. She had indeed become much calmer since their initial date, perhaps realizing her affection for Jiang Qie and opting not to intrude. Time flowed silently, each passing second marking the gradual conclusion of their respective dates. Zhou Chenyu proudly displayed his claw machine prowess before Ji Yao, landing every toy. And soon they both left with an armful of prizes. Ji Yao regarded him with newfound admiration, reassessing her perception of him. From a mere troublesome boy to a reliable companion who could win plush toys. At the temple, Li Chengze and Su Qingxian completed their incense offering and purchased a string of prayer beads as a keepsake before descending the mountain together. To his surprise, he found that the date, initially overshadowed by his missed opportunity with Jiang Qie, held significant meaning with Su Qingxian. "No worries, there's still time. I'll help you look." As they retraced their steps up the mountain, Li Chengze's demeanor softened towards Su Qingxian, and their conversation flowed more freely. Yisheng fashioned a delightful mobile phone case resembling a charming brown bear, adorned with sparkling pink sequins within, a truly exquisite piece favored by many girls. Imagining Jiang Qie's infatuation with the phone case, Yisheng turned around, cradling it in her hands. "Sister, are you done?" Jiang Qie stiffened momentarily, before exclaiming, "This is a big task, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Yisheng was touched, wiping away a tear of sweat, surprised by Jiang Qie's earnestness towards the gift.
all right.
Suddenly, Jiang Qie turned around proudly, brandishing a remarkably realistic large foot, presumably a size 38. After much contemplation, Yisheng found herself at a loss for words, muttering, "Isn't that too large to be practical?" Jiang Qie stood tall, raising the foot high. No. It's quite useful." She then proceeded to demonstrate the phone's genuine utility. "Look, when you need to use it, you can secure it around the ankle. Yisheng, you have my athlete's foot. And if you find yourself in an awkward situation in public, you can place the phone on your head and exclaim, 'Oh no, my face has fallen to the ground,' to alleviate the embarrassment." At that moment, Yisheng's lips twitched uncontrollably, truly feeling mortified. After finishing her explanation, Jiang Qie closed her eyes tightly, turning her head away, reluctantly offering the phone case to Yisheng. No, you seem to love it so much. I cannot take away what you cherish." Although Jiang Qie felt a pang of reluctance, her insistence on gifting it stemmed from her competitive spirit. "Oh, just take it. What else with this formality?" Yisheng retreated, hands raised, repeatedly insisting, "No, I cannot accept it." Jiang Qie stepped closer, urging, "Don't be so polite. Just take it."
No.
"You must." "Absolutely not." They engaged in an amusing tug-of-war, retreating and advancing until they reached the entrance. Had it not been for the director's sudden announcement regarding an important schedule the following day, requiring their collective presence to familiarize themselves with the rules, they would have already dined outside. Now, It seemed they would have to cook for themselves again. Meanwhile, an unexpected hint of ambiguity blossomed between Li Chengze and Su Qingxian. Gu Yizhi's expression grew increasingly apprehensive as time passed, as if fearing that Jiang Qie would soon arrive with Hisheng, cradling a child. Suddenly, faint voices could be heard outside, indistinct yet compelling enough for everyone to instinctively glance towards Gu Yizhi, whose expression seemed to convey, "Aren't you going to check on them? Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" Gu Yizhi, with a faint blush, huffed softly, gradually lifting his foot, his pace transitioning from steady to impatient, culminating in a sprint. Upon reaching the door, the onlookers witnessed Gu Yizhi's expression shift from anxious to incredulous under the night sky. Initially assuming the situation was hopeless, the four spectators sighed in unison. Yet Li Chengze wore a smile. It was only when Jiang Qie and Hisheng entered, playfully shoving each other, that the reason for Gu Yizhi's astonishment became clear. "Here, take it. I truly cannot accept it." It was then that everyone comprehended the absurdity. These two were tugging each other over a large foot. Well, that made some sense. In the most extreme scenario, if neither wanted it, they could simply discard it. "Darling, if he doesn't want it, I shall take it." The crowd gasped in shock. "Shouldn't we have dinner first?" Li Chengze suddenly stood up, trying to draw Jiang Qie's attention to avoid any disdain from others. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Ahem. He cleared his throat a bit louder. Fortunately, Jiang Qie noticed and looked over, her gaze filled with affection, warming Li Chengze's heart. "Are you cold? That's how it should be. Warmth is reserved for obedient children." Li Chengze. The others stifled their laughter, while Gu Yizhi chuckled heartily, even managing a few coughs. Jiang Qie immediately slid over with vigilance. "My embrace is 37 degrees, understand? Li Chengze?" Observing Gu Yizhi's earnest demeanor, Jiang Qie approached him, pondering thoughtfully. Ji Yao pointed to herself. Him. Who? Ji Yao then realized Zhou Qinyu had retreated behind the sofa unnoticed. "Why is it always me doing this? Can't you all be self-sufficient? Cooking is such an essential life skill. The sooner you learn, the sooner you can take charge." Upon reflection, the group recognized that since Zhou Qinyu claimed he could cook, they had been entirely reliant on him. It felt somewhat embarrassing. They were conscientious enough to seek a substitute for Zhou Qinyu, who wishes to give it a try. Li Chengze stepped forward. "I will." The group's conscience vanished once more. "Let us stick with Zhou Qinyu." Zhou Qinyu refused to emerge, prompting Ji Yao to chase after him. Others encouraged and assisted in the pursuit. Su Qingxian remarked, "It's better to respect others' wishes." Jiang Qie insisted, "Gu Yizhi, go block him." The scene descended into chaos. Just then, Director Fei, accompanied by a swarm of staff, entered with great fanfare. Everyone paused, initially believing the director had come to intervene personally, bringing a team of chefs, which left them feeling deeply moved, especially Zhou Qinyu, who had nearly been caught. In the eager anticipation of the crowd, the director seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. But after surveying the room, nodding in satisfaction, that light shifted. It dawned on everyone that it was merely a reflection. However, this did not diminish the director's saintly image in their eyes until he smirked and raised a hand to issue a command. "Go on, collect their phones."
Huh?
A massive uproar erupted within the villa, echoing the voices of 8 individuals. The Na'vi guests had assumed the director was there to rescue them, only to find he was there to claim their lives. Soon, those previously mistaken for chefs began to advance towards them. Jiang Qie was the first to react, clutching her phone and sprinting upstairs. "You shall not separate us. Do not underestimate the bond between me and my phone." However, they overestimated the situation, as Jiang Qie's method of resistance was rather embarrassing. Nonetheless, she felt it necessary to make an effort. Consequently, a minute later, Jiang Qie led all the guests to the rooftop, each clutching a phone, their expressions resolute as if facing imminent demise. Jiang Qie proclaimed, "Are we all ready? 3, 2, 1, jump."
Wait.
Director Fei arrived just in time, raising a hand to halt them. "Can we not leap at every opportunity? How many times have I asked you this?" Jiang Qie turned. "Let us negotiate. Spare my phone. And ours." Director Fei shook his finger, solemnly stating, "No, this is non-negotiable. Tomorrow's event is crucial. And, to prevent cheating, I must collect your phones today." "Humph." Jiang Qie huffed lightly, her gaze sharp as she strode confidently towards the director. Startled by her sudden aura, Director Fei instinctively held his breath, taking a step back. The other guests offered encouraging expressions to Jiang Qie. "Go for it. You must secure the opportunity for us to retain our phones." As Jiang Qie approached the director, she clasped her hands together and playfully winked. Let us be reasonable. Can we postpone the collection until tomorrow? Seeing Jiang Qie's willingness to concede, the group collectively adopted an innocent demeanor. Oh, dear Director Fei. Might we also keep our phones until tomorrow? However, the director remained unyielding. No. 7 minutes later, all phones were forcibly surrendered. Do not go. My phone. How shall I survive without you? Jiang Qie, with tears streaming down her face, helplessly watched as her phone was taken away, blocked by 2 tall staff members, and could only stretch out one hand in a futile attempt to retain it. The others around her were equally reluctant, some frowning, others dodging the cameras. However, amidst the crowd of disgruntled individuals, Li Chengze remained remarkably composed. He settled into a comfortable position, crossing his legs, and leisurely took a sip of water before speaking slowly. The others were drawn to his unperturbed demeanor, casting puzzled glances in his direction. Do not be overly disheartened. It has been taken. But this may serve as an opportunity to distance ourselves from the distractions of the internet and focus on the present moment. Jiang Qie released her grip on the phone and hurriedly approached Li Chengze. Unfazed, he met her gaze and began to speak when, unexpectedly, Jiang Qie erupted with enthusiasm, lifting him upside down and shaking him vigorously. Initially, the onlookers misinterpreted her actions as mere disdain for Li Chengze's pretentiousness. This misunderstanding persisted until a phone slipped from Li Chengze's grasp, causing his expression to darken. After releasing him, Jiang Qie pointed at the fallen phone and called out to the director. Director Fei, we have an overlooked item here. The crowd erupted in laughter, amused by Jiang Qie's antics. Li Chengze, care to call out again? Realizing his predicament, Li Chengze joined the others in their collective hope for the return of their phones. Jiang Qie recognized something was amiss in Li Chengze's demeanor, recalling a previous incident when he had used a spare phone to cheat in a haunted house. This revelation lightened her spirits as the initial frustration of losing her phone began to fade. With everyone's phones accounted for, Jiang Qie declared, now, I shall announce the agenda for tomorrow. She added nonchalantly, will there be rewards for winning? If not, I am willing to forfeit my spot. The scene transformed into a live auction for participation slots. Director Fei cleared his throat, announcing, the winning team will share a prize of 5 million. Jiang Qie immediately turned off the live stream. Hold on, don't rush. Fei continued, finally, each person will enter in turn. I have some additional matters to discuss with you all. A familiar tension filled the air as the participants sensed the impending hidden tasks. First, He Sheng, please step forward. One by one, each individual entered for 3 minutes, emerging with varied expressions. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the group naturally began to rise. Their flight was scheduled for 7, necessitating an early start to prepare and have breakfast. Additionally, deprived of their phones, they had gone to bed early.
Outside,
3 well-prepared vehicles awaited them, courtesy of the production team. Li Chengze was the first to approach a car, opening the door and glancing back at Jiang Qie, who was approaching. Jiang Qie, would you care to join me in this vehicle? Jiang Qie ignored him. Gu Yizhi then stepped up to a nearby vehicle, elegantly opening the door and bowing slightly to Jiang Qie. Your Highness, the dragon carriage is ready. Please step aboard. Jiang Qie's eyes sparkled with interest as she focused intently on the car, a playful smile gracing her face. Thank you. She then entered Gu Yizhi's car.
Li Chengze stood frozen, bewildered, unbelievable, truly unbelievable.
Jiang Qie is the most polite, abstract emperor I have ever seen. She is truly a wonderful girl.
Li Chengze.
Today I shall impart to you the secrets of pursuing Jiang Qie. First, act wildly. Did you steal that from Gu Yizhi?
Touch.
Ultimately, it was Su Qingxian who chose to sit beside Li Chengze. All the other cars are full. I had no choice but to join you. At that moment, the window of another car rolled down, and Jiang Qie poked her head out, feigning concern. By the way, Su Qingxian, Du Cece asked me to thank you for giving up the front seat for her. With that, she waved and smiled, rolling the window back up. Su Qingxian, taken aback, flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Qie, you did that on purpose. Just as I was about to ship Zhe Xian, Jiang Qie's antics made me laugh. It seems these coincidences were all orchestrated by Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian is being a bit duplicitous. Why must she allow Li Chengze to misinterpret it as coincidence? You see, Su Qingxian had already promised to help Li Chengze pursue Jiang Qie, so she cannot publicly pursue him. Viewing it this way, Su Qingxian is rather shrewd. That's not entirely fair to her. She was kind to give her seat to Du Cece. and deceiving Li Chengze into thinking it was coincidence is likely to prevent him from feeling pressured. Understood. Enjoy yourselves. Yes, yes, yes. You all are correct. Su Qingxian is the most understanding and kind-hearted. At 8:30 a.m., the Encounter Love team arrived at the Accelerate Partners live broadcast studio, instantly igniting a wave of excitement. Jiang Qie, I stayed up early to guard the live stream for you. I've finally awaited your arrival. Encounter Love? Is that the popular dating show? My friend shared it with me several times, but I never had the chance to watch. You must watch. Jiang Qie's energy is unmatched. And don't forget to support Qie and E. Wait, the visuals are stunning. Who is enjoying this feast for the eyes? The production team selected a historic city rich in cultural heritage as the filming location, and both teams donned traditional attire to blend in with the local ambience. Amidst the cheers, the host began to outline the game's background. This episode primarily assesses teamwork and trust. But mere teamwork games do not directly reflect the trust among team members. Therefore, each team secretly includes an undercover agent from the opposing camp. Should the agent remain undetected until the end, the opposing team faces defeat. This revelation abruptly transformed the previously jovial atmosphere into one of tension. As team members began scrutinizing one another, trust crumbled before it had a chance to form. At this juncture, a girl with pink hair from the opposing team raised her hand and inquired, "What if neither team finds the undercover agent?" Fear not. The final round of the game will reveal a location containing numerous clues about the undercover agents. As long as you know how to search, you will succeed. The host continued, "Today, both teams will engage in various competitive games to obtain hints regarding the identity of the undercover agents, aiding you in your search." A collective sigh of relief was heard, as the participants had initially worried about the agents' ability to disguise themselves without flaw. Yet the host quickly added, "However, the undercover agents will receive hidden tasks before each round. If they complete these tasks, the number of hint cards available in the final round will be reduced." An air of anxiety returned. The opposing team appeared unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such circumstances, while the Encounter Love team grew increasingly troubled. Xian. As soon as the host concluded, a curly-haired girl from the opposing team rushed towards Su Qingxian, warmly grasping her hand. "Long time no see. When shall we gather again?" This girl, Lin Yuran, was a friend Su Qingxian had made while filming a campus drama as a supporting character. The reason for her being labeled a drama queen stemmed from the aftermath of Su Qingxian being accused of meddling in the relationship between Li Chengze and Jiang Qie, subsequently facing online harassment. This incident marked a pivotal moment in Su Qingxian's growth. Despite Li Chengze's efforts to defend her being in vain, Su Qingxian's prior connections proved invaluable, as stars like Du Cixi and Lin Yuran spoke out on her behalf. In an effort to assist the despondent Su Qingxian, Lin Yuran bestowed upon her finest resources, bringing Su Qingxian one step closer to the coveted title of Best Actress. However, rumors circulated on Weibo that Lin Yuran had been dropped from a major production just before filming commenced. Fortunately, Su Qingxian was timely in stepping in to save the day. Consequently, Su Qingxian garnered praise for her kindness, and the scandal of being a third party was soon forgotten, while Lin Yuran's reputation plummeted, making it challenging for her to secure quality roles. Su Qingxian chose to disregard the negativity and focus solely on her career. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qie cast a sympathetic glance towards Lin Yuran, who was currently engaging in warm pleasantries with Su Qingxian. Jiang Qie initially questioned her own perception, as she had no direct dealings with Lin Yuran. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed plausible that Lin Yuran might be following her dear friend's romantic endeavors, perhaps believing that Su Qingxian had faced injustice. The atmosphere quickly shifted as they arrived at the first game, which involved taking photographs. A circular platform was set in the competition area, with two teams positioned 20 meters apart. As the music commenced, both teams endeavored to keep their faces in front of the camera, knowing that stepping out of bounds would result in elimination. The team with the most visible faces in the final photograph would emerge victorious. A robust man from the opposing team stepped forward, showcasing his muscles in an attempt to intimidate the competitors. Laughter erupted as the audience noted his impressive physique, speculating that he could easily handle 3 opponents alone. Yet, some voiced caution, recalling that Jiang Qie, from their own team, was an unknown force, having previously broken records in competitions. Undeterred, the 8-member romantic variety show team advanced confidently, united in their resolve to outshout their rivals. However, their efforts bore little fruit as the music signaled the commencement of the competition. Jiang Qie swiftly propelled herself forward, claiming the high ground with remarkable speed. Next came Sun Fei, a sprinter noted in the comments, who charged at Jiang Qie with no intention of holding back. Yet, Jiang Qie demonstrated her agility, sidestepping his approach. Sun Fei soon realized he could not halt his momentum, calculating how long it would take to stop. As he passed Jiang Qie, her piercing gaze startled him, causing him to stumble and fall, marking her first victory. Sun Fei, a formidable competitor in the racing team, was met with disbelief from longtime fans in the live broadcast. Witnessing Sun Fei's swift exit, the muscular man Wu Li no longer underestimated Jiang Qie, opting to test her with a punch. Jiang Qie's evasive maneuvers left him astonished, compelling him to engage earnestly. Meanwhile, the other members of both teams rushed towards the elevated platform, engaging in a shoving match. Jiang Qie encouraged her teammates, asserting her intent to confront the muscular opponent while they battled for territory. Moved to tears, Jiao declared her support for Jiang Qie, affirming her bravery. Just then, Zhou Chenyu, clinging to another male contestant's leg, found the sentiment familiar. Li Chengze, skeptical of Jiang Qie's capabilities, insisted on assisting her, but as he approached Wu Li, Jiang Qie deftly dodged, leading to Li Chengze receiving a powerful blow to the face. Dazed and disoriented, he staggered out of bounds.